Chapter 1 Are you dead or not? Shin-e, be sure to tell my daughter that I died for millions of people. I die with honor. I die with honor. The middle-aged man with tears in his eyes was leaning in Shin-e's arms, full of sadness and ready to say goodbye to the world. Uncle, don't interrupt me, I don't have much time. The middle-aged man's eyes rolled a few times, wondering what else hadn't been accounted for. Shin-e's face was lifeless. Uncle has already explained for nearly half an hour. Even the location of the hidden private money told him, but just delayed to swallow the breath. Shin-e's support uncle's hand has been numb. What the hell? It's just a game. What's the point? Shin-e listened for a few more minutes with a black face, and the uncle finally finished explaining all the chicken and dog fragments and closed his eyes in relief. It's finally over. Shin-e let out a long breath. This virtual reality game is fun, but it's the teammates matched to him are too into the game, making him psychologically pressurized. Oh yeah, little brother, I think you're quite a handsome guy. Ah, Shin-e exclaimed. The dead uncle suddenly began to speak again, almost did not make him fumble for the exit button to take off in place. You guys, you're so strong, but you're so timid. The uncle muttered in dissatisfaction and continued. It's a deal. I'm relieved that my daughter married you. Well, goodbye forever. With that, the older man quietly closed his eyes again. Shin-e will believe it and yell in his ear. Uncle, wake up, uncle, are you really dead? After a long time with no movement, it seems that this teammate has gone offline. Shin-e fumbled with his hands for half a day and finally found the exit button, which he pressed without hesitation. Click! A dazzling white light flashed. Shin-e's head suddenly hurt and he fainted. The sun sinks and darkness floods into the small, landlocked town. It was nighttime when Shin-e woke up again, and he sat up from the living room, rubbing the back of his head in confusion. Hidden pain. What's going on? Did the VR glasses short out or is there a burglar in the house? Shin-e wandered around and fumbled in the darkness, turning on the room's light. After his eyes adjusted to the light, he took a look around and realized that there were no objects missing from the house, and there were no signs of damage to the doors or windows. Ah, dog traders? Selling me shoddy gaming equipment. Shin-e cursed and returned to the living room, about to deliver a few blows to the glasses that had given him a headache. The living room floor was clean and tidy and did not show any sign of VR equipment. Shin-e was a bit dumbfounded. Where are my glasses? He rummaged through the entire room and found nothing, and opened his cell phone to pay his bill and realized that even that payment bill had disappeared. Shin-e sat on his butt on the sofa, dumbfounded. He's a layabout poser. No marriage, no friends, no job, relying on the 100,000 or so dollars I had saved from college. I went to a small, remote, inland town after graduation, rented a room, and began to live at a snail's pace. He could be sure that no one would ever come into this room and play a prank on him. Besides, with the events of the morning fresh in his mind, he wasn't convinced that his memory was faulty. So where did the memory of the clear and bright VR eyes go? Is it possible for it to grow wings and fly? Are you looking for me? As Shin-e was wondering about this bizarre situation, a question was suddenly sent out in his mind. Crap, is it the system? Yes. Just as the question arose in Shin-e's mind, the system gave an answer. The voice was sweet and pleasant, causing Shin-e's shocked suspicion to dissipate at once. Good oh, still a sweet girl, Shin-e voicelessly asked. So the disappearing VR devices are all your handiwork? Aha. The system doesn't always choose the kind of guy who's too delicate and can't be bothered to be possessed. Why did you choose me? Well, because you're so nerdy. I wanted to get you more fresh air. Shin-e was a bit speechless. Although he was a homeowner, he also went out every day to run in the morning and practice at night. Moreover, if it wasn't for the fact that he had met that rag seller's floor stall boss during his morning run, he wouldn't have been caught by this system for a while. But since you have it, you can have it. Shin-e inquired with slight excitement. System sister, can you give me $1 million or $800,000? I want to change to a house with a fully bright floor plan so that I can breathe fresh air better. The sweet reply came. Bah oh, it's shameful to get something for nothing, but you can make money on your own merit. Such as, like finding the little vault of the uncle who died in your arms. What? Shin-e was shocked. Uncle or something. Isn't that game content? Not really. In the morning I sent you to the real frontline battlefield against the demons. So the person who died in your arms was also real. Ha? Shin-e recalled the way he killed people on the battlefield with his novice sword and said incredulously. I don't believe it. How could I be that powerful? The system's tone rose. Had. Of course it's the role of the novice one-day god of war experience card I gave you. How about that? Awesome. Shin-e recalled that when he was playing, there were indeed words like newbie one-day god of war experience card. However, as a veteran gamer, he was well aware of the kryptonite pitfalls of game manufacturers, so he didn't pay much attention to it and simply experienced the game's striking sensation. No wonder it felt so real when I played it. The original scenes actually happened for real. Shin-e murmured with some disorientation. If that uncle is a real person, I'm showing a little too much impatience with him. Shinyi's face was a bit unsettled, and he felt deeply guilty. When he was gloomy, he suddenly remembered that uncle had entrusted him with so many other things. Marrying her precious daughter, if memory serves, was one of them. That's right, the system interjected with a soft smile. This is the growth quest you took. Remember to complete it. The rewards are rich. Ahem. The mouthful of water that Shinyi had just drank into his mouth almost sprayed out. A mission. Marrying a daughter-in-law can be a mission? Also, I haven't even promised that uncle yet. Why are you privately acquiescing to me taking the mission? The system did not care about Shinyi's accusation and returned with a frivolous and seductive voice. The reward can be replaced with a small goal if you complete the mission. Put. The saliva that Shinyi had in his mouth finally spewed out. Chapter 2. This mission must be taken. This mission has to be taken. God knows how hard Shinyi has been living in the last few years of his swing. Not to mention a small target. Even if it was 01 small target, he took it. Silently preparing himself mentally for the uncle's daughter to be an ugly, he suddenly realized a serious problem. I don't know where uncle's house is. The uncle rambled on and on about what was useful and what wasn't, but forgot to mention the most crucial thing. Shinyi was extremely speechless, hesitantly asking the system. Shinyi laughingly knocked his brain. System sister, do you know where that uncle's house is? I don't know. Oh, I suggest checking the quest hints. Shinyi silently recited. View the mission. A list of quests appeared before his eyes. A wide array of them. What, killing monsters and forging knives and quarrying stones and finding treasures? Everything. Shinyi slightly familiarized himself with the interface in his mind, and then found the section that had been picked up. There was only one lone mission lying in there. Welcome the daughter of the commander of the 13th Army. The mission prompt below was only a short sentence. Critical growth mission. Limited to 3 years to complete. Otherwise the host automatically becomes a eunuch. Holy! Shinyi bounced up from the sofa and roared. He had thought that failing to complete the mission was just a small, harmless loss of a goal. After all, money is nothing. But when he saw the mission punishment, he really couldn't tense up. Ben was already having a miserable time just having fun as a craftsman. And now there's the possibility of being separated from her brothers Ian and Young because of this mission. If he couldn't marry the girl with Schrodinger's face, wouldn't he lose the last bit of dignity he had as a layabout boy? No, absolutely not. The good thing is, the quest isn't without any hints at all. Shinyi panicked and opened his computer, searching for information on the commander of the 13th Army. The almighty internet did not let him down. After some tossing and turning, Shinyi managed to find the 13th Army's recruitment website. The website has turned gray and white, and on the top hangs the obituary of the military commander Jiang Tingwu, with a photo of the very same rambling uncle that Shinyi remembers. This made the last bit of doubt in Shinyi's heart disappear. The system was real, the uncle was real, and the mission was naturally real. He, Shinyi, is going to embark on the path of being forced to take a daughter-in-law. It's a tough task. The address of the military commander's family was naturally impossible to find with his status as a swinging youth. Besides, even if he could find it, he'd have to make sure he wasn't institutionalized as a psychopath. This is a matter that needs to be considered in the long run. Moreover, it is better to marry your future wife when you are successful and famous, so that she will not look down on you. Shinyi lifted his pants, and the 3-year period of his brother's defense war was officially launched. What should be the place to start? He leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. If you don't know how to move forward, you can try taking on a few quests. Oh, the system prompt came. Shinyi shook his head without any interest. Who knows if there are any other punishments for those quests in the quest bar? Facing the risk of bereavement makes me upset enough. And then another quest with a missing arm or leg. I really can't take it anymore. The system sweetly replied. Of course not. It's the only growth quest that will hurt you. Shinyi sat up skeptically. Really? The system smiled wryly. Of course, the other adventure missions, if you can't finish them, you will die. Shinyi, panic. JPG. Joking aside, that makes it even less likely that I'll take the assignment. How great is it to swing for the fences? Why risk it for that? The system followed the advice. You humans are declining in the war against the demons, and although the officials are still hiding it well, it won't actually take long for the demons to break through the defense line. Oh, there have actually been some sporadic demonic creatures that have entered the middle of the Heavenly Star continent where humans reside, to show you images of demonic cannibalism. After saying that, the system thoughtfully presented a video of the demonic rebellion in Shinyi's mind. The more Shinyi watched, the more his teeth ached, and the bloody scene made him feel that the temperature in the neighborhood had lowered by a few points. Off and off. Suffer no more. Shinyi hurriedly waved his head before the system giggled and turned off the video. Ahem. Indeed. I also feel that I should contribute to the defense against the demonic invasion. Shinyi changed his words. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of experience it was to be eaten alive and abused by a demonic creature with a repulsive face. Even if he would die in the future, He wanted to die with honor. In the words of Uncle, die with honor, die well. The system teased. Ha, such a quick change in attitude. Do you really want to defend against the foreigners, or are you simply afraid of death? Xin Yi's face darkened. It doesn't matter, besides, you won't be lost if I die, so for the sake of both of our safety, you'd better quickly tell me how you can obtain the strength like the God of War experience card. Okay. The system readily agreed and picked 3 out of the countless quests for Xin Yi. She pretended to clear her throat. Can play games, can't you? Xin Yi, get to the point. There was some aggression in the system's voice. Don't be so mean. To put it simply, you do quests to upgrade, then use the quest rewards to buy skills or weapons, and after you keep building up your power, you'll be able to reach the ability of a war god. Xin Yi frowned and asked, about how long will it take to reach the war god rank? The system murmured to itself and calculated. Well, if you choose the fastest upgrading profession and do the quests full time, it would take more than a year. Xin Yi pulled the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. Let's go. Where to? Nonsense. Of course I'm going on a quest. Aren't you curious about how many interesting careers there are to choose from? Not curious, I just want to keep my brother. Chapter 3 Bridge Surfing. Xin Yi bought some utensils, put on the family chopper, and took a taxi to the neighboring city overnight. There is a 5-star scenic spot there, Qingyun Mountain. It was well into the night when we arrived, but it was a scenic spot after all, and the foothills were lit up. Xin Yi raised his eyes and looked at the steep mountain steps, already feeling his legs sore. The first quest was to find and kill the low-level demons hidden in the Green Cloud Mountain, which was simple but the rewards were pitifully small. If he didn't know how to do skills now, Xin Yi would never have come to climb this 2,000-meter peak. Flesh painful to pay a few hundred large yuan entrance fee. Xin Yi began the night climb. The quest details say that this low-level demonic creature is called Chi Monkey, and its whereabouts are uncertain, making it difficult to hunt down. But it has an Achilles heel. Every day it must stand closest to the sun on the summit at sunrise to absorb the power contained in the morning sun. The window was a pitiful hour. Xin Yi needs to reach the peak before dawn and chop up this demonized monkey with a chopper within an hour. Pinched and numb, just climbing felt like an impossible task. Don't be discouraged. It's a well-known fact that newbies are given gift packages. The system's voice came, and Xin Yi's spirit was revitalized. Why didn't you tell me what's in the gift bag? Let's see. There's only one disposable charm in the free section, Soul Destruction. Free parts. Is there paid content? Bingo. Right answer. The paid part has epic weapon sets, A-rank skills, and numerous powerful props. How much does it cost to unlock the paid portion of the pack? It's not expensive. Just 10 years of life. 10 years? Xin Yi almost fell on the steps. You're really killing yourself. What a black-hearted traitor. The system returned with dissatisfaction. Shay, it's not like it's mandatory for you to buy it. Besides, longevity is the most useless thing of all. Xin Yi gritted his teeth and said, then how many years of life do you think I have? I don't know. I'm just a system, not the creator. Then how can you guarantee that by withholding 10 years of my life I won't die immediately? There's no need for guarantees. It's just like when you buy something. You can't make a payment if you have a life balance of less than 10 yet. Xin Yi held his forehead. It seemed that the god who created this system hadn't heard of Hua Bei. Come on. You can't lose anything without losing your life. Just give me the charm or whatever it is. I don't want anything else. Okay, charm, soul destruction, disposable prop. When used it kills one of the enemy's souls in seconds, but at the same time puts yourself in a coma for an hour. Xin Yi was dumbfounded. Traitors, this is proper traitorous. Send a novice props, but also damn have self-injury mechanism, afraid that he earn a little cheap, unable to help himself. He was just a humble wage earner, and he had to accept even more exploitation. Putting the talisman into his storage compartment, Xin Yi gritted his teeth and quickly stepped towards the mountain. It was now 10 o'clock at night, and with a good climbing rhythm he could reach the summit by 4 o'clock in the morning. When the time comes, not only can you take some rest, but you can also scout the location ahead of time and wait for the Chi Monkey to arrive. To be honest, Xin Yi could be said to have a long-standing grudge against animals like monkeys. I remember a trip to Mount Amei in college, and his cell phone was snatched by that hateful monkey. For this reason, Xin Yi returned to school and depressed for several days, so that he did not have the heart to attend class was almost deducted from the usual points. These past events will not be mentioned. At this time from Chi Monkey to start their own upgrade journey, Xin Yi definitely has a mouthful of grievances in it. Thanks to the pendulum this year, Xin Yi every morning running and evening practice. Physical quality in the ordinary people in the middle and upper. Climbing up the mountain is not difficult. In just 5 hours, he had arrived near the top of the mountain. However, because there were many night climbers and many people gathered at the summit platform to watch the sunrise, the progress of the last few hundred meters was unusually slow. Xin Yi managed to squeeze up to the top of the mountain has been 4:30 in the morning. he found that the summit platform in front of him is extremely small, and surrounded by a fence, and the top of the mountain is not connected to the rest of the place. QI monkeys are categorically unlikely to hang out in such a crowded place. Shinee waved his flashlight and pressed himself against the edge of the fence to look toward the rest of the hilltop. Primary demonic creatures like Chi Monkey had average physical strength, slightly stronger than ordinary people. If they meet a strong and fit soldier, they don't have half a chance of winning, so it will definitely stay away from humans. Otherwise, one slap from each of these tourists at the top of the mountain alone will be able to slap it to death. After Shinee looked around for a bit, he probably deduced the location where Chi Monkey performed the morning Chi energy absorption. Mount Qingyun is a twin peak, and the other peak is not open to visitors at this time because it is too steep. Moreover, the other peak was also slightly higher than where Shinee was, in line with the monkeys need to be closest to the sun. However, the two peaks were connected only by a somewhat ramshackle-looking wire bridge. 7 years ago tourists were able to get to the opposite peak via a wire bridge, but because of the death of a person, the scenic area thus closed the access road. The bridge has not been repaired and maintained for 7 years, and I'm afraid that the solidity of the bridge should be a question mark. Shinee hesitates for a moment, but still quietly rolls over the fence and slips through the dense bushes to before the wire bridge. He tentatively kicked the near end of the rope bridge with one foot. Under the flashlight, Shinee only saw the rust puffing and exploding, and the handrail rope on the side of the bridge shook off a bunch of dust bundles with the shaking. Good lord, it does seem like it's been years since a warrior stepped foot on this thing. Shinee was a little frightened as he looked over and over at the bridge. The iron bridge that was exposed to the wind and sun all year round was obviously not reliable enough, and he began to weigh up the cost-effectiveness of this mission. There is indeed a death penalty for failing to complete a training mission after taking it, but this mission is extremely long as 10 years. Even if he rebuilt a bridge, it would be enough to finish it. Kid, who told you to go there? It's dangerous. Hurry back. When Shinee was tangled, the shouts of the security guards of the scenic spot suddenly came from behind him, and the bright flashlight illuminated the wire bridge in front of him. Pinch mama, how can I have money to come here to build a bridge and punch it? Perhaps recalling the experience of being caught by the head teacher with a flashlight at night over the wall during his student days, Shinee suddenly developed a feeling of escaping the greatest in heaven and earth within his heart. He didn't dwell on whether the iron bridge, which was almost as old as he was, could carry him, and with the aid of the security flashlight, he fought his way onto the bridge and sprinted toward the opposite peak. Chapter 4: The Way of the Monkey Hunter. The wire bridge shook violently, and the steel cables under his feet rubbed against the rusted iron, making a heart-pounding crunching sound. Shinee's mind is blank, only the option of run remains. 10 long seconds passed and he reached the opposite side safely. The guard shook his flashlight and cursed at him in exasperation. Shinee suppressed the shock within his heart and hurriedly drilled into the dense forest at the peak. This is great. When we go back later, we'll probably be educated, Shinee thought with some annoyance. Luckily, the security guard at the viewpoint knew that the wire bridge was in disrepair and he didn't follow it over. Until dawn, Shinee was safe. Dead monkey, you'd better not miss work today. I paid a small price to kill you. Shinee pushed aside the dense bushes and walked towards the center of the peak. What he didn't expect was that the highest point of this peak was actually a gazebo. Shinee was speechless. It was fortunate that he liked to go up to the roof when he was a child. Otherwise arriving at the highest point would have been a big challenge. He swung his flashlight around and realized that there happened to be a taller crooked tree near the gazebo. Climbing to the tree in 3 tries, Shinee's feet made a forceful, light and swift leap, right onto the eaves and tiles of the gazebo. Well, the view is open, and there are no tall trees in the east to block the sun. If I were that monkey, I would surely come here to watch the sun. However, the crooked tree next to it is not much different in height from the top of the gazebo and is a strong competitor to the gazebo. If that kiwi monkey runs up a tree, it's going to be a lot tougher. Shinee thought about it, but he still had to be prepared for everything. It was after 5 a.m., and although there was no sunrise, the sky was already lightening up. Estimating that Chi Monkey was about to come, Shinee accelerated the movements of his hands. He placed a few bananas on top of the gazebo and thoughtfully peeled them for the monkey. With the banana here, I don't believe it can withstand the temptation. Of course, there's a trap hidden under the banana pile, in case this monkey lost its appetite today. When Shinee came down, he also specifically hid a trap at the top of the old crooked-necked pine tree. With the double insurance, QI Monkey will have to break a limb before he can fight. By the time everything was ready, the sky had fully lightened, and there was even a fiery red bump in the sky already. Shinee quickly ducked into the bushes under the gazebo and waited for the monkey to take the bait. When the red sun revealed a corner, the demonized Chi monkey finally appeared. It is much larger than the normal Inishin monkey, and has the feel of a gorilla now. The appearance has been detached from the lewd phase of the shrewd monkey, and it looks a bit formidable. Shinee didn't dare to utter a single breath and squeezed the kitchen knife in his hand. The kitsune monkey circled around the roots of the gazebo before leaping up to the top of the pavilion in a single bound. Strong jumping power to Shinee looked at a stare. That is 5 meters high gazebo, a step on the scurry up? Not bad for a monkey. After going up to the gazebo, Chi Monkey looked around a bit, ignoring the bananas that Shinee had put in place. After seeing that there was no danger around it, it knelt down towards the red sun in the east and reverently bowed down. When the red sun splashed on its face, the QI monkey's expression became soothing and mesmerized, and it greedily let a large portion of its body bathe in the morning light, absorbing the natural power contained therein. It's now. Shinee's mind was energized. The QI monkey will begin a bathing period of about an hour after it has finished praying, during which time its 5 senses are almost shut down and the entire monkey is out of an ethereal state, making it the best time to attack. Shinee quickly got up from his hiding place and climbed up the crooked neck tree in a few steps, carefully avoiding the trap at the top of the tree before jumping to the top of the gazebo. Chi Monkey is now turning its back towards him. Shinee holds the kitchen knife in his hand and swings his arm round towards the back of its neck to cut. It was because the Chi Monkey had this weakness that Shinee, who had never even killed a mere cause, dared to take it in his first battle. Although the body of the Chi Monkey in the bathing state would enhance its defense by double, Shinee did not believe that it would be able to remain unharmed when he went down with a full-strength slash. Snort! The chopper managed to cut through the flesh of the back of QI Monkey's neck and onto his collarbone. Shinee only felt a wave of numbness in his hand, and the chopper embedded into his bones. At this time, the monkey that had just entered the bathing state turned awake. It hissed in pain, and then jumped towards the crooked neck tree with the chopper. Right on the money. Shinee panicked and took out a bottle of anti-wolf spray from his backpack and chased after him. After jumping onto the crooked neck tree, the QI monkey's strong legs stomped and prepared to leap into the dense forest to escape, but it happened to step on a trap on the trunk of the tree, and the sudden pain in its foot caused its body to instantly lose its balance and fall headlong under the crooked neck tree. Shinee couldn't care less about safety as he leapt down from the 5-meter-high gazebo and limped towards the fallen Chi monkey. What makes magical creatures magical is that they have strange abilities. In addition to its strong physical qualities, this monkey had an extremely powerful self-healing ability. If you let it run away like that, in less than a day, the wound on the back of its neck will heal, and when you try to catch it next time, it will be much harder, so it's got to be taken down in one fell swoop. Right off the bat, the monkey was flopping under the tree, and the blood on the back of its neck continued to gush outwards, so it was obvious that it was suffering immensely at the moment. Gee, let me give you a piece of my mind. Shinee pounced on Chi Monkey and pressed the anti-wolf spray on its eyes. The monkey was irritated and became more and more frenzied, but severely injured and disoriented. It completely lost its ability to escape. Shinee pulls out the kitchen knife, and with the force of a few cuts, Chi Monkey's painful whimpering finally stops. That easy? Shinee wiped the monkey blood on his hand and sat down on the ground with some strength. Bang! Before he could rest for a moment, the body of the Chi Monkey, which he had just decapitated, suddenly exploded, and the huge wave of air nearly lifted Shinee out of the air. What the hell? Shinee wiped off the messy filth on his face and looked towards where the monkey corpse was in astonishment. The Chi Monkey's body had been blown to pieces, and a small golden shining monkey jumped out from the pile of rocks and was looking at Shinee with a furious expression. Sister's system, what's going on here? It doesn't say in the mission details that this thing can still be a monkey in a monkey. The system said slightly nervously. This devil monkey is lucky that it happens to be metamorphosing and ascending today. You'll have to kill the little monkey as well in order to complete the task. Don't worry, the little monkey is just a little bit better than the big monkey. Before the system's words fell, the little monkey had already thrown an orange-colored ball of light that had accumulated in his forehead towards Shinee. Crap! Learned long-range skills? Shinee hurriedly leapt and flashed to the side. Boom! The orange-yellow ball of light blasted into the place where Shinee stood before, exploding a half-meter deep crater in the ground and splattering rocks in all directions. Shinee's face instantly turned white. Boy, it's as powerful as a grenade. Is this even funny? It's clearly a billion points more powerful. Chapter 5. We'll wear the same pants from now on. Good sister, what is this little monkey's weakness? Shinee asked the system with some toothache. He was quite wary of this kind of monkey that could throw bomb balls. A magical beast of the second rank no longer has weaknesses as obvious as those of the first rank, and the fact that it's still attacking remotely means that it's still in the weakened state of a new metamorphosis. If you want to break the game, you'll have to kill it quickly before it slows down, or you'll die. Shinee suddenly realized. Do you mean that he threw the slow-flying light ball in order to delay time by attacking as a defense? Brilliant! As soon as Shinee heard this, he immediately realized that fancy moves were the most vegetable. By the time this monkey started to fight himself in close combat, he was afraid that he would already be a dead man. Set you monkeys, while you're sick, Shinee roared, picking up the kitchen knife and charging towards Chi Monkey. He was a man of the pendulum. but his greatest strength was his decisiveness. Even if he was afraid, he would have to be afraid after killing this monkey. If he missed the opportunity to fight, he wouldn't even have the chance to be afraid. The little monkey still kept throwing balls of light at Qin, trying to stall his advance. However, the speed of the light ball is not fast, and the speed of the badminton ball played by the two rookies is about the same. Under Qin's concentration, he can easily dodge it. It's less than 10 meters away and can be there in a few seconds. After dodging several balls of light one after another, Qin finally slashed at the monkey's head with a chopper. When the chopper fell and it looked like it could cut the monkey's head into two halves, the system exclaimed in Qin's mind, "Its metamorphosis is complete." Pop! The little monkey clapped its two hands together and held the kitchen knife in its hands. Qin was face to face with it at this moment. The system's sister blurted out, "Quickly change the paid weapon. What's the use of life expectancy when people are dying?" Qin looked at the little monkey's hideous and twisted face, and said, "I also want to change it, but I can't be distracted by the mental tension right now." He pressed the chopper down hard, but the little monkey's two paws seemed to have 1,000 pounds of force, and the chopper froze and couldn't go down even a centimeter. Snap! In the next moment, Qin was astonished to find that this monkey had actually broken the steel kitchen knife with his bare hands. Voorhees, run! Qin threw the handle of his sword and hurriedly ran towards the iron rope bridge. Staying green is not a good idea. We'll come back to clean up monkey later when we're stronger. But he forgot one thing. Humans were much worse than monkeys in terms of agility. Not to mention that this monkey was still a second-ranked demonic creature. Before he could run 2 steps, Qin only felt his back being hit by a sledgehammer, and he instantly flew toward the front with blood spitting out of his mouth. Bang! Another monkeyish fist, sending the airborne Qin flying a few more meters. Jesus Christ! This monkey's kicking me like a ball. Qin forcibly stabilized his mind and took out the spell paper from the storage compartment and squeezed it in his hand. Duong! Qin fell heavily onto the wire bridge, making his eyes bleed from the fall. He shook his septuagenarian head and struggled to open his eyes. When the loathsome monkey face in front of him gradually enlarged, Qin extended his hand. Destroy the soul. The runic incantation paper quickly disappeared, turning into white light that melted into the body of the down-leaping monkey. Qin saw the little monkey's soul being sucked out of his body by the white light of the talisman, which then instantly turned into streams of light. The monkey corpse landed softly on Qin's body, and the latter made an effort to open his eyes, only to find that his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. Qin fell into a coma. Before he fell asleep, he vaguely heard his system sister furiously screaming something about how it would explode or something like that in his head. Rumble! A dazzling light erupted from the monkey corpse as its body exploded once again. This is the characteristic of second-order magical creatures that self-detonate after death. And no more tiny monkeys appeared after the explosion. The old iron rope bridge was instantly shattered. But Qin, who was at the center of the explosion, was wrapped in a wave of colored light and was not harmed. The colored light held him up as he slowly fell downward, only to dissipate in mid-air when he was about to touch the ground. On the other side of the wire, the Big Brother security guard who noticed the sight rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Moments later he finally reacted to go call the police. An hour later, Qin woke up in a haze. Feeling his back from the pain of the fall, he looked upward in bewilderment. The trees are dappled with shadows, and the peaks of the peaks can be vaguely seen thrusting into the clouds. What am I? Falling down? Qin got up and looked up and down, realizing that he was now halfway up Chanyun Mountain. Nonsense! Second-order magical beasts will corpse explode when they die. Can you grow a heart? The system's voice filled with resentment was heard in his head. It wasn't the charm you gave me that worked too fast. Ha! I spent a good deal of money to save you, and you're complaining about me? You saved me? Can the system still save people? Nonsense! Or do you think that with your physical body, you can still survive after falling from 1,000 meters? Also, Qin touched his head awkwardly. Thank you, system's sister. He continued, but what do you mean by a great price? The system's voice became visibly exasperated. Of course I'm going to follow you, the idiot, for the rest of my life. Ha, were you even able to change hosts before? Sure, let's see. Ha, I've boiled over 990 hosts to death. Qin couldn't help but spray a mouthful of it, to almost reach the 1,000-man chopper, terrifying as it is. Hey, but you were ruthless enough to watch so many hosts die. Why did you save me alone? The system paused for a moment. Well, that's because you called me sister. Carrot. That's an odd reason. What an odd reason. He. Those previous hosts either called me around or treated me as if I didn't exist. They were both so annoying, but the more important point is that if I haven't completed my mission after 1,000 hosts have been changed, then I'm going to be wiped out by the main god. The Lord God? The guy who created you? Yes, but I have no memory of him, only a sad awe. What is your mission? Pursuing what it means to be human. But I'm not human, so how can I accomplish this? It's such a good and inexplicable task. The system reply had sounded more than a little aggravated. Shinee clasped his hands to his chest and pondered. Since the system has a creator, doesn't that mean there are higher dimensional beings beyond this world? They create everything, they are in charge of everything, and they take pleasure in it? Moreover, the system has gone through so many hosts that it has gradually become emotionally similar to a human. Is this the transformation in the process of pursuing the meaning of being human? Shinee shook his head, stopping his unnecessary thinking. Solving the current dilemma first was the most important thing, and the rest would be explored later. I want to give you a name, Shinee asked tentatively. Really? I can have a name too? Shinee nodded. Since exploring what it means to be a human, having a name is an important thing. We met in July. How about we call you July? The system's cry of surprise echoed in his head. Good, oh good. Good pinch. Shinee laughed out loud. So lucky to have gotten a cute system girl. After calming down, July whispered, Hey, I'm going to fall asleep for a while. Saving you has consumed too much of my power. I'll break down if I don't rest. What about the mission if you sleep? Don't worry, the system resident interface won't disappear. Your quest reward is already in there. July suddenly remembered something and added, I'll be able to wake up when you finish the remaining 2 quests to recharge me. But until then, it's highly recommended that you purchase the paid portion of the newbie pack. Shinee frowned. But, July said with dissatisfaction, Oops, I'm wearing the same pants as you now. I won't screw you over. Exchanging longevity for strength in the early stages, only to take longevity with strength in the later stages. Don't you understand such a simple truth? When Shinee heard this, he said, Come on, I'll believe you once for the sake of you saving me. Now that the talisman had run out, he would die a horrible death if he encountered another second-order demonic creature, and it was always good to have more means of preserving one's life. Good lord, here's the exchange for you. Chapter 6 Giant Mouth. The rewards have been put into the storage space. So study it yourself. Oh, my sister is going to sleep first. That fast? For the first time, Shinee felt what it meant to spend his life like water. Good night. Good night. As July went to sleep, Shinee entered the system space and carefully examined the quest rewards of the party's monkey hunt as well as the contents of the paid gift packs. Hunting demon monkeys was supposed to be the lowest grade ranked quest with a ridiculously small reward. But at this time, Shinee looked again, but found that the rewards had been raised by a lot, thinking that Chi Monkey had risen to the next level. And the system had automatically balanced the level of the mission and gave him the right rewards. Well, from this point of view, little July is still very conscientious. The quest rewards totaled 10 points of leveling experience as well as 30 treasure coins, and 100 points of bond value. Shinee's current level was LV1, and upgrading to LV2 required 15 points of leveling experience. There were 2 E-ranked quests left, each with 3 experience points, just enough to break through to the second level. Shinee smacked his lips. It seemed that if he wanted to upgrade quickly, it would be faster to do the quests that crossed the ranks. However, the danger is also much higher. Opening the treasure money mall, Shinee was surprised to find a wide array of commodities in it. There are all kinds of secret books of kung fu, divine weapons, heaven-defying divine techniques, strange props and so on. None of them are interested? No matter. The treasure money can even be exchanged for current coins at a ratio of 1:1,000, which is not too shabby. Shinee sked a few times. Little July was truly a treasure. However, roughly flipping through a few pages, Shinee realized that even if a brave grade weapon, the treasure money needed is in thousands. Wanting to buy a good outfit, a long way to go. Closing the mall, he opened the storage bar again. After all, it cost you 10 years of your life, so you have to see if the gift bag in exchange is worth it anyhow. Cloud sounding sword, epic. Upon hitting an enemy it will attach a cloud mist effect to them, blinding them for a short period of time, which can only take effect once every 10 seconds. Fu Feng Chop, A-rank skill. Swing a powerful strike that generates a breeze field at the end of the attack, with wind blades assisting the attack within the field. Pure Source Pill, disposable prop. After using it, it can remove one's negative status. Healing Pearl, wearing the pearl slowly repairs the wounds one has sustained. Good stuff, all good stuff. The moment he saw the contents of the gift pack, Shinee finally let out a long breath. 10 years of lifespan, not spent in vain. He took out the Cloud Ming sword from his storage space and scrutinized it. The sword conforms to the slender beauty of the Chinese longsword, and with the cloud pattern engraved at the hilt, it looks a bit out of the ordinary chivalrous. Shinee gently snapped the sword with his fingertips. Ding! The vibration is crisp and pleasing to the ear. Retrieving his longsword, Shinee discerned the direction and headed down the mountain. The place where he stood was located at the waist of Qingyun Mountain, nearly 1,000 meters away from the bottom of the mountain. Fatefully, his cell phone had been lost in the fall, and without a means of communication he could only explore forward with his head covered. But he wasn't too panicked about the bridge fall. I guess the security guards at the viewpoint had already found out about it. Perhaps the search and rescue team looking for him had already moved on, so there was a good chance he would run into them himself. Even if he planned for the worst and no one came to his rescue, he had the confidence to go on. 1,000 meters only. So what if there is no man-made scenic road? He is fearless with a divine blade in his hand, chopping away the vines that crossed in front of him along the way. Shinee walked towards the bottom of the mountain. As the forest grows denser, the sun overhead is reduced to dappled shadows leaking through the gaps. Shinee was becoming more and more directionless, but he understands one thing: as long as he goes all the way down, he's right, straight to the afternoon. Shinee is full of fatigue, but the mountain is like no bottom. No matter how can not reach the foot of the mountain. What's going on? It's supposed to be much easier to go down than up, and it's still halfway up the mountain. So how can it be that you can't get to the bottom of the mountain in 5 or 6 hours? Shinee felt that something was wrong, but when he looked at the huge trees, he couldn't see how far it was from the foot of the mountain. He felt a twinge of panic. They say there are evil spirits in the mountains. Is it possible that you've been possessed? But at this point July was in a deep sleep. His cell phone was lost, and he had no way to seek any outside help. The suffocating sense of panic brought about by the endless path down the mountain gradually burrowed into Shinee's heart. Must be calm. Shinee silently cheered himself up a bit, casting away the hesitation in his head, and continued to walk downward. The wind in the mountains grew wild, bringing with it a shade that was not part of the summer. Shinee shrunk his shoulders and ghostly walked towards the place where the wind rose. Inexplicably, he felt that the direction the wind was blowing was the entrance to the lower mountain. But that is not the case. When he walked to the end of the wind, Shinee was shocked to realize that at the eye of the wind was a giant mouth. He wanted to pull his legs out and slink away as if he had seen a ghost, but there was a demonic-like whisper in his head. Come, this is the exit you've been searching so hard for. This is the only way you can get off the mountain. Shinee's body involuntarily walked towards the giant mouth, getting closer and closer and closer. Crap, am I being compelled? Shinee, who was immersed in the temptation of moving forward, finally stopped his footsteps through the last trace of spiritual brightness that had yet to be annihilated. He quickly took out the pure origin pill in his storage space and swallowed it into his mouth. The elixir melted in his mouth, and a refreshing and lucid sensation spread throughout his body. Shinee refelt the piercingly gloomy wind, as well as the thick fear in his heart. I was definitely compelled just now. He immediately stopped hesitating and turned to run. The giant mouth, however, did not let him off easily as a circular wind wall rose up from the ground, blocking Shinee's path. Boy, how many orders of demons is this? Shinee looked at the wall of wind that was easily destroying the trees and shrinking closer and closer to him, with nothing but terror in his eyes. He had to draw his sword and slowly move back to gaze at the huge mouth that protruded from the ground and was a full square meter in size. Creepy. Chapter 7 Woman on Bone Spurs. Aiming at the wall of wind that kept shrinking inward, driving him towards the giant mouth, Shinee raised his sword and swung it down with force. The gale that was as substantial as substance was not torn apart by the sword. Instead, Shinee was almost swept into it when he was not paying attention. Feeling the killing intent at a stone's throw away, Shinee turned his head and gazed at the hideous and ghastly huge mouth. Since I can't cut through the wind wall, I'll have to take you. Shinee quickly stepped towards the giant mouth and chopped down with a sword towards its greenish hideous lips. After the sword blade touched the giant mouth, Shinee only felt a numbness in his tiger's mouth, and the cloud-ringing sword almost came out of his hand. The mouth looked fleshy, but in actuality it was as hard as stone, and a sharp sword blade couldn't even leave a mark on its surface. And naturally, the cloud effect attached to the cloudming sword didn't work on it either. The giant mouth was still spitting out a steady stream of wild wind, forming a wall of wind that pushed Shinee. Seeing that the standing area is getting smaller and smaller, Shinee can only make use of the skill he obtained just now, Fufeng Chop. This skill, when used in conjunction with the cloud-ringing sword, could easily cut through thick trees. However, at this moment, under Shinee's full attack, the mighty chopping blow did not shake the giant mouth even by a single bit. As for the wind blades generated by the breeze field after the attack, they were as useless as fur in front of the giant mouth. No, although he was not high enough in level to utilize the true utility of his weapons and skills, it was no longer a problem to deal with second-rank demons. It was outrageous to face this giant mouth now and not even be able to inflict a tiny scratch on its surface. Shinee annoyingly kicked the giant mouth a few times, his heart extremely indignant. If it was a high-ranked magical beast that wanted to hunt me, it could have killed me in one blow, and I definitely wouldn't have half a temper. But now it doesn't fight or kill, it just spits out a wall of wind capable of churning people to pieces. What is this? Scaring people? Shinee is depressed and angry. He did not expect to be complacent for a long time. He will be caught in a predicament that he can't fight or escape. Watching the diameter of the wind wall shrinking smaller and smaller, with a diameter of less than 3 meters, Shinee truly felt the breath of death. Don't you just want to force me to go in your mouth? Well, I'll go in, won't I? Xinyi's clothes had already been torn to shreds by the fierce winds at the edge of the wind wall, and he saw his body about to perish. He finally gritted his teeth and jumped hard against the outward wind toward the giant mouth. Strangely enough, just as he leapt into the mouth, the gale stopped instantly and the giant mouth closed instantly. Thud! Xinyi fell heavily to the ground. What the hell? Xinyi touched his but that was sore from the fall and stood up in disbelief. Into the eyes of a dark, walking with a thud sound, seems to be in a confined space. Hey, did that scare you? A silvery laughter came, distant and ethereal, not little July's timbre. Xinyi felt a little weird. He did not say anything and quietly groped forward in the darkness to see if there was a pathway that could escape from this place. Hey, talking to you, ignoring the girl, aren't you being a bit rude? The voice took on a vaguely angry tone. When Xinyi heard this, he also felt that there was a nameless fire in his heart that he had nowhere to send. I took a nice walk. I didn't invite you or mess with you, but I was pitched into this weird big mouth by you with demonic magic. You were just teasing me outside, but now that you're here, you're still playing tricks on me. Do you really think I'm so easy to bully? He remembered his unlucky encounter of the day and couldn't help disliking it in a loud voice. I say, big mouth monster, if you want to kill or die, can't you be a little bit more painful and hide in the dark to engage in some trickery? Is it shameful? What? Are you calling this girl a loudmouth monster? The female voice raised steeply. The space was filled with firelight, and Xinyi finally saw the immediate environment clearly. He's inside a giant human skull. Directly in the center of the skull, roughly at the back of the head, was inserted an ancient yet shiny lance with fire patterns engraved on the body. Near the skull, on a protruding bone spur, hung a man covered in black. The bone spikes pierced through the chest from the man's back, sticking out in long stretches that looked extremely gruesome. Xinyi was shocked by the scene in front of him. Puzzled, he asked, is it the one hanging from the bones that is speaking? The female voice rang out. Yes, so for the sake of us being so connected, put me down. The lips of the woman on the bone spikes did not move, but her voice echoed through the space. You're talking to me with your soul? Xinyi asked with a frown. Yeah, what's the problem? So you're actually a dead man? Not really, just sealed? Seal? Xinyi was shocked in his heart, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. Generally speaking, the guys who are sealed are the stream of demons and monsters. Although the one hanging from the bone spikes appeared to be humanoid, a human would surely die from such an injury, and even if he survived, he should have produced a mutation. And not only was she able to use a wall of wind, but she was also able to talk to her own soul, which was suspicious in any case. Xinyi stabilized his mind and continued his conversation with her. So you want me to unseal you? Yes. What to do? There was a little more cheer in her voice, and her irritation at being called a loudmouth vanished. It's simple. Just pull out the lance in the center and use it to cut through this bone spur. Hearing this, Xinyi walked over to the lance and stood by it, his mind constantly thinking. The scene at hand was beyond his comprehension, but he was sure that the odds were that the medium was not a good person, or even human. What kind of normal person asks for a favor with a wall of wind coercion? So after helping her to lift the seal, there was a high probability that she herself was going to be cold, but if she didn't cooperate with her, maybe she was going to be cold right now. Gotta figure out the source of her powers. Xinyi brushed his hand over the lance and feigned straining to pull it outward. The body of the gun was warm to the touch, and the fire patterns on it continued to burst outward with power, making him feel extremely comfortable. This gun was definitely not a mundane item, and it was probably quite a bit better than his own Cloud Ming sword. I can't pull it out. Do you want some help? After half a day of feigned plucking, Xinyi looked at the woman with a sobbing face. It shouldn't be. The trolls have been soul destroyed for so long, the inferno guns would have been free a long time ago. After muttering a few words, the female voice resumed saying to Xinyi, try again with some force. Xinyi inked for a while longer and shook his head. The space fell into an awkward silence. Xinyi coughed lightly. It's not enough for you to help pull it out. Taking out a sliver of the power from Fong's use of the wind wall is also enough. The woman didn't seem too eager to talk, and dismayed. Are you stupid? If I could pull it out on my own, would I need to go through all the trouble of getting you in here? This is great. Spiritual energy is wasted and you can't save me. What bad luck? Xinyi, corner of the eye slightly trembling, said I have not smacked their own bad luck. You first complained on the face of it? Resisting the urge to count the woman's sins in detail, he continued, so your power can't be used in this space? With a listless the woman explained, I've been cursed by a troll, the owner of this remnant. The only way to regain my lost power is to leave this thorn. Oh, so that's it, then I'm relieved. Xinyi muttered to himself. What did you say? Xinyi hurriedly changed his face into a fawning smile. Nothing. I say, sister, since I can't help you either, can you let me out? I've got an old man and a cat, and a family of a dozen will starve to death if I don't go home. That bad? The woman exclaimed with some disbelief. She said dejectedly, It's been nearly 1,000 years since anyone has set foot here, and I was hoping to get you to keep me company for a while. Put, nearly 1,000 years, is that right? Demon, that is definitely a demon. Ahem, duh, sister, I'll come to see you again when I'm free in a few days. You see now. Okay, off you go, and next time you come over remember to bring a stronger guy. The female voice dripped with weariness. Of course she knew that the man in front of her would never come back after he left, but as a reasonable girl, she couldn't force people to lock up men. A bright light shot into the ghostly red space and the giant mouth overhead opened. Chapter 8 Bone Monsters. Sis, do you mean for me to get out of here? Right, but, I can't reach. God knows how desperate Chin-Yi was when he saw the 5-meter-tall maw above his head. Oh, forgot you're a scrapper. The woman said the most hurtful things in an apologetic tone. Chin-Yi's head was filled with black lines. He asked expectantly, is there another exit? The woman hesitated for a moment. Yes there is, but it's quite dangerous. It's okay, I'm super brave. Where's the exit? Well, I remember when I cut a big gash in its neck during the big battle, so look backwards. Thanks, sister. Chin-Yi was about to turn around when the woman added, but you must be careful. Don't touch the break in the troll's neck bone. Popularity will induce his hidden residual soul to revive. A little guy like you can't fight that thing. Okay, bye sis. Seeing that he got everything he wanted to know, Chin-Yi hurriedly drew his inferno lance and ran towards the troll's neck. Bye. Brat, didn't you say you couldn't pull out the flame gun? Asshole, liar, thief. The woman's roar echoed behind her, and Chin-Yi hurriedly accelerated his pace. Although he felt as if the woman wasn't bad again, he remembered the wall of wind that had nearly strangled him earlier and thought to himself, in case the gamble is wrong and she karmas me after releasing her, it's a real blood loss. Old thing, just pretend I'm not here. The roar faded away, and Chin-Yi finally found the wound at the neck that the woman had mentioned. Looking at the huge opening in front of him that was 5 meters long, he couldn't help but marvel a few times. The troll is really big and the woman is really fierce. The vicinity of the opening was covered with thick vines, and although not too much sunlight came in, you could still see the light and shadow hazily. Chin-Yi took 3 steps forward and raised his gun to poke at the thick vines. The moment the yen gun was handed out, Chin-Yi suddenly felt a swampy touch coming from his feet. He lowered his eyebrows in confusion, only to see that half of his feet had sunk into the loose dirt. Pulling out his feet, Chin-Yi's shoes between them were all covered in red, transparent like liquid, as well as a piece of dust ball that stuck to them. What the hell? Chin-Yi held back his nausea and moved to the side, suddenly remembering what the woman had reminded him earlier. Don't touch the troll's neck bone break. He had a vague bad feeling in his heart. According to the troll lying dead on its back, after thousands of years of wind, sun and rain, the neck bone should indeed be buried in the ground right. This puddle of disgusting liquid, it couldn't be some kind of troll remnant, could it? Chin-Yi looked around in a panic and didn't notice anything strange here. He steadied himself and continued to jab at the thick vines covering the exit with the tip of his gun. The Inferno Lance grade must be much better than the Cloud Ming sword. Chin-Yi felt that with its addition, his own power was much greater. He was on the verge of clearing a hole that he could drill out of, when a strange sound suddenly came from behind him. Ka! Ka! It seemed to be the sound of misaligned bones. Chin-Yi's heart was startled as he turned his head to look. There were already several white bones protruding from where he had just stood. The red liquid connects the white bones together to form an unearthly bony monster that looks a bit like a spider. Woj, it's ugly. Chin-Yi saw that the monster hadn't moved yet and hurriedly continued to expand the size of the hole. I was about to be able to drill my way out when there was a sharp clack. Clack, clack from the rear. Chin-Yi turned his head and a cold white bone had already attacked his face. He gave a quick tilt of his neck so that he wouldn't be pierced through the neck by this sharp bone spike. Fu Fong chop. Chin-Yi turned back and swung his spear, making a powerful chopping move. The lance struck the white bones that made up the monster's body, stirring up a cluster of dazzling flames. However, as with the previous attack on the beak, it didn't work. Chin-Yi's mind turned sharply and he ran back with his gun. Still, the old demon lady looked a bit more amiable. The monster seemed to have read Chin-Yi's thoughts. It also increased its speed and pounced towards him, its densely packed bony legs rapidly pouring out, more busy than a 100-footed centipede would seem to be. Pinch mama. Take a blinding blow from me. Chin-Yi had already replaced the Cloud Ming sword in his storage space in his hand. He turned back to the sword and the clouds instantly covered the monster's entire body like a cling film. However, looking at the way its bony feet were still rapidly falling backward, Chin-Yi knew that this trick was also ineffective. Sister, I've come to save you. Chin-Yi roared and ran wildly towards the cranial chamber. On the other side, the woman who was getting more and more agitated as she cursed heard the sound of Chin-Yi coming back. Humph, brat, to think he's back. She listened to the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer and couldn't help but sneer. Isn't this the little thief? How come you're willing to come back? Sheenie that is in his heart there are bitter cannot be said ah, he panted and ran to the woman in front of him. Heavy sword to hang her that bone spikes cut. Dang, a sword went down, and the bone spikes were unharmed. Silly, didn't I tell you to use a gun? Oh, sorry for the rush. Sheenie hurriedly put away the Cloud Ming sword and just raised the inferno lance in his hand. The monster had already arrived. Look out! The woman cried out in shock, and in the next second, Sheenie's abdomen had been pierced by a bone spur. Pop! The inferno lance descended just in time to touch the bone spikes, sputtering a cluster of flames. After the woman's pitch-black body came into contact with the flames, countless cracked lines instantly arose on the surface, and then the bone spikes that had pierced into her body instantly crumbled. She fell from midair and murmured a low voice. Well, after centuries of inactivity, my body is a bit out of control. Sister, please look at me. Sheenie was currently covering the wound on his abdomen, woefully dodging the bone monster's stabbing attacks. The woman sniffed and flipped her hand gently backward, and the bone monster was instantly sucked into her hand. The jagged bones shattered instantly, and all that was left in her hand was a cloud of dark red liquid. As a bright flame arose from his palm, the remnants of the demonic creature wrapped in the liquid immediately dissipated. Awesome! Sheenie praised from the bottom of his heart. It was a cool and effective move, and with the bright yellow tortoise cracks on her blackened body, it was awesome. Hey, if you hadn't run into the remnants of a troll, would you not have come back? The woman looked menacingly towards Sheenie. Sheenie's eyes, which had previously been admiring and worshipful, instantly turned into horror. It's over. She's going to get me. She's not going to do anything bad to me, is she? I'm still a virgin. God, I should have saved her earlier. Humph, just don't save me. And you want to take my inferno gun? The air in the cranial chamber suddenly chilled a few points, and Sheenie swallowed hard. Ha ha, but this girl is in a good mood right now. The grudge between the two of us is now written off. Sheenie was stunned. The old demoness is so good at talking? He crooked his body so that the wound in his abdomen wouldn't be squeezed. Ah, finally free, after all these years. I wonder if my favorite winery is still around. Crap, I still owe the proprietor of the Dawn Lion 10 taels of silver, but it seems like I can't pay him back anymore. The woman was dancing and talking to herself, unable to hide her excitement. Sheenie was suddenly not afraid. He's acting like a normal human being. With shaking hands, he took out the healing pearl from within his storage space and hung it around his neck. The detail said that wearing the precious pearl could have the ability to sustain healing, so he wasn't too worried about the wound on his abdomen. I say sister, what's your name? The atmosphere was slightly awkward, and Sheenie couldn't help but casually ask a question to break the ice. My name is, what's my name again? Chapter 9 People call me witch. As if the woman had been struck at a weak spot, her eyes under her black lacquered shell were covered in confusion. My name is, and I'm, what's my name? She screamed in a frenzy, her eyes progressively more hideous, her movements more and more frenzied, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Sheenie shrank backward in fear. He hated to slap himself at this moment. What's all this talk for a good cause? I remember everything I've experienced over the millennia, but why is my name the only thing I've forgotten? The woman's dismal roar of unwillingness, Sheenie's eardrums like a thunderclap. After a few moments, she covered her face and fell to the ground, wailing and crying. Sheenie thought to himself, it's just that he couldn't remember what his name was at once. Why is he so exaggerated? Sometimes I'm still flabbergasted when people ask me my name, let alone you who's been sealed for hundreds of years. But he didn't dare utter a word of comfort for fear of flipping another one of her switches. The woman had cried enough and finally got up again. She calmly turned her head and looked at Sheenie. I remember. People call me witch. Witch? Sheenie was stunned. This sister really wasn't human? Yes, a witch scorned by humans and hunted by demons. Sheenie was a bit confused. How can he still not please both ends? Puzzled, he asked, so are you a human or a demon? The witch lifted her head and said ruefully, do you think a human contaminated with demonic blood is still human? Of course it's a human, Sheenie returned dryly. You really think so? The witch turned around, a little surprised. As far as she could remember, ever since the people around her had learned that she had demonic blood running through her veins, they had shunned her with fear. After watching her go against the grain, the men began to curse her again with the utmost spite, spitting on her like a wild animal. No one had ever comforted and affirmed her, and no one had ever opened their arms to her. It wasn't until she left her hometown and hid her identity that she was finally able to hold her head up and live in the world. However, that hard to get rid of feeling of belonging to the human identity always stabbed her in the heart without her realizing it. Sheenie spread his hands. Of course, your soul is human, so what does it matter what your body becomes? External things are not the absolute standard by which human things are judged. You can't just meet people wearing prosthetic limbs and call them monsters. That's a bit unreasonable. He pointed to the witch's blackened body. And, There are some countries that have a similar appearance to yours, so no one would suspect now that you were tainted by demon blood to become like this. The witch was a little moved while her eyes were flooded with doubts. Words like prosthetics and country, she had never heard of them. Sheenie understood in seconds. Ah, you don't have to dwell on that, sis. Anyway, the world is very inclusive now. You can totally try to adapt. Seeing as we're destined for each other, I can get you a ticket to Africa when we get out. The witch cocked her head. Thanks, Sheenie busily said. You're welcome, let's just go out first. He pointed at the troll's skull. Sister is so powerful. Can you make a hole or I can't get out? The witch nodded. A small one. She shook her head, took the inferno gun back from Sheenie and threw it with force. Boom! The tip of the inferno lance touched the troll skeleton and instantly triggered a violent explosion before blasting a huge gaping hole in it. The gaping hole runs from the inside out and slopes down to the ground. After the inferno gun flew out, the witch opened her hand futilely, but the gun never flew back. What was going on? Her brow furrowed in utter confusion. Sheenie saw her open up the exit and immediately stood up happily. The wound on his abdomen was as thick as a thumb, but with the help of the healing pearl, it no longer hurt. Bye, sis. Sheenie excitedly moved outward, fearful for half a day, finally saw the dawn again. The corner of his coat was pulled by the witch. Can I come with you? You just said there's something called a plane ticket that will send me to a place that will accept me? A flicker of hope flashed in the witch's eyes. Sheenie was dumbfounded. He was just being polite before with no words to comfort this miserable witch. I didn't realize she was taking it seriously. He could bite the bullet and pay for the airfare, but at nearly 1,000 years old, where to get her ID was a problem. Sheenie was guilty of scouring his mind to see if there was any way he could send her to Africa. The witch's flame-bright eyes darkened when she saw his reaction. Hey I'm just kidding. I'm guilty of going to new environments. It's more comfortable to go back to where I lived before I was sealed. Sheenie was somewhat unspeakably stunned and nodded wordlessly. A gentleman's word is a promise, and he cared about it, but at this point, he found it so hard to practice it. Bringing a witch with the ability to destroy the sky and the earth into the city, in case she couldn't integrate into the modern society, in case she went berserk, wouldn't everyone suffer? Of course, he was more worried about his own well-being than he was about anyone else. It's hard not to be selfish in the face of the fear that comes with uncontrollable forces. He walked forward in silence, but the hint of loss in the witch's eyes shook him step by step. Sheenie, you don't want to enter the world. Go to swing and lie down. Isn't it for the sake of a blameless life? When you really encounter a choice that makes your heart hesitate, why do you become fearful and refuse to follow your heart? Walking over to the cave entrance opened by the witch, Sheenie finally turned his head back when he realized that his silhouette was blocking out the bright light that was filtering in. When he chooses to come to the small inland town of Laying Flat to become a freelancer, he is confronted with the ridicule of his classmates, the accusations of his relatives, and the size of his family. Yes, the many bars of responsibility in the modern world are binding him to think twice about every step he takes. Thinking about your life becomes as difficult as a young butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. The witch suffered 1,000 times more than herself. She became the one who didn't deserve to live in human society because of her undeserved fate. After years of struggling in the darkness, she figured she wouldn't give up any bright light. Sheenie turned back, draped his jacket over the witch's ebony body, and said softly, "Let's go, even if I have to drive a car to smuggle you across." "Thank you." She tightened her shirt, her eyes grateful. Sheenie laughed out loud, and his nervousness dissipated when he saw the witch's restrained movements. "Well, get out of here quick. I can still cook for you and give you a taste of what it means to be uniquely technologically and ruthlessly alive in this day and age." "Wait." The witch suddenly frowned as she twisted the bloodstains on Sheenie's jacket and asked in a trembling voice, "Are you hurt?" Chapter 10. What? I'm contaminated too? Sheenie nodded carelessly. "Well, I was just poked by that thing, but it's fine. I'm getting better fast." The witch's head shook like a rattle drum. "It's over. It's over. There's magic seed residue on the broken bones. It'll contaminate you." "Ha?" Sheenie's voice raised a few decibels as he asked sharply, "Pollution? Do you mean becoming like you? Heaven forbid he should die rather than become all pitch black. You can't go to Africa in a group with a witch." The witch shook her head worriedly. "No, the residue of the magic seed is like poison, and humans who come into contact with it will almost always die within 7 days. There are very few people like me who have survived and gained power after being tainted." Sheenie was completely dumbfounded. He slumped on his ass and counted up the details. Failure to complete the calendar mission within 10 years will result in death. Daughters who can't marry their uncle in 3 years will turn into eunuchs. Now it's good. It's contaminated. It'll be dead in 7 days. Jesus Christ, do you have to me like that? He turned his head to the witch. Is there a way to purify the residue of the magic seed? The witch shook her head apologetically. Sheenie was lost in thought and hung his eyes, his brain spinning frantically. Purification. Has it? he suddenly recalled that he had previously been given an elixir called Pure Origin Pill by the newbie gift pack, which could remove his own negative effects after taking it. Unfortunately, it had been used up while fighting the witch's compulsion to her. He opened the treasure money mall and found that a bottle of Pure Origin Pill was actually selling for 1,000 treasure money. Boy, killing a second-order chi monkey only gives 30 treasure money. How many quests do you have to complete to be able to afford it? Shinee instantly developed another ghostly feeling towards the witch. You say you want me to save you. Directly call a gust of wind to throw me down, not just. And compulsion and wind wall really add to the snake. The witch lowered her head in embarrassment and whispered, I'm sorry. Looking at the 1,000-year-old demon making a look like a child who did something wrong, Shinee could not get angry again. It's just a matter of life. Hurry up and finish the remaining 2 adventure quests. Wake up July and ask. Maybe she has a solution. If not, they would have to squeeze the witch for a wave and gather 1,000 treasure coins in 7 days. Shinee helplessly patted the witch's shoulder. Alright, let's go out first. We'll talk about the poisoning later. Oh, the witch pinched the corner of her coat, her mood a little low. The moment she got to the surface and saw the sunlight she hadn't seen in years, she was immediately elated again. The old lady is finally out. The inferno lance was stuck straight up in a large tree, and the witch reached out towards it. Nothing happened. Seeing her stay in place, Shinee asked suspiciously, what's going on? Which returned in disbelief. My power is gone. What? Just a few moments ago she had opened up a pit with a diameter of more than a meter and a length of nearly 6 meters with her own strength. How can there be no power? The witch stood still for a moment in thought, seemingly finding the crux of the matter. She darted back to the cranium room, and Shinee followed in an uncertain manner. Back in the cranial chamber the witch returned into a god of war, blowing up wherever she pointed. In a good way. It's broken. My power is imprisoned in this space. Depression surfaced on the witch's face, still underestimating the power of the troll curse. Shinee felt that his head was a bit inadequate. So, you leave this space and become normal? The witch nodded. Shinee's eyes turned. That's not quite good. Plain and simple is true. The witch pouted in exasperation. Hey, how can I abandon the power I've cultivated for hundreds of years? Moreover, the troll still has many hidden remnant souls. After I leave, this power will become unowned, and the remnant souls may revive the troll after absorbing the power. When the time comes, it will be another bloody battle. As Shinee sniffed, countless bridges of giant creatures invading human cities surfaced in his mind. No, absolutely not. Puzzled, he asked, is there any way to take this power away? The witch gazed at his slightly anxious face and hooked her chin. There is a way, but I'm going to have to ask for your help. Hey, can I help? The witch nodded. The curse only works against me, so you can be the one to bring this power out. Oh, are you sure that I won't just burst into flames after absorbing such a powerful force? Well, looking at your little body, I guess there's not even any dregs left after absorbing a little bit. Forget it then. If the trolls come back to life, so be it. I don't care. Hey, take it easy. The witch pulls back Shinee, who is turning his head to leave. I can make a contract with you, vesting these powers in you, but using my body as the container to carry them. Shinee raised his eyebrows hesitantly. A good one. Shifting flowers to wood. But are you sure this kind of operation can be successful? The witch patted her chest confidently. Of course, the power of the contract, above all else. Shinee rubbed his hands together in slight excitement. Does that mean that I can also take your power? Sure, you're the master. The witch clapped her hands a little glumly. But that's what makes it so annoying. Bound by the contract, the upper limit of my use of power is the same as yours, and I can't clamor for it. Shinee rubbed the back of his head. What do you mean? The witch rolled her eyes. OMG, you're so stupid. Assuming that the power totaled 100 copies, you can only take 1 copy due to the limitations of your own strength, then I will be limited to 1 copy due to the limitations of the contract. The power available to me only increases when your strength increases. Shinee hung his head in chagrin. Got it. Hey, what's wrong with you? The power that I regarded as precious was all given to you, and I'm not even sad about it. But you're troubled. The witch poked him in the forehead with a I advise you not to take advantage of this look on her face. Shinee could only helplessly ooh-and-ah a few times. He originally wanted to use the witch as a tool person. Having such a powerful old hag to complete the mission with you is simply a downward spiral, but now the illusion is shattered. Undeterred, he asked, can I wait until we're out of this area before I re-sign a contract with you and return the power to you? The witch wagged her head and explained. It would work in theory, but you wouldn't do it, though the covenant is supreme. There are prerequisites for its conclusion. To transgress the curse to make a covenant, you need to pay a price higher than the curse. And the troll gave me a curse at the cost of extinguishing one of my own souls. When you are stronger than the trolls, destroy your own soul and you can make a new contract to return the power to me. But humans have only one soul, and if they perish, they die. Hearing this, Shinee smiled sarcastically and waved his hand. Forget it, I'd better not return it to you. Chapter 11 Making a Contract. The witch drew a symbol in blood, painting an intricate pattern on the floor of the cranial chamber. Her blood was a pale red and blue, incompatible and distinct. Sheenie did not feel ghastly, but instead felt that the light color was more peaceful in view than the bright red blood. Half an hour later, the blood talisman was drawn. Sheenie, who was once worried that the witch had lost too much blood, was finally relieved. At the witch's command, he stepped right into the middle of the blood rune with his opponent. Hands are crossed and clasped, foreheads touching, and all 4 feet against each other. After a flash of light, the ceremony was complete. Sheenie didn't feel anything, but the witch grimaced in pain. A piece of black scum peeled off her twisted face, and Sheenie leaned back in disgust. He was now a bit confused as to whether the witch was dark because she was contaminated with demonic blood or simply because she hadn't bathed in centuries. Hey, does it hurt that much? Why don't I feel it? Sheenie looked at her for a long time without slowing down and was filled with wonder. Nonsense. You're the main contracting party in this contract. I'm the fulfillment party, and I'm the one who's subject to the soul branding, so you're definitely not hurting. The witch's mouth pouted high in anger, and a few more chunks of black scum fell off. Well, hard work. Sheenie once again felt that talking less was a good habit. Come on, I'll show you out. The witch waved the inferno gun in her hand, seemingly dissatisfied with her current power. Sheenie rushed to follow and asked the question he had been wondering about for a long time. So, the strange situation I encountered when I went down the mountain was also your doing? The witch turned her head in confusion. What weird situation? I just can't get down the hill. I can't get to the bottom no matter how I walk. Normally you can reach the foot of the mountain in 2 or 3 hours, but today you've been walking for 6 hours and you still don't know where you are. Is this because of your magic? The witch's face froze. You didn't get here by mistake? Sheenie was a bit uncertain. Wasn't I compelled by you to come here? Of course not. I can only affect the environment around a troll corpse, and I don't know any compulsion spells. The wind wall was a little joke I played on you. I didn't use any other means. Sheenie's face was only puzzled. Since it wasn't a witch, who compelled him to this place? The witch glanced back at the ground made of troll corpses, her eyes twinkling. It's okay, go ahead. You can't get off the mountain because of the ceiling boundary here. I can get you out. The witch took the lead and headed down the hill, striding. After following the witch's footsteps closely for about half an hour, the scene finally becomes normal, and the winding coiled mountain road gradually appears at the bottom of his eyes, as Sheenie relaxes and lets out a breath. Finally out of. Someone's coming. As soon as the witch pulled Sheenie, who had half stretched his lazy waist, behind a tree, she looked at the small group not far away with a tense expression. Sheenie squinted his eyes for a moment and said softly, "It should be the personnel searching for me. Don't speak." The witch covered Sheenie's mouth and whispered, "They are demon hunters. Though dressed as oddly as you are, they emanate an aura that is more than familiar to me." Sheenie's eyes glazed over. Demon hunters? Could it be a fellow traveler of Uncle? His mind raced and he probably guessed why. Since there were people in this world fighting demons on the front lines, naturally there were also people sitting in the back, clearing out the sporadic demons within the city. As for the reason why this team of demon hunters came to Qingyun Mountain at this time, Sheenie felt that it should be related to that Qi monkey. There were witnesses on the opposite side of the wire bridge when the Qi monkey exploded. In the age of information technology, there is a high probability that this peculiar scene will be photographed and transmitted to the mass media for eyeballs. It would make sense for the demon hunters to follow the clues. Sheenie looked at the witch's nervousness and said softly, "Don't worry, they are here to kill demons and won't harm us." The witch hesitated to reply. She had been hunted by demon hunters for hundreds of years, and she would always have uncontrollable palpitations when she caught a whiff of this familiar scent. Sheenie looked at her goose-stepping appearance, and for no reason gave birth to a wave of pain and compassion. "If you're afraid, then we'll quietly sneak away." After all, the witch was unable to access her power right now, and Sheenie did not dare to jump to conclusions. It's ultimately immoral to gamble with other people's lives. The witch's eyes lit up and she nodded heavily. The two left quietly. Meanwhile, the demon hunter squat 100 meters away. "Captain, the demonic aura is getting thicker in this neighborhood. It feels like it's a big guy. Should we call for backup?" One of the team members looked worriedly at the masked girl at the head of the group. She was the youngest in the entire team, but a bunch of big old men were subservient to her. Nothing else, too much strength. Even when compared to the captains of the other 12 demon hunting squads, her strength was among the top of the list of existences. The girl frowned slightly and took out a white bead from her pocket and crushed it. The beads of light overflowed and transformed into 2 beams of white and black streams of light, escaping in 2 diametrically opposite directions. The white light is pale and the black light is intense. This is the spirit detecting bead, which can detect the residual breath of demons. White light represents living demons and black light represents dead demons. Brightness represents the strength of the demon. The lighter it is, the weaker it is. The denser it is, the stronger it is. The team member who had asked the question gazed at the bead of light and scared in awe. So such a powerful aura was actually emitted by a dead demonic creature. The girl didn't answer. She pointed in the direction of the white light and spat out one word in a clear and cold manner. Chase. A group of 8 people chased after the demonic maiden and Chin-Yi at full speed in the direction they had left. Everyone didn't notice that the player at the end of the line had his pupils lax for a split second before returning to normal. I say, sister, how did you defeat the troll? According to the proportions of his cranium, the entire demonic creature should be 20 to 30 meters tall upright, right? The witch yawned. It's over 40 meters, thick-skinned, and you can't hit it anywhere without fatally wounding it. I stabbed it through the neck and churned out his brain before ending the fight. Crap! Chin-Yi had already brainstormed a thrilling battle. And how did you get nailed to the bone? The witch huffed. It has a parasitic demon inside its body that can help it transform its bone structure at will. Standing close to the troll's cranium, I was sneak attacked by the bone spikes it converted. The parasitic fiend has no breath. And I didn't even consider that it would put a parasite in its head. She stomped her foot in annoyance. Damn it, I was careless. Chin-Yi shivered. So disgusting. Isn't that right? The witch chirped up. How sick. That's just not something a normal person could pull off. Chin-Yi's face was a little embarrassed as he remembered the little July in his mind. Thanks. There's being connoted to. However, listening to your words, trolls are also humans? Chin-Yi was a bit puzzled. This. The witch spat out her tongue. Ahem. Sorry, I was sloppy with my words. She explained. Trolls are a type of shape-shifting magical creatures, mostly beastly, and this troll's transformation into human form may be a unique fetish. Chin-Yi continued. And then, where did that parasitic demonic creature go? The witch exhaled softly. The parasitic demon had little ability to fight, and was burned to flying ash by my fire. But this sneak attack of its created an opportunity for the Manhwa troll to unleash the curse, and I was cursed to be nailed to the bone spikes as a result. But, the witch looked at Chin-Yi. I now feel that the parasitic demonic creature is not dead. Perhaps it is the one that compelled you to walk into the boundary. Hey, that's not logical, is it? Why did it lure me there? Isn't it afraid I'll get you out? Witch shook her head. That's one thing I can't figure out. Before the words fell, she and Chin-Yi suddenly realized that the two of them had been surrounded by demon hunters who had sneaked up on them. Chapter 12 Encounter with a Demon Hunter. Holy, that scared me. Where did you guys come from? When Chin-Yi saw the 8 demon hunters that suddenly appeared around the two of them, he almost went berserk. Silently, like a ghost. But the odds are that anyone in uniform is not to be messed with. And he immediately changed to a smiling face when he slowed down. Brothers and sisters, we're both good people. There's no need for such saber rattling, is there? The girl in the lead took out her cell phone and compared it with Chin-Yi. It's the guy from the video. But, her eyes became playful. How did you survive a fall from 1,000 meters? Chin-Yi was dumbfounded. There's no way to explain this. You can't say you have thick skin. The girl didn't seem to have much interest in him and didn't continue the subject when she saw he had nothing to say. She turned her head to look at the witch, her voice icy. Still a humanoid demon. Are you prepared to be obedient, or fight me? The witch's eyes were cold, and she gripped the inferno lance in her hand. She was limited in the power available to her at the moment, and was no match for so many demon hunters, but abandoning her weapons was never going to happen. Well, that's very bold of you, but I was worried I had nowhere to vent. When the girl saw that the witch had no intention of surrendering, she waved her hand and an ancient-shaped tang knife fell into her hand out of thin air. The atmosphere was tense. Calm down, sisters, it's a misunderstanding. Chin-Yi was busy straddling the middle of the two and was just about to explain when the girl kicked him behind her. Without looking back, she said, he's already tainted by the residue of the demonic seed. Tie him up and bring him back to the station to be incinerated later. Yes, sir. The 2 demon hunters clamped down on Chin-Yi and tied his hands behind his back. Crap! Incineration? Chin-Yi shouted. Injustice. The next moment a ball of rags was stuffed into his mouth, and all he could do was whimper helplessly in place. Damn! This demon hunter is also too fierce and arbitrary, not even listening to people's explanations. When the witch saw that Chin-Yi had been captured, annoyance arose in her heart. She had previously been influenced by Chin-Yi's words and thought that the world had changed a lot now compared to a few hundred years ago. In hindsight, that change probably only existed in the imagination of a simple teenager. Demon hunters, still thugs who only care about status and not good or evil. Humans infested with demons also remain pollutants that need to be purified. She was disappointed. The inferno lance struck out, swiftly rushing towards the girl's face. The power that the witch could use was limited, but the fighting skills accumulated over 100,000 years had not been forgotten. Together with the addition of the flame power in the inferno lance, her current strength should be at the peak of the 2nd rank if she were to use the analogy of magical creatures equal rank. The demon hunter squad leader, a mere third order, in single combat. It's not yet known who the deer will be. Clang! The girl's tang dagger struck out, using her brute strength to stiffly isolate the witch's swift and incomparable jab. The witch moved too fast. She didn't react at first, so the blade was blocked very woefully. The inferno lance and tang blade collided. A cluster of inferno fire instantly pounced on the girl's face, and a smell of burning hair came from the air. Captain Jiang, why don't we go together? The onlookers were anxious to speak out when they saw their captain fall into a corner. No, you guys just watch. The girl retreated 2 steps back, her eyebrows English above her mask. She pulled a blade and abruptly charged forward, slashing at the witch. An inch is an inch, and if you want to beat a gunman with similar strength, you have to think of ways to step up to the plate. The witch was also well aware of the strengths and weaknesses of her weapon as she blocked and retreated, always keeping a safe distance from the girl. At this moment, Xin Yi, who was pressed to the ground, was preparing to take out the Cloud Ming sword and take the several demon hunters around him by surprise. Since a magical girl with greatly reduced strength can be indistinguishable from a demon hunter's squad leader, it's not too much to a few small caramels yourself, is it? Xin Yi carefully observed the positions of the 7 demon hunters and planned his order of strikes. Demon hunters carry guns, hot weapons. As good as the guns are, they also limit the angles they can strike from. If he was able to take out the 3 people around him the moment he took out his long sword, he would then use their bodies as meat shields against the shots. This 1v7 has a win in it. Just as Xin Yi was about to strike, a demon hunter steeply broke away from his original standing position and walked straight towards him. Xin Yi could only suppress his thumping heart as he nervously watched the oncoming guy. That demon hunter was younger, and after he walked to Xin Yi's side, he put his hand on his forehead. Manhwa, what are you doing? The demon hunter guarding Xin Yi inquired in a jarred voice, confused as to why his teammate was suddenly making strange movements. Xin Yi was also dumbfounded. Does this big brother want to try to see if I have a fever? He looked up, but right into Chen Hua's puzzled eyes. There was a darkness under his eyes that was not human. The demon hunter who had asked the question saw that Chen Hua didn't pay attention to him and waved his hand at him angrily. In the next moment, Chen Hua's other hand lifted up and pinched his neck quickly, accurately and ruthlessly. In an instant, the demon hunter's neck was crushed. Xin Yi was stunned. Brother Chen Hua, you are hot-tempered enough. People ask you a few words, you directly send people to the west? The other 6 demon hunters, who were watching the captain and the witch fight, instantly noticed something strange over here. They exclaimed, Chen Hua has demonized. And then, all of them raised their guns and shot at him. Xin Yi smartly rolled to one side ahead of time, lest he be injured by mistake. Dozens of bullets instantly shot Chen Hua into a sieve, and he planted himself softly on the ground. The captain girl who was fighting the witch a little further away was distracted by the shouting and gunfire from this side of the room, and soon had a few more puncture wounds on her body. She could only force down the doubts in her mind and concentrate on fighting the witch's increasingly harsh attack. Dead? Should be dead. After a few rounds of shooting, the 6 demon hunters looked at each other and cautiously surrounded towards Chen Hua, who had been beaten into a sieve. A bold demon hunter reached down inside, realizing that Chen Hua had no breath. His pupils were lax, filled with dark undertones. How can a good man suddenly go crazy? He's been poisoned by a demon? I don't know. The kid was at the end of the line the whole time, didn't notice him. As he was talking, one of the demon hunters suddenly felt someone grabbing his ankle, and he looked back in confusion. Grass! The demon hunter whose neck had been crushed by Chen Hua earlier was stretching his hand forward and squeezing his ankle to death. Old Zhang, you're not dead? He snapped in horror. Old Zhang was lying on his back when he fell to the ground, and when he heard his teammate ask a question, his crushed neck suddenly made a rapid 180-degree turn, and a teeth-grinding friction sound was emitted from the bone joints. His head, hard, rotated 180 degrees. The demon hunter, who had been grabbed by the ankles, saw his inhuman eyes. Lin Feng, get out of here. Old Zhang is demonized too. A few demon hunters behind him shouted anxiously, and Lin Feng finally kicked away old Zhang, who was gripping his ankles, and ran to the back of his teammates. Da 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 da. Submachine gun and assault rifle flames spewed out, mercilessly beating the old Zhang on the ground. 2. Into a hornet's nest. Lin Feng, you're fine. The voices of concerned inquiries from his teammates in front of him came to an abrupt end as Lin Feng somehow grew 4 spiky arms and plunged them straight into the hearts of his 4 teammates from behind. Chapter 13 The Woe is Me. WOJ, what the hell is this? Xin Yi hid behind a tree and watched this great drama of the demonic creature human air in shock and awe. He had long ago used the Cloud Ming sword to cut through the ropes binding him, and had wanted to sneak up on a few demon hunters, but he hadn't realized that they were already dead before he could even make a move. Only the guy called Lin Feng was left standing still, but it looked like he had also been controlled by the demonic creature. At the moment he was stacking the bodies of dead demon hunters together, standing silently on the pile of corpses not knowing what he was doing. After thinking for a second, Shinee turned around and ran. This demonic creature's methods were sinister and ruthless. Not like a lord he could take at will. The battle between the witch and the female captain continues in the distance. Shinee shouts out, "Sister Witch, stop fighting first. Quickly slip away." The witch was on the upper hand and was somewhat puzzled after hearing Chinee's words. When her afterglow saw Chinee's face in shock, she immediately understood that there was an insurmountable turn of events over there. At that moment, he did not engage in a battle, and after stabbing back the demon hunter captain with a shot, he followed Chinee and quickly ran down the mountain. Captain Kongyan looked at the two who fled and paused in place for half a second in exasperation, not pursuing any further. She had Chinee's personal information in her hands, so she wasn't worried about finding him. And now going back to check what had changed on the team member's side was the most important thing. She sulked as she walked back with her tanged sword, not having beaten the witch and making the competitive woman extremely upset. After plucking away a few wooden branches that obscured her view, she froze in place. What is this? She stared blankly at the scene 10 meters away, her eyes widening and her body unable to stop shivering. Countless bloodied bone joints tangled with each other, piecing together the 7 demon hunter bodies to form a bizarrely shaped 4-legged demonic creature. Every limb and foot is a member of her crew. The crew that made up the head and body had been twisted beyond recognition, and they were stirred together haphazardly, like a torn ball of wool, or a slapped-together clay figure. It was hard for Kongyan to describe what kind of emotion she was feeling right now. Outrageous anger, morbid fear, mixed with a desperate sadness like falling into an abyss. She felt a little breathless. She had already entered the Demon Hunting Bureau for 3 years, and the disgusting, bizarre, and evil demons she had seen were not few. So if she met this one in front of her steeply, she thought that her heart would not fluctuate too much. But at this point she knew full well that the thing that made up the demon was her teammate who had been alive and well a few minutes ago. She didn't know what kind of mood she should be in to fight this demon. Kongyan turned her head and ran. Not being able to bear to take a swing at her former teammate was one thing. The main reason was that she didn't think she could beat it. Her team members were all ordinary, but they were also the best of the human race. They have a wealth of combat skills, excellent marksmanship, and work well together. Even for second and third order demons with special means, it would be difficult to kill them all in just a few minutes. Jiang Yan guessed that the demonic creature's strength had exceeded the third rank and possessed special means of attack. Moreover, the fact that the demonic creature was using the corpses of the dead of the demon hunting squad to mold at this time meant that there was a great probability that it was a parasitic type of demonic creature. This demonic creature's body is extremely difficult to find, and once it is not handled carefully, it is likely to be used as a host. The sound of Jiang Yan running disturbed the demonic creature, and its limbs swung quickly, clawing at her with open teeth and claws. Every step the demonic creature took left a shallow bloody pit on the ground, which looked extremely creepy. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer, Jiang Yan had no choice but to take out a lavender pill from her bracelet and swallow it. The treasure that Pops had left for her was nearly half used on this one mission, making her very sore. Swallowing the elixir pill, she ran at a much faster speed that was visible to the naked eye, and instantly distanced herself from the monster by dozens of meters. She had wanted to run all the way to the bottom of the mountain by using the duration of the accelerating elixir pill, but in the process of descending down the mountain, she had a sharp eye to realize that the witch and Cheney were not far in front of her on the left. With a twinkle in her eye, Jiang Yan shifted her direction and chased after Cheney's duo in their direction. "Sister, did you feel the sound of wind coming from behind?" Cheney asked, panting. "I don't know. My 5 senses are about the same as yours right now. Maybe not as good as yours. Why don't you look back?" "Don't. I don't have the strength. It's better for you to take a look. You've been alive for almost 1,000 years. It's not a bad idea to die." "Hey, how do you talk? I've lived a long time, but I've been locked up in that abominable cranium for most of my life, and it's not easy to get out and you're cursing me to death?" "Sister, I didn't mean that." While the two were arguing over who would look back, Kang Yan had quickly crossed over the two. She smiled provocatively back at the two, and although the mask blocked most of her face, Cheney could still see gloating in her arched eyebrows. "Not right." Cheney suspiciously turned his head to see that the bull-like monster, which was less than 50 meters away from them at this point, was charging across the room. "Crap crap crap, that's the..." Cheney pulled up the hand of the magical girl and rushed forward, but he had personally seen the terror of the demonic human heir. Now that this demonic creature's approximate body has been pieced together, only the buttocks there still lacks meat. Cheney doesn't want his young body to be the last piece of the puzzle that completes its demonic body. What the hell? The witch's curiosity was piqued and she couldn't help but glance back. "Hey, this is the parasitic demon that sneaked up on me. It really didn't die." The witch angrily gripped her inferno lance tightly and slowed down her steps, as if she wanted to take revenge again. "Sister, you have to be able to beat it. Let's slip away and come back another day." Cheney's mouth did not stop and his feet did not stop. and without paying attention, his feet stepped on a marching bag. The soft little package made his feet slip and fall in an instant, and he fell solidly, and even the witch whose hand he was pulling almost had bad luck. Seeing that the demon was about to get close, the witch could only cross behind Chini and meet him with her gun. Go wait at the bottom of the mountain. I'll find you after I exterminate the parasitic demons. After the witch threw out a sentence, she swung her infernal lance and flew forward, poking at the human corpse that the demonic creature had become a head. Chini climbed up with his eyes glazed over, cursing as he threw aside the traveling bag that caused him to fall, and took out his Cloud Ming sword to rush towards the one man and one devil who had already started to fight furiously. Didn't I tell you to leave? The magician girl snapped off one of the demonic creature's limbs with a shot and roared sharply towards Chini. No wonder she was sharply angry. She had a special physique, and the parasitic magical beasts could not be transferred into her body. However, Chini was different, and being in a human body, he would most likely become the next parasitic object of the parasitic magical beasts. If it really came to that scenario, it would be difficult to kill the parasitic demonic beast without harming Chini. And at this moment, regardless of the friendship born out of the affliction, for the sake of the content of the contract alone, she also had to protect Chini. If Chini were to die, the power she had gained from her 1,000 years of painstaking cultivation would also dissipate. Geez, take it easy for a second. I know which body is the living body it's parasitizing. Chini raised his hand and slashed his sword, cutting off one of the bone spikes that had sneaked up on the witch from behind. Which one? The witch sprinted back a few steps and stood side by side with Chini. The one in the center spine position. The original owner's name is Lin Feng. Okay, I'll kill it. It's a parasitic magical beast. You mustn't have any contact with it. Chini opened his mouth and spat out the word good after holding it for half a day. He remembered that he had been touched on the head by a host controlled by a parasitic wraith, but he had not been affected in any way. But looking at the worried look on the witch's face, he decided not to show off, just in case it was luck that you didn't get infected that time. Listening to millennia-old stuff. Odds are it's right. Chapter 14 Parasitic Demon Worms. The witch and the demon were fighting in close quarters, and Chini was guarding the flanks, helping her deal with the bone spikes sneaking up behind her. The two of them have a lot of cooperation, but very tacit understanding. And, not only does the witch play with fire, she also controls the wind. Chini realizes that the breeze field generated by his skill Fufeng Chop can be utilized twice by the witch. The breeze field becomes the gale field under the witch's refill. The wind blades in the field, which were originally of average power, instantly turned into great killers, shooting into the monster like bullets, cutting the flesh and blood that made up its body to pieces. Plus the passive effect of the Cloud Ming sword blinds the demon a bit every now and then, and the witch's infernal lance burns it with another fire every now and then. One way or another, the two actually got the upper hand. The claws and teeth of the demonic creature at this time also separated a lot of flesh and bones, shrinking a circle, not to mention that the movement is also getting more and more sluggish. Chini's face rose with smugness. It seems that having a lot of stationery is an important thing, no matter if you are an honor student or an underachiever. Concentrate. The witch swept a spear to shatter one of the bone spikes that had nearly pierced Chini, and growled at him in an unconscious manner. Arrogance is the most important distraction when fighting. Sister, I was wrong. Like a trained schoolboy, Chini immediately corrected his attitude and concentrated on continuing to divide the demonic creature's flesh. The two of them cooperated more and more, and with a teammate with rich combat experience like Witch playing the lead role, in just 10 minutes, the large demonic creature was dismembered, and the 6 messy human bodies were finally reseparated. Lin Feng's skull had fused with his sternum, and when he saw that the momentum was gone, he stopped fighting and turned to run. The witch held the inferno lance in her hand. The cracked lines on her body once again overflowed with bright yellow color, and then she threw the inferno lance towards Lin Feng with all her strength. Boom! The lance flew forward at extreme speed, triggering a violent explosion the moment it struck Lin Feng's torso, blasting him almost into slag. The witch who followed the inferno lance's quick eyes cupped a piece of crumbs in her hand and wrapped it in flames. Chini followed up and asked curiously, "This piece of slag is a parasitic demon?" The witch increased the intensity of the flames, and the black slag faded instantly as a leech-like worm that kept twisting its fat body revealed itself. "It's the parasitic demon," the witch returned faintly. "It seems that it escaped with a false body in that war 100 years ago." Wow! Chini looked left and right, unable to hide the surprise in his eyes. A thumb-thin demonic worm can have such strong fighting power. How did it do that? The witch's palm closed, and the demonic insects flew away in ashes. Parasitic demonic creatures cultivate the spirit. Even for a strong demonic creature like a troll, if its spirit power is not as good as this little worm, it can only live in symbiosis with it, and less powerful creatures will have their bodies completely appropriated by it. Upon obtaining the host's body, it will use its ability to remodel bones to transform the host into a form that perfectly utilizes its abilities. Therefore, The strength exhibited by the host body under its control is much higher than the host itself. Qin nodded oh so subtly. The parasitic demon worm was the equivalent of a computer virus, and as long as it was infected, no matter how powerful the configuration of the computer was, it would be out of control. Also, the bug can be made to overclock to its fullest strength. Heat sked. Pity, it would have been a good move if we could have tamed this thing and put it to our own use. The witch curved her finger and gave him a sharp look. Don't say such evil things, okay? Qin covered his head in aggravation. Hey, what's all the fuss about? Have you never seen a person who raises parasites? Raising a parasite? What is it? Pinch mama. Dare to knock the little master's clever brain. Then I won't tell you, and I'll kill you in a hurry. Qin made a face and turned to walk away. The witch gritted her teeth and looked at him, her heart itching. She didn't understand how in a world where adult males in their 20s could still act like children sometimes. However, curiosity is the greatest weakness of human beings, and the 1,000-year-old witch still caught up with Qin on her butt. I was wrong. Tell me, will you? The witch was inquisitive. Ha, trade questions if you want to know. What do you want to ask? Well, like, how did you learn to control the power of fire and wind? Ha, don't you know how to control the wind too? Gee, that's different. I'd like to learn yours. Wow. Well, it's easy. The witch blah blah blah. Qin froze and didn't understand a single word. The way she awakened her elemental powers was too bizarre. What with being able to control fire from an injury and wind from killing a demon, it sounded even more mysterious than obtaining the system on her own. Qin smacked his lips, feeling that the witch's elemental power should be related to the demonic blood in her body. Since it's physical, there's no way to steal it. He had to end the conversation with slight disappointment. Hey, you guys, it's your turn. Seeing that Qin had no intention of complying, the witch poked him in the ribs in displeasure. Goo, itchy. Qin jumped into the grass at once. Say it or not. If not, this girl will not be polite. The witch had her teeth and claws open, and seemed very interested in having some fun. Hey, wait. Qin waved his hand at the witch and lowered his head to pick up the traveling bag that he had thrown into the grass earlier. Damn him, I'd like to see who littered and almost killed me. He opened his marching bag and was greeted by 2 tampons. He froze slightly and tossed the 2 small pages to the magician who was standing in a mortar and pestle. What's this? Why are you giving it to me? The witch pinched the bar a few times, her head filled with confusion. Don't you come on your period? What, Mom? Never mind. I'll explain it to you later. Qin continued to look through the contents of the small bag, which also contained a cell phone as well as a string of bracelets. Oh ho! Qin cheered up. Modern people would become extremely insecure without a cell phone by their side. Even if you don't get help, it's good to use as a flashlight right into the night. Qin is excited to press the lock screen button, and there is really a lock screen password, but there is no delay in pulling down to open the flashlight. The lock screen photo is of a father and daughter, and by the look of the charm on the phone, the girl would be the owner of the phone. Ouch, that's pretty. Qin locked onto the girl's playful smiling face with a single glance. The witch came over to look at it with a disdainful expression. Have you never seen a beautiful woman before? It's just an upper middle class beauty. Why are you so excited? The corner of Qin's mouth twitched, wanting to sneer at the black charcoal-faced witch, but he held back. It's just that, since you're so black, I won't have to hit you with pictures of beautiful women. Qin was just about to extinguish his cell phone screen, but suddenly felt that the middle-aged man next to the girl looked somewhat familiar. Hey, it wouldn't be any of my uncles, would it? Qin looked at the uncle's eyebrows and searched his mind for the shapes of his relatives that he hadn't seen in a few years. Unfortunately, no matches were made. Also, if any uncle had such a beautiful daughter, then I would be very impressed with him. Qin only thought that he appeared to have an inexplicable vestigial feeling, and he snapped and slipped his cell phone into his pocket. It was at this moment that a figure suddenly flashed in his mind and he froze in his movements. Holy, that looks like the uncle. Chapter 15. You guys are making a movie? What? Which uncle? The witch was very dissatisfied with Qin's startled behavior. She grabbed his ear and put on an expression of if you don't answer my question properly, I'll pull your ear off on her face. It's a long story. Qin was about to make a harumph to muddle through when the pain coming from his ears made him instantly behave. When I was fighting demons earlier, I met an older man. He died beside me and entrusted me with something. That's all. Goo, sis, let go of me. Let go of me. My ears are on fire. The witch let go of her hand and wondered, really, would there be such a coincidence? Of course, what reason would I have to lie to you? It's not like we have any stake in this. The witch nodded. Fair enough, she then asked. So what did the uncle entrust you with? And did you do it for him? Qin raised a bitter face. He asked me to marry her daughter, but didn't tell me who her daughter was, otherwise I would have done it long ago. However, Qin didn't finish saying that failing to complete the mission would result in the death of a little bird. But, marry his daughter? The witch bristled. What kind of father is this, to give away such a beautiful daughter? Hey, I say sister, I'm handsome and fierce. It's normal for people to entrust their daughters to me, right? Also, you just said that people are just above average, and now you've changed it to so pretty. What the hell were you thinking? The witch shook her head and walked ahead. It's not easy to understand. Saying that she's in the upper middle class because she doesn't enter her sister's eyes, saying that she's pretty because you're not worthy. You, Genie's teeth itched with anger, but after glancing at the glowing inferno lance in the witch's hand, he still resisted the urge to fight with her. Humph, don't talk too ugly then, he muttered in a low voice as he followed the witch. What did you say? The witch turned her head with a black face. I was going to tell you about composting. By the time the two of them stepped onto the disc road, the sun was already sinking in the west. Genie yawned. He hadn't slept all night yesterday and was busy all day today, so he was really a bit sleepy. The witch, however, was still in high spirits, and kept pointing out the novelties in her eyes and asking questions. Genie replied carelessly, just wanting to quickly find a place to sleep. It was hard to follow the disc road to the foot of the mountain, and finally there was popularity in front of us. Another 10 minutes walk to the scenic spot gate. Genie excitedly quickened his pace. Well, I can't go home, so I'll stay here for the night. I've heard that the fried chicken in Longjiang City is quite good, so I'll have to get some and try it. Genie's mind had already conjured up the Longjiang fried chicken that was fried until golden brown, covered in a thick sauce, and garnished with green peppers at the very top. Jingle bells. The cell phone is ringing. Did the owner call? Genie answered the phone with an excited face. After all, if he found the girl and then got married, a big stone in his heart could fall. Hello. Genie cleared his throat and gave a proper greeting. Did you pick up my cell phone? Please send it to the entrance of the scenic spot. I have heavy thanks. The crisp female voice was slightly anxious. Okay, just wait 10 minutes. Genie happily hung up the phone and ran towards the scenic gate. At this time, Kong Yun, who was waiting at the gate, let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the voice is unfamiliar, and it appears to have been left behind in the scenic area. After returning her cell phone to the passerby, she sat down on the stone platform under the threshold and waited up. There was one other important thing in the marching bag besides the cell phone. 10 minutes later, Genie stood in front of her. Is the cell phone yours? Genie inquired with a smile. Yes, thanks. Kong Yun looked up. Her movement to pick up the phone stalled. It's you? She quickly took out her tanged sword. A second later, the witch with the inferno lance in her hand had already killed. Genie was instantly baffled. This chick, the Demon Hunter squad leader who was going to incinerate me? God, make me marry a woman who's going to kill me. Are you sure you're not playing me? Genie was lifeless and silently backed up a few steps, leaving enough space for the two women to fight. He was tempted at this point to pull out the sleeping little July and beat the crap out of her. The swords and spears clashed and clanked, especially the witch's inferno lance, which kept exploding into flames in the shallow night, which was a sight to behold. Tourists descending the mountain had gathered around the two women near them, thinking they were in a martial arts movie. As more and more people gathered, things were going in a strange direction. This woman covered in pitch black is supposed to be the villain, right? Looks like it, but for her awesome lance, I'd pink her even if she was a villain. Shay, what's the point of having handsome moves? You still need a vase to be the main character these days. That's not true. That handsome-looking girl doesn't have any fancy weapons, but her moves are very solid, and her martial arts background is very good. Hey, there's Vision. Those who say she's a vase should have never been exposed to martial arts fighting. The crowd surrounded the witch and Kong Yun in 3 layers and savored them. Many others turned on their cell phones and started recording. As Genie sees the situation gradually getting out of control, he can only pick up Jiang Yan's cell phone and pretend to follow the video of the two fighting. The surrounding murmurs had long since reached the ears of the two women, but they had a breath in each other's heart, and no one was willing to admit defeat, so they could only fight on. Genie's heart was hung up on the yellow fried chicken and the soft big bed, and he was inspired to yell, "Ka!" The two women didn't respond. Stop! I said stop! Genie let out a loud shout. The witch finally took the lead to stop, and Jiang Yan also defensively retreated a few steps back. Break it up, break it up. Thanks for the show. We're done shooting for today's show. Genie waved his hand and said goodbye to the onlookers. Gee, lad, perform a little longer. Haven't seen enough. Yeah. What you guys are filming is much better than some dramas with fresh meat in them. It's hard to see such a hearty martial arts fight. Boy, what is the name of your play and on which platform is it showing? What do you know? Look at people filming on their cell phones. It must be a short video. Short video. Boy, I happen to know union bigwigs. Do you want to sign a MCN with us? The tourist's 7 words of retention made Genie's head spin for a while. He had no choice but to frantically thank them, and then quickly pulled up Witch and Jiang Yan and headed out of the scenic area. He damn well became a celebrity by accident. After leaving the crowd, Jiang Yan flung her hand away with a resentful face and coldly gazed at Qin Yi. Qin Yi couldn't help but dislike Jiang Yan when he saw her unkind face. What are you yanking for? You're just a demon hunter and you think you're superior? You think she and I can't beat you when we team up? Tell you what, no one would even know if they killed you and dumped your body here. This little is going to burn herself during the daytime no matter what. Not killing her is really for the sake of his old man's face. Well as the face of the system mission. The witch made a timely addition. I could have killed her alone. Ha, you try? Kang Yun's tang blade was raised upwards, and she was about to fight again. I say you demon hunters, are you all brainless? She's obviously a human. Shouldn't you judge humans and demons from the inside? Half the blood of a demon in your body is a demon. It's so ruinous, it's so unfair. Jiang Yan lifted her face to meet Qin Yi's. I hope that after your loved ones are killed by the demons, you will also be able to hold the same tolerance towards them as you do now. Chapter 16. Your father asked you to marry me. Qin Yi raised his eyebrows. Kindred, you mean your father? Jiang Yan's face was frosty as she said in a cold voice. You better know what you're talking about. Qin Yi spread his hands indifferently. Zhang Tingwu said something to me before he died. I don't know if you're interested in hearing it. Do you know who my father is? Jiang Yan took 2 steps back, her face showing wariness. What is the purpose of you luring me here? Qin Yi breathlessly tilted his mouth. Big sister, you may not think too highly of yourself, who has nothing to do idly to study you are. With this work I might as well kill a few more demons. The witch nodded her head in agreement. That's right, that's right. How dare you be arrogant even if you're in the middle or lower class? Qin Yi rolled his eyes, thinking that the witch sister we have to discuss the matter. On your appearance, or do not attack others. Kang Yun asked suspiciously. Then how did you know my father's name? Your father is the commander of the 13th Army. Checking a name isn't very simple. As for how you were able to tell that you were Kang Youngwoo's daughter, it was all by picking up this cell phone. Qin Yi tapped the lock screen to light up, and the uncle's face was grinning towards Jiang Yan in a smile. You're from the military? Jiang Yan was still full of disbelief. This statement was too much of a coincidence. No, but I fought with your father, and he told me a lot of trivia, like, where he hid his petty cash. But I'm a little disappointed in your attitude right now, and I think uncle will be too when he sees it, so I'll hold off on telling you. Kang Yan half-heartedly asked, where did he hide his small vault? Qin Yi let out a light laugh. Want to judge whether what I said is true or not? On your right thigh, about 3 centimeters from your buttocks, there is a teardrop-shaped birthmark. Below your left shoulder, near your collarbone, there is a mole. Wetting the bed as a teenager, afraid of shame, then splashing your dad's bed with water as well in an attempt to one-up him. Oh yeah, and uncle told me that he still can't figure out your brain wiring for doing this stupid thing. Your favorite food is mango, your most hated is celery, and your most. Stop it, Jiang Yan sneered. The investigation is very comprehensive, but these things can be figured out by anyone with a heart. You wouldn't think that I would believe you just because you have this information, right? Qin Yi helplessly spread his hands. Your old man has told me quite a lot of trivial things. I can't remember them all clearly, so why don't you tell me? What do you want to know? He and I are the only ones who know about his little vault, so if you can tell me where it is, I'll believe you. Harm, or do you want to know about that? Qin Yi had wanted to find Uncle's small treasury to keep it all to himself if he had the chance later. After all, from July's reaction earlier, it could be seen that there should be quite a lot of good stuff in Uncle's small vault. But Jiang Yan now says that she also knows, causing Qin Yi's good nature to come up all of a sudden. Aha, just in case you're whoring yourself out, I'll just give a generalization. Uncle hid all the treasures he spoke of in the basement of your house. As for the exact location, I'll tell you when your attitude satisfies me. Jiang Yan's mind was shaken as she gently spat out 2 words. North wall? Hey, you really know? Seeing that she had already stated the key point, Qin Yi added, behind the wall bricks at the horizontal intersection. Jiang Yan looked at Qin Yi with disbelief. Her father's small vault is indeed in the basement of the horizontal and vertical place, but he left himself a crossword puzzle. She sent it half a night before solving it. The Chaoling Zhuan acceleration Dan used in today's mission came from the vault. Moreover, it must be impossible for anyone else to know about this hidden vault. She stared at Qin Yi and asked in a shocked voice, have you really seen him? Did he tell you this himself? Qin Yi nodded. Jiang Yan suddenly reacted. No, he died in battle only yesterday, and you appeared at the scenic spot this morning. The frontline battlefield is over 2,000 kilometers from here. How did you do it? Qin Yi spread his hands. This is a secret. No comment. He tossed the phone back to Kang Yun. Alright, we're leaving. And, Qin Yi pointed at the witch. I suggest you stop hunting her. Don't chill your father's heart. Kang Yun froze, her face full of struggle. Qin Yi and the witch left slowly. Wait, did my father leave me a message? Jiang Yan stopped in front of Qin Yi, her eyes urgent. Yes, but I don't want to tell you. I'm sorry, Jiang Yan plopped down and knelt in front of Qin Yi, her eyes firm. This kneeling startled both Qin Yi and the witch. It's just a couple of words. What's the point? However, after putting his heart in the right place, Qin Yi was able to understand. After all, it was the dying words of a close relative, and anyone would want to find out. As for Jiang Yan's despicable act of bringing the devil's scourge to the east, and her brutal act of wanting to burn him, he would leave it alone for now, and settle the score with her after completing the system mission. Qin Yi shifted his emotions and used Jiang Tinghua's dying tone to say those words. Qin Yi, be sure to tell my daughter that I died for millions of people. I died with honor. I died for a good cause. It was so cool and magnificent that it made Jiang Yan's heart and mind shake. Kang Yan listened quietly. No more? Qin Yi nodded. No more. Thank you. Kang Yan lowered her eyebrows. You're welcome. We're leaving, and if we see you again, I hope you are turning out to be a good person. Try to get better in 3 years, if that's what your father wishes. Qin Yi sighed silently in his heart. You do not become more friendly, I do not dare to marry you. Cannot be married every day by you to chase and kill it. Kang Yan frowned. Am I now a bad person in my father's eyes? She meditated for a moment, but realized that Qin Yi and the witch had already walked away. Kang Yan rushed to catch up. Wait a little longer. Qin Yi turned around in wonder. Anything else? Did you pick up anything other than the cell phone? Qin Yi slapped his thighs. Yes. He glared at the witch. The witch threw the 2 tampons crumpled in her pocket to Kang Yan. Jiang Yan's small face swish a moment. Red dripping blood. No, I mean, is there anything else? Jiang Yan pointed to the storage bracelet on her wrist. Like this kind of bracelet. Oh, there is. Qin Yi rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a string of mediocre bracelets. It looks like a bulk industrial product from a $9.9 store. It was so plain and unassuming that Qin Yi automatically ignored it. Just about to hand it to Jiang Yan, Qin Yi suddenly sees her eyes full of eagerness and immediately determines that this string of bracelets may have great value. He pulled his hand back again. Kang Yan looked at him with a puzzled expression. Qin Yi heatedly smiled. You have to promise me one thing. In fact, you are also promising your father one thing. Complete this and I will return the bracelet to you. Jiang Yan hurriedly asked. Anything, as long as I can do it. Marry me. What? Jiang Yan's eyebrows crossed and her face became icy once again, which giggled as she watched from the sidelines. Qin Yi hurriedly greeted. Don't get excited. Listen to me first. Before your old man died, he insisted on marrying you to me, and I'm a tofu-hearted man, so I agreed without looking. So it always feels like there's something diabolical in my heart if I don't fulfill this last wish. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you at all. Tomorrow we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get married and divorced all in one, and everything will be fine. Kang Yan's eyes rolled slightly. Did my father really say that? Qin Yi had a righteous face. 1,000 times true. Chapter 17 smudged betting to pay for it. Good. Jiang Yan agreed painfully. I'll go and marry you tomorrow, but you have to keep your promise and return the bracelet to me. Qin Yi nodded. Of course there's no problem. He was happy in his heart. He had wanted to blackmail Jiang Yan with the dying words of her father, so that she and he would be flash married and flash divorced. On reflection, though, dying words are sad enough as it is, and it would be unethical to become a means of blackmailing people. But to say outright that another part of her old man's last words was for her to marry him made him look like a hypocrite who was taking advantage of the situation. It's good to have an extra bracelet on hand to make this doggone wedding last words/marriage quest truly a pure transaction. Woohoo! I'll be able to finish the mission tomorrow, and the reward seems to be quite a lot, so it's really enjoyable. It's just a shame that little July is still asleep and can't share it with her. Qin Yi walked forward happily, and the witch suddenly tugged at a corner of her, whispering, she's still following us. Hey! Qin Yi turned his head in confusion. Is there anything else? Kang Yan shook her head. No. And you? Aren't we going to the civil office tomorrow? So you're not coming home tonight? Aha! Qin Yi helplessly turned back and continued walking, but he always felt that there were 2 beams of gazes scrutinizing him, making him feel as if he was on the edge of his seat. Why don't you join us for dinner? It feels weird with you always following us around. Qin Yi stood in front of the fried chicken store and turned his head to look at Jiang Yan who had followed him all the way. The latter approached with a cold face, barely an answer to the invitation. The odd combination of their table of handsome men and women plus black eggs instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the pavilion. Look, it's them filming on Green Cloud Mountain. Oh, it's true. Geez, that dark actor hasn't taken off his makeup yet. What dedication. Would love to get a picture with them. Diners watch short videos and whisper about them, with several social bullies going over to greet Qin Yi's trio. The scene finally became cheerful. Diners took turns coming forward and posing with smiling faces looking for a photo with the trio. The fried chicken store is filled with laughter, and the awkward atmosphere at Qin Yi's table quickly dissipates as the enthusiastic public climbs in. There were the most people looking for Jiang Yan to take a picture with. Qin Yi was second. and there were very few people looking for the witch to take a picture with. Although the witch didn't know what the significance of smiling at a glowing square box was, she was able to deduce from the emotions of the onlookers that it was an honorable thing to do, representing the approval of others. But why does no one recognize her? She sullenly poked at the chicken in the bowl with her chopsticks, her newly opened appetite suddenly gone. Sheenie glanced at her depressed mood and leaned towards her. Whenever someone approached him for a picture, he took the witch by the shoulders and locked her into the camera as well. It's not her fault that she looks black. In case he couldn't purify himself of the remnants of the demonic seed after 7 days, and survived like a witch and became so black, he hoped he would be able to suffer less cold eyes and neglect as well. The witch hemmed and hawed in response to his kindness. The loss brought about by being ignored was far worse than being hostile, and she was completely able to accept it, except that losing to Kongyun made her a little upset. Modern people, what an aesthetic. The meal was finished with laughter. Sheen E, known to the diners as scriptwriter Chin, sat at the messy table, as steady as an old dog. Meals near scenic spots were expensive, and besides, he didn't have a cell phone. The witch, this old demoness, a picture of being uninitiated, looked at Chin E and then at Jiang Yen, not understanding why she didn't get up after eating her fill. She thought to herself, hey yo, modern eating etiquette is so strange. Do you have to wait so long after eating? Kongyun took small sips of the porridge, and although she was already pretty stretched out, she didn't dare to stop. These two grand masters, it was clear that they didn't have the money to pay the bill. It would be too embarrassing if they stopped too. After all, being treated as a powerhouse actress, she felt that her vanity had been greatly satisfied by a wave, and it was a shame to collapse her persona at this point. But Kongyun also doesn't have a single penny in her card right now, and is waiting for a good friend to transfer money to her. Ding dong. The message tone came. Jiang Yen lifesaving put down the bowl of porridge in the hands. Open the phone. A breath of confirmation of receipt. Waiter, check, she shouted crisply. After paying the bill, Kongyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked viciously at Chin E. Damnable fellow, almost making this young lady lose face. Chin E looks like I have no money. I'm a scoundrel. Ignoring her fierce gaze, on his way out, he also thoughtfully asked how the young lady of the military chief's family could be short of money, which was rewarded with an angry blank stare from Kongyun. Yawn. Finally I can sleep. Standing in front of the love fade-in, Chin E shook his neck in relief. Ha, finally a sign I can read. The witch saw the word in and felt a sense of intimacy. Chin E, however, was worried. She did not have an ID card. How should she stay in the hotel? Whatever, let's go in first. Jiang Yen booked a single room and turned her head to leave. She didn't want to be an ingrate again. Chin E slapped the mediocre bracelet on the table and said loudly to the front desk, hello, the money is not enough. Can I use this to offset it? Kongyun's walking motion stalled as she returned with gritted teeth. Chin E retracted the bracelet, smilingly pointed to the front desk and pointed to the witch. She fell in the swamp. The ID card is lost. You see, the receptionist said indifferently. One license, one room. Okay, then give us a standard room. Chin E handed out his ID card. We're out of standard rooms. Is a king room okay? The little girl at the front desk inquired salaciously. Chin E looked at the blackened witch as if it wasn't too good. No problem. Kongyun smiled wryly and agreed on behalf of the two, paying with alacrity. Heck, make me an ingrate and I'll have to come back disgusted. The corner of Chin Yi's mouth twitched as he silently lifted his pants. Here's your room card. Please be careful not to soil the bedding or you'll have to pay for it, huh? I'll try to. Chin Yi glanced at the witch, feeling that tomorrow's as-is compensation would, I'm afraid, be unavoidable. Luckily, with the ingrate MS, Kong here, it's not much of a problem. Chapter 18 Fairy Sister. Taking the elevator up to the 3rd floor, Chin Yi smiled cheaply and said goodnight to Jiang Yen. You want to be mad at me, don't you? As long as I keep smiling like you're the one who's going to get hurt. Shameless. Kongyun snorted coldly and left in a huff. Hey, your modern-day inns, other than the name resembling an inn, they don't resemble each other at all. The witch was like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden. Chin Yi's eyes rolled. So you prefer the inns of your time? The witch thought for a moment. It's hard to say. Maybe. New environments are always unsettling. Chin Yi's eyes lit up. In the old inns, were the bedpans hard? Yeah. Why? Oh, that's good. Our modern floors are hard too. Just what you need for nostalgia. The witch was stunned and looked at Chin Yi in surprise. He wants me to sleep on the floor? Is he disgusted with me? Damn it. I'm a pretty girl, but I'm the one who's disliked. Chin Yi looked at her picture of skepticism, and finally softened his heart. Never mind. I'll make do with you for one night tonight, and never again. He yawned and opened the door to his room. The room is quite large and the configuration is quite good, so I guess Kongyun is bleeding a lot. The moment Chin Yi saw the bed, the spirit has been confused up. What magical girl, what Jianyan, what July, all left behind. when you are extremely tired, you can fall asleep when you touch the bed. Ah, there's a ghost. Sheenie had just slept for a short while when he was awakened by the witch's sharp and piercing shrieks, which were followed by chattering and cracking sounds. He jumped out of bed as he copied the pillow. Ghost? Where is the ghost? Where is it? The witch rushed out of the bathroom in terror and hid behind Sheenie. It's inside that room. Sheenie shook his head to clear it a little before drawing out his Cloud Ming sword and walking towards the bathroom. Open the door and it's empty. Just mirrors broken all over the floor. Where's the ghost? He looked behind him at the witch in confusion. It was on this wall just now, and it disappeared when I punched it. Sheenie understood as he picked up a piece of the mirror and waved it in front of the witch's eyes. Are you talking about the mirror? The witch instantly lost her voice. He appeared again. So scary. Put. Sheenie laughed out loud and bent over like a shrimp. He laughed so hard he burst into tears. His stomach hurt, and he was reminded of the stupid cat that slapped the mirror in the short video. Why are you smiling? Don't you think it's scary? It's dark and moving. It's nighttime. It's creepy. The witch slapped the mirror out of Sheenie's hand with a pang of fear. Sheenie had laughed enough and finally straightened up, but when he saw the witch's blackened face, he started a second one. The witch was disturbed by his laughter and she huffed. Stop laughing. I'm going to get angry. Sheenie looked at her cheerfully and asked, 1,000-year-old witch is also afraid of ghosts. Of course, and I'm afraid of thunder. Witch justified. Ha ha, this is the first time I've seen a guy who thinks he's a ghost. Haven't you ever seen a bronze mirror? I've seen it, and the times I live in aren't that backward alright. Sheenie once again picked up a piece of mirror, pointed it at himself, and said in a tone of stifled laughter, Mirror, it's an upgraded version of a copper mirror. The witch probed suspiciously, and when she saw Sheenie's appearance emerge from the mirror, she was embarrassed. The ghost I saw, was it me? She rolled up her sleeve and saw the black lacquered shell on her arm and finally realized, the old lady wants a bath. Sheenie was rolling on the ground laughing. He couldn't help but add, I've always thought that you were turned into this ghostly appearance by demonic blood, so for the sake of your pride, I didn't dare to ask about this, but after half a day of messing around, it's actually because you haven't taken a bath for hundreds of years that you've become like this. Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry, that was really funny. Even though the witch had lived for 1,000 years in this world and was thick-skinned enough, she still felt a wave of groundless shame. I can't believe this girl has been hanging around all day with this black face. No wonder no one took a picture with me. No wonder that woman Jiang Yan sneered at me. So it was because I had a dark face. She crouched on the floor holding her head. The memories are just too painful to bear. Seeing that Sheenie was still laughing, the witch raised her lance in exasperation and pressed it against his neck as she said fiercely, You must take this matter and rot it in your heart. Sheenie held back his laughter and saluted her. Yes, sir, but in the age of the internet, it's not that easy to touch off your own social death memories. Sheenie decided that the first thing he would do when he got his new cell phone tomorrow was to save all the videos about the witch. Save it to your cell phone. Save it to a mechanical hard drive. Save it to an internet cloud drive. Anyway, keep it well. Sheenie packed up the broken mirror and grabbed a shower. If she was slow, the old grime from the witch's body would have clogged the bathroom drain. I'm afraid, after teaching the witch to use the water heater, Sheenie planted himself on the bed as soon as he could, his mouth crooked with joy. This kind of doggedly good work is rare in TV shows. Amused, he couldn't help but begin to look forward to it. Surprisingly, he said that Jiang Yan, this kind of extremely beautiful girl is just an upper middle class. The devil girl this guy. It can't be a great beauty that is pouring out of the country, right? Sheenie was sleepy and quietly waited for the mystery to be revealed. Ahem, Sheenie, do you have any extra clothes? An hour later, the witch asked in a weak voice. The sound was fogged over like a dense bathroom. Sheenie slapped his thigh and realized that he had forgotten to help her prepare a change of clothes. Glancing at his sweaty, smelly jacket, he said to himself that he'd better not be embarrassed. Why don't you put on a towel and I'll go out and get you some later? Okay, the witch stammered in response, dawdling a bit before finally stepping out. Kata, the moment the bathroom room door opens, Sheenie is all of a sudden astonished. Cheong nose, pink cheeks slightly red, thin lips such as cherry as tender, bright eyes look forward to the light, crystal jade face of the light shyness, so that she is like the first bloom of the flowers, attracting people to marvel at the reverie, such as sheep's fat like snow muscles can be broken, with such as waterfalls like the black waist-length hair not dry, living a free of the dust fairy. Goodness gracious, how in the world could there be such a stunning woman? Sheenie's eyes did not blink, and he did not even dare to breathe, lest he should destroy the fairy descending atmosphere at this time. The witch approached with small, somewhat embarrassed steps, a modern-day bath towel that doesn't even wrap around the body, making an old fart like her shy. Chapter 19 Night Talk. With four eyes facing each other, Sheenie had no reason to be flustered as he grabbed his clothes and got out of bed. Sister, I'm going to buy you clothes. After saying that, Without waiting for the witch to reply, she left the room as if she was fleeing. Phew, no luck, so no luck. Sheenie stepped downstairs at the love fade in, regretting his foolish behavior. He had thought that the witch would be a beautiful woman after she washed her lacquer shell, but he hadn't thought it would be such a stunning beauty. I've been alive for more than 20 years and I've never met anyone with this kind of face. Unpowdered is enough to stand at the top of the face and make you feel adored. Thinking about how he and the witch went from not fighting to calling themselves brothers and sisters today, Sheenie let out a sigh. That's right, go buy clothes for Sister Goddess. The time was close to midnight, but because of the viewpoint, all the nearby stores were still lit up. It's just a shame that there are no cell phone stores. Sheenie looked at the Treasure Money Mall, and said that how can you call spending money for the fairy sister? He decisively used 3 precious coins, exchanged them for 3,000, and walked into the women's clothing store with an apprehensive face. Outerwear is good to buy, although I do not know the exact size of the fairy sister, but about to buy average size clothes, should not be too bad. It's just the underwear that's a guilty pleasure. Helping a girl buy underwear or something. He had only seen this kind of bridge in movies, and it was still very embarrassing to experience it firsthand. Good thing the shopping guide lady is very enthusiastic. Don't know the size? It's okay, just take one of each. After some marketing words, Sheenie walked out of the women's clothing store with a big bag and a dizzy face. $3,000, and it's almost at the bottom. Shaking his head, Sheenie finally regained his senses once again. His grandma, she can't buy men's clothes herself for more than $2,000 a year. Women's money is so good. When he returned to his room, the witch was cowering under the covers with only her head exposed, looking at him playfully. You're back. The beds and quilts of your time are too comfortable. Her eyes were arched and her face was full of pleasure. Sis, well at least you're almost 1,000 years old, so don't look at me with those eyes that can bring the wolves in. Witch straightened up in confusion. Hey, I've been looking at you like that all day, and I haven't seen any wolves coming. And you're afraid of wolves when you can fight through demons? Simple, clueless, and adorable. You can't help but want to rub her in your arms and love her. Sheenie hurriedly ended the topic. He coughed lightly. Sister, the clothes have been bought back. I don't know if you like them. Try them on first. You can go down and change them if you're not satisfied. The witch waved her hand. Thank you. I'm not picky. It's good to have clothes to wear. Sheenie feels that his heart rate has definitely gone over 100. Gosh, how come he didn't notice that the old witch was so cute during the daytime? How are these clothes supposed to be worn? I've never seen them before. Sheenie's old face reddened. How should he popularize it with her? Or should he find Jian Yen to come over and save the day? Forget it. If I call that little over, I might have to fight again. I'd better do it myself. Sheenie finally explains to the witch the modern technology and ingenuity contained within the tiny 2 pieces of cloth and simple and colloquial words that can pass the scrutiny, causing her to blush and exclaim in astonishment. But true to form, the old guy was shy for just a moment. Sheenie had just finished speaking, and she had already jumped into action. Our youthful piggyback had to be a gentleman and turn around to prevent his nosebleed from gushing out. Hey, help me, it won't fit. The witch gently grabbed Sheenie's hair and turned his head around. Put. Sheenie saw the problem at a glance. He tilted his face and pointed to the bag next to him. Change it for another one. This one is too small. Oh, the witch rummaged around in the bag, comparing it to her own body, before finally finding one that fit better. Geez, why do you keep turning your head? It's all cleaned up and you still resent me? The witch grabbed his ear. Snap it for me. I can't reach it. Good. Sheenie is a bit vain. Where is he disliked? Is clearly the excitement threshold is too low. Do not want to lose face. He figured it would take a few more days of getting used to the witch's divine face and perfect body before he could bashfully face beauty head on. After some tossing and turning, Sheenie finally helped her put it on. It really wasn't that he was deliberately dilly-dallying. Where would a guy who had never had a girlfriend know how to wear this stuff? It was a total ad hoc fumble to learn. The witch looked at him with skeptical eyes and said suspiciously, "It's not comfortable at all. Are you lying to me? Injustice, heavenly injustice. Hurry up, tomorrow I'll buy a cell phone to play expert quotes for you. You'll know if there's any cheating you." Okay, this girl believes you for now. Go to sleep. The witch hunkered down under the covers askew, always feeling less than empowered. Sheenie went out a soft and loose t-shirt from the paper bag and said awkwardly, "When you sleep, it seems like you don't need to wear this." What? The witch threw the quilt away with a tang and pressed Sheenie on the bed. Bastard! How dare you fool me? Sister, spare your life. I just reacted. After some begging and fighting, the two finally quieted down. Looking at the yawning Sheenie, the witch came closer and said seriously, "Thank you, HM. If sister really wants to thank me, then pull my ears less. It's hard to bear after it's red." Sheenie's face was full of grief. The witch covered her mouth and snickered. "I know. When I was a child I loved to pull my father's ears like this, and he was just like you. Every time he had a look of anger and favor. It's so nostalgic. Sheenie turned off the lights, leaving only a pale yellow bedside lamp. Father? That was hundreds of years ago? The witch leaned over the bed, breaking her fingers and counting slowly. Well, it's so hard to count. It's about 800 years ago, and I've been hung up on the bones too long to count accurately. Sheenie turned towards her. So about how long were you trapped in the troll's head? 500 years. That long? Doesn't that mean that you've only been walking the world for 300 years as well? Well, what about the fact that 300 years may seem like a long time, but it's not much of a memory for me? The witch cocked her head and said in a thick, doleful voice, life, it's really boring. Ha ha, Sheenie laughed, just based on imagination. I also think that immortality is boring enough. Right. The witch moved closer to Cheenie's side. What has passed must come again afterward. After life has gone through a cycle, looking at anything feels like experiencing it, so living is also becoming more and more uninteresting. Sheenie nodded. Coming from your mouth this, I agree 100%. The witch heckled. You're obviously still a teenager with an infinitely knowable future, so it's better not to be old-fashioned and talk to me about such negative topics. Sheenie indifferently shrunk downward and lay down on the pillow, gently asking, Sister, are you sleepy? Chapter 20 Kong Yun leaves. The witch followed his lead and lay down side by side. She whispered back, not sleepy. Oh, I don't really need to sleep, but now that I've given you my power, maybe it's better to sleep every few days. Oh, and would it be possible to tell me about your experience? The witch stammered. It's all about the unpleasant past, so I'd rather not. Sheenie sidled over. People are ultimately socialized animals. No matter how closed off their lives are, it is necessary to maintain communication with friends. The witch rubbed her forehead. She had not had a friend in 800 years and had long since gotten used to being alone. For Sheenie, life is only a short 100 years, and friends can accompany each other for a lifetime. But the cost of making friends is too high for her. The memories of the 800 years she could no longer truly recall. But the first 20 years of her life up until she became a witch were as clear as yesterday. Even now that she had met Sheenie, a companion who was still willing to accept her even after knowing her identity, she always felt trepidation within her heart at the thought of parting after 100 years. It seemed to her that it was far more cost-effective to escape the emotion that was attached to that birthright than the prolonged agony that followed a brief indulgence. Go to sleep, come what may. The witch lay on her back and replied softly as if she were speaking to herself. Sheenie silently sighed and unwillingly asked, Is sister really unable to remember her own name? The witch bristled. Names are of little use to me, and it doesn't matter if I remember them or not. Sheenie propped up his head and said seriously, I don't think so. The witch grunted softly. What kind of insight can a little kid like you have? High opinions are not to be spoken of, but knowing the names of my companions is an important thing to me personally. It's kind of an acknowledgement of me, and again, it avoids some of the regrets that come with one voice. The witch thought hard for a moment and gave a shallow oh. Sheenie turned off the lamp on the bed. My name is Yin Yueching. The moment darkness fell, the witch replied softly. Every time the name was mentioned, it made her involuntarily flash back to that painful past, even to the point of madness. Fortunately, this time the mind was unusually calm and did not act out of character. Sheenie extended his hand towards her in the darkness. My name is Sheenie. Nice to meet you. Childish. Yin Yueching gently shook hands with him and fell asleep with the moonlight filtering in through the window. This guy, he made her want to get close. The morning light poured into the room, and Sheenie woke up leisurely. Yin Yueching grasped on a Sheenie like an octopus and slept as dead as a pig. Sister is truly divine. Even her sleeping face is so alluring. Sheenie was afraid that he couldn't help but kiss it and hurriedly rolled over and rolled out of bed. Yawn. It's only just come out of the sun. Sleep some more. Yin Yueching squinted her eyes, raving and pouting. My God, I can't stand it when you're pampering me like that. Sis. Sheenie rolled and rushed to the bathroom, forcing himself to calm down. This woman can't be melting the blood of a chimera, right? Her unintentional manner of speech is full of flavor. Simply a special thing. After washing his face with cool water, Sheenie dressed up and patted Yin Yueching, who was still bedridden. Good sister, get up quickly and go with me to the wedding. Yin Yueching jerked straight up. What? Who said anything about marrying you? A blush surfaced on her cheeks, and she wondered how Sheenie knew the content of her dream last night. Sheenie breathlessly knocked her little head. It's not you marrying me, it's Jiang Yin, for the sake of her father's last words. Oh, so, Yin Yueching didn't have the heart to continue sleeping either. She clumsily got dressed and sulked. Come on, even an 800-year-old witch has a wake-up call. Sheenie lightly coaxed. Sister, I'll take you to eat something delicious later. Have you ever eaten fresh flour pastry? Yin Yueching came to be interested. Fresh flour pastry? The name sounds like a delicate little pastry? Brilliant. Flour crisps are a specialty here. I'll buy you some to try before we go back. They smell great. Yes, yes, yes. I love pastries. Talking and laughing, He walked to the door of Jiang Yun's room and Qin Yi banged on the door. "Young man, lighten up. The people in this room have already checked out." The housekeeping aunt stopped Qin Yi's disturbing behavior. "Checked out?" Qin Yi was confused. "The bracelet has not yet been obtained. How to check out of the room? Is it afraid to continue to be a wrongdoer? This is bad." She slipped away. "What about my flash mob mission?" Qin Yi and Yan Yueqing hurriedly went down to the front desk. And the little sister's expression was as wonderful as seeing a ghost when she saw last night's black egg turned into an absolute beauty. "Kong Yun checked out? When did you leave?" Qin Yi asked sharply. My little sister opened the record and checked it a bit. "Well, it left at 6 this morning. Holy, this really ran away." Qin Yi had a depressed look on his face, having thought that he would be able to complete his mission today and keep his brother. Now a sudden change had occurred, making him very angry. "By the way, she left something for you guys." The little sister took out a note as well as $300. "This is what she left behind. There is also a 200 deposit, please wait." Out of Qin Yi's expectation, Jiang Yan was able to take the initiative to leave some money for him, which in turn made Qin Yi's dislike for her reduced by a tiny bit. Qin Yi unfolded the note, on which there was only a short line of scribbled words. "Urgent, save the bracelet. The end is looking for you." Qin Yi stared at the note in quiet contemplation. It seemed that this woman had encountered some kind of trouble. He vaguely felt that Kong Yun's departure had something to do with the Demon Hunting Bureau. It was indeed a bit uncharacteristic for a whole squad of demon hunters to be wiped out and the captain to not return to the Demon Hunting Bureau as soon as possible to resume his duties. "Did she leave contact info?" My little sister shook her head. "Well, we'll just have to wait for her to find me when she's done." Qin Yi put the note and the money into his pocket and slowly waited for the refund of the deposit. "I'm sorry, you broke a mirror and need to pay $100. Qin Yi nodded. There was no saying this. The little sister listened to the words over the intercom and continued. "Also, the downspout in the bathroom is clogged, so you need to deduct $100 to clean it up." "Good man." 200 deposit, deducted to the penny. Looking at Yan Yueqing's face already red to the root of her neck, Qin Yi didn't compare more and pulled her outside. Out to the door. Yan Yueqing brushed her hand over his ear and said sternly, "No laughing. It was fine if he didn't mention it, but once he mentioned it, Qin Yi was like he had been lit up with a laughing point, and he couldn't even stop." After buying a cell phone and carrying a package of flour crisps, Qin Yi then called a cab and rushed back to Wanghai City with Yan Yueqing. "Hey, in this day and age, can we have concubines?" Between waiting for the bus, Yan Yueqing chewed on a fragrant flour crisp and asked a vague question. "Concubinage?" Qin Yi took a small piece from the pastry box in her arms and swallowed it into his mouth. "What are you thinking? It's monogamous now." "Oh." Yan Yueqing tapped the pastry box with her onion-white knuckles, not knowing what she was thinking of writing. After a while, she asked undeterred, "Then if you marry Jiang Yan, won't you be unable to find another woman? To make such a sacrifice for the last wish of an unrelated person?" "Sister, I feel like you're losing out." Qin Yi drew over the pastry box and looked at her as if she were a fool. "I'm not a fool. Surely it's impossible to hang on to her flash mobbing, you know. It's getting a license with her, completing the mission and then breaking up at the speed of light." Yan Yueqing cocked her head and thought for a moment. "That is to say, that what is a marriage license is a contract. And the two of you are prepared to enter into a contract and then break it?" "Yes, but this kind of behavior is bad, but for the sake of the mission, it can't be helped." "Mission?" Yan Yueqing stared with big curious eyes. "Ahem, a deceased person's last wish is not a task for those in the present world." "So it is." Yan Yueqing barred her mouth and swallowed the last bit of fresh flour pastry in her mouth. "That's a relief." She cheerfully grabbed the pastry box in Qin Yi's hand. "Hey, how dare you snatch away the pastries that were obviously bought for me? How dare you?" Chapter 21 Encyclopedia of the Beast Language. It was nearly noon when they returned to Wanghai City, and Yan Yueqing inevitably got carsick. Qin Yi helped her open the door to her room and threw her onto the bed with a hand. She looked thin and I didn't realize she was quite heavy. Qin Yi changed his clothes and hurriedly cleaned up the dirty doghouse hastily while she was still in a state of blindness. "Want some water? Want to go to the bathroom? Want to eat good food?" Yan Yueqing flopped down on the bed, like a cat master, and kept mentioning her demands in a petulant voice. Qin Yi was sweating profusely. "Sister, don't forget you're an 800-year-old man. Is it really good to be pampered like this? Still dizzy?" Qin Yi stepped on the edge of the bed and moved the orange peel that was on the end of Yan Yueqing's nose, asking with concern. "Ah, dizzy, dizzy as hell." Yan Yueqing shook her head and rolled on the bed. Qin Yi's head was filled with black lines. "Pretending is pretending, but this is too obvious for you." He pinched the back of Yan Yueqing's neck. "In our time, little babies who lie are tortured severely." Yan Yueqing saw Qin Yi's unsuspecting expression and spat out her tongue in fear. "It's not okay not to faint anymore." "That's more or less the same." Qin Yi sat beside her and asked seriously, "What is sister's plan for the future?" Yan Yueqing's eyes bobbed around a few times. "What, how to plan? It's not like I'm familiar with this era. I can't make plans. Hiss. Sheenie said with egg pain. Sister is so beautiful. It is not suitable to go to Africa. Hey, that's not going to happen. Then is there any other place you want to go? Sheenie asked with slight anticipation. Yan Yueqing crossed her legs in wonder. Does he want me to stay or does he want to send me away? Seeing Yan Yueqing half a day did not speak, Sheenie touched his nose. If sister, can I stay here? Cars and all. It's scary. I'll die if I go out there by myself. Yan Yueqing interrupted Sheenie and looked at him pitifully. Sheenie raised his eyebrows. Open your eyes? You've been hanging around for hundreds of years with a bone spur through your chest, and a few cars can hurt you? Yan Yueqing seemed to be able to see what was going through Sheenie's mind as she argued. Don't forget that I'm giving you all of my power now, and I'm going to die as well. He. A smile appeared between Sheenie's brows as he pretended to be in a difficult situation. Of course it's good for your sister to stay here. It's just that, I'm a one-bedroom. Hey. Yan Yueqing hurriedly returned. It's fine. If you find it difficult, I can sleep on the floor outside. Besides, I eat very little and sleep very little and don't spend a lot of money. I can still tell you cute stories. I can still help you with your chores. And I can still kill demons with you. Leave me, stay me, please. Sheenie's heart melted at this spilling of Yan Yueqing's pampering. Stay hard. Even if the landlord comes to repossess the house for a few years, he's going to keep you today. Thank you, brother. Yan Yueqing's eyes curved into a crescent moon as she smiled sweetly at Sheenie. Sheenie's heart thumped as he moved his gaze away. Egu, I don't want to be moved either, but she called me brother. Once again, he suspected that Yan Yueqing had the blood of a chimera running through her body. What are we going to do now? Yan Yueqing blinked her eyes. We're taking a day off today. We'll have to get busy tomorrow. Sheenie's face reveals a look of gravity. Yan Yueqing was icy smart as she slid off the edge of the bed. Is it because you're busy with the matter of being contaminated by demonic blood? Sheenie nodded. Yes, I'll stay with you. Yan Yueqing rubbed Sheenie's hair. Don't be afraid. Even if your efforts don't work, I still have a guaranteed way. Sheenie's eyes lit up. Really? Yan Yueqing smiled charmingly. Of course, how could my sister possibly lie to you? But this approach of mine is considered a desperate move? I hope it doesn't develop to this point. Sheenie picks up Yan Yueqing and flings her around a few times. Sister is so nice. Geez, stop spinning. I'm going to get dizzy again. Really? Ha ha ha. The remaining two of Sheenie's missions have been taken. One is named Beast Language. The mission requires completing a conversation with a bear. The other is named Stealing Jade, which requires going to the home of a well-known collector in Wanhai City to steal a piece of jade. None of them seemed to be difficult, but Sheenie always felt that the content of the mission was strange. Now that he had Yan Yueqing's help, he actually preferred to go on demon hunting quests. However, after doing these two oddball quests to wake up July, Sheenie still decided to take care of them first, and then pick the demon hunting quests after the matter of him being contaminated was resolved. Sheenie leans back on the sofa and studies the complete book of beast languages that came with the quest in his mind. It was a tool book that existed in his mind, in which the languages of various animals were recorded in detail. Sheenie found the part about bears and studied it carefully. Animal language is much simpler than character language, with no complex grammar and only onomatopoeia and different intonations to convey the meaning of the language in a strategic way. For Sheenie, it wasn't difficult to learn this stuff. Without realizing it, it was near sunset, and the bored Yan Yueqing's stomach began to rumble. What the hell? Sitting motionless on the couch for hours, she flopped down on the bed, resting her cheeks as she gazed at the frozen Sheenie, wanting to call out to him to take herself to dinner but afraid of disturbing him. Bored Yan Yueqing could only cross her little feet sullenly and listen to the wall clock in the living room ticking. Sister, let's go eat. While he was lost in thought, Sheenie had already silently walked to her side. Yes. Yan Yueqing bounced up from the bed, stomped on her slippers and headed out. Sheenie scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment when he heard her letting out a miserable growl of her stomach. Sorry, I was a bit too focused just now. Yan Yueqing waved her hand. It's fine. People who concentrate on cultivation are the most handsome. Sister has a deep sense of honor. That's right, this girl's main focus is being reasonable. Ha ha ha. Sheenie couldn't help himself. Sister, let's go ahead and get you some daily necessities. You seem a little out of place in my slippers. Yan Yueqing waved her hand indifferently. Let's eat first. Dress up or something. Let's talk about it after filling up your stomach. No problem. Going out to the door, Yan Yueqing curiously asked, what kind of technique were you practicing just now? So engrossed. Sheenie returned in a mysterious manner. One of the most magical feats in the world. After acquiring it is able to cross the barrier between species, allowing you to become a rare beast whisperer in the world. Beast whisperer? Yan Yueqing rubbed her nose. Never heard of it before. Oh, then I'll show you. Sheenie pointed to a stray dog not far away and said to Yan Yueqing, I can talk to it, do you believe it? Yan Yueqing's eyes sparkled. I believe it. Chini froze. That's believable? Yeah, of course I'll believe you. Chini looked like he was choking, his face showing pain. Yan Yueqing hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with you?" Chini returned, "This blind trust of yours eclipses the moment of pretense I've laid out." Yan Yueqing laughed out loud. Alright, I don't believe you. You perform quickly. Chini hemmed and hawed. Watch and see. Chapter 22 Original Sin. Woof, 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 woof. Chini rummaged through the dog language in his mind and cobbled together a string of barks that meant, "Hello puppy dog." The passers-by in the neighborhood had sideways glances and looked at Chini with contempt. Yan Yueqing, however, laughed maniacally, not caring. When she encountered someone with a venomous gaze, she glared back fiercely on Chini's behalf. Heck, a beautiful woman is still deadly when she's angry. Chini stumbled over the dog's bark a few times before the cultivating dog finally understood that Chini was conversing with it. It instantly responded with a series of doggy woofs, seemingly intrigued by this peculiar human. During the exchange, Chini became more and more skillful, and the dog's barking gradually got better. Bark after bark added a little cheer and silliness to the twilight. Yan Yueqing laughed beside him and almost branched out. Alright, gotta go eat. Say goodbye to your little buddy first. Yan Yueqing patted Chini's back and laughed as she soared out a few tears. With a few woo-woofs, the cultivating dog left, and Chini also happily turned around. TSK, I didn't expect this dog to be so talkative. I've kept sister waiting. Yan Yueqing asked smilingly, what did you talk to it about? Chini raised his eyebrows. He's a stray dog, but he had an owner before. For the sake of freedom, and to save his dog's balls, he quietly broke free of his bonds one night when he was being walked and ran a dozen miles to this neighborhood. He also said he met the love of his life, a female corgi, in this neighborhood, but dog's sister wouldn't run away from a life of brocade, so he had to keep a lonely watch here every night. Yan Yueqing marveled, puppies actually have love? Chini said, of course, everything has a spirit. By the way, it complimented you on your beauty before it left. Really? The smile in Yan Yueqing's eyes was almost overflowing. Of course, it says that after 3 years of wandering and meeting countless bipeds, you're the most beautiful one it's ever seen, worthy of being a divine sister, possessing beauty that transcends species. Yan Yueqing turned her head arrogantly. Humph, even puppies have more vision than you. Chini spread his hands. Sister, you are now a fairy in my eyes. I apologize to you for the disrespect I showed earlier when the full picture was unknown. You are the most beautiful woman in the world. Yan Yueqing quickly ran away. I know. Don't say such shy words. Beautiful sister is hungry. Okay, this day please sister eat a good. Oh, so bracing. Yan Yueqing gently burped and looked at the remaining skewers. Although she couldn't get enough of them, her stomach could no longer hold the extra meat. Oops, it's my fault for ordering too much. She spat out her tongue in embarrassment. It was her first time at a barbecue and she wanted to try everything on the skewers, so she didn't take the effort. That's okay, pack the rest and bring it to our dog-fixing friends. Chini paid the bill and walked side by side with Yan Yueqing on the street. Your era, it's really lively. There are still many people busy at this late hour. And, all the food you have here, it's so good, you can't stop eating it. Yan Yueqing looked left and right on the street. She wanted to try out all the objects that she entered, but knowing that shopping in this era also required money, without a penny on her body, she could only suppress her craving. Sister, feel free to say whatever you want to experience. It's okay. Don't. I'm a sister. How can I spend your silver all the time? When I make money, I'll experience these flowing gadgets properly. Isn't that what money is for? And I don't mind spending it on you. No way. Oh, I can't have peace of mind if you don't mind. I've had a great day. Let's go back together and feed the puppies. She shook the bag in her hand, her eyes full of anticipation. Okay, but first we need to get you some daily necessities. More money? I'll just use yours. Don't mope. Come with me. You'll love it. Chini accompanied her from the street to the end of the street, and then strolled back to the neighborhood from the opposite side of the street. Both of their hands became full. Yan Yueqing's face was red and dripping with blood. Chini had just tried on shoes with her and helped her put them on and off without a care in the world, causing her to not slow down until now. In her mind, it seemed as if only extremely close people could touch each other's feet. For a moment she didn't know if Chini saw her as an intimate partner in this behavior or simply because of the openness of modern people. The two returned to the neighborhood and the stray repair dog was indeed waiting in front of his beloved's house in distress. Chini puts the meat skewer in front of it, and with a thankful woo-woo, returns to his rental room. After a bit of disconnection, the daily necessities belonging to Yan Yueqing were arranged neatly, and the small home finally had a bit more warmth. Chini looked at the stars outside the window, looked up and whispered, God, thank you for sending me a fairy sister roommate. I hope you'll open your grace again so that I can live. Wow, so convenient and advanced. Behind her, Yan Yueqing jumped up and down, extremely satisfied with the various ingenious daily products that greatly enhanced her quality of life. Alright sister, I'll teach you how to use it before going to bed. Now do you want to watch a movie together? Qingyi issued an invitation. I'm going on a quest tomorrow, and if it doesn't go well, I'm going to have to liver pure Sorstan for the next week, so I'm afraid this night will be the last of my leisure time. Movie? What's a movie? Yan Yueqing huddled on the sofa, feeling intensely curious about any fresh word that came out of Qingyi's mouth. Well, it's... Qingyi couldn't explain it clearly in a few words, so he had to say, why don't you look at it first, and ask questions as you look? Okay. Yan Yueqing obediently tilted next to Qingyi's shoulder. Qingyi's hand trembled a few times, pretending that he had inadvertently wrapped his arms around her. The screen showed the beautiful legend of Sicily. From the beginning until the end, Yan Yueqing didn't ask any more questions. She clenched up her fists several times, her onion-white fingers strangling purple marks, but they eventually stretched into Qingyi's large hand that held her. She didn't know if the stories on the screen were real, but there were some elements that she did empathize with. It was only at the end of the day, when Qingyi turned off the TV, that he realized that Yan Yueqing's bright eyes were already filled with tears. He said softly, "Sister, perhaps the blood of the demons is not the root cause of your hatred. Beauty is." Yan Yueqing felt a crack in the hard armor of her heart. Chapter 23 Ominous Forest. 800 years ago, Yan Yueqing was born in an ordinary farming family. Her parents had little wealth, and like all farming families, raised her on the rough food they earned through hard labor. 28 years of Yan Yueqing has fallen into a watery and beautiful, is to let the 10 miles of men in the countryside are coveted. Matchmakers almost trampled through the Yin family's threshold, but Yan Yueqing's parents were stuck in a selection dilemma. It wasn't until the wounded demons being hunted by the demon hunters entered this small mountain village, trampling down a few huts and killing a few villagers, that Yan Yueqing's parents finally didn't have to worry about their daughter's marriage. That day, not long after reaching adulthood, Yan Yueqing sat in front of her family's collapsed hut and howled in pain. His parents died, he was injured, and happiness has since left the house. Having lost the support of her parents, she is no longer likable either. Women are jealous of her beauty, all kinds of jealousy, describe her as a lone demoness. Evil men figure her beauty, want to have sex with her, but she is stained with demon blood. No one can bully her. Men fail to achieve the purpose will be like women. Verbal attacks on her in all kinds of ways. Yan Yueqing did not rebel against these injustices for the first year. Mindful of her fellow townspeople, she just stayed silent and prayed that these people would one day turn around and be kind to her. But as time went on, the crowd saw that she was blessed with superhuman abilities but still warmed up to good bullying and became even more aggressive. Until one night, a couple of guys who wanted to do something bad sneaked into her yard. Yan Yueqing finally stopped to these folks. Early the next morning, the farmers in the village who woke up early smelled a smell of blood, and only after careful investigation did they realize that less than 1/10 of the village of several hundred people had survived. Yan Yueqing, who was known as the witch, disappeared after harvesting hundreds of lives. Honest men get angry and spill blood. The survivors sighed, but at the same time, they were also glad that they hadn't bullied and abused Yan Yueqing. However, Yan Yueqing, who had fled the village, did not feel relieved. On the contrary, the way the village was slaughtered for revenge brought her greater confusion. Gradually, her mind closed up and she did not want to get in touch with people. She believes that she is the witch, that she is inherently evil, so she no longer suppressed the immense power within her. She sold her training and walked the world. Kill bandits, kill dog officials, kill demons, kill demon hunters. Whatever she felt deserved to die. All of them could not escape the inflammatory gun in her hand. It was only when she was hung on a bone during the troll battle that the name witch, which was feared by all, faded into obscurity. For 500 years of being trapped and cursed, she had been unable to live or die, and could only look at the increasingly dry cranial chamber in boredom and silent contemplation every day. A long period of reflection allowed her to see herself clearly, but lacking a sense of identity, she never had the courage to tell herself that you are not wrong, and you are not a witch, but the wrong is those who denigrate you. It was only after Qingyi, who was as bright as the dawn, appeared in her life that she finally made up her mind to break the hard shell of the witch. Okay, sis, don't cry. Qingyi ran out of tissues, but Yan Yueqing couldn't stop her tears, so Qingyi had to lend her his shoulder. Egu, sister, are you spilling all the tears you've been holding back for centuries? If I'd known I'd have carried the pot over and followed it, to see what beautiful flowers a fairy sister's tears can raise. Yan Yueqing cried almost, gently pounded Qingyi's chest. Oh, tears-watering flowers, will water the flowers to death. Oh, you fool. Aha, not necessarily. Oh, in case sister is the flower goddess. It's so annoying. Why did you take me to see this kind of movie? It's embarrassing to cry. Qingyi said indifferently. I've seen more humiliating things. It's just crying. No need to mind. Something more humiliating? Right. Sheenie touched his cell phone and opened a video. Sister, look at this guy who is so ugly that he scared himself. You. Yenyuaching Miso climbed up from Cheenie's arms, holding up a pillow to greet him. I surrender, I surrender. Sister, stop. I'll teach you how to use an electric toothbrush. Early the next morning, Sheenie climbed up from the sofa with a sore back. I should have known not to take my sister's ugly photos to stimulate her. This night, directly by the turtle dove, sleeping on the sofa is really tired. He rubbed his cockles and kicked his slippers into the bedroom. Yenyuaching was just as he thought, lying on the bed in a big shape, whistling and sleeping, retaliating with a heavy slap on her arse. Sheenie shouted, Sister is getting up. The sun is shining on her ass. Yenyuaching twisted around and said in a muffled voice, sleep for a little while longer. Sheenie's head was filled with black lines. Didn't she say she didn't need to sleep? Why did she sleep like a pig every time? Looking at the time, it was just after 6. Never mind. I'll let you sleep a little longer. Sheenie started to wash up and made some breakfast on the way. Hey sis, if you don't get up, breakfast will be finished by me alone. Sheenie carried his meal and leaned against the door. Yenyuaching's tiny agaric nose twitched, sniffing lightly. A second later, she had popped up from the bed and stood sleepily in front of Sheenie. Blah, blah, blah. Sheenie was dumbfounded as he watched her half smiling as she sent milky buns into her mouth. Looks like she still prefers eating to sleeping. After a breakfast scramble is nearly 8 o'clock. Sheenie packs up the goods. The two of them together embarked on the road to find the bear. The bear in the quest hint is in the southwest forest, which is close to the city of Wanghai and can be reached in an hour by taxi. The cab driver didn't want to take this job, but Sheenie gave a price that wasn't low, so he held back his mutterings and gritted his teeth to drive the duo to the edge of the forest. Before getting out of the car, Sheenie perceived the cab driver's nervous look and he asked in a puzzled manner, Master, what's wrong with this forest? The driver master paused and said with a slight tremor, It is said that there is a demonic presence in this forest, and several college students went into this forest last month, and have not found anything until now. Sheenie asked curiously, So what did the police say? The driver's master shook his head. The police haven't found anyone, so of course they can only say they're missing. But boy, there's something you have to believe. Sheenie let out a light oh. Unimpressed. Demons will always be the last shibboleth in a difficult situation, but in reality, the murderers behind the vast majority of unsolved crimes are actually human. Besides, even if there were really demons in this forest, he didn't bring fear, although there was no reward for killing demons now, but it was not bad purely as a practice. The driver master shook his head inside. Young man, little girl, it's hard to get a taxi here. If you guys back out now it's not too late. I can take you back to the city for free. Thank you, master, but no need. Sheenie smiled back and watched as master turned his head away. With the mission at hand, he couldn't care less about city rumors. Chapter 24. A surprise change in the forest. The southwest forest is adjacent to the second highest peak in the Great Summer Country, Mount Lodge. As a result, the foothills of the Lodge Mountains have a large boundary of broadleaf and coniferous forest ringing mixed. This complex environment with a variety of foods is a favorite habitat for brown bears. Sheenie took advantage of the fact that there was still a signal at the edge of the forest and hurriedly downloaded the map near the southwest forest. The bears in the summer, greatly likely to be active in the mountainside. Sheenie hastily drew a line, roughly determining the direction of advance. Thanks to the existence of the system space, Sheenie has already put in the convenient food prepared in advance as well as the wild survival gears in it. So if the path of searching for bears is not smooth enough, he can completely spend the night in the forest. That said, it's still fresh mountain air. Yenyuaching stood at the edge of the forest floor and took a deep breath. Then how about I build you a house in the forest in the future? Sheenie asked with a smile. Yenyuaching's head shook like a rattledrum. Don't. There's no internet here, and I'll have to go back and watch a movie when I'm done. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Sheenie looked at the cell phone that still had 80% of its power, slightly panicking. This forest, indeed, is a bit spooky. Summer should be the best season for the cicadas to sing freely, but the two had already entered the forest for more than 10 kilometers and reached the center of the southwestern forest, but they had not heard the cicadas. Even other types of wildlife are rare. Do you feel very cold? Yenyuaching clasps her hands to her chest and shrinks beside Sheenie. She wore the summer singlet she had worn when she first entered the forest, her bare skin covered in a light vapor. Sheenie gently stroked her arm. It was cool and smooth to the touch, completely missing the warmth when she first entered the forest. Why is your temperature so low? Sheenie frowned as he hurriedly took out a jacket from the system space and helped Yenyuaching put it on. The latter endured the shivering of his teeth and said softly, I'm fine, let's keep walking. Sheenie stepped in front of her and reached out to stroke her forehead. It was cold to the touch, unlike human body temperature. Xini touched his forehead in confusion and found that the temperature was normal. Did Yan Yueqing have a low-grade fever or was she affected by the weird forest? Xini looked at her worriedly. Although he knew that she didn't die easily, he couldn't help but worry about her current condition. Alright, sister is really fine. Just a bit cold. Give me the inferno gun. I'll hold it and warm it up. Yan Yueqing's voice had begun to tremble as she spoke. We're going home. Xini took her hand and turned his head back to walk. But, Yan Yueqing looked at Xini, wanting to say something. Experience told her that with her physical condition, she was no longer able to move on, but she did not want to waste Xini's time. After all, there were only 6 short days left before the remnants of the demon seed poisoned him. Xini said decisively, there is something odd about this forest. Let's come back another day. He looked at Yan Yueqing's face as white as paper and knew that he couldn't risk advancing any further. Yan Yueqing's temperature loss was too much, and in just a few dozen seconds, her body temperature had already dropped by a palpable amount. If he continued on, he didn't dare to guarantee that Yan Yueqing would freeze to death. Okay, fine. Yan Yueqing's lips twitched as she feebly spat out a few words and slowly planted herself. Sister? Xini felt that Yan Yueqing's small hands were already as cold as ice. As he supported her backward body, picked her up in his arms, and rushed towards the forest beyond with quick steps. As he gets farther and farther away from the center of the forest, Xini feels that Yan Yueqing's body temperature in his arms gradually rises, and the unconscious her slowly awakens. Phew, that scared me. Xini fell to his knees tiredly, panting heavily. Did I just pass out? Yan Yueqing looked at Xini with disbelief. Yeah, from the time you said you were cold to the time you fainted in less than 2 minutes, I was scared to death. Xini cupped her still cool cheeks with both hands and rubbed them quickly until the coolness disappeared before he breathed a sigh of relief. Why is this happening? Yan Yueqing muttered, completely unable to understand her body's reaction. Do you feel sick anywhere? Is it hard to breathe? Does your head hurt? It's okay, I don't feel anything other than cold. Xini flipped Yan Yueqing's eyelids, then looked at her tongue, then touched her forehead, and after seeing that there was nothing unusual, he finally put his heart down. That's good. Then, sister, or don't go into the forest. Xini pulled Yan Yueqing up and patted the dust on her. Sister, bear with me, there's still 8 kilometers to go before we get out of the forest. I'll drop you off at home, and then I'll come back on my own when tomorrow rolls around. Yan Yueqing looked at Xini with an apologetic face and nodded in silence. Well, don't feel bad. How about we go ahead and do the other thing tomorrow? Xini changed a candy from his storage space, gently peeled it open and put it into Yan Yueqing's mouth. Oh, you're so nice. Yan Yueqing's mouth was also sweet, and so was her heart, as a wave of unseen emotions gradually became clear. It's a warm and fuzzy feeling to be a drag and not be disliked. In fact, Yan Yueqing had felt a slight coolness when she first entered the forest, but she just thought it was the coolness brought by the summer forest breeze and did not take it to heart. It wasn't until she approached the center of the forest, when the coldness that climbed all over her body at breakneck speed became too much for her to bear, that she realized the severity of the problem. But soon, she was cold and unconscious. Glancing at Xini, who did not have any negative effects, Yan Yueqing was sure that something must exist in the center of the forest, and it was something that was specifically targeting demons. Well, do you have to come inside this forest to look for bears? Not anywhere else? Yan Yueqing followed behind Xini, unable to hide the worry in her eyes. Admittedly, Xini was not affected even when he walked to the center, but that did not mean that this forest was necessarily safe for him. Xini said helplessly, yes, as for the reason, I'll tell you when I get home. Yan Yueqing helplessly returned. Alright, the two were about to continue walking back to leave the southwest forest when a sudden change occurred in the forest. A dozen two-headed dogs with repulsive faces approached from all sides and surrounded the two. Chapter 25 The Middle Child Hiding in the Woods. What kind of demon is this? Xini got goosebumps as he looked at the repulsive-faced two-headed dog. It should be a variant of a hyena, but a demonic creature that evolved 2 heads is quite rare. Yan Yueqing took the inferno gun from Xini's hands and looked at the dog pack with some scorn. There were too many two-headed dogs, and if they attacked at the same time, there was no guarantee that the two would not be injured. Xini slowly shifted his feet and stood back to back with Yan Yueqing as he barked at the two-headed dog in his newly acquired dog language. But the two-headed dog didn't respond at all, just paced forward with a low growl and kept closing the circle. It seems that with the extra head, they have gotten rid of the dog. Sister, what should one do when encountering such a situation where the enemy is outnumbered? Panic surged within Xini's heart as he brandished the Cloudming sword. The two-headed dog's breath was extremely strong, so it was thought that its strength wasn't bad. If it was against 1 or 2 of the sporadic ones, it would still be able to be easily handled with the cooperation between him and Yan Yueqing. But when he counted them down, they were surrounded by 12 two-headed dogs, which would not be a scene that the two could handle with their current strength. It's a wonder that you don't panic when you're being stared at viciously by 24 dog heads. Yan Yueqing pressed backward, leaning tightly against Qin back as she said softly, "Actually, I've encountered many times the scene of being surrounded by demons." Qin looked delighted. "How do you even break the game?" Yan Yueqing paused for half a second and said softly, "The weak ones were all shot by me in a second, and the strong ones have not met them." Qin. At this moment, he was incomparably hating the troll that had put a curse on Yan Yueqing. Without its curse, at this moment, Yan Yueqing would have been able to utilize her full strength and become the true thigh of the duo. Qin could also observe the terrifying power of the next clearing move from the sidelines. Unfortunately, heaven forbid, at this point, the youthful version of the witch was no longer the big boss who saw everyone in seconds back then. "Sister, why don't we escape?" Qin asked in a trembling voice as he watched the two-headed dog push closer and closer. "I think I can," Yan Yueqing replied in a trembling voice. Snap. While the two were discussing which direction to break through the two-headed dog's encirclement, a clean-cut young man clapped his hands and dashed out of the dense forest. "Not bad. One is contaminated by the remnants of the demonic species, and the other is symbiotic with demonic blood. This combination of yours is really poisonous now." Qin looked at the person in front of him warily and asked suspiciously, "You are? The adjudicator of Armageddon, the forerunner of Sin City, Dr. Forgotten words." Qin's toes buckled to the ground in embarrassment as he listened to Forgotten Language's middle-aged self-introduction. "Brother, that non-mainstream thing is long gone now." Forgetting the language waved his hand. The 12 double-headed dogs quickly disappeared into the forest, and although Qin was unsure, he also lowered the Cloudming's sword in his hand. This young man named Forgotten Words looked rather like an expert. It was probably not cost-effective to fight hard, so it would be better to calmly see what his purpose was for stopping him. "Brother Forgetfulness, why don't you tell us first? What is the reason for forcing us to stay?" An intoxicated and obsessed smile suddenly appeared on Forgetfulness' face. "Of course it's research. As a doctor, doing research is my vocation, my pursuit, the meaning of my life." "You mean studying us?" Anger surfaced on Yan Yueqing's face. "Of course, but you two needn't worry. My research is all peaceful and righteous, and will never affect you negatively in any way." Forgetfulness didn't even notice the perverted expression on her face when she said that. "Why, I kind of don't trust him," Yan Yueqing whispered in Qin's ear. Qin squeezed her small hand. "I don't believe it either. Let's get ready to slip." "Good. How about it? Would the two of you please join me and visit what I've been working on for the past 3 years? Excitement flickered on Forgetfulness' face. "Yes, please lead the way." Qin feigned adoration and raised his hand. "Dry. I like your kind of friends who don't ink. Please follow me." Forgetfulness looked extremely happy as he plucked away the wooden branches with brisk footsteps and led the way in front of himself. "The two of you may be unaware that our world is in danger in this world, and a terrible scourge is coming. When the black moon emerges and everything withers, that is the day the great Dr. Forgetfulness, will strike. At that time, the world will be bowled over by my wonderful hands, and the glorious moment of the master behind the curtain will come in glory. Gosh, I can't wait just thinking about that wonderful salvation scene. What do you two think? Do you feel the heat? Why are you ignoring me? Do you guys think there's something not perfect about the salvation plan?" Forgetfulness turned her head in confusion, only to find that Qin and his duo had long since disappeared. "Why are you still running? I've been told I'm a good and zealous man of light and justice, and I can't believe I don't believe me. Unforgivable." Forgetting the language, the 12 double-headed dogs that had already hidden in various parts of the jungle quickly appeared and chased after Qin and Yan Yueqing in the direction they had fled. Half an hour later, Qin held Yan Yueqing's hand and bitterly reappeared in front of Forgetfulness. "Big brother, if I say I'm lost, do you believe me?" Qin had a sincere face. The two-headed dog driving him behind him barked frantically. "I believe it, but they don't." With a heartbroken face, Forgetfulness led the way forward, repeating what he had said before. "You two don't know anything about our world. What do you two think? Do you feel the heat?" Qin bristled. "It's more than just hot blood, it even feels lit up." Forgetfulness laughed. "Good brother, your words make me happy." He grinned and quickened his pace, even humming. Qin felt the temperature inside Yan Yueqing's body pass and finally stopped. He looked at Forgetfulness back and said, "Can I go ahead with you and let her return to the edge of the woodland to rest?" Although the two-headed dog pressing in the rear was heart-pounding, the weirdness of the center of the forest was an even greater challenge for Yan Yueqing. Forgetfulness shook her head. "No good. I would be sorry if the fairy-like beauty couldn't witness my design." Qin's eyes went cold. Since the middle child did not agree, he could only kill his way out. "But," Forgotten Words lengthened his tone, "if you can say it to my satisfaction." "No need. Take that." Chapter 26 Speed Sleeper. Sheenie was unable to deduce whether forgetting words was really in the late stages of middle-aged bipolar disorder or was deliberately teasing the two of them. But now that it was getting closer and closer to the center of the forest, it wouldn't be long before Yan Yueqing would pass out like she did just now. The two of them would be like lambs being played by the evil doctor. Instead of hoping that forgotten words wouldn't hurt them, it was better to fight to the death while there was still a chance to resist. If the surprise attack succeeded and held forgetfulness hostage, then there might be a chance to escape from the forest. After thinking clearly about the pros and cons between the flashes of lightning, Sheenie made his choice sharply. He took advantage of the fact that before Forget-Me-Not turned back, the Cloud Ming sword quickly struck out, striking Forget-Me-Not squarely in the back of his heart. After the ding sound, the cloud mist effect exerted by the Cloud Ming sword covers the entire person of forgetfulness, and Sheenie is about to use the opportunity to use the Foofing Chop, but he is surprised to see forgetfulness poof. With a sound, she kneels down. Big brother, spare your life, big brother, spare your life. This beautiful sister is not willing to come even if. Good discussion, don't do it Forgetting the language with a handful of snot and tears, the words have already taken on a sobbing tone. Sheenie was confused. You're begging for mercy? This guy is too much of a vegetable. Yan Yueqing was similarly confused. The moment Sheenie withdrew his grip on her hand, Yan Yueqing already knew what he wanted to do. She quickly swung her gun, ready to fend off the 12 two-headed dogs behind her. But to her surprise, when the two-headed dog saw forgetfulness being attacked, not only did it not come forward to protect her, but instead, it whimpered and barked a few times and took a few steps back. Yan Yueqing was puzzled when she turned around and saw that forgetfulness was already crying with a handful of snot and tears. She and Sheenie exchanged glances and burst into tears. Sense, you're pretending to be an expert. Sheenie raised his sword and knocked on forgetfulness back. Steel plate? Forgetfulness had already passed the blinding period brought about by the cloud effect. He reddened his eyes and nimbly removed the steel armor from his upper body. Afraid of being attacked by fierce beasts, specially built it myself. Sheenie glanced at it. The half-centimeter thick steel armor had already been knocked out of a small mark by his square sword. If he hadn't withdrawn his hand in time, forgetfulness was afraid that he would have already lost his life. What's with the scent on your body? I thought you were a tall man. This is simple. Burn and dry the entrails of the hunted demons and grind them into powder. Match it with lemongrass to make perfume. Spray it on your body and you can perfectly replicate the aura of an expert that is similar to that of a high-ranking demon hunter. What about the two-headed dog? How did that get out? Demonic hybridization. That's the technology I'm proud of. The technology that can save all of humanity. Sheenie waved his hand. Don't be in a hurry to brag first. With this small body of yours that is strong on the outside, how did you hunt the demons? Forgetting the language excitedly straightened up. Big brother, this is really not bragging on my part. Don't you see that my physique is not strong? But this brain of mine is top-notch. Let's just say that my method of hunting demons, from the time I came to this forest to now, it has been 3 years. I synthesized no less than 20 effective ways of hunting demons. Stop. Sheenie impatiently slapped Forgetfulness's face with his sword. No need to lay out so much. Just get to the point. Forgetting the language's passionate speech was interrupted. He looked sadly at Sheenie's sword blade and reluctantly returned. After my improvement, the most effective way of hunting demons at present is trap entrapment plus cryogenic speed sleep. If you two are interested, you can visit my magic lab. It will definitely be able to open your eyes. Forgetfulness rubbed his hands together with a fawning smile, still not giving up on the idea of leading the two to view the lab. Cryo speed sleep? Sheenie looked at Yan Yueqing and thought. Forgetfulness hurriedly explained. Big brother, it's like this. I set up trapping traps in the center of the forest, specifically to attract the wild beasts in the forest. And the magical creatures that hide in the southwestern forests are most attracted to all types of living beasts, so they will follow the beasts to the center of the forest. At this point, the speed sleeper, which unites my intelligence, emits a vibrational frequency capable of stopping the flow of blood to the demons, sending them into an instantaneous state of fainting hibernation. I, on the other hand, just need to have my good buddy, the 2/3 hellhound, carry the fainting demon into the lab, and it's a done deal. Sheenie frowned. 2/3 hellhound? What the hell kind of name is that? Forgetfulness returned a bit awkwardly. It's like this. I'm a huge admirer of Cerberus, but Cerberus is 3-headed, and I tried for a long time, but I could never breed a 3-headed dog, so I had to come up with this solution. Sheenie was speechless. This kid really is a bit of a perverted component, but he also finally figured out what the weirdness was that was affecting Yan Yueqing's body temperature, and it turned out to be this guy's laborious speed sleeper that was doing the trick. Yan Yueqing had half of the demon's blood in her body, so she would also be affected by the speed sleep machine, only to be completely hit when she walked closer to the center. Forgetfulness must have also known that a demonic creature had taken the bait before sending 2/3 of the hellhounds out to look for it, and then found himself and Yan Yueqing. Qin Yi's eyes rolled as he pointed towards Forgetfulness and pointed at Yan Yueqing. How did you know that demonic blood flows in her body? And how did you know that I was contaminated by the remnants of the demonic seed? Forgetfulness returned without a care in the world. I was a demon hunter before. Qin Yi tilted his head uncertainly. So, I'm a demon hunter. The first thing a demon hunter does when he enters the bureau is to open his lookout eyes. You don't even know this? Forgetting the language seems to be depressed by Qin Yi's reaction. He muttered. It seems like quitting the demon hunting bureau was a wise choice. Staying among that kind of stupid organization with a lot of bureaucracy and low civil recognition will make it difficult for me to achieve anything great in my life. The corner of Qin Yi's eye twitched. Could it be that pretending is the source of motivation that supports you to come to the forest to engage in demonic experiments? What an oddity. Since you know that she has demonic blood flowing in her body, and you're still threatening us to follow you to the center of the woodland, are you trying to treat her like a demon? Qin Yi's words plummeted cold. Forgetfulness was stunned. Yes, how could I have forgotten about this? He really wanted to give himself a couple of smacks. His brain was too focused on pretending to think about that. Injustice, brother. I really want to show you guys around my precious lab. There's absolutely no intention of harming you. He held up 2 fingers and said righteously, if I tell half a lie, my old mother at home will ascend to heaven in place. The corner of Yan Yueqing's mouth twitched. This person even took a poisonous oath from his own old mother. Truly a rebellious son. Alright, hurry up and turn off that ghost machine of yours. We're going to Luoqi Mountain. Qin Yi looked at the darkening sky and didn't want to waste any more time with him. Forgetting the words, he said okay as he took out a small controller from his pocket and gently pressed it. Yan Yueqing instantly felt the coolness of her body instantly dissipate, and she comfortably stretched her back. Amazing! Yan Yueqing couldn't help but marvel. Having traveled the world for hundreds of years, she had yet to see such a device that could effectively deter demons. Forgetting his mouth open in excitement, he was just about to engage in a long speech, when he suddenly remembered that Qin Yi, who was holding the sword, didn't like to listen to nonsense. He hurriedly said in a concise and condensed language, the speed sleep machine is my exclusive secret treasure. If the 2 of you are interested in it, I can explain to you in detail about the way it is made and the principle of its work. Qin Yi looked at him in bewilderment and asked in a slightly strange manner, we don't know each other, do we? Chapter 27 Laboratory. I don't recognize it. What's wrong? Forgetting the language strangely stares back at Qin Yi. If you haven't seen it, why do you put so much trust in us, and introduce us to the contents of the experiments and instruments that you regard as treasures? Any way you look at it, your behavior is a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Well, Forgotten Words scratched his head. It's like this, a great cause can never be accomplished by myself. I need the help of like-minded friends. Qin Yi said skeptically, so your original intention was to draw the 2 of us in? Forgetfulness nodded repeatedly. Precisely. When I saw that you 2 had a physique that was different from the norm and had many skills, I felt admiration, so I wanted to invite the 2 of you to join me in the great cause. Qin Yi crossed his eyebrows and said, if you admire recruitment, why are you practicing intimidation against us? Forgetting the language said with fear and trepidation, brother and sister, I just want to pretend to come. Don't they all say that Xiankai Muchan? If I don't have a few skills, you guys won't take care of me. No, I really didn't mean to aggravate either of you. Forgetting the language was snotty and tearful, like an aggrieved little sheep. Alright, in that case, I'll spare your life. Qin Yi retrieved the cloud-ringing sword. We still have things to do. Recruiting wise men and women and whatnot. You'd better hire someone else. Forgetting the language, he straightened up from the ground and shouted, Big brother, whatever you have going on, I think it has to be put aside first. If you don't hurry up and clear away the remnants of the demonic seed in your body, you will die soon. Slightly surprised, Qin Yi asked back, listening to you, you have a method of removal? Forgetting the language came over to Qin Yi's side and said in a glowing manner, of course, if Big Brother trusts me, he can follow me forward to see the results of my research. Even if it can't completely remove the remnants of the demon seed from your body, it can still significantly weaken its toxicity. Really? Yan Yueqing's face is full of surprise as she shakes Qin Yi's hand and says excitedly, let's go take a look. Qin Yi carefully scrutinized Forgetfulness and felt that this kid should not have the guts to set a trap for them, so he nodded his head in agreement. However, Qin Yi stretched out his hand towards Forgetfulness, the controller of the speed sleep machine. You have to give it to me for safekeeping for the time being. The laboratory was in the center of the forest, and if Forgotten Words quickly turned on the machine after walking into it, then Yan Yueqing's safety could not be guaranteed, and her own hands would be tied as a result. No problem. Forgetting the language painfully handed the controller to Qin Yi, then cheerfully led the way ahead. Soon after, the 3 of them arrived at the center of the southwestern forest, and as Forgetfulness tapped a few large trees regularly, the entrance to an underground chamber appeared in front of their eyes. Come on, it's down here. Forgetfulness looked excited. like a child who couldn't wait to share his invention. Qin Yi and Yan Yueqing exchanged glances and together they followed Forgetfulness down the dark and ghostly steps. The steps are not too long. Qin Yi silently counts them, and after 20 steps, as Forgetfulness gently claps his hands, his eyes brighten up. The ground room was small, probably around 100 square meters, and with a height of about 4 meters. It didn't seem cramped. The post-war ruin-style concrete walls looked dilapidated at first glance, but after careful observation Qin Yi realizes that the room is actually spotless, which is really rare. In one corner of the ground room, there was a row of simple plank beds made of bamboo joints and wooden planks, on which several young men were lying. Qin Yi raised his eyebrows in confusion, and Forgetfulness hurriedly explained, "These are the college students who were lost in the forest a few days ago. They were attacked by demons and stained with demonic residue. Their lives were saved but they have yet to wake up." College students? Qin Yi suddenly remembered what the driver master said when he entered the forest. Several college students came to the forest and disappeared. The police searched in vain. It seems that the disappearance of the group of college students is really related to the demons. Qin Yi walked over to the simple board bed and stopped to check it out. A total of 4 college students, 2 men and 2 women, are currently in a coma but are breathing evenly and not in a life-threatening condition. Qin Yi lifted the thin cloth covering their bodies and easily found their wounds located at their thighs and arms. It looked like it had been formed by the piercing of a sharp beast's fangs, and there was a black and purple abscess near the wound. Qin Yi turned his head and asked, "What was the demonic creature that injured them?" "I'll remember." Forgetfulness pulled open a secret door behind him, and a much larger area appeared in front of several people. He made his own way inside, stifling a search by stopping next to a row of shelves. "Hey, where did I put the Stygian snake? Why can't I remember?" Forgetfulness muttered. On top of the shelves, there were transparent bottles and jars of different sizes, filled with clear liquids of different colors, in which small magical creatures in a dormant state were immersed. Qin Yi looked at Forgetfulness dumbfounded. "Keeping so many demons here, aren't you afraid that they'll wake up one day and eat you?" Forgetting the language, he returned without any concern. "These demonic creatures have been injected with a dormant potion by me, forcing them into a 100-year slumber. Absolutely impossible to wake up. I have absolute confidence in my level of play." Qin Yi glanced at him. "I hope so." "Found it." Forgetting the language, he lifted a large jar filled with green water and staggered towards Qin Yi. "That's it, the Stygian serpent." Qin Yi looked toward the jar, and floating in the green water was a short snake with a pale green body, about the size of an unusual domesticated goose. The Stygian serpent was born with 2 legs and 4 wings, and was incredibly sensitive. Whether it was flying or running, the speed of an ordinary human was far from being able to match it. "Are those 4 college students unconscious because of snake venom or demonic seed residue?" Qin Yi asked. "Both. Snake venom factor predominates. I've heard that they've been missing for a month and still not dead, and that the remnants of the demon seed in their bodies were removed by you?" Forgetfulness patted his chest. "It's roughly cleared out. Unusual people who are contaminated by the residue of the demonic seed will usually die within the 7th day, but they were lucky to meet me, a wonderful doctor, and were able to stay alive." Qin Yi asked, "Then you can also deal with the remnants of the demonic seeds I'm contaminated with?" Forgetfulness nodded with slight hesitation. "There is, but it requires you to provide the body of the demon that stabbed you. As long as you are able to extract the antidote substance from within its body, then you will surely be able to get out of the deadlock." Qin Yi and Yan Yueqing looked at each other and were speechless. The guy who stabbed him was a part of the troll's residual soul, and had already been exterminated by Yan Yueqing. Seeing Qin Yi's difficulty, Forgetfulness knew that he was afraid that he would not be able to provide the demonic source for the remnants of the demonic species, and said tentatively, "However, if there is no demonic body, there may be another way at the moment." "What method?" Yan Yueqing asked anxiously. Forgetfulness turned her head to look at her and leisurely said, "This solution requires you to make a little sacrifice." "Forget it. It's okay." Qin Yi and Yan Yueqing replied at the same time. Forgetfulness looked at the two of them with egg pain, thinking that you guys should unify your opinions first. Yan Yueqing lifted her steps forward, her eyes firm. "What do you need me to give? Just say it." Chapter 28 Bear Hunt. Forgetting the language glanced at Qin Yi's gloomy face and fearfully explained, "It's actually not too big of a sacrifice. It only requires your blood. Of course, it's the part of the blood that belongs to a human being." Qin Yi pulled Yan Yueqing's hand and turned his head to leave. He whispered, "Thanks for the offer, but we don't need it." "Wait, I may not have been precise enough. It only takes a portion of human blood. A tiny reagent tube is okay. It's not like you have to drain the blood." Seeing that Qin Yi was about to leave, Forgetting the language hurriedly explained. As an avid researcher, Yan Yueqing's special physique had a huge attraction to him, and if the witch that he had managed to find with great difficulty left just like that, he would want to die. Wait, might as well trust him for once. Yan Yueqing pulled Qin Yi, her eyes filled with hope. Although she has a way to help Chini remove the remnants of the demonic seed from his body, she can only renegotiate the contract at the cost of sacrificing her own longevity, which is too great a price to pay. If Forgotten Words had any other good methods of healing Chini, she was more than willing to try some. After all, the blood will return, so there's no harm in pumping some of it. If the life expectancy is gone, you really can't get it back. When Chini saw Yan Yueqing's face full of expectation, he was actually somewhat relieved in his heart. Fong immediately refused because Forgetfulness said that he needed Yan Yueqing's human blood. Yan Yueqing was already half human and half demon at this point. If he drained the human blood, he didn't know what kind of mutation would happen that would catch people off guard. Chini had never been someone who exchanged other people's health for his own safety. Not to mention, he still had Little July, a good card that might be effective. But now that the need to forget the language will not cause harm to Yan Yueqing, Chini feels that he can give it a try, which is considered to be more than a backhand. From the several college students lying in the corner, it can be seen that this guy, forget the language, although he likes to show off, but there is still some real talent. After pondering for a moment, Chini turned his head to look at the anxious Forgetfulness. Yes, but we never owe favors for nothing either. Tell you what, whatever favor you need from us, just mention it. Forgetting the words, she immediately smiled with her eyebrows raised. He hurriedly said, No, I was at fault for today's matter, and it's a win-win thing. I can refine my research, and you may be able to use it to unlock the demonic poison, so it's just a matter of getting what you want. However, if I can really help you remove the remnants of the demonic seed from your body, I might have a small request when the time comes. Chini waved his hand. You can say it now, and it's not like it's important. It can be done anytime. Chini also no longer insisted. The time he and Yan Yueqing had delayed was no longer considered small. It was time to go find the bear in the forest. He turned instantly. Take the blood. I'll be back here in a week. Forgetting the language happily brought a syringe the thickness of an index finger, and walked towards Yan Yueqing with a hefty smile. Offended. The needle pierced into Yan Yueqing's snow-white skin, and the slight stinging pain made her grunt lightly. It didn't hurt, but this small, sharp thing like a concealed weapon made her look nervous. However, looking at Chini's calm face, Yan Yueqing did not have any other reaction. Won't you two stay with me for the night? It's almost nightfall, and the demons and beasts in this forest are going to come out in large numbers. Forgetting the words, he watched the two men leave again after drawing blood and inquired in wonder. Chini rejected his good intentions. Time is short and the task is heavy. It's not too late to rest when things are done. What's so urgent? Forgetfulness got curious. Searching for bears inhabiting the mountains. Finding a bear was not a secret matter. Chini casually informed Forgetfulness. It's been a long time, but I think I've seen a grizzly bear somewhere. Forgetfulness spread out the map of the mountains and forests and made a few gestures on it. It seems to be on this bearing, so you can go over along this line and look for it. Forgetfulness traced out an area with his finger, marking the locations of the grizzly bears he had seen. Oh, thanks a lot. Chini did not think that there is an unexpected joy. He had thought that forget the language of this guy is just a study of magical creatures. Ask him forest beasts and so on. The question is asked in vain. But now it seems that this kid is really something. You're welcome, but while the bear is not a threat to you, it seems strange to be looking for this thing in the middle of the night. What do you want? A taste of bear meat? Forgotten Words had a face that couldn't hide its inquisitiveness. Chini smiled evilly. I'm going to go chat with it. Forgetfulness' face deflated. Come on. It seems that he asked about someone's privacy. He shouldn't be so mouthy. He hastened to say, Brother Elegant, I wish you a speedy search for the bear and a safe return. Chini bristled. These days, telling the truth is really not believed. After bidding farewell to Forgotten Words, he and Yan Yueqing stepped out of the earth chamber through the night. The air in the forest is still so fresh. After marking the bear's direction on the offline map, Chini steps on the moonlight and Yan Yueqing rushes towards it side by side. After walking out for 2 kilometers, Chini turned on the remote control and woke up Forgetfulness's speed sleeper. The guy was so noobish that if he hadn't been protected by such a machine, he thought he would have been torn apart by the beasts by the time he got back to the center of the forest. After spending roughly 2 hours, Chini and Yan Yueqing easily arrived at the range circled by Forgotten Words. Midway through the journey, he had only encountered 2 small first-order demonic rabbits, which were skewered into sugar gourds with a single shot by Yan Yueqing. If it wasn't for the filthy demonic blood flowing in this rabbit's body, Chini would really want to taste what a fat hare tastes like. After some searching, Chini did not find any bear activity in the vicinity, but found a cave nestled against the mountain. If this forgetful guy didn't remember the location of the bear's haunt correctly, then there was a high probability that this cave was that grizzly bear's habitat. Chini held up his flashlight and swept inward for a few rounds, and after not finding anything strange near the cave entrance, he tiptoed inward. A thing like a bear, in terms of combat strength, although it was no match for Qin at this moment. But that didn't mean that Qin could just waltz into the bear cave. Qin's physical strength was not much stronger than an ordinary person, and he would not be able to fall apart if he was caught off guard by a blind bear sneaking a slap, so the bear hunt still can't be half-assed. Fortunately, this cave did not have any 7-turn forks or right-angled bends where one could sneak in, so Qin's advance was quite smooth. He shouted hello in bear language while moving at a turtle's pace. Yan Yueqing stood guard at his side in case this cave was inhabited not by bears but by other magical creatures. Finally, after advancing 30 meters, a rustling noise finally came from the cave. Qin's demeanor perked up as he dimmed the flashlight and shone it towards the front. Sure enough, it's a bear. But this bear is too damn big. Qin looked at the big, fluffy guy that stood up like a small mountain, almost blocking the 5-meter-high cave, and a chill ran down his spine. Chapter 29 Trials. What do you want with me, human, old bear? The giant bear stood still and inquired, showing no aggression. Perhaps it was because the human in front of him knew bear language, which made it curious, or perhaps it had no hostility towards humans in the first place, and at the moment, it was just acting in its natural color. In short, after seeing the bear's still kind attitude, Qin's hanging heart put down most of it. Bear, come to talk to you. Although Qin's shown language was used in a slightly rusty manner, it was not difficult to understand. The giant bear slapped his chest and laughed after hearing this ludicrous reason. The smile wasn't pleasant to the ears, and in Yan Yueqing's ears it was a thunderous bear howl. Your clan, as usual, is so treacherous. After the giant bear finished laughing, there was more coldness in his voice. I guess you're here for thin jade as well. Even so, you have to pass the trial. Learning bear language is a plus, but it doesn't help you take shortcuts. Qin was dumbfounded as he looked at the giant bear that was walking towards him step by step. The wall of the cave trembled when this thing took a step. He was afraid that the cave would collapse and bury himself inside. No, brother Xiong, I've never heard of the thin jade you're talking about, and I'm not here to take part in any trial, so can you control your emotions first? Let's sit down, have a nice chat for a while, and I'll pull out when we're done. Qin felt the sense of tremor growing stronger and panicked in his heart, but because the system quest beast language in his mind did not show completion, he did not want to fight with this giant bear. However, looking at the size of the bear, I guess it's not really a fight. The giant bear was unperturbed as it ended a bear roar. The trial has already begun, so if you want to chat, you might as well live first. As the giant bear stepped faster and faster, the trembling sensation of the cave became more and more intense. Run! Qin felt that things were developing in an uncontrollable direction as he hurriedly pulled Yan Yueqing's hand and frantically ran towards the outside of the cave. It's only 30 meters. You'll be out in seconds. However, time is always so fond of mocking people. And just as Qin and Yan Yueqing turned their heads, the fragile cave completely collapsed. Qin and Yan Yueqing, as well as the giant bear that was the culprit, were all buried under the mountain rocks. However, Qin and Yan Yueqing did not feel any pain on their bodies, and after opening their eyes, a white sky and earth appeared before them. Don't panic, this is a trial ground. The cave is too small to cast. The voice of the giant bear came, and as Qin sniffed and looked, he found that it was located a dozen meters in front of his right side. If I'm not mistaken, the cave should have collapsed, right? Qin inquired with a few moments of uncertainty. He was a bit uncomfortable with this game-like way of changing pictures. Of course, there is no need for the cave to continue to exist when it has already been discovered by you. The giant bear replied without a care in the world. But in that case, how do we get out? Yan Yueqing looked at the blank white world and asked in confusion. The giant bear couldn't understand and didn't bother with her. The corner of Qin's mouth twitched as he repeated Yan Yueqing's question in bear language. Pass the trial and you can go out. The giant bear looked a little impatient. Although it had from time to time developed a desire to be able to communicate with the humans participating in the trial, but at this moment when a person who could speak bear language really appeared in front of it, the old bear felt troubled instead. It's so nice not to chat, and it saves time by ending the fight without a fight. This cross-species chatting is really what it's all about. The old bear felt that it couldn't ink with this human any longer. The space it created had a time limit for its existence, and it would be a dereliction of duty on its part as a guardian if it let these two humans in front of it muddle through with delaying tactics. Battle of life and death. Take that! The giant bear dragged its huge body and ran towards Qin and Yan Yueqing like a heavy tank. The 5-meter-tall body was nothing less than a small mountain in the eyes of the two. No, bear! Qin still wants to hide his mouth for a while, but the giant bear swings his palm forward relentlessly, forcing him to only jump sideways to avoid the powerful slap. Holy, for real? Qin took out the Yen gun and Cloud Ming's sword from his storage space, and Yan Yueqing quickly got close to each other, forming the offensive and defensive formation that he had used earlier against the parasitic demonic creature. Offended. After the two dodged another palm strike from the giant bear, They each raised their guns and swung their swords towards the giant bear's body. The Cloud Ming swords once every 10 seconds cloud blinding effect caused the giant bear to scream in agony, while Yen Yueching's inferno lance also shot sparks, and soon a charred odor came from the giant bear's body surface. Although the giant bear's skin was thick and fleshy, and it was difficult to penetrate it with Qin Yi and Yen Yueching's current strength, these endless little tricks still caused it to cry out in agony. After a few rounds, although Qin Yi and the two of them did not cause any effective killings to the giant bear likewise could not do anything with these two nimble humans. It was no wonder the old bear. The Cloud Ming sword cloud effect took effect once every 10 seconds, but for a non-magical, fleshly beast like it, the impact time was up to 15 seconds. The giant bear saw two people in front of his eyes in the opening game, but after that, it was in a cloudy state, and it felt like it was about to go blind. Moreover, during the battle, Qin Yi also discovered an excellent match, his Fu Feng slash. Although it was a so-called A-rank skill, Qin Yi did not feel that it was of any use during the previous battle. It wasn't until he met Yen Yueching that he realized that the breeze field generated at the end of the chop was able to be strengthened by Yen Yueching, and now, he had unexpectedly discovered that the breeze domain had a wonderful use if it was not strengthened into a gale domain. For example, the fluttering wind blades in the breeze field touched the firelight of the inferno lance, and were able to quickly transform into fire blades that flew away in all directions, and in a very short period of time, these fire blades were able to form a prairie fire on the surface of the giant bear's body. Although these flames couldn't cause fatal damage to the giant bear either, the charred odor formed by burning the fur would cause its sense of smell to fall into disuse as well. The mighty giant bear could only wave his paw randomly, deaf and blind, and use his remaining not-so-excellent sense of hearing to find Qin Yi and Yen Yueching's location. Despicable human! The giant bear roared angrily. Before the trial started it still had pity in its heart, but at the moment there was only anger left in its chest. It vowed to find Qin Yi and the two of them and slap them to death. The two of us didn't want to fight in the first place. It's you who insisted on having some kind of trial. It's not our fault. Qin Yi's mouth said words of aggravation, but his body didn't stop, greeting the giant bear with sword after sword. The bear didn't look like a bad bear, but with the fight going on, there was no holding back. Just when Qin Yi thought that he would have to fight for 3 more days and 3 more nights before he could shatter and break the rock-solid skin of the giant bear, the white space finally shattered. Qin Yi's consciousness instantly returned to the cave, but at this time, he was no longer in the cave, but instead, he fell down and sat within a cave chamber the size of a basketball court. Hey! Qin Yi picked up Yen Yueching on the ground and looked around curiously. The cave room did not have any exit or any conspicuous furnishings. It was abrupt and bizarre, a deus ex machina to the white space of the party. Is this a fight that can't be switched scenes? Chapter 30. Sister, you don't want to be stuck here either, right? Qin Yi had reason to believe that this cave chamber was the handiwork of a giant bear, but he looked around but did not find the giant bear. Humph. It's just bullying Auntie that she can't exert her full strength right now, or else I'd directly poke a hole in this mountain. Yen Yueching's small face was filled with defiance. Baby, a good man is not a good man. Qin Yi's sentence made Yen Yueching immediately dumbfounded. She was angry and laughing as she sat in place, with the intention of giving up and not doing anything. Hey, mission accomplished. When Qin Yi opened the system attribute panel, he realized that the beast language quest had already been completed. What the hell? Obviously didn't chat much with the giant bear during the trial. How did he finish it in a blur? With the quest reward of 10 treasure coins plus 3 experience points in his account, Qin Yi only needs 2 more experience points to ascend to LV2. Confusion is confusion, and it's good that the mission was accomplished successfully. Right now, only need to successfully escape from this empty and weird ground room. The action of awakening July would be half completed. Sister, what should I do if I'm trapped in the chamber? With a living book of adventure experiences spanning 800 years by his side, Qin Yi didn't panic much. Well, generally speaking, the odds are that the cracking method of a secret room requires solving a puzzle through an organ. Qin Yi's eyes lit up. It seems that sister has attacked many secret chambers? Yen Yueching let out a light laugh. It's not much to talk about. Just 100 or 80. Just sprinkles. A reassuring smile appeared on Qin Yi's face. As expected of you, experienced, that has attacked so many secret rooms. This must not be difficult for sister either, right? Yen Yueching sniffed, her face slightly unsettled. She said in a small voice, the method I just described is a solution, but it's not a solution that belongs to me. Qin Yi seemed to understand something as he asked uncertainly, sister, you wouldn't, every time, use violence to destroy the secret room, right? Yen Yueching pursed her lips and smiled. It's still you who understands me, Qin Yi. Goddamn trolls, goddamn parasitic demons. If only my magical sister was in full bloom. Seeing that he couldn't count on the gentle-looking grumpy witch, Qin Yi had no choice but to use his brain, which had played nearly 100 games, to look for the switches of the organs that he couldn't determine whether they existed or not. he crawled slowly through the underground chamber, examining every inch of the stone surface. But, of course, found nothing. The floor of this floor room is paved with a whole block of boulders, and there is not even a single gap. So naturally, the possibility of having hidden organs is greatly reduced. Sheenie lay down on the ground in a somewhat disheveled state as he muttered, "Sister, we might be trapped here." Yan Yueching, yes. Sheenie, why are you so calm? Being stuck is the norm for me now. What's the fuss? 6. Sheenie laid down for a while, got up, took out a box of potato chips from the storage space, and crunched on them. You're eating something good. Give me a taste. Yan Yueching sniffed lightly, attracted by the scent of potato chips. Sheenie shook his head calmly. No, I can't live without eating, so I have to save my food so that I can still stay with you for longer. When Yan Yueching heard that, it made sense, and she endured her craving and laid back on the ground again. Crunch, crunch. The sound of Qingyi's chewing was extremely clear within the empty dungeon, causing Yan Yueching to become increasingly irritated. I thought you said to save your food. Why are you eating so much? Qingyi maintained his action of eating potato chips and said in a nonchalant manner, It can't be helped. I have to eat to maintain my thinking state. Damn it, I need to think too. Yan Yueching made an evil meow pounce and pressed on Qingyi. She snatched the remaining small half box of potato chips and chewed it with satisfaction. Sister, there are so many snacks you haven't eaten yet. You'd be upset if they were buried here, wouldn't you? The devil's whisper echoed in her ears, and Yan Yueching's body stiffened. Yeah, it's too much of a shame for my aunt to escape from the troll's head with great difficulty and not even have a couple of good days yet, and then to be locked up in such a dark and claustrophobic hole in the ground. With her subjective initiative instantly aroused, Yan Yueching immediately got up and checked every inch of the ground that Qingyi had examined as well as every inch of the walls that she was able to touch. Naturally, like Qingyi, there was no gain. Returning listlessly to Qingyi's side, Yan Yueching sullenly picked up the box of potato chips that was crookedly placed aside, only to find that the potato chips had already been eaten up by Qingyi. This old 6. Yan Yueching cried out with a wow sound. I could have eaten a little more than half a box, but now that bite of chips has become extinct. Ooh-hoo, I'm so pathetic. I haven't even gotten a good taste of the world's food yet and I'm locked up again. Ooh-hoo. Yan Yueching's pearly blossoms drizzled with rain as she cried with the affection of a small child. Qingyi cheerfully took out another box of potato chips from the storage compartment and waved it in front of her eyes. Didn't think so. I had more than one tube ready. Yan Yueching's crying stopped instantly as she laughed and snatched the chips from Qingyi's hand. I'm not going to play the acting game with you, so I'll take this snack as my payment, okay? Yan Yueching blinked her eyes in a quirky manner. The crying look from earlier had long since dissipated. Sister, you are truly a treasure maiden. Qingyi's eyes were filled with fondness. Yan Yueching bristled. Men in your era really do like crying and pampered girls. Qingyi shook his head. That's not true. To be able to have a face like your sister's, what with a personality that is also pleasing to the eye. Ha, just love it when you compliment me. Hard. Yan Yueching lightly tasted a few bites of the chips before handing it back to Qingyi. What? You don't like the flavor? I have others. No. Yan Yueching shook her head. I just want you to stay with me for a while longer. Qingyi was stunned. He had just said such words purely to tease Yan Yueching, and had not made any plans to be trapped here for the rest of his life. Moreover, there were still remnants of the demonic seed inside his body, so if he couldn't get out, he wouldn't have a way to live. But I didn't expect Yan Yueching to act as if she cared about the words. Her words were sad and sincere. I don't want to experience loneliness again. Yan Yueching squeezed to Qingyi's side and knocked her head on his shoulder. Her brows were mournful. Don't worry, we'll get out. Qingyi gazed fixedly at her fairy-like face, his voice steady and down to earth. He didn't believe that the trial would come to an abrupt end. There must be something waiting for them in this space, or rather, it had yet to be discovered by them. Yan Yueching looked at the man in front of her with infatuation. The witch who had drifted in the world for 800 years finally had a shoulder to rely on. She tilted her face and slowly approached Qingyi. Her thin lips gently kissed. Aha! Qingyi's mind suddenly went white, just as his mind was frantically overcharged. Wanting to raise his hand to cup Yan Yueching's cheeks and refine some raw kissing techniques with her, something strange happened inside the cave. Chapter 31 Forgetful Language Captive. A cluster of shining silver-white light was suddenly born in the middle of the cave chamber. And then, after an earthquake-like shaking, the giant bear finally leapt out of the light. Yan Yueching immediately rises up with her gun, and Qingyi smacks his lips, unable to finish taking out the Yunming sword once again. You dog bear, disturbing my sweet kiss, I'll have to roast you this time. Qingyi stared angrily at the giant bear, poised to strike. The trial is over, challenger. The giant bear's furred face was black and scorched as it pulled its mouth to signal a truce to Qingyi. That's the end of it? Qingyi would look at it in disbelief. It was clear that he and Yan Yueching had not found any organs just now. It ended back when the illusion shattered. Only I was busy and didn't make it here in the first place. As the giant bear spoke, another wave of anger surfaced on the bear's face, but it forced itself to suppress it. As a guardian, one could not strike out at a warrior who had passed the trials, despite the warrior's brazen tactics. What are you busy doing? Shin-Yi was afraid that this bear had gone off to engage in underhanded tricks by taking the time to disappear, and inquired uneasily, "What do you say?" The giant bear dusted his body of clumped bear fur and his eyelids fluttered wildly. Shin-Yi looked at its burnt and disfigured body and realized, "Oh, so." Shin-Yi ignored its eyes that were about to strike and continued to ask, "Then how can we get out?" The giant bear pivoted toward the ground. "Remove the thin jade in the center and a pathway will appear." Shin-Yi walked to the center of the earth chamber, his hand caressing half of the small jade pendant hidden in the white light. With a gentle pull, the white light disappeared, and thin jade lay in his hand. The old bear said with emotion, "It's been 100 years, and you guys are the only successful challengers, but it's good. My mission, old bear, is finally over." It straightened its bare body and slowly walked towards the passageway that appeared on one side of the cave. "Brother bear, why is this jade only half?" Shin-Yi looked at the tiny half of the thin jade in his hand and was filled with doubt. "I don't know. I'm just a guard of this jade. I don't know much more information about it than you guys." The giant bear walked forward without looking back. It was thinking about the little female bear that had accompanied it for 2 years. Because of the trial, the previous cave had collapsed, and the little female bear was afraid that it would be difficult to find the new entrance. But fortunately, it had gained its freedom and could go out to look for it on its own. "This way. Thanks a lot, bear." Shin-Yi watched the giant bear go far away as he and Yan Yuqing exchanged glances and also took advantage of the access road to head out. It turned out to be a good one, even though it was a trial for nothing. Not only did he successfully complete the beast language quest, but he also accidentally got half a piece of thin jade with no idea what it could do. And to top it all off, a kiss from the fairy sister. Shin-Yi licked his tongue and turned his head to look at Yan Yuqing, whose face turned blood red the moment her eyes touched his. With an unspoken wave of shyness and anticipation, the two trotted out of the cave. Out of Shin-Yi's expectation, when he entered the cave, it was still the first half of the night, but at this time, the world outside had already reached early morning. Time passes in the cave at least twice as fast as real time. Shin-Yi muttered a few words in a puzzled manner and walked arm in arm with Yan Yuqing towards the center of the forest. As for holding her hand, she wasn't coveting the warmth of her sister's fingertips, she was just trying to make sure she hadn't stepped into the influence of the speed sleeper in time. "I also don't know if this kid, forgetting the language, has researched any results after a night." When the sun rose, the two of them smoothly returned to the center of the forest, and strangely enough, Yan Yuqing did not feel a drop in body temperature, as if the speed sleeper had been turned off. "What's going on?" Shin-Yi pressed the remote control in his hand, but the feedback vibration from the speed sleeper receiving the signal no longer came from his fingertips. Under normal circumstances, a life-preserving object such as a speed sleeper will not fail, and the fact that it is not responding at this time is a good indication that it has been turned off from the receiving end. And in this forest infested with magical creatures, Forgetfulness, alone, was afraid that she wouldn't easily turn off the speed sleeper that could protect her safety. Shin-Yi keenly perceived that the Forgetfulness lab, located in the center of the woodland, might have suffered some kind of change, shortening their bodies. Shin-Yi and Yan Yuqing carefully felt their way towards the underground steps of the central laboratory. As Shin-Yi expected, the original well-disguised entrance to the underground staircase was now wide open. After viewing the surrounding traces, Shin-Yi was convinced that this entrance had been broken open by others from the outside using brute force. "It's not like the cops caught us, is it?" Shin-Yi probed down a few times and realized that the ground chamber seemed to have been emptied of people. He made a light jump and landed firmly on the steps, before quickly rolling forward and quietly rolling into Forgetfulness Lab. Overnight, the tools and equipment that had been cluttering up the Forgotten Language Laboratory had all disappeared, along with the 4 college students who had survived. "It looks like it's been emptied. Did we run into robbers?" Yan Yuqing smashed her mouth, her tiny eyes showing great reluctance. After all, among those looted possessions was the blood she used to heal Shin-Yi. "I don't think so. The robber business doesn't work anymore these days. Besides, it's probably not much use for a robber to ask for some experimental equipment." Yan Yuqing wandered around the room sullenly. Then who would come to such a hidden forest to rob him of a recluse without much oil? Shin-Yi observed the traces in the underground chamber and said softly, "It seems to be his old owner. Demon hunters?" "Yes." Shin-Yi nodded and walked towards one side of the wall. While I'm not a fan of demon hunters, aren't they the protectors of humanity? So how come they're doing it to humans? Humans aren't ironclad. Or else why would Forgotten Words have left the Demon Hunting Bureau and run off to this deep forest to work alone?" Shin-Yi fumbled around the walls for a while as he spoke, finally finding the secret room switch. Ka! As he pressed his finger, the wall slowly moved away and the warehouse that held the bottles and jars of dormant magic appeared in front of the duo. The objects in the warehouse had not diminished, and it appeared that the intruders had not discovered the hidden space. On the stand near the doorway, there was a page of sticky notes, which Cheney casually removed. Scrawled on it were 5 large words: Bureau of Demon Hunting. Save me. Obviously, the intruders were the demon hunters from the Demon Hunting Bureau, and forgetfulness had been taken away by them, perhaps in order to preserve the collection in the warehouse. Forgetfulness did not choose to hide in the warehouse, but left this note for help. The tube of Yen Yueching's blood was lying quietly on the cargo container next to the note, but at this time, through the light, it was able to clearly notice that the color of the blood had already become light and clear, and it was unknown what kind of processing forgotten words had done to it. Of course, there was no telling if this tube of blood had the effect of removing the remnants of the magic seed at this point. Cheney did not dare to use it indiscriminately as he put the blood away and quickly left this place of wrongdoing with Yen Yueching. Chapter 32 Bye Bye Shugdog. As for Forgetful's plea for help, it would have to be considered in the long run. The Demon Hunting Bureau was not something to be messed with, let alone having a magical girl with greatly reduced strength by her side. It would also be a pain in the ass if they were to be targeted again. Still, it was only a matter of time before he had to deal with the Bureau of Demon Hunting. After all, there was a little beauty there waiting to marry him. Now where do we go? Kill the demon hunters? Yen Yueching rubbed her palms together and leapt to her feet. Cheney gave her little head a violent chestnut. Do you know why you've lived for 800 years? And most of that time you've either had a bad life or been locked up? Yen Yueching rubbed her head in exasperation. Why? Because you do things without thinking, which means you're stupid. I'll fight you. Yen Yueching's expression was quite unconvincing, and she was greatly interested in competing with Cheney. Cheney pinched the back of her neck. Well, since there's no method for you to use your full power yet, you should be honest for now and live a life of stoicism, and it's not too late to fight straight after regaining your strength as a magical girl someday. Alright, listen to you, but don't say I'm stupid. Yen Yueching straightened her chest with an unhappy face. Cheney snorted a smile. Sure enough, while God closes a door for you, he will definitely open a bright window for you. The collector's villa mansion in the center of Wanghai. Cheney held his cell phone and looked at the contents of the e-magazine without blinking. A piece of broken jade. Collector Wang Chuan's most valuable jade collection. The shape and material is very similar to the thin jade obtained in the giant bear trial. And looking at the break, 2 pieces of broken jade can be put together. Is this the power of the system? Cheney turned off the e-magazine and marveled at July's guidance. It seems that these 2 pieces of jade are objects that I or July desperately need to get our hands on. Cheney and Yen Yueching circled around the outside of the villa in a sneaky doggy way, and for the first time as thieves, they had a stocking on their heads in a fanciful manner. Well, there's the stocking robber look, but not quite enough divinity. After knocking out a few cameras, the two tumbled over the courtyard wall and into the villa. It's extravagant. The huge open-air swimming pool and rare wood species in the courtyard aside, the 7 or 8 bikini-clad girls who were lying on the grass alone were enough to make one's eyes glaze over. Of course, the picture would have been much more fabulous if the leering fat guy in the center of the lawn had been deducted. Cheney and Yen Yueching tiptoed around the courtyard, using the cover of the trees. They did not startle the few people who were having a party. The fat man is Wang Chuan, a famous collector in Wanghai City, and since he is working on the white skin of several young girls, the other half of the white thin jade is thought to be within reach. Cheney leapt in through an open window and searched forward along the corridor with Yen Yueching. In a corner of the compound that the two of them hadn't noticed, a repair dog that was taking a nap suddenly twitched its nose. It's the flavor of a good friend. Its doggy eyes were sparkling, and it happily crossed over Wang Chuan and a group of young girls and ran towards the villa house. Little bastard, stepped on my ass. Wang Chuan cursed towards the dog, but under the girl's fruit-feeding offensive, his attention quickly turned back to the front. No, this rich man's room is also too outrageous. Right, 7 turns, doors everywhere. When will this be able to find Boyu? Cheney searched for a while, but he couldn't even find a single hair of thin jade. He couldn't help but complain a few times. Yen Yueching hummed lightly. That's impatient? You are unaware of how complicated the emperor's palace is. Sister, I went in once, got dizzy around it, and ended up blasting the roof of the palace with a gun and flying out. The corner of Cheney's mouth twitched. This was indeed like something a witch could do, and it was no wonder that no matter if it was a human or a devil, they were all after her. But it wouldn't do to keep failing to find jade. There were still a few servants in Wang Chuan's house, and it was inevitable that they would find out as they went around. Cheney said in his heart, or not directly turn steel to rob it. Anyway, are going to be a bad guy, not afraid of the nature of a little worse. He tore off the camouflage on his head and pulled out the Cloudming sword, ready to let Wang Chuan, who was enjoying the pleasure of the emperor outside, know the sword, when a low dog bark suddenly appeared behind him. Yen Yueching was startled when Cheney turned his head and gently suppressed her hand that wanted to raise the gun. It's welcoming us, old friend. Yan Yueqing fixed her eyes on it and realized that this cultivated dog was the same one that Qingyi had chatted with the day before yesterday and that she had even fed it. But with its fur now shiny and its eyes glistening, it seemed to have ended its wandering life. "Hey friend, what brings you here?" The dog paced over to Qingyi and licked his hand. Qingyi laughed, not expecting to come over to steal a piece of jade and still run into an old friend. He didn't hide it, and briefly mentioned his business with Showdog. "Oh, so you need to take the jade to save your life. Follow me." Showdog leads Qingyi towards Wang Chuan's collection room without a care in the world. In its eyes, these two friends who have fed it are much more important than the jade that its owner puts in the room to eat dust. Qingyi and Yan Yueqing felt a pang of embarrassment. There's no one else who steals like this. Qingyi comforted himself again and again that he would change the jade back after waking up July, finally suppressing the moral feeling that suddenly ran out. "By the way, didn't you wander off and come back?" Qingyi followed behind Showdog's but and inquired curiously. "Oh, speaking of which, coming back has something to do with you guys. Related to us?" Qingyi couldn't make sense of it. "That barbecue of yours is making me dream of life in this villa." Huey Dog's eyes twinkled a few times. "Coupled with the betrayal of my beloved dog, I returned here with determination. TSK. Qingyi touched Showdog's head. "Good brother. It pains me greatly to see you being green." Shugo stopped in front of a door. "It's okay, I'm used to it, and since there's no longer a need to run for love, let's just enjoy life. Don't you humans have a saying that there's more to life than poetry in faraway places?" Qingyi was stunned. Did little old brother hear this sentence backwards? But he didn't correct the repair dog who was in the midst of emo moods. This brocade life at the moment was obviously much better than being a stray dog in the wind. Pushing open the door, Qingyi was shocked by the furnishings in front of him. A room of more than 100 square meters was staggered with more than 30 rare treasures. There are cultural curiosities and paintings full of historical flavor, as well as various kinds of weapons with strange shapes. This room is not too much to say that it is a small museum. Showdog shook his head and paced inward. "Most of the jades are on the northeast corner. I don't know which one you need. Go find it yourself." Qingyi and Yan Yueqing thanked Showdog and quickly walked towards the northeast corner of the storage room. Chapter 33 The Second Villa. "It should be this piece, right?" Yan Yueqing pointed to a jade stone that was covered by a glass cover. Qingyi stood in front of it, smoothly pulling out his own thin jade for comparison. "Yes, that's the piece." Qingyi looked back at the doorway and after realizing that no one was coming, he carefully moved the glass cover. The alarm rang through the villa all of a sudden. "No way, there's really an alarm system?" Qingyi made sure that he checked the glass cover properly before moving it up, and did not see any optical components or anything near the glass cover, so he just assumed that those alarms in the movie were bluffing. The now shrill and urgent alarm sounded, scaring him so much that he almost dislodged the glass cover. Yan Yueqing's quick eyes reached out and took out the half piece of thin jade, and the two of them stepped over the sound of the alarm and quickly ran towards the door. Showdog was also scared enough by the ear-piercing siren, and after it greeted Qingyi, it took the lead in fleeing the scene of the crime. If the master knew that he had attracted a thief into his house, he was afraid that he would have to turn into a pot of dog meat soup in the next moment. Meanwhile, Wang Chuan, who was having a quickie in the courtyard of the villa, was startled by the sound of the alarm. How can there be a treasure thief in broad daylight? He hurriedly got up from the ground and stumbled towards the villa, the fat on his stomach fluttering with fear. After pressing a few times on one of the walls, Wang Chuan dodged into a secret room. He fumbled for his cell phone and shivered as he dialed the police. The secret room was surprisingly filled with the exact same treasures as the one Qingyi had patronized. As the sirens approach, Qingyi and Yan Yueqing have already retreated to the outside of the villa. The two of them lifted their own camouflage, and with a few dodges, they disappeared in the streets and alleys. Strange, why doesn't it show mission success? The system mission in Qingyi's mind did not show completion, which caused him to be puzzled for a while. It was a bit annoying that the quest was stuck when he was about to be able to wake up little July. Yan Yueqing didn't know what Qingyi's so-called mission was, but she knew that there was no need to probe too much as long as she trusted him. The two of them returned to the rented room without any problems. Yan Yueqing used her crappy cooking skills to come up with a meal, and Qingyi sullenly pinched the two thin pieces of jade. Bewildered, he initially thought he'd have to escape a certain distance for the mission to show success, just like in the game, but at this time, he had already returned to his own rental house, far enough away from Wang Chuan's villa, and the task still did not show completion, which meant that there was something wrong with this piece of jade in his hand. Qingyi observed the texture of the two pieces of jade, and suddenly realized that the one he had obtained from the underground chamber was more delicate and translucent, and had a warm touch when he touched it, but the other piece stolen from Wang Chuan's home, the color is slightly darker, with a gentle touch can slightly feel the roughness. Ha Mappy, stole a fake. Qingyi slapped his head and finally realized the key factor that made the mission unsuccessful. This piece of jade should be a high imitation specially made by Wang Chuan to prevent theft. Not only this piece of jade, but the entire room was full of cultural artifacts, paintings and other treasures, all of which should be fakes. Shin slowly recalled that the door of the storage room was unlocked, and the room smelled of dust and mold, and this state of the house was obviously not suitable for preserving rare antiques. A more important point is that the location of that storeroom is more than a little too random for even a dog to know. Shin leaned back in chagrin. As a trainee thief, he was still inexperienced in this kind of thing. Looks like it'll have to be another trip at night, Shin thought with some depression. Yen Yueching brought her fried messy tomato scrambled eggs. Shin shallow taste a mouthful. Although the dish sells 0 points, but still can eat. Not bad. Where did you learn it? Hunger strikes. Shin grabs a steamed bun and gorges on it. Yen Yueching smiled with arched eyebrows. Hey, cell phones for school. Your era is so convenient. You can check everything. Awesome. Shin's mood improved a lot when he saw her smiling and laughing appearance. He pinched Yen Yueching's little face. Still you're the best. Yen Yueching moved away with a reddened face and spat lightly. Can you maintain respect for your sister? Pinching your cheeks and all, like you're treating a child. Oh, Shin came into the spirit as he moved over to Yen Yueching's side. Sister is wanting me to treat you the way I treat adults? Yen Yueching seemed to have thought of something and her eyes averted. The next moment, tomato-flavored lips were pressed against hers. Is it good? Yummy. After a ruse, Shin looked at Yen Yueching, who was flushed and presented a bewildered face, with a bad smile. After the pretty Demonis-sama reacted for a moment, a fierce look suddenly appeared on her face. Am I going a little overboard? Shin shrank back in panic. Yummy. More to eat. The witch turned around and sat across Shin's lap, her hands encircling his neck. In the next moment, Shin could only feel a pretty face rapidly enlarging, and his hunger was becoming more and more obvious. Gulp. After a long time, Shin covered his slightly swollen lips and looked sadly at Yen Yueching, who was still uninterested. Sister, the rice is getting cold. Ahem. I'll go warm it up for you. Yen Yueching gathered her hair and staggered towards the kitchen. Shin couldn't help but gulp as he looked at her concave and convex back. After tossing and turning for a long time, Shin finally fills his stomach, and after some good coaxing, Yen Yueching finally agrees to stay at home by herself. Shin put on his sweater, put on a hood, and quietly sneaked toward Wang Chuan's house under the cover of the night. The reason for not bringing Yen Yueching was purely because this ninny didn't know enough about modern life. The theft of the fake jade in the afternoon triggered the alarm. Wang Chuan had definitely called the police, and the police were most likely still searching around Wang Chuan's house. In this situation, bringing Yen Yueching along would easily cause unnecessary casualties and trouble. It couldn't be helped. Teaching her to recognize cameras and whatnot had already made Shin's head spin, and he didn't think Yen Yueching would be able to understand the workings of the police system anytime soon. If the two had run into the police midway and a confrontation had broken out, even if the bullet hadn't injured her, with her temper, she thought she would have stabbed those police officers through the head. Based on the principle of causing less trouble, Shin felt that it was better to act alone for the time being. Slipping to the vicinity of Wang Chuan's house, Shin did not see police officers searching in the neighborhood, but under careful examination, he still saw traces of the investigation that had been done here through the new cameras around him. The most dangerous place is the safest place, Shin muttered in a low voice, carefully avoiding the range of the camera. He once again tumbled into Wang Chuan's villa. Hey, can't believe it, I'm doing it again. Shin did not choose to be a thief this time. He stopped in the courtyard for a moment before following the shining lights towards the villa's upper floors. Since we don't know where the real thing is, we have to let the big collectors do it themselves. Chapter 34 Make a Deal. After checking the 2 rooms on the first floor and realizing that they were occupied by servants, Shin tiptoed towards the second floor. As expected, after lightly pushing open a door of a room that escaped lighted shadows outward, a terrified Wang Chuan appeared in front of him. Shin quickly dodged into the room, and before Wang Chuan could react, the Yun Ming sword was already across his neck. Wang Chuan slowly swallowed back the screams of fear that had built up to the edge of his mouth. Big brother, what do you want? Just say. Never be polite. Wang Chuan shivered and closed his eyes, trembling and begging for mercy. Shin dangled the fake jade in front of his face. I want this piece of jade. Wang Chuan did not dare to open his eyes at all. He about reached out and felt up the shape of this piece of jade, and his heart took a long breath. The value of this piece of jade was not high in his collection, and he was told that it was dug out of an ancient emperor's tomb by a backslider. However, Wang Chuan thought that this was largely a gimmick, and the quality of the jade accompanying the emperor's tomb shouldn't be so ordinary, not to mention that it was still only half. For him, who had a collecting fetish, broken jade wasn't considered to be of much value. Moreover, the few times he played with the jade, he always felt a sense of sluggishness after holding it, giving himself a not-so-comfortable feeling. But seeing as the jade was in a more pleasing shape, he didn't choose to sell it. At this time, the thing Qin needed was this piece of jade that he didn't really like, making Wang Chuan's heart much happier. No problem, no problem. You please follow me. Wang Chuan wipes the sweat from his hands on his round, fat belly and leads the way for Qin in front with his eyes closed. You could have opened your eyes. I had my mask on. When Qin saw him trembling, he was a bit speechless and said, "Don't you walk and fall to your death." Wang Chuan sniffed, and his small eyes slightly opened a slit. The rules of the road are that after your face is looked at, it's hard to escape death. As a veteran collector, he naturally understood something about getting along with thieves. This thief had a lot of guts, just triggering the alarm in the afternoon and then patronizing it twice in the evening. And Wang Chuan definitely didn't want to gamble his life. Qin also ignored his small mind. After all, he didn't really care about exposure, really want to be investigated by the police. The big deal is to bring Yan Yuqing to change a place to hide his name, not to mention that he also has a cheap fiancé who is a small team leader of the Demon Hunting Bureau. The Demon Hunting Bureau than the police power status are much higher. When the time comes to ask for an amnesty or something should not be difficult. Wang Chuan wobbled downstairs, and after just a few steps, he was already coughing like an 80-year-old man. Qin looked at his slightly distorted face and asked suspiciously, "What kind of sickness are you suffering from?" Wang Chuan bitterly shook his head. "I smoked too much when I was young." The claim, presumably, is a lung disease. Qin's eyes turned, and he suspended the healing treasure pearl on his body at the end of Wang Chuan's nose. Wang Chuan only felt a magical power surging into his body, and his tiredness and desire to cough instantly disappeared for the most part. He cried out in surprise, "Treasure! Heirloom treasure!" He couldn't care less about hiding his face at this point. His eyes were wide open as he gazed excitedly at the healing treasure pearl in front of him. But after all, it was Qin's thing, and even though he itched like a cat scratching in his heart, wanting to hold the healing pearl in his hands and play with it, he did not dare to act rashly as his back was being pressed against the long sword. When his body was comfortable, Wang Chuan took a few quick steps, fumbled a few times on the wall, and opened the first dark door. This dark room is saved in the general collection. Wang Chuan is a cautious person. He likes to do things more to stay a few hands. In this dark room there is a dark room, and that is where he is the most favored a few pieces of his collection in this life. However, Qin only needed that broken jade, and he wouldn't be foolish enough to open the last dark room altogether. "Here, this is the jade you asked for." Wang Chuan carefully took out the jade that Qin needed from the standing cabinet and raised it high above his head with both hands. This time no alarm was pulled. Qin reached out and took it. The jade had a sluggish feeling in his hand, making him feel a little strange. However, the quest completion tone that followed in his mind told Qin that this piece of broken jade was the real deal. Since the mission was accomplished, he could return the jade to Wang Chuan at this moment, and he would not have to bear the bad reputation of a robber. But as Qin needed the broken jade in his hand, he suddenly had a feeling that he didn't want to let go. July hadn't woken up yet for the time being, so after pondering for a few seconds, Qin decided to find a way to leave this piece of broken jade behind. The system had designed this task, thinking that it was to allow him to gather two pieces of broken jade and unite them, and returning one of them at this time might affect the process of subsequent upgrades. Qin looked at Wang Chuan. "Boss Wang, how about making a deal?" When Wang Chuan heard this, he looked down in horror and asked, "You mean, there are still objects that are needed?" He only thought that Qin was interested in the other items in the secret room. After all, robbers like to use the words "make a deal" to whitewash their evil deeds. "Send me this broken jade and I will cure your lung disease." "Ha, not a new price tag?" Wang Chuan was slightly stunned after hearing that the object Qin made the deal with was still the broken jade. "He put the knife behind me. He wanted to break the jade. I gave it to him. Why talk about trade? Just take it and go." Although Wang Chuan didn't understand, he didn't express any other opinions. He was very afraid that which of his sudden words would anger Qin. "How about it? Can Boss Wang agree to this deal?" "A deal?" Wang Chuan was stunned again. Just now his attention was all on the broken jade. His brain automatically filtered the second half of what Qin said. With slight fear, he asked, "I'm sorry, I didn't hear you clearly just now. Could you repeat it?" Qin repeated with some impatience. "The broken jade belongs to me, and I'll cure you of your lung disease." "Agreed?" Wang Chuan sniffed and was instantly agitated. Is there such a thing as a good thing? The lung disease he suffered from was not simple. It was chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD, which was treatable but not eradicable, and it would recur every season, leaving him screaming for help. If someone else had said that they could cure his illness, he would not have believed it, but the marvelous feeling that the healing pearl in Qin's hand had brought to him just now made him believe it without a doubt. It's an acumen from a seasoned collector. "Deal." Wang Chuan immediately agreed. He said excitedly, "Don't worry, I will withdraw the afternoon report. As long as you can cure my disease, the other objects in this house you can pick. In the face of health, all the objects in this chamber are things that can be cut off at will." "Cool." Qini retrieves the Cloud Ming sword. His consciousness delves into the Treasure Money Mall and spends 10 treasure money to exchange a Chi-Chi herb pill from it. The description in the details of the Wonder Herb pill is that it is a cure for all common ailments. Because it wasn't a supernatural elixir, the selling price wasn't that high, and compared to the pure origin pills that could easily cost 1,000 points of treasure, it was a hair's breadth. However, this Dan pill can effectively get rid of most common diseases, and is still a relatively useful everyday item. Chapter 35. It's okay to sacrifice you one more time, right? Wang Chuan receives the Chi-Chi herb pill handed over by Qini with a delighted face and loves it. This elixir is light green in color, exuding an excellent smell of grass and trees, and when you smell it, you feel that your body is smooth. Higher power. Thanks a lot. Wang Chuan swallowed the Chi-Chi pill without hesitation. The medicine had a reassuring smell. He did not doubt that there would be problems. The corner of Qini's eyes twitched as he looked at Wang Chuan somewhat strangely. Aren't you afraid that I'll give you a poison and steal all your treasures after poisoning you? Wang Chuan shook his head. Not afraid. A thief will never be as courteous and measured as you, and you have a great treasure, so the objects of my mundane collector will never catch your eye. Finally, I squarely looked at you sideways, was able to see your arm movements. This pill, like magic in your hands, which means that you must be hidden in the world of the gods. The gods naturally will not condescend to poison mortals such as me. The more Wang Chuan spoke, the more excited he became. After his brainstorming, the masked Qini in front of him had become a glorious hermit immortal. As the strong and soothing feeling in his lungs came, the last bit of doubt and fear he had towards Qini disappeared without a trace. Immortal. This is definitely immortal. Qini is a bit speechless, but it's quite good that Wang Chuan can brainstorm like this, saving himself a lot of trouble. Alright, in that case, deal struck. I'll take this piece of jade. Qini turned around and was about to go out. Wait. Wang Chuan's throat twitched. He looked at Qini with great curiosity. I don't know what the immortal wants that half piece of jade for. It's mediocre. It has no special qualities, and it's not worth anything. If the immortal needs a better object, I have a collection of other objects that I can give to one or two of them. Wang Chuan said this because he was honestly curious, because in his opinion, half a piece of jade was indeed worthless. Secondly, he wanted to make friends with Qini, an immortal who could pull out a panacea to cure a disease. The value behind it was immense. Even though most people in this world didn't believe in the existence of gods and demons, he had seen demons with his own eyes, so he was sure that, according to the world balance theory, there must be gods and demons in this world as well. Qini shook his head. Thanks Boss Wang, but I only need this. Qini took out the other half of the broken jade from his pocket and shook it. As for the purpose, I'm sorry to tell you, Wang Chuan came to a realization when he saw the other half of the broken jade. The unusual half of the jade is ordinary, but its utility can only be realized if its other half is found. Although he didn't know what was so peculiar about the thin jade after the merger, Wang Chuan's OCD was satisfied. It's actually quite a relief to see the two jewels come together. I wonder if the Divine Lord has any contact information. Just as Wang Chuan asked, Qini had already stepped on his sword and flew out of the villa's courtyard wall. Crap! Sure enough, it's a god. Awesome! Not getting Qini's contact information made Wang Chuan a bit lost, but this hand Qini showed before he left made him dance with excitement. After all, it's very rare to see a fairy or something. Outside the courtyard wall, Qini spat out the mud in his mouth and pulled another handful of grass out of his nostrils. Grass. Shouldn't pretend to be comparable. Being praised by this guy for a few sentences gave me a whole drift. I still don't have the strength to fly with a sword. Luckily, the direction he leapt out was the dead center of a few cameras. Not so much so that Wang Chuan could see the immortal make a fool of himself through the surveillance. Woohoo! Brother, I'm awake. Little July's sweet voice came from her mind. Lazy and glutinous. If she had a form, Qini would definitely believe that she was sitting on the bed stretching her legs. July, have you gotten enough sleep? Has your strength recovered? Qini asked with concern. Sleepy and oh so energetic, and ready to accompany you on your upgraded adventures again. Qini heatedly smiled. That's good. Brother, I've encountered another life and death situation. Do you want to sacrifice again? Ha? What? July exasperatedly yelled in Qini's mind. I've only been asleep for 2 days. What have you gotten yourself into? Contaminated with demonic detritus. I heard it only has 7 days to live. Ha? July's voice dripped with grumbling. Should I just wake up and present me with such a challenge? Choosing you as a master is pretty unconscionable. Qini returned bitterly. I don't want this either. Little July was silent for a moment, seemingly searching for a solution. Hey, July, still there? Still there? In, don't bother me. Finding a way for you. July instantly transformed from a well-behaved sister to a cranky little loli. Qini shrinks his neck in fear and sinks his consciousness into the system to check the rewards after completing the stealing jade mission. 3 points of quest experience allowed Qini to successfully upgrade to LV2. At this point, He was at 1630 experience status, and was still 14 points of experience short of upgrading to LV3. On top of that, he also gained 10 points of precious money, which he just happened to use to buy the Chi-Chi herb pills. Xinyi's current Bao Qian balance was 37 points, far from the pure origin Dan. July, can the residue of the demonic seed be dissolved with the pure origin pill? July returned in a good-natured manner. Of course it can. The pure source pill is able to purify the body from the source. No matter what poisonous contamination as well as negative effects can be lifted. But, she said with some hatred, such a valuable thing was used freely by you. Xinyi touched his head awkwardly. How did you know? Weren't you still asleep when I used the pure origin pill? July grunted. I'm asleep, but the system isn't. I just checked the logs for the past 2 days. Don't think you can hide something from me. Crap, you can still check the log? Xinyi's face darkened. Doesn't this mean that I have no privacy at all in front of you? Right, July asked curiously. What's wrong with that? You need privacy when it comes to the system? Xinyi was dumbfounded. Although July's words were reasonable, he always felt strange. You, in the future, when you get an extremely valuable weapon or prop, you must ask me before using it, and you can't do anything wasteful again. Little July said fervently. Xinyi nodded and silently spat out a sentence. But you are sometimes in a dormant state. July Jr., so be strong and save me the trouble of having to overdraw my power to wipe your ass so I can stay awake. Little July was hysterical. Xinyi knocked his brain. Alright, don't get excited. Back to this matter. Besides the pure origin pill, is there any other solution? The pure origin pill is just too expensive. I shouldn't be able to afford it in 7 days. July's tone was also serious. For me, there are only 2 ways to save you. One is to eliminate the remnants of the demonic seed for you, at the cost of a year's sleep. And the second is to pick out a good quest line for you to help you quickly rise to level 10 and get the pure origin pill that is rewarded by the level 10 upgrade quest. Xinyi said without hesitation. I'll go with number 1, chapter 36 Jade of Time. Kidding aside, these 3 quests to level 2 almost cost him half his life. Setting up a quest line that leads to level 10. Not to mention whether he can accept the difficulty of the quest or not, even if the difficulty is suitable. I think he will have to stay awake for 5 days, and by the time he gets the pure origin pill, he probably won't have much HP left in this little life. July was still making noise in her head anyway, so she might as well let her go to sleep. It was only a year, which wasn't that long, but despite Xinyi's calculations, July doesn't buy it. Hey, do you have a conscience? I just woke up and you're going to make me go to sleep again? Besides, I'm your quest guide, and without me to help you pick quests, your upgrading speed will be quite slow. Even if you're smart enough to rise to level 10 by virtue of yourself and open up the career options, you won't be able to successfully set your job without me. Not being able to choose a profession means not being able to continue upgrading, and when the demon seed enters the city on a large scale after a while, you'll still be a battle scum. Do you still think I have nothing to lose by going to sleep for a year? Little July chirps for a while and shells out, and Xinyi finally understands the key. If he wanted to upgrade and become stronger, July was a must, and a year was too long for him to waste. What then? Xinyi suddenly remembered forgetfulness. Would this kid's purified Yen Yueching's blood be of any use? July, would you look at that tube of blood in the storage system and see if it has a positive effect on removing demonic residue? Blood? July answered and then stopped moving, presumably going to her storage space to check for blood. After waiting for a few seconds, she let out a soft cry of surprise. It is useful. This blood, if the clarity is completed, can substantially weaken the toxicity of the demonic residue in your body. At that time I will then use my power to remove the remnants of the demonic seed, and will only need to rest for a day before turning awake. Xinyi's expression was revitalized. Sleeping for a day. Such a price is completely acceptable. But, Xinyi inquired, clarification complete. You mean this tube of blood is currently unusable? July responded, yes, this tube of blood is still half finished at the moment. Your friend is very good. If we could get him to complete the clarity, things would be much easier. Xinyi frowned slightly. Forgotten words had been captured by the Demon Hunting Bureau, and if he wanted him to help continue the clarification, he would have to be rescued out of there without fail. However, both Yen Yueching and himself were related to demons at this time, and were the key targets of the Demon Hunting Bureau, so trying to save forgetfulness was a very difficult thing to do. I don't know where this Kong Yun guy went. Xinyi rubbed his slightly aching brow. His understanding of the Demon Hunting Bureau still remained on the name. Even if he now had the strength to save forgetfulness, he would not necessarily be able to find where the Demon Hunting Bureau was. If he could get Kong Yun's help, things would go much smoother. How should I look for Kong Yun? While he was meditating, July's voice came from his head. Don't be anxious. I've chosen a few quests for you. Follow them and you'll meet up with her. Yeah. Xinyi slapped his thighs. July choose the mission are inclined. The first time and Jiang Yen met, but also through the misadventure of doing the mission. Since the system had a guiding role, then all he had to do was to have trust in his heart and then follow the main quest. Then he would surely be able to find Kong Yun, who played an important role in his life. Good, but before we start the new mission, I have one more thing to inquire about. Shinee took out 2 pieces of broken jade. I've got these 2 pieces of jade. What are their functions? July hemmed and hawed. That's very capable. These 2 pieces of jade are precious, baby. Well, this jade is called the Jade of Time, and it can serve to regulate time. Shinee inquired as he upended the 2 pieces of broken jade in his hands. Regulate time? You mean it can change the existing speed of time passing? July returned. Not exactly. Its change to the speed of time passing is only for the holder of the jade. Others will not be affected by it. The one in your left hand can speed up time, the one in your right hand can slow it down. Put energy into it and you can use it. You can feel it. After listening to July's words, Shinee suddenly recalled the strange feelings he had when he first came into contact with jade. In the ground room to get the left-hand piece of jade. In the dim underground space of his feeling, although not clear, but also obviously feel the speed of time passing faster. Out of the hole after the morning light fluttering also corroborate this point. And when Fong obtained this piece of broken jade in his right hand, he also felt a strange sense of sluggishness. However, he hadn't surged too much energy on those 2 occasions, so the feeling that the speed of time flow had changed wasn't too obvious. At this moment, after listening to July's explanation, Shinee firstly injected his energy into the broken jade in his left hand. The moment of abundant energy influx, Shinee only felt that the scenery in front of his eyes was rapidly shaking and changing, and the time on his cell phone had already traveled more than 10 minutes in just a few seconds. Shinee felt slightly alarmed. This feeling of turning on 100 times the speed made him a little uncomfortable. He hurriedly moved his energies out of the broken jade. The flow of time resumed and everything slowed down again. If I had this jade with me while I slept in the exam room, the boring exam should pass quickly. Shinee raised his hand, excitedly pouring his energy into the broken jade in his right hand. The surrounding scenery becomes slow with the naked eye. Shinee stares at the cell phone screen and silently counts 100 seconds before the cell phone time just advances by 1 second. A slow and intense sense of sluggishness. However, this state is a great surprise to Shinee. The slow feeling in his heart is from the contrast of the scenery around him. His body's action is still the original speed, and has not become sluggish. So, in other words, he's pretty much in a time stop right now. If he is in a battle scenario, he can slow down time to change his position or attack the enemy, and with 100 times the slowdown, it is as easy as breathing to eliminate the enemy. Divine skill, absolutely divine skill. Shinee joyfully withdrew his energies. Although the acceleration jade stone he had yet to come up with any excellent usage scenarios, but this deceleration jade stone alone was already an epic boost for him. Just as he was getting excited, little July coldly poured a pot of cool water in his mind. Time is the rule, and jade is a prop that can briefly change the rule, so it comes at a very huge cost. If you make a move to turn the situation around in a time-altered situation, then you will also have to suffer from the backlash from the rules, and you may seriously die. So, it's fine to play casually, but for battles and whatnot, it's recommended not to use the ability of the Jade of Time unless you meet a life and death battle. Disappointment welled up on Shinyee's face. What the heck? I thought the world was invincible now. Reluctantly, he asked. Then it would seem that this piece of jade doesn't actually serve much of a purpose. So what's the deeper meaning of you asking me to go through the trouble of getting it? Little July hemmed and hawed. That's not true. This jade is very useful to you. Chapter 37. Let's go home and do it. Put it together. July instructed with a grin. Shinee puts together the 2 broken pieces of jade with confidence, and a burst of colorful light erupts when the jades merge, and then they merge into one. Shinee carefully observes the jade surface after the merging and is surprised to find that there is not a single gap on it. The white jade was moist, as if it had never broken. Well, July smiled playfully, from now on, you'll also be rewarded with experience and treasure money when you hunt non-quest demons. Crap! Shinee was pleasantly surprised when he heard July's words. Now that's a truly epic enhancement. Being able to earn rewards for going beyond the quest means being free to swipe money. Upgrading and earning treasure coins will be much faster when you free this up. Shinee could not wait to kowtow to July at this moment. This kind of conscientious system guide, he loved it too much. Be diligent in hunting demons. Oh brother sauce. An anime girl floated in Shinyee's mind and was winking at her. What? Shinee rubbed his eyes in confusion. Did I blink just now? July waves unperturbed said. No. Oh, is that I synthesized an anime character in your brain? Otherwise communication to show expression always feels strange, July said, transforming into a beautiful anime girl and bouncing around in Shinyee's mind. Holy, that good? Shinyee's eyes twinkled. Little July, then can you also turn into a thunder movie? Of course, I'm multifarious and omnipotent. July's image instantly changed. A purple-clothed General Lord appeared in Shinyee's eyes. naive and cold and beautiful. General. Sticky. Sheenie was just about to lick the screen when July shifted back to her preferred image of a sweet neighbor girl. Brother, I still like the image of a soft-looking sister. A softie? Sheenie's eyes lit up. Then can you change Ganyu, Mu Gung, and Mei Bei Lu? July heard the string of names spat out from Sheenie's mouth, rolled her eyes lifelessly, and disappeared. Brother, I'm tired. I'll take a nap first. No, didn't you just wake up a little while ago? Holler, holler. When I arrived home, it was already night. Yan Yueqing was yawning and keeping the empty bed alone. The paper in her hand had been broken into small pieces. Nothing else, just now playing the should we go to find Sheenie paper tearing game. The human weapons in this world are all terrifying, and Yan Yueqing has already silently noted down many types of equipment that cannot be messed with when she watched the movie. Thus, she was extremely worried about the matter of Sheenie traveling alone. Oh, my poor little brother. It's not like he's going to get a justice trial, eating a gun or something. It just looks so scary. Yan Yueqing decided that if Sheenie did not return after the note in her hand was torn, she would go out to look for him. Sister, I'm back. Why don't you turn on the light? The sound of the door opening came, and Sheenie's magnetic voice passed through the doorway into Yan Yueqing's ears, and she was so energized that she ran to Sheenie's side with her bare feet. Phew, you're finally back. I was worried sick. Yan Yueqing gently jumped up and hung onto Sheenie like a wombat. Hey, perfect for the job. Sheenie held Yan Yueqing in one hand and handed her the combined Jade of Time with one hand. Look, how is it? Yan Yueqing took it and handed it back after a cursory glance. The texture seems okay. Is there anything special about it? She didn't have much interest in Jade or anything else. These things stood out as being a hit or miss, and Yan Yueqing, who practiced utilitarianism, didn't like it at all. As a magical girl with a beautiful appearance, she didn't even have a single piece of delicate adornment, which was enough to see her attitude towards things outside of her body. Sheenie tilted his face up in a lofty manner and informed Yan Yueqing of how the Jade of Time was used and what it did. Little Neisan got excited when she heard that this jade really did serve a purpose other than decoration. After learning that it was able to change the speed of the passage of time, she, like Sheenie, immediately smelled the strange effects that this jade could play in the battlefield application scenarios. But the consequences of the rule's backlash immediately poured over her head like a pot of cool water. Rules backfire? No fun-o. Yan Yueqing's eyes towards Toki no Yu immediately became a bit disgusted. Other than the power of the gods, the power of the rules was the most powerful force in this world, and the backlash that came from changing the rules was terrifying without having to think about it. Yan Yueqing is also considered a veteran of the world. She is very clear about the energy behind the word rules. Have you eaten? Yan Yueqing hangs on to Sheenie and whines inquiringly. No. Oh, we're going to eat now. As Sheenie watched Yan Yueqing's interest in the Jade of Time disappear, he simply put the jade away and turned out the door with the girl in his arms. Hey, no shoes. No, it's not cold outside and I'm holding you. Sheenie didn't pay the slightest attention to Yan Yueqing, who was flailing on him, and carried her towards the stairs. In his head came little July's growl. Hey, this is not the time to talk about love. I picked out a bunch of tasks for you. You should at least do them first. Sheenie bristled. Didn't you go to sleep? July, damn. Sheenie had already seen the densely packed quests in the quest bar, but he was a swinging dick at heart, and there was more to do than meet the eye. It's all so busy anyway, and taking a few hours to bond with a beautiful fairy sister won't hurt the progress too much. At 7 o'clock in the evening, it was the time when the nightlife started. Sheenie held Yan Yueqing and paced to the night market. The little nymph stopped any action after she went out to the door. She buried her head in Sheenie's chest, her face red with shame. What kind of person takes someone out like that? It's embarrassing. Sheenie laughed and led her left and right, buying some aromatic snacks. The gluttonous Yan Yueqing finally couldn't resist the aroma that wafted around her nose from time to time, and finally poked her head out, rustling up her food like a little hamster. Sheenie's heart became soft when he saw her appearance. How in the world can there be a girl like my sister who can be sweet and imperial and has a surprisingly high face value? If there weren't a bunch of deadly tasks driving him away, if there weren't demonic invasions in this world, he would have really preferred to find a place to live with Yan Yueqing and live happily for the rest of his life. Of course, if Yan Yueqing was willing. Hey, why don't you leave? Did I get my face dirty? Yan Yueqing chewed on the fried skewer in her mouth, tilting her delicate healing face up and looking curiously at Sheenie who had stopped to look at her. No. Well, a little. Sheenie returned to his senses and gently leaned over, using his mouth to help her wipe off the oil stains at the corners of her mouth. Well, that's clean. Hey, don't do that in public. Yan Yueqing reddened her little face and glared at him with a grudging look. Ha ha, okay, we'll do it at home then. Chapter 38 Oddball Mission. Easily peeling Yan Yueqing off his neck, Sheenie turned on a soap opera to relieve Yan Yueqing's boredom, and roughly checked out some of the quests that July had picked out for him while drying out his meal himself. Task 1, Demon Invasion. In the southwest forest of Wanghai City, there has been a strong squad of special demons infiltrating. Exterminating them will earn you 30 experience points as well as 100 points of precious money reward. Quest 2, Survival Game. Sign up for the next installment of the 404 Factory's real-life escape game and become an escapee. The quest rewards you with 20 experience points as well as 80 treasure money. Mission 3, Rescue Operation. Rescue Forgetfulness who was captured by the Demon Hunting Bureau. Mission reward 40 experience points. Task 11, Fish in Water. And cultivate a happy ending with the demoness Yenhua Qing. The task rewards 520 treasure coins. The first 10 quests are relatively normal. Nothing more than hunting for demons or real-life interactions. But this 11th quest, are you sure it wasn't just added in July? The most damnable thing was that the mission rewards were still so generous, leaving Qin with absolutely no reason to refuse. A ripple went through him as he glanced sideways at the witch who was giggling at the soap opera. Sister, since the system has blessed our love, let's just go with the flow. Yawn. Sleepy. While Qin was thinking about it, Yenhua Qing tilted her head and leaned on his shoulder. You can't learn serious life lessons by watching soap operas, but you can learn to be pampered. Yenhua Qing enjoyed the feeling of being pampered by Qin like a baby, perhaps because of the lack of love and isolation in the first 800 years of one's life. At this time, when she met Qin, who was able to let her calmly rely on him, she always couldn't help but come over to be pampered and plastered, living like a clingy cat. No more watching. Let's go to bed. Qin scooped up the soft as a bone Yenhua Qing and walked towards the bedroom. No, haven't washed up yet. Yenhua Qing cupped Qin's face and giggled, not having the slightest intention to get down and do it herself. Let me help you. Qin dotingly rubbed her hair and hung her on himself, while meticulously and patiently helping Yenhua Qing brush her teeth and wipe her face. There's no way around it. Your own magical sister wants to be spoiled by yourself. Yenhua Qing spat out bubbles, her heart warming. It's too cozy to be a lazy beauty queen being held in the palm of your hand. She twined her thighs around Qin's waist and blinked her eyes, signaling that she was going to bed. Qin's heart was stirred as he carried Yenhua Qing and took a few quick steps, smoothly collapsing onto the soft bed. Yenhua Qing raised her eyes to gaze at Qin who was pressed on top of her. Her eyes were filled with watery tenderness. Her eyelashes fluttered, revealing her small nervous heart. Despite living a short time, there is always a feeling of nervousness from the bottom of your heart when you are new to the world. Qin gently embraced Yenhua Qing, feeling the girl's heartbeat getting faster and faster. He was also on the verge of being so excited that he couldn't contain himself. Sister, are you ready? Qin softly inquired. Aha. Yenhua Qing's eyelashes fluttered as she softly responded. Clothes peeled off one by one on the side of the bed. The two people were in the depths of their love, and were about to explore a little deeper when the sound of a sharp knock on the door came like a sudden rain. Knock, knock, knock. The incessant knocking on the door makes Qin distracted. He does not have many close friends on weekdays, and today's case of stealing Jade Wangchuan has also withdrawn, and he really can't think of anyone who will come to be a guest at this critical moment. Is it possible to read the gas meter? Why don't you go ahead and open the door? Yenhua Qing's good-looking eyebrows frowned slightly as she listened to the weakening knock on the door. Good. Qin looked at the girl apologetically and put on his t-shirt and headed for the door. The knocking on the door had stopped by now, and Qin looked out through the cat's eye and realized that there was no one outside the door. What the? Qin was ready to go back, but having come all the way here, he still gently pulled open the door and looked out. Thud. Kong Yun, who was leaning against the door, slipped diagonally and knocked the back of her head against the doorframe with a dull thud. She was covered in blood and was unconscious at this point. Qin rubbed his eyes and incredulously dragged her inside. Yenhua Qing also walked out of the bedroom at the sound of her voice, and after seeing Jiang Yin, who was still covered in gurgling blood, her eyes stared. Jiang Yin's chest and back as well as arms and thighs and other parts, all have wounds caused by sharp objects, although the wounds were simply wrapped and bandaged with cloth. But the blood did not stop. Still in the gurgling outflow, Kong Yun's face was already pale. This was a sign of excessive blood loss. If she didn't stop the bleeding, it was thought that she would die from blood loss soon. Yenhua Qing looked at Qin with a nervous expression. I'll help her stop the bleeding. You go and clean up the traces. Kong Yun's wounds were fresh, and they were all from sharp instruments, so clearly a human was after her. If that group of people found this place, they were afraid that they would have to engage in a bitter battle. Qin's eyes are also gloomy. Jiang Yin is not in a good condition at this time, although she does not know how she found her place, but she came to ask for help when her life is in danger, which means that she already has no other people she can trust. Jiang Yin cannot die. If he dies, Qin will not be able to complete the task of marriage, and if he cannot complete the task 3 years later, he will become a eunuch. This kind of thing was something that Qin could never accept. Be careful, I'll go out and check. Qin handed Yenhua Qing the healing treasure pearl and the inferno lance and turned around to walk outside. You must be careful too. Yan Yueqing's admonishing voice disappeared as the door closed. Qini draws out his Cloudming sword and uses the Fufeng chop at the blood drops on the stairs, utilizing the small wind blade field generated with pure water to quickly clean up the blood dripping from Jiang Yan along the path, all the way out of the unit door. Qini followed the blood drops before finally discovering the direction that Jiang Yan came from, the Jishan mountain behind the cell. It was said to be a mountain, but it was actually a low hill, about 100 meters above sea level, not treacherous or of any complex geographical composition. Qin initially rented this neighborhood. A big reason is because of Jishan, because he has the habit of climbing the mountain exercise. Early morning hiking to breathe a few mouths of fresh air is a very enjoyable thing. Therefore, he is not unfamiliar with Jizan. After Qini looked back a few times to make sure that the bloodstains near the unit door had been cleaned up and would not lead the wolves into the house, he turned off the flashlight light and walked towards Jishan. If the people chasing Jiang Yan are nearby at this moment, then they must be tracking the blood trail, and by advancing along the blood drops, Qini feels that he should be able to meet them. When the time came to make some noise and move them away from the mountain, Jiang Yan and Yan Yueqing would be considered truly safe. Qini's consciousness sank into the system in his mind, and the anime beauty girl little July was lying in the void, huffing and puffing. July, are there any objects in the treasure money mall that are capable of night vision? Although Qini was able to check the details to look for himself, it was too much of a waste of time and energy, and at this time, July had already awakened, so it was more convenient to ask her. Of course there is. Military night vision gauge 10 treasure coins, permanent. Darkness potion 3 treasure coins, one-time use. Effective for 10 hours. Night vision enhancement, 1,000 treasure coins. Permanent ability enhancement. Little July quickly presented the 3 night vision commodities in front of Qini's eyes. Chapter 39, inviting the king into the jar. Have a darkness potion. A military night vision device that can be used permanently is nice, but it is an external device and slightly less flexible. The enemy was able to seriously injure Kongyun, so it was thought that they were no match for them, and the use of the more convenient internal style potion was more suitable for sneaking and fighting. Although, Sambo money is a bit pricey for 10 hours of use. Okay, July quickly exchanged darkness potion for Qini, and after deducting 3 pa coins, Qini still had 34 pa coins left in his balance. The darkness potion was a tiny bottle that gave off a light dark brown sheen under the streetlight. Qini unscrewed the cap of the bottle and swallowed it with a tilt of his neck. The potion is cool and slightly bitter in the mouth. After Qini drank it, his eyes immediately turned on his night vision ability, and he was able to clearly see the night scene. Amazing. Qini felt like his eyes were like a cell phone that had turned on the night shooting mode, and the scenery in front of him was coated with a layer of light and shadow. Although he didn't know what it was like to use a military-grade night vision device, Qini felt that the effect brought by the potion should not be any less. This clarity is already fully capable of sustaining nighttime operations, and while a little more clarity would certainly provide a boost, it doesn't seem as necessary, just enough to get by. After a few seconds of acclimatization, Qini quietly dived upwards, following the bloodstains on Mt. Ji. Having night vision, he tracked the blood very easily, and in no time at all he was following the trail to the top of the hill. Qini stood near the mountaintop gazebo and bent down to explore, vaguely seeing a flashlight flickering on the mountainside in the other direction. However, it was summertime, and the grass on Jishan mountain was lush, so Qini could only see the vague lights and not the people moving around under the cover of the plants. Look closer. Qini leaned down and circled around to descend the mountain. Trigger randomized world mission. Operation Annihilate. Want to take it? July's voice came coldly from his mind, startling Qini. He paused and replied, put out the mission details and see. July quickly extracted the world quest from the list and displayed it in front of Qini's eyes. Operation Annihilate, kill the 5 demon hunters chasing Jiang Yan, rewarding 60 experience points as well as 120 treasure money. After Qini read the quest reward, he immediately felt that it smelled too good. In the demon invasion mission, destroying an entire team of special demons only gives 30 experience plus 100 treasure money. However, this annihilation mission kills 5 demon hunters who are chasing after Jiang Yan, and you will be able to get 2 times the experience of the demon invasion mission, plus 120 treasure money. The mission is to kill 5 demon hunters who are chasing Jiang Yan. Any way you look at it, this mission is ridiculously cost-effective. July added, the world quest rewards can be split. Killing demon hunter crew members grants 10 points of experience each as well as 20 treasure money, and killing demon hunter captains grants 20 experience as well as 40 treasure money. Upon hearing this, Qini took the task on the spot. A friend's enemy is an enemy, and although the encounter with Kongyun wasn't exactly pleasant, she couldn't die for a while, so helping her get rid of the demon hunters was a way of clearing the way for his own mission. There's no reason not to take on something that benefits you and rewards you. Qini glanced at the swaying lights at the bottom of the mountain and retraced his steps, changing his route. He initially wanted to sound out the west, using his advantage of being able to see at night to lure away the demon hunter squad, thus ensuring the safety of Jiang Yan and Yan Yueqing. But now that we have taken on the annihilation mission, we have to use our limited advantageous time to design traps to eliminate the enemy's vital forces as much as possible. If they were to fight hard, even if these 5 people did not carry guns, Qin Yi would not be an opponent. Looking at the miserable condition of Jiang Yan, who had a similar battle strength to his own, one could tell how strong this group of people was. So, this annihilation mission, outsmarting is the way to go. Qin Yi followed Yan Yueqing's blood and slowly walked downwards. About 30 meters away from the flashlight, he stopped. He didn't dare venture too far. Any closer and he'd be easily spotted. Qin Yi opened the treasure money mall and exchanged 30 butterfly thunder. These mines are small and butterfly-like in size, so they basically can't kill people, but they can effectively maim them. In modern warfare, such mines are notorious for their cruelty against humanity. It wasn't that Qin Yi had any bad taste in exchanging butterfly thunder, simply because it was cheap, at 1 treasure coin apiece. The low selling price and the simple way of using it were all very suitable for Qin Yi, who had not really studied much about thermal weapons. He also wanted to trade for serious one-hit kill anti-infantry mines, but the high price of 10 treasure coins apiece deterred him. He only had 34 treasure money now, which was only enough to exchange for 3 mines. Burying in a good position and accurately predicting 1 or 2 enemies is fine. It's considered not a loss, but if all 3 mines are not stepped on, the failure of the investment is a small matter, and getting brutally beaten up at 1v5 is the big problem. After speculating for a while, Qin Yi felt that in this current scenario, the butterfly thunder, which could form a minefield with a casual scattering, was the artifact. The opposite side is also a human being. Disabled combat power will be greatly weakened. In the aspect of combat attrition, dead or not seems to be not so relevant. Qin Yi carefully laid the 30 butterfly thunder around the blood dripping from Jiang Yan, evenly in the lush grass. After burying the butterfly mines, Qin Yi didn't move forward. He circled around from the side and hid behind the side of the minefield, the classic position of stealing chickens in the midst of chaos. This way, when the demon hunter squad was caught in the minefield and didn't dare to move around casually, he could quickly sneak over and kill 1 or 2 enemies in seconds. The minefield attrition plus the chicken stealing attrition was able to tip the scales of victory to Qin Yi's side. Qin Yi quietly crouched behind the side of the minefield, waiting for his prey to take the bait. 10 minutes later, a squad of 5 demon hunters pushed through the brush and grass and followed the blood trail into the minefield. The butterfly mines were painted grassy green and small enough that the 5 men in the squad did not notice the mines hidden in the grass. The fan-shaped arrangement used by Qin Yi when scattering mines covered a large area near the entrance of the minefield, but the number of butterfly mines was not large and it was not easy to step on them. And the further up the hill you go and reach the center of the minefield, the denser the butterfly mines get, and you're bound to step on a few whenever you pass by. Qin Yi held his breath as he watched the 5 members of the squad enter the minefield, and then he also slowly moved forward and approached the minefield. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, as Qin Yi waited with anxiety, the sound of a landmine exploding came. At the same time, there were several miserable wails. There's a mine. Look out. The 2 team members at the forefront each had a leg blown off and were lying on the ground in pain, grunting in pain. The other 2 team members who had not stepped on the mine stopped instantly after the squad leader, who was located at the back of the group, gave a shout. As demon hunters, they had learned and trained in all types of hot weapons, although the common use was still cold weapons. After the previous experience of their teammate hitting a mine, they were all much more cautious, and the 3 of them used their long knives to pick at the grass, slowly backing away in an attempt to get out of the minefield. At this moment, Qin Yi silently kills out and swings his Cloud Ming sword. A strike of Fufeng Chop slashes at the demon hunter member closest to him. Chapter 40. Why do you still have booster shots? Caught off guard, one of the demon hunter members was split in half by a powerful Fufeng Chop. Qin Yi quickly retreated. At this time the opponent remaining combat force there is a demon hunter squad leader and a member of the team. After watching Jiang Yan in the witch fight earlier, Qin Yi is sure that the strength of the demon hunter squad leader is not weaker than the current self. So now, 1-on-2 is still not a sure win situation. After them, the demon hunter squad leader swung the horizontal sword in his hand and glared at the remaining member of the team, and the 2 of them stepped on Qin Yi's retreating footprints and chased after him. Since Qin Yi was able to come and go freely, it meant that there was no butterfly thunder in this direction. There is certainly nothing wrong with his judgment, but empiricism makes it easy to overlook other things. The demon hunters did not have good night vision like Qin Yi, nor did they know that Fufeng Chop was capable of generating a wind blade domain, so they naturally did not know that a small wind domain was left behind in the direction that Qin Yi had retreated. The wind blades within the domain were fluttering around. The strength of the wind blades alone wasn't too high, and in the previous few battles, they had to be combined with Yan Yueqing's elemental abilities in order to be effective. But at that time, The object of battle was either a strong demonic creature or a bear spirit that had evolved over 100 years, all of which had thick skin and flesh. At this moment, against a human who was still at a low level, the wind blade showed its strong power. When the demon hunter member of the first rank stepped into the wind field, his calf was instantly penetrated by several wind blades. The intense pain caused him to immediately kneel on the ground, but this action caused more wind blades to shoot into his body. The demon hunter ate the pain and managed to salvage his life by rolling outside the field of wind blades with perseverance, but he was also completely incapacitated, and his physical condition was even worse than the two teammates who had their legs blown off by the butterfly mines. The third-ranked demon hunter squad leader also stepped into the wind blade field, but his physical fitness and reflexes were slightly stronger than those of the first-ranked team members. The moment he felt the pain, he immediately jumped and escaped the range of the wind blade field. Even so, two of the wind blades grazed his calves, leaving his legs drenched in blood. Scumbag! The young captain took a few deep breaths, but the excruciating pain in his legs made every few steps agonizing. Thinking of the mission issued by the Bureau of Demon Hunting, he crossed his heart and took out a syringe filled with dark green liquid from his pocket. Gritting his teeth and sticking it into his veins, the dark green liquid melted into his blood and quickly dissipated into his body. At the same time, the demon hunter squad leader felt an immense amount of power build up within his body, and the wound on his calf became numb, eyes gradually turning sinister and hideous. The junior captain shook his neck and rushed towards the direction where Chini had disappeared. His five senses and speed had been greatly strengthened at this point. His night vision ability was not at all inferior to Qin Yi's, and his bodily functions had also reached the 4th rank level. The balance of victory changed direction again because of this injection. After his successful sneak attack, Qin Yi rushes towards his second predetermined sneak attack location, where there is a messy pile of rocks, and on weekdays, Qin Yi likes to jump around on the rocks to exercise his body. As a result, he knew the location of each stone by heart. Qin Yi was very confident that as long as the demon hunter squad leader dared to chase after him, then he would be able to use the rock pile to gorilla around the rocks and easily torture him to death. After 10 seconds or so, figures appeared in the line of sight. As Qin Yi thought, the minions have all been taken care of, leaving only the demon hunter squad leader with a horizontal sword and a fierce face to chase after him. Humph, today I'll let you feel what it means to be an old six. Qin Yi got up from behind the pile of rocks, picked up a rock, and smashed it hard at the young captain's head. The footsteps of the demon hunter squad leader who was charging forward stalled as he swiftly tilted his head, easily dodging Qin Yi's sneak attack. A single move that eats everything? You think you can defeat a strong man by relying on sneak attacks? The demon hunter squad leader accurately captured Qin Yi's position as he looked at the chaotic pile of rocks in front of him, the corner of his mouth pulling out a cold smile. I'll show you what pure power means. The young captain slowed his pace, dragging his knife forward like a debt collector under the moon. The clear sound produced by the tip of the knife cutting through the gravel made Qin Yi unable to resist muttering in his heart. Why is this guy so calm? He shouldn't be. Isn't the advantage on me now? Qin Yi probed out suspiciously, but the sight in front of him made him panic in his heart. The demon hunter squad leader under the moon was covered in a light green luminescence, and even the long knife in his hand took on a creepy, ethereal green glow, a little bit of Jedi Knight inside flavor. The scene of attaching a luster to a weapon had been seen by Qin Yi before. When he was in the troll skull, Yan Yueqing had made the inferno lance emit a bright yellow light flame, but back then, she was a full version of a witch whose strength had not been weakened. Now if the analogy was made to the demon hunter squad leader, Qin Yi felt a little overwhelmed. He seems to have misjudged the strength of his opponent. It shouldn't be. If she really had a strength similar to that of a witch, how could she let Kong Yun run away? It looks like the wounds on Kong Yun's body are just ordinary. Qin Yi could not see through the true strength of the small captain for a while and hesitated whether he should run away or not. However, the demon hunter squad leader was kind enough to dispel Qin Yi's doubts. He raised his horizontal sword and swung it out, and the rippling green light impacted on the hard rock, easily slicing it in half. Boy, that's strong? Qin Yi silently shrunk his head back. He settled down, turned his head and slipped away. Just kidding, a knife can split a stone. This is still playing a fart. Pressure is not a world of people. Anyway, the reward for this mission could be split. He had already killed one, and as long as the other 3 seriously injured minions could bleed to death, he hadn't lost anything on this mission. Qin Yi's thoughts were beautiful, but the junior captain obviously wouldn't have his way. The running speed that far exceeded Qin Yi's allowed him to cross the pile of rocks and catch up behind him in just 3 seconds. Qin Yi felt the blistering wind blowing from his back, and he quickly looked back and raised his sword before narrowly blocking the demon hunter squad leader's horizontal slash. Ding! A crisp sound of swords clashing resounded. Qin Yi only felt a numbness in his tiger's mouth, and his Yunming sword nearly fell out of his hand. The demon hunter squad leader snorted lightly in disdain and continued to swing his sword towards Qin Yi. At this moment, no matter his body speed, sword skill, or combat experience. All of them are far superior to Qin Yi, and there is no suspense in this battle. Qin Yi was tired of dealing with his airtight blade light, and he was clear that he had absolutely no chance of winning if he went on like this against each other. If he wanted to bounce back, he would have to find a way to hit the Demon Hunter squad leader once. As long as the cloud effect could be made to take effect, even if that squad leader had 2 more lives, they wouldn't be enough to die. But the problem was that this battle between him and the Demon Hunter squad leader was completely unbalanced. It was hard as hell for him to hit the squad leader, and if he made just one mistake, he would be turned into a death by sword. A matchup with such a low margin for error requires a foolproof gamebreaker to make it work. Chapter 41 The Jade of Breaking. After dodging the Demon Hunter team leader's powerful slash again, Qin Yi has already shown his fatigue. After all, his current strength is much worse than that of the squad leader, and the most taboo of dragging time in a cross-level battle. Under Qin Yi's continuous defense, his physical and mental consumption is very huge. Although on the surface the two of them were still having a back-and-forth sword-to-sword exchange, Qin Yi knew that with the current offense, he would definitely be defeated in less than 5 swords. Looking at the Demon Hunter squad leader whose aura was getting stronger and stronger, Qin Yi knew in his heart that he could not delay any longer. He took advantage of the gap between the Demon Hunter squad leader's swings to abandon the sparring and took out the Jade of Time from his storage space. Qin Yi quickly pinched the jade surface and infused his spiritual energy into it. Time steeply slowed down, and all the physical objects around Qin Yi turned on 100 times slower. The Jade of Time after the merger can already choose to speed up or slow down time at will, no longer needing to differentiate between left and right, so Qin Yi's entire set of actions are done in one go, saving the time to differentiate between the jades. It was this precious time saved that allowed Qin Yi to gain a chance at life. He moved his head away from under the Demon Hunter squad leader's horizontal blade in fear. If he had been half a second slower in using the jade, he would definitely have been dead. Giving up the confrontation and placing the treasure on the Jade of Time was risky, but well, it worked. After avoiding the blade, Qin Yi walked around to the side of the junior captain. He raised his Cloud Ming sword and pressed it against the junior captain's neck. After a moment's thought, he gave up the idea of killing the squad leader in the lag time. Although victory appeared to be within reach, the subsequent strong backlash of the rules might result in a lose-lose scenario, and Qin Yi did not want to bet against the laws of nature. After setting up the Cloud Ming sword in front of the young captain's neck and determining that he would be able to inflict damage on him the instant time was restored, Qin Yi retrieved his spiritual power from the Jade of Time. The sluggish scene in front of his eyes instantly returns to normal. Qin Yi reaches out and stabs, the sharp Yun Ming sword running straight towards the young captain's neck. How? Demon Hunter Captain missed a blow, was already very surprised. At this time to see the situation reversed, Long Sword has attacked in front of him, expression as if seeing ghosts. He could not comprehend how Qin Yi, who had given up his resistance, managed to adjust his stance and move from in front of him to his side in just a moment. He was even more unable to comprehend how Qin Yi was able to attack himself with his sword while adjusting his stance. The change that occurred between the lightning and the fire made him very alarmed and annoyed. However, after all, he was a superhuman on drugs, and the Demon Hunter squad leader reacted rather quickly. The moment he saw the brightly shining tip of the sword in front of him, his neck bent to the side at an inhuman angle, hard enough to avoid the long sword that was bound to hit him. However, a fatal blow can be avoided, but a bruise is hard to escape. The blade of Qin Yi's Yunming sword still cut a shallow wound on his neck. Humph! In front of hard power, your carving skills are just a joke. The Demon Hunter brushed the wound on his neck in disbelief and sneered as he reared his blade, a shallow scrape that he would not take to heart at all. In the next moment, before the scorn on his face faded, his eyes were wrapped in a thick fog, and he could no longer see any scenery. What's going on? What kind of sorcery did you perform again? The young captain was a bit at a loss when faced with the sudden fog blindness, and he swung his horizontal sword haphazardly in an attempt to slash Qin Yi with his luck. Qin Yi let out a heated laugh and raised his sword forward. The cloud effect had a duration, and Qin Yi didn't know how many seconds it could last against a 4th-ranked human, so he didn't want to bull asterisk. With a swing of the sword, the Demon Hunter squad leader's haphazardly waving arm flew away from his body, along with the horizontal sword. Without a weapon, a 4th-ranked human is just a fish on a chopping board. A slightly delayed pain came from the broken arm, and the small Demon Hunter captain, shrouded in mist, finally felt the pain, and he knew full well that his arm was gone. As his eyes gradually regained clarity, the Demon Hunter captain turned his head and ran down the mountain, knowing that after breaking an arm, he would have no chance of survival with his physical body alone. 3 seconds or so? Qin Yi looks at the Demon Hunter squad leader who is no longer affected by the clouds and murmurs. It seems that the cloud-ringing sword isn't too effective against both humans and demons, and it can only be used to its limit against a goblin like the 100-year-old bear. He raised the Cloud Ming sword, aiming it at the back of the panicked Demon Hunter squad leader's heart, and threw it with all his might. Hut! The Cloud Ming sword pierced through the chest from behind the Demon Hunter squad leader, killing him in an instant. Qin Yi walked towards him, but he suddenly felt the sky spinning and his eyes gradually became chaotic. Well, is the backlash coming? Qin Yi pinched his thigh, forcing himself to stay awake. Although he hadn't done two outrageous maneuvers during the time slowdown, the act of fleeing under the sword and presetting the blade was still against the laws of nature, and thus he had to suffer a certain amount of repercussions. Qin Yi staggered and rushed to the body of the Demon Hunter squad leader, drew out his Cloud Ming sword to make up for a few swords, and then was about to go forward to make up for the other three severely injured Demon Hunter members when an intense dizziness hit him, and he couldn't support himself mentally any longer, and planted himself on the ground heavily. July, I'm not going to die, am I? Before passing out, Qin Yi reluctantly asked. July bristled. No, it won't. It'll pass out for a while. Qin Yi closed his eyes with relief. Waking up again, Qin Yi was already at home. He weakly straightened up and found Yan Yueqing squinting and sleeping on the side of the bed, her hair in disarray and her clothes still stained with grass blades. Phew, looks like my sister brought me back. Qin Yi approached Yan Yueqing and slowly picked off the scattered leaves on her body. You're awake. Yan Yueqing turned awake from her daze. She looked at Qin Yi in surprise. How is it? Is there any discomfort? Qin Yi heatedly laughed and swept her into his arms. No, I'm in good health. It's just that I'm still a bit dizzy. Yan Yueqing's hanging heart lowered. Last night when she saw Qin Yi collapsed beside the Demon Hunter squad leader, she thought that Qin Yi had met an untimely end and nearly burst into tears. After checking and realizing that there were no wounds on Qin Yi's body and his breathing was stable, she let go of her heart. But no matter what methods were used, the unconscious Qin Yi was never able to turn awake, and Yan Yueqing finally fell asleep from exhaustion after tossing and turning for half the night. When she woke up in the morning and saw Qin Yi waking up, her world became bright again. Hungry? I'll go down there and feed you. Yan Yueqing stood up from the edge of the bed and was about to get up to go to the kitchen. Down there for me? Qin Yi's eyes rolled a few times, his interest full. What's wrong? Don't you want to eat the noodles? Yan Yueqing saw Qin Yi's odd expression and inquired suspiciously. Love it to death. Qin Yi pulled Yan Yueqing to lie down beside him as he gazed at her with a smile. Why oh why? Early in the morning, Yan Yueqing meets his blazing eyes and can't help but think of last night's unfulfilled good deed. She buries her face into Qin Yi's chest and doesn't dare to raise her eyes to look. Aha, don't be nervous sis. I just want to hug you. Qin Yi smoothed her messy hair with his fingers and patted the back of her shoulder. Not long after, Yan Yueqing actually fell into a sweet sleep in Qin Yi's arms. Looks like baby sister had a pretty hard night. Qin Yi encircled Yan Yueqing and pressed his two foreheads tightly together. And by the way, he also slept. Chapter 42 The Perfect Mate. Ding dong. The sound of kitchenware falling to the ground came from outside the room, and Qin Yi and Yan Yueqing were instantly awakened. Crap. Forgot there was someone else in the house. The two looked at each other before quickly getting up and heading towards the living room. Hungry. Jiang Yan was busy cleaning up the iron pot that had fallen to the ground, and when she saw Qin Yi and his duo come out, she opened her mouth in embarrassment. You're awake? Yan Yueqing exclaimed out in shock. After helping Jiang Yan bandage up last night, her mind was completely focused on Qin Yi, so much so that she forgot that there was still a seriously injured patient on the couch at home. At this moment, although Jiang Yan still had fatigue, she could already move freely. Yan Yueqing was a little staggered at her recovery ability. Originally thought that this guy would have to lie down for a few days before he could wake up, but he didn't think that he would get better so fast. It was really annoying. Yan Yueqing didn't have much sympathy for her subconscious love rival. Jiang Yan reached out, handing out the healing treasure pearl. Recovering so quickly should be the help of this item. Many thanks. Yan Yueqing reached out to receive it. Although she had previously seen Qin Yi use the healing treasure pearl to treat his abdominal wounds, it was still a bit out of her expectation that Jiang Yan's multiple stab wounds that were already nearly fatal could be repaired by the healing treasure pearl in one night's time. Walking in the world for 800 years, have not seen this kind of fast healing treasure. This guy from where to get it? Yan Yueqing glanced at Qin Yi, feeling that this dear little brother in front of her was much more mysterious. I'll cook. Qin Yi looked at the still weak Jiang Yan and turned around to walk into the kitchen. Hey, you're sick too. Okay, I'll do it. Yan Yueqing collapsed her little face and chased after her. Qin Yi's body hadn't yet recuperated, but he was actually cooking for that woman, a move that made the magicianess lord heartbroken and jealous. Don't worry sis, I'm fine. Qin Yi affectionately touched Yan Yueqing's forehead and softly asked, what does sister want to eat in the morning? Yan Yueqing was pacified by Qin Yi. The jealousy in her heart immediately dissipated as she tilted her head and said, I'm fine with all of it, but it would be even better if I could eat that soft thing. Something soft, is it bread? Qin Yi pulled out a loaf of meatloaf bread from the cabinet and waved it in front of Yan Yueqing's eyes. Yes, it's this kind of food. Yan Yueqing's eyes sparkled. You're a good feeder. Qin Yi helplessly reached out and hooked her agitated nose. Food like bread. He only ate it when his lazy cancer kicked in. He didn't expect this kind of bagged convenience food to become Yen Yueqing's favorite. Shinny took a few meat buns and steamed them, boiled some thin porridge, and by the way, he also fried a few eggs to help Yen Yueqing clip well. Kangyun in the living room watched the two fill the kitchen with the putrid smell of love with a look of contempt and a bit of envy at the same time. I don't know how that blackened which turned into the stunning fairy she is today. Jiang Yan looked at Yen Yueqing's smiling face and her heart sighed. Half an hour later, thin porridge and hot milk were on the table. Toast and meat buns were freshly baked, and the three men sat around the table. Thank you. Kangyun bowed her head to the two men. If they hadn't come to their rescue last night, I'm afraid I would have become a cold corpse. You're welcome, MS. Jiang broke a lot of money last time. This time it's a return gift. Kangyun thankfully smiled and didn't say anything else. She is clear about the weight difference between the two things. Shinny said this is just to give her a step. They're owed this favor. The not owed. Hey, by the way, sis, did you clean up those severely injured demon hunters from last night? Shinny had checked the system once this morning and it showed that the Annihilation Operation mission had been completed and that the mission reward of 60 experience points and 120 treasure money had arrived. 60 points of experience allows Shinny's level to rise by 1 level. Currently at LV 346 50ths, just need to do another random quest to rise to LV 4. However, what makes Shinny wonder is that he has already risen to the 3rd level. He did not feel any changes in his body, nor did he receive the delightful upgrade gift pack. What is even more exaggerated is that there is not even an attribute panel, which reduces the enthusiasm of his liver level quite a bit. After inquiring about July, this little guy only said to be at ease and did not answer, making Shinny's heart itch. Yes, there were 3 demon hunters with broken legs, and I killed them all. Yen Yueqing sucked in her milk and replied carelessly. Jiang Yan staggered. To say something like killing someone so lightly, really is a witch who regards human life as grass. Shinny turned his eyes to see the saintly-looking Jiang Yan and glared at her without any good reason. I help you kill your pursuers, and you're still here with a look of pain on your face, isn't that eh? He turned his head to Yen Yueqing. Sister did a good job, but I have to make another trip to Jixian Mountain later. I scattered some mines there, and if I don't clear them out it might affect the residents in the neighborhood. Yen Yueqing swallowed a mouthful of bread and said proudly, No need. I've taken care of it all for you. She patted herself on the back. After killing those demon hunters I noticed the objects in the grass and took their bodies and rolled them around a few times and have cleared that area. Shinny couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Sister, you are truly a perfect companion. Yen Yueqing, ha 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 ha. Jiang Yan sullenly ate her buns, although those who died were on the opposite side of the fence from her. But at this time, hearing the two men talk about the killings without avoiding it, she was still a little uncomfortable in her heart. Although she was backstabbed, Jiang Yan knew in her heart that these former colleagues who got along well were also unable to do anything about it, and the culprit was the director of the Wanghai Demon Hunting Branch. By the way, why did you suddenly leave that day, and why were you pursued by the old proprietor? Shinny looked at Jiang Yan again. He had quite a few doubts in his heart. Well, Kangyan's eyes flickered a few times and said softly, the team members other than me died on the last mission, and the Demon Hunting Bureau put me under control to investigate the events. After explaining the ins and outs, the director wanted to take the fall for me as an outcast, and unwilling to die in vain, I escaped from the Demon Hunting Bureau. Don't worry, I didn't tell anything about meeting you two. Kangyan finished and lowered her head to drink kanji. Shinny silently sighed. His father had just died in battle for the cause of mankind not long ago, and he himself was treated as a backstabber by his fellow officers. Jiang Yan, this woman is also quite miserable. Her eyes flickered when she spoke. She should be hiding something from you. This woman's words can't be trusted. A reminder came from little July in his head. Shinny frowned slightly, but he didn't take it to heart. Jiang Yan didn't have much to do with himself, and what happened to her had nothing to do with him, so concealing it or not didn't have much of an impact on his and Yen Yueqing's lives. After all, everyone has secrets in their hearts that they can't tell. For Qin, grasping the opportunity to flash marry Jiang Yan and completing the system mission is the important thing. Exploring the grudge between the Demon Hunting Bureau and Kangyan is just a matter of curiosity plus adding some leverage in judging the current situation. Chapter 43 The Mighty Prison Keeper. Oh right, Qin continued to inquire. Where is the Demon Hunting Bureau's Wanghai branch? Jiang Yan looked at Qin strangely. Why would you suddenly ask this? A friend has been captured by demon hunters and I'm trying to get him out. Qin is not worried that Jiang Yan will leak the news. After all, the two are now a grasshopper on a rope. Jiang Yan, but where a little brain will not be in collusion with the Demon Hunting Bureau. That friend of yours, he wouldn't be called forgetfulness, would he? Kangyan stopped moving her mouth and raised an eyebrow. How do you know? Qin looked at Jiang Yan with some surprise. He clearly hadn't mentioned anything about forgetfulness to her. How did she guess the correct answer at once? What's so surprising about that? Jiang Yan skimmed her mouth and continued to drink kanji, forgetting the language. That guy, when he was in the Demon Hunting Bureau, he was known as a dangerous scientist, and this time it took quite a bit of work to get him back. Besides, you're infected with the remnants of the demon seed, and the one who can play a role in saving you from this is that guy without having to think about it. Sheenie let out a light oh and hurriedly continued. Then you must know where he's being held? Kong Yun nodded. I know, but I don't recommend you to save him. Why? Let's not mention whether or not Oblivion can really help you clear the remnants of the demonic seed as he boasted. Even if he can, this deal for you to rescue him isn't worth it. Sheenie frowned. Getting his help at least has a silver lining. You're right, Jiang Yan interjected. Although this person, forgetting words, is a bit arrogant, I admit that he does have quite a bit to offer in the area of researching magical creatures. However, you should know that he is on death row for the same crime as the demons, and assisting a death row inmate in escaping would make you guilty of death as well. Jiang Yan sees that Sheenie hasn't gotten the meaning of her words yet, so she puts down her porridge bowl and seriously gestures on the table. Every year, there are a handful of people who are contaminated with the residue of the demonic seed, and the Demon Hunting Bureau sends people to bring these unlucky people to hidden quarantine points to record their physical reactions. Of those people, around 90% will die on the 7th day of being tainted with the residue of the demonic seed. 7% will become completely demonized, turning into humanoid demonic creatures like her. Jiang Yan pointed at Yan Yueqing, who was happily eating bread. The latter's smile disappeared instantly. Hey, I'm not a humanoid demonic creature. Do you want to respect your savior? Jiang Yan's eyes rolled. Well, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made an analogy with you. Those humanoid demons all went berserk and lost their sanity. And those like you who still retain human attributes have indeed never been seen before. Sheenie interrupted their exchange. What about the remaining 3%? Kong Yun propped herself up on the table. The rest of them are the lucky ones? Their bodies were able to remove the remnants of the demonic seed from their bodies on their own, and then survived. Which means that there is a chance of survival, and not too small a chance, of being tainted by the remnants of the demon seed? Yes, Jiang Yan nodded. That's why I don't recommend you to rescue Forgetfulness. You should know that Forgetfulness is imprisoned in the demon suppression prison. Once you enter that place, you will be considered an intruder, and the powerful prison guards will kill you on sight. The probability of you succeeding in rescuing Forgetfulness is 0% in my opinion, so you might as well wait quietly for 7 days and leave life and death to fate. Sheenie frowned and asked, how strong are the prison guardians? Stronger than a whole team of demon hunters chasing you? Jiang Yan let out a light laugh. Of course, the prison guardian is of the 6th rank. The 9 squads of the Sea-Watching Demon Hunting Bureau combined can't even defeat a single prison guardian. 6th rank? Doubt flooded Qinyi's eyes. Since they are so powerful, why don't they go to the frontline battlefields and instead willingly stay in the boring devil suppressor prison? Jiang Yan smiled wryly. Because they are not humans, but modified high-level demons. Only in the demon suppression prison are they in a controllable state. Prison guards that aren't human? Qinyi's eyelids fluttered. Are they the 7% that mutated into demons? Clever. Kong Yun clapped her hands, an approving look in her eyes. In the incinerator of the Bureau of Demon Hunting, only the dead majority are burned. As for the mutated and the healed, they have their special role. Even the healed ones don't get freedom? Yes. Kong Yun's eyes glowed with pity. For the great cause of fighting demons, they usually dedicate themselves to become valuable research samples. Yan Yueqing sniffed and fearfully shrunk her shoulders. Consecrate themselves? Are you sure they're dedicating themselves voluntarily? Qinyi's voice raised a few degrees. Jiang Yan shook her head and returned quietly. In the Demon Hunting Bureau, it's not up to them to say whether it's voluntary or not. What an evil organization. Still Demon Hunting Bureau. Demon Brigade is more like it. Qinyi was filled with righteous indignation. Kong Yun smiled bitterly. If it was me before yesterday, I would probably still be arguing with you about which is more worthwhile, saving millions of people or sacrificing a small portion of them. But right now, I completely agree with you. Qinyi shook his head. It turns out that on the dark side of the world, there are still so many mind-blowing things happening. Yan Yueqing raised her eyes. The world has never been like this. I know it well. Kong Yun lowered her eyebrows. But it can't be completely dismissed. After all, in this era of massive demonic invasion, thousands of ordinary lives still need the covert protection of demon hunters. Qinyi was silent, and after a moment's pause, he looked at Jiang Yan. Where is the devil-suppressing prison? You're still going? Jiang Yan looked at him with disbelief. She felt that she had already made it clear enough. Lying peacefully at home might still have a chance of survival. Going to the Jin Demon prison to save forgotten words was definitely a dead end. Of course, I don't like to be left to my own devices. This was indeed Qinyi's personality. But the main reason that dispelled his doubts was the mission that July had picked for him. The third quest on the quest list is Rescue Forgotten Words, which has a small reward of 40 experience points. although little July was not able to reveal crucial future information to him, but from the mission's paragons and rewards, Shin-hee judged that the matter of saving forgetfulness would not be too difficult. July shared a body with him, and she wouldn't risk picking out the overruns ahead of time, even if there was the possibility of picking an over-the-limit mission in order to stay alive. The system rewards would never be small. Previously, when hunting monkeys, Chi Monkey advanced, the difficulty increased, and the task rewards also increased. From this we can see that the system is absolutely fair and has the underlying logic of the harder the task, the greater the reward. Therefore, this matter of saving forgotten words is definitely doable. Alright, I can tell you the location of the demon suppression prison. Jiang Yan spat out her tongue. Although you guys saved me, please don't force me to join you guys. That horrible place like the devil suppressing prison, beating me to death. I won't go there. No problem. You only need to inform me of the location as well as the details of the devil suppressing prison. As for repaying the favor, forget it. It's just a matter of lifting a finger. When I come back and pull a certificate with me, we can forget each other in the Jianghu. Kong Yun nodded. No problem. Then good luck with the rescue. Chapter 44 Little Mouths Like Honey. Jiang Yan wrote down the information about the devil suppressing prison on her notebook, which was dense and detailed, but did not have any reservations. When the record was finished, she excused herself, saying that she had important things left to do. Shin-hee and Jiang Yan agreed to rejoin after 3 days. If both are alive, they will get a marriage license together, so as to move away from the stone that is pressed in the heart. After Jiang Yan left, Shin-hee and Yan Yueqing carefully studied the geographic location and guards of the devil suppressing prison, and after going over and over it a few times, both of them fell silent. If the information that Kong Yan had written in her notebook was completely true, then the operation to rescue forgotten words could already be abandoned. It's hard. The devil suppressor prison was in a desert location 200 kilometers northwest of Wanghai City, which was already close to the borderline of the Great Summer Country. On the surface, the location of the devil's prison is a military base, which is strictly prohibited for the general public to enter. However, in reality, the military base is just a front, and the devil's prison is located 100 meters below the military base. There was only one way to enter the demon prison, and that was to descend from the only elevator hidden inside the military base fortress. However, the military base was guarded by a team of demon hunters, and the fortress was gated so that the elevator could not be activated by anyone other than a demon hunter captain or above. Even if Shin-hee overcame all the difficulties before entering the elevator, he could only call it the first step in the long march. The elevator automatically stops next to a temporary checkpoint every 20 meters down, with an independent camera scanning the scene inside the elevator and transmitting the scan back over a separate line. The Bureau of Demon Hunting has people to review the scanned information, and the elevator can only continue to descend after the reviewer confirms the information. This way, even if the camera inside the elevator is hacked, the separate camera at the checkpoint can still act as an intrusion prevention. After the elevator descends to the underground, it will be checked again by the staff of the town devil prison to confirm the identity, and only after there is no mistake will you be allowed to enter. The challenge really begins when you enter the devil's prison. The devil suppressing prison had a total of 7 floors, and the only entrance and exit of each floor was guarded by a 6th-ranked prison guardian. Entrants are required to show the prison guards a voucher issued by the director of the Bureau of Demon Hunting, and the voucher is verified for authenticity before they can enter the floor corresponding to the voucher. Once inside, you will be able to find your target under the guidance of the guards of the devil's prison, and then either arraign them or take them away according to the contents of the vouchers, at which time the guards will not interfere much. However, the upward elevator still has to be checked 5 more times before it can be successfully raised to the ground level, and once it fails one of the checks, the elevator will immediately lock. Without legitimate credentials, trying to enter and exit the Demonjin prison was tantamount to a fool's errand. Still going? Yan Yueqing tilted her head, some helplessness in her eyes. Shin-hee gently caressed her face. Let's finish the other 2 things first. After reading the intelligence, Shin-hee's heart was also bottomless. With his and Yan Yueqing's current strength, it is completely impossible to rely on brute force to break into the 100-meter Deepjin demon prison. If they rely on the formal way, they must get the credentials issued by the Demon Hunting Bureau's Wanghai subdirector. However, according to Jiang Yan's words, this subdirector's whereabouts are uncertain, and even the Bureau's insiders are rarely able to see him once, let alone Shin-hee. After some thinking, Shin-hee also felt that the matter of rescuing forgetfulness had become a dead end that could not be accomplished. The other 2? Yan Yueqing inquired suspiciously. Yeah, after those 2 things are done, things might take a turn for the worse. Shin-hee thought that little July must have her reasons for ranking the rescue of forgetfulness in the 3rd place. However, there is a system in his mind that gives out quests. Shin-hee temporarily doesn't know how to explain it to Yan Yueqing, so he simply skips it for the time being. Nasan trusted herself anyway, so it wouldn't be too late to explain it to her in detail once she was familiar with the world and had some understanding of the system and other settings. Okay, I'll walk you through both. Yan Yueqing held Qingyi's hand and softly said, "Don't be anxious, even if I can't save forgetfulness, I still have the ability to save you." Although using this ability required consuming one's life, Yan Yueqing felt that it didn't matter. Longevity is boring, and trading lifespans for favorites is well worth it. Although Qingyi hadn't asked Yan Yueqing what the guaranteed method she had been reciting was, he could completely surmise from her serious expression that the cost of saving him was very huge. As a chosen son with the existence of a system, Qingyi naturally wouldn't let Yan Yueqing sacrifice for himself. Even if you have to sacrifice one of them, you still have the little July in your head, so it's a big deal to go solo for a year to sharpen your skills. You heartless. July saw what was going on in Qingyi's head and gritted her teeth in anger as the anime characters began to mosaic up. Goo, July baby didn't sleep ah? Can you reveal the details of the mission to save forgotten words, such as how to skip class, the difficulty geometry, what are the chances of surviving, and so on? July huffed and glared at him. I can't, of course, I can tell you if you strongly request it, but the repercussions to be endured can be even more horrific than the laws of nature. Then forget it. Qingyi hurriedly shook his head. He wouldn't dare to gamble on such uncertain damage as backlash, so I'm in no danger, by and large, as long as I do what you've planned for the mission. Qingyi was a little undeterred. Since asking for details of the mission violated the heavenly Tao, it was always okay to pry into something inconsequential. July paused for a moment before returning. That's the theory, but the world is ever-changing and people have marvelous subjectivity, so it's impossible to pack a punch. I do the task lining up, and there is no danger to the world now, to you now. But there's no guarantee that something as ominous as a chi monkey ascending in the process will happen, so you can't be emboldened and still do each task with the same caution you would use for an unknown peril. Qingyi nodded. I see. Encounters with emergencies are after all a minority. As can be seen from the previous mission, little July's predictive ability is still relatively strong. Qingyi is not too worried. Hey, what's wrong with you? When Yan Yueqing saw that Qingyi did not speak for a long time, but just stood frozen in place shaking his head, she reached out and waved her hand in front of his eyes in confusion. Ha! Nothing. Thinking about our schedule. Qingyi rubbed the girl's hair. We're going to make another trip to the southwest forest next to kill a group of demonic creatures. After I finish this, I have a survival game to play. The game starts tomorrow morning, so we have to kill the demons in the southwestern forest by tomorrow morning. So, we have no more rest today and need to move immediately. Yan Yueqing puffed out her chest. No problem. I'm the best at killing demons and stuff. Let's go. Sister, you're such an understanding baby. Qingyi hugged his thigh. Yan Yueqing hemmed and hawed. Little mouth smeared like honey. Let me taste it. Oh, expression of agreement or surprise? Chapter 45 The Tent at Night. After a brief refurbishment, the two of them once again headed towards the southwestern forest. With the experience of the last bear hunt, the two men went into the southwestern forest much lighter this time. The cab driver who drove them to the southwestern forest was not the same one as last time, but he did counsel the two men at the entrance to the forest, and to no avail. The four missing college students remained undiscovered. Qingyi and Yan Yueqing knew this matter by heart, but they couldn't tell the cab master the truth. Perhaps the truth of being held captive as an experimental subject by a demon hunter is more frightening than being devoured by a demon. After entering the southwestern forest, Qingyi follows the detailed instructions of the demon invasion quest, and Yan Yueqing rushes towards Luochi Mountain at the edge of the forest. Last time when he was doing the beast language quest, Qingyi wanted to go to the mid-levels of Luochi Mountain to look for the grizzly bears hidden there, but halfway through, we got the information from Forgotten Words, and the route changed. At this point, once again on the road to Lodge Hill, both men lifted a little sigh. In just 2 days, Forgetfulness, who had been hiding in the southwest forest for 3 years, was captured by the Demon Hunting Bureau. Although he knew that this had nothing to do with himself, Qingyi always had a strange feeling. It was as if he was a walking witness to doom, and wherever he stepped his feet, something strange would happen. Putting away their wild thoughts, Qingyi and Yan Yueqing held hands and rushed towards Luochi Mountain. Luochi Mountain was the second highest peak in the Great Xia country, and the mountain was extremely steep, making it a veritable dangerous peak. The snow-covered half of Lodge Mountain is always covered in snow, and the lower half is full of magical legends, so few people set foot on this mountain except for climbers who seek the limit. Due to the richness of the southwest forest's rare beasts as well as wood species, some years ago attracted a lot of poachers and loggers. They are looking for the target. They always like to go to the roots of the snowy mountains to see the nature's magic, when the foothills of the Rocky Mountains is still quite lively. However, due to the invasion of demons, the rumors about the southwest forest became more and more outrageous, and gradually the place became a forbidden area, and almost no one dared to enter it. except for curiosity-hunting anchors and students in their infancy. Of course, the images of many anchors being brutally devoured by demonic creatures were still circulating in the hidden net, but due to the control of the Demon Hunting Bureau, the vast majority of ordinary people had no idea about it. This forest is full of plagues, as evidenced by the 1001 magic storage bottles in the Oblivion warehouse. Although Qin Yi and Yan Yueqing had the strength of a demon hunter, they did not dare to relax their spirits. Traveling carefully along the way, the two finally reached the foot of Rocky Mountain before nightfall. According to the quest details, the group of targeted demons was hidden at the foot of the mountain. After Qin Yi and Yan Yueqing took a short break and simply ate some food to replenish their energy, they began their search. Tomorrow morning it's time for the real-life escape game, and they have to kill this team of demons before the sun rises. Shoo, look there. A search at the foot of the mountain did not yield any results, and the two of them climbed about 100 meters up the mountain, when Yan Yueqing finally keenly noticed something strange. Qin Yi followed her, pointing to see that in a reverse slope of the affixed mountain, there were several tents scattered and tied up, and a fire was burning in the open space in the center of the tents. Qin Yi roughly counted about 5 people sitting around the fire. The light on the far side of the fire was not good. Qin Yi could vaguely see that there were still silhouettes flickering, but he could not tell how many more people were in the gloom. Is it a demon hunter? Qin Yi squinted his eyes to take a closer look, but he really couldn't see it really well. Not wanting to waste precious coins on this kind of thing, he had to ask Yan Yueqing, who had excellent eyesight. I don't think so. Yan Yueqing shook her head after observing carefully for a while. The costumes don't look like it, and the weapons don't look like it. The people near the fire were not uniformly dressed, and at a glance looked disorganized. And there were all sorts of weapons, from rifles on their backs, to long swords at their waists, to powerful crossbows. The whole team highlights a have it all and use it all, completely different from the demon hunter's neat and tidy equipment habits. Go around. Qin Yi patted Yan Yueqing's back, and the two of them prepared to retreat from behind the hiding tree. Neither a demon hunter nor a demonic creature. Qin Yi did not feel the need to fight them. Whatever purpose they had for camping here armed, as long as it didn't interfere with their mission, there was no need to make some mistakes for no reason. Swoosh! As he was retreating, a sharp whistle suddenly came from the big tree in front of Qin Yi's left. Discovered! Qin Yi and Yan Yueqing looked at each other and realized that it was not good. The two of them hurriedly retreated backwards. These people were numerous and had long-range weapons such as guns and crossbows. It was quite difficult for him and Yan Yueqing to harden themselves against these guys without injury. The best thing to do at this point is to run away. There is neither interest at stake, and running away is the best way to avoid conflict. However, the men who camped here were in unusually good physical condition. Despite their crude weapons, the two of them, Qin Yi and Yan Yueqing, possessed the strength of the second rank, but their running speed in the dark night was not much faster than these people, and due to the blockage of grass and trees, the two retreating was restricted in every way. However, the group had the advantage of being able to jump between trees like apes, much more agile than the duo running on the ground. Is this a ING man or a monkey? Qin Yi listened to the sound of the wind whistling above his head and wondered in his heart. Seconds later, running, they suddenly realized that the whistling wind stopped. Have they given up the chase? Qin Yi gasped and looked around suspiciously. No, Yan Yueqing replied dryly, her ears opening and closing as her eyes became grave. They've got us surrounded. As soon as Yan Yueqing's words fell, bright flashlight light came from all directions, and Qin Yi's eyes were almost blinded. Whispers came, and Qin Yi felt that this was squarely on all sides. I'm convinced. Qin Yi raised his hands high in a gesture of surrender. Yan Yueqing, who was holding an inflammatory gun in her hand and was ready to break the net of fish death, looked at Qin Yi as a big brother with a pitch, and immediately threw the inflammatory gun and raised her hands in a decent manner. Joking aside, there were black holes in all directions with gun ports. She couldn't be sure if the net would break or not. The fish was bound to die. It's a demon hunter? A burly man walked up to Qin Yi and his duo, circling around them before asking strangely, not a demon hunter, but a demon hunter. Qin Yi's brain spun quickly, weighing his reply. These people in front of him were strong and uncharacteristic. The equipment wasn't exactly refined, but it wasn't something an ordinary person would be able to get their hands on. The only ones in this mountainous area that were qualified to receive their baptism of fire were the ferocious beasts or the demons that lurked here. Qin Yi felt that they should not be poachers, because it was the middle of summer. The beasts in the southwest forest were quite a bit more than in the Rocky Mountains, and setting up camp in the snowy mountains to hunt wild animals was a bit of a step south. So, they could only be one kind of person, demon hunters. Chapter 46 being used as a scout. Not the demon hunters of the Demon Hunting Bureau, but the folk groups that organize themselves to hunt demons. So it's a friend. The burly man put away the lance in his hand and waved at his men. The light from the flashlights that surrounded Qin Yi and Yan Yueqing instantly went out, and only a few dull yellow carrying lamps were still slightly flickering. Qin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. he was indeed in the same boat. All of you big brothers are skillful. Are you also warriors who came here to clean up the demons? Qin straightened up and inquired with a respectful face. The burly man smiled brightly. My name is Qin Xiong. A few days ago a group of demons passed through Longshan County outside of the southwest forest and killed quite a few people. We were ordered to come and clear them out. Ordered to purge? Qin looked at Qin Xiong suspiciously. Seeing that all of you big brothers don't look like people from the Demon Hunting Bureau, whose orders are you following? Qin Xiong greeted his men to go back. He patted Qin Yi's shoulder. Little brother, we are mercenaries from Earth. Let's go. It's not safe here. Go back to the camp to talk about it in detail. The human world? Qin Yi chanted silently in his heart. He didn't have any knowledge about this organization. In addition to the Demon Hunting Bureau, it turns out that there are large organizations that resist demons. Qin Yi and Yan Yuqing exchanged glances as the two of them followed Qin Xiong towards the camp. Qin Xiong had a plain face and didn't look like a villain with a smile on his face. And most importantly, he mentioned that their mission was to clear out the demonic squad. With the current war situation, most of the demons were sporadically spread out within the Great Summer Kingdom, and would hardly invade in full force. Qin Yi's demon invasion mission details mentioned that the demons that entered the southwest forest were a strong team of special demons, and this description was somewhat similar to the demon team that Qin Xiong described. Moreover, the detailed location of this group of demons was near the foot of Lodge Mountain, where Qin Xiong and the others happened to be camping. Qin Yi felt that it was impossible for two teams of demons to appear in the southwest forest, and the demons Qin Xiong and his team were hunting should be the same team as the demons in the demon invasion mission. It just so happened that Qin Yi could not detect the location where the demons were lurking. Perhaps Qin Xiong and the others might know about it, and it was necessary to follow him to the camp to talk about it in detail. Little brother, you dare to enter the forest with only two of you. Courageous. Qin Xiong walked and chatted with Qin Yi as he tried to find out what these two men were relying on. Although they were both demon hunters, there was no guarantee that some of them were the official lackeys of the Demon Hunting Bureau, and he did not fully trust Qin Yi. Courage, Qin Yi replied without thinking. Qin Xiong froze. Qin Yi's answer caught him by surprise. Of course, in addition to courage, we have good strength. Oh, Qin Xiong turned his head in interest. How many ranks of experts are you two? Qin Yi laughed. Second order. Qin Xiong looked at Qin Yi's face of confidence, and a hint of speechlessness welled up on his vicissitudes of life. The second rank can only bully the first-rank demons in this forest, but it is full of dangerous second-rank demons. He really does not know where Qin Yi's calmness comes from. Is it really courage? Or maybe he wasn't being honest with me? Qin Xiong shook his head and decided to lead Qin Yi back to the camp before he finessed the conversation. If he and the girl were scouts of the Demon Hunting Bureau, he would have no choice but to be nonchalant. There were many rewards for this hunt of demons, and he could never let the Demon Hunting Bureau spoil it. Back at the campsite, the flames were still burning, and the flavorful wild boar was still cooking on the iron pot. Brother Qin, Miss Yen, if you don't mind, have dinner at our camp. Qin Xiong warmly invited. Thanks a lot, but we ate. Qin Yi snorted. He looked around with his eyes. In addition to the 12 people who had just chased him and Yan Yuqing, there were still 5 more people sitting sporadically in the campsite, and with the guys who were on guard in the nearby trees, this demon hunting team numbered more than 20. In that case, such delicious wild boar meat. It's really a pity. Qin Xiong unconcernedly served up a bowl of broth and contentedly feasted on it. Big brother, you just mentioned that a team of devils has entered the forest. Won't the devils find out if you make a fire and cook like this with great fanfare? Qin Yi asked curiously. Oh, started poking around? Qin Xiong's eyes narrowed slightly as he felt more and more that Qin Yi and Yan Yuqing were spies from the Demon Hunting Bureau. Fear not, we have brothers who are watching for demons. Qin Xiong was halfway through his sentence and continued to drink his soup. Qin Yi's heart was delighted. This group of people really knew the location of the demonic creature. Then, may I ask where the demonic creature is hiding? Where are you hiding? Tie me up. With a wave of Qin Xiong's hand, several people around him quickly stepped out, holding ropes towards Qin Yi and Yan Yuqing. What is the meaning of this? Big brother? Qin Yi and Yan Yuqing froze. This big brother, how can he say flip-flop? Humph, you guys are really the scouts of the Demon Hunting Bureau, but this team of demonic creatures we earthly are bound to take down. No matter what your purpose is, you'd better honestly bury your conspiracy in your heart. Qin Xiong put down the bowl of soup in his hand. However, as long as you are honest, I promise to wait until tomorrow to let you leave safely. Qin Yi hurriedly explained. Big brother, we are also here to hunt demons, and we are not from the Demon Hunting Bureau. Don't be sophomoric. Why are you spying on our camp if you're not from the Demon Hunters Bureau? Qin Yi was just about to tell him the whole story when Qin Xiong waved his hand and a ball of rags was stuffed into his mouth. To tell you the truth, the strength of Earth now is no longer something you can suppress. I advise you to repent soon and not be fooled by those hypocrites from the Demon Hunting Bureau. Qin Xiong picked up the rifle that was lying diagonally on the side of the tent. Chen Chang, Lu Yuming, you two guard these two scouts. The rest of you, organize your equipment and follow me. The duo named Chen Chang and Lu Yuming brought Qin Yi and Yan Yueqing towards a large tree at the edge of the camp, and tied the two of them to the trunk of the tree solidly with a hemp rope. Woo woo, Qin Yi whimpered unwillingly. The unwarranted disaster caused by the misunderstanding made him very upset. Stop whimpering. We'll let you go when we're done hunting demons, or else you mother ********** ing demon hunters are going to ruin us again. Chen Chang glanced at Qin Yi with displeasure and shoved the cloth in his mouth harder. Qin Yi and Yan Yueqing watched Qin Xiong leave with the large troop, and their eyes flashed with refined light. But you guys started it. Qin Yi waited for the empty time when Chen Chang and Lu Yuming turned their backs to smoke, and quietly took out the Cloud Ming sword from the storage space. The sharp long sword easily cut through the ropes binding them. Qin Yi and Yan Yueqing made a wink and the two of them touched towards the smoking Chen Chang and Lu Yuming on the left and right. The two unlucky ones did not realize the danger in the slightest. By the time they heard the rustling, Qin Yi and Yan Yueqing had already quietly sneaked behind them. Aha! Both men were covered and knocked unconscious with a punch each. Kill or? Yan Yueqing retrieved her inferno lance from a corner of the tent and looked at Qin Yi inquiringly. Chapter 47 Special Devil Squad. Never mind. It was a misunderstanding after all. Tie them up. Qin Yi tied the two men to the tree, and before he left, he did not forget to stuff the rags into their mouths. After doing so, Qin Yi exchanged 2 bottles of darkness potion. It was time to save and spend, and with 124 treasure coins in his hand he could afford this kind of consumption. What is it? Yan Yueqing curiously took the small bottle. A magical potion that lights up the night when you drink it. Qin Yi tilted his neck and swallowed the entire bottle of darkness potion. Where do you get such rare and strange gadgets? Yan Yueqing drank the darkness potion and felt the cool flavor make her head go up a bit. From the store, Qin Yi followed the direction of Qin Xiong's departure and quickly chased after him. Qin Xiong's large troop had already left for 10 minutes, and if he inked for a while longer, he might not be able to find their traces. What kind of store sells this weird stuff? Feeling the bright night, Yan Yueqing covered her small mouth in amazement and followed Qin Yi's pace. She already had much better night vision than the average person, and with the enhancement of the darkness potion, it almost reached the level of daytime vision, causing her to call it magical. Aha! This kind of object is just a small thing. There are many more marvelous things that can be purchased. Qin Yi smiled inscrutably and sprinted forward. Initially he thought that Little July was his biggest hang-up, but now it seemed that the Treasure Money Mall was the most perverse existence. Not only are you able to purchase all the objects of the current world, but there are also countless magical pills, potions, skills, weapons, etc. that you can purchase. Even more outrageous is the fact that you can also buy abilities that can permanently improve your attributes, as long as you have the money to do so. For example, spend 1,000 treasure coins to permanently gain enhanced night vision. Treasure Money Mall, which opened up the possibility of punk body modifications for him. In the future, he could permanently evolve all of his body skills and become an existence far beyond ordinary people. Assuming, of course, that there are enough treasure coins. Qin Yi wondered if he could go to the frontline battlefields and participate when he had the chance. The rewards given by the quests were not bad, but they were still too much of a stretch for improving strength. Now that he had the Jade of Time, killing non-quest demons would also reward him with experience and precious money coins. If you can go to the low-ranked demonic battlefield to brush up your money, and then use a steady stream of precious coins to buy attributes, and then enhance your own ability to push through these quests that have the life-sending debuff, will life be much simpler? When I have time to ask Jiang Yin. Most of the 13 armies are ordinary people, and the demonic creatures that they are fending off shouldn't be too high in rank. Qin Yi made up his mind and continued to follow the collapsed irrigation grass, searching for Qin Xiong's whereabouts. With the starry light of the fire lit up not far away, Qin Yi and Yan Yueqing slowed down their steps. Qin Xiong's brigade is not far ahead. Boss, the number of enemies in the demon squad totaled 12, with the leader being the Horned Tiger, the vice-general being the Forest Wolf, and the remaining 10 escorts all being Ironmouth hyenas. One of the deputies brought 5 people and met up with Qin Xiong, who was the advanced squad that had previously been monitoring the demons that had infiltrated the southwest forest. Horned Tiger? Qin Xiong's brows furrowed as he felt slightly bad in his heart. Surprisingly, a third-ranked demonic creature had entered the forest, which was not good news for them. Horned tigers are large and powerful, with sharp horns in front of their foreheads that can easily pierce through iron shells. It is said that a steel-armored personnel carrier was once pierced by it in a frontline battlefield. Not to mention its strong physical strength, it also has an extremely strong long-range attack ability, with the tip of its horn releasing a powerful laser beam capable of melting through a dozen millimeters of steel plate. However, fortunately, The third-ranked demonic creature had limited energy and was unable to continuously use magic-like means of long-range attacks, so it still had a fighting chance against it. Qin Xiong instructed his men to organize their equipment and explained to his deputy the details of the surprise attack on the demons in a while. Third-ranked demons were tricky to deal with, but as the leader of the squad, he couldn't show any negativity in this time of a great battle coming up. The deputy quickly passed down the battle plan, and the members of the squad were taken aback when they heard about the presence of a third-ranked demonic creature. But Qin Xiong's subsequent pre-battle mobilization set their minds at ease. Brethren, not far ahead are the demons that are killing our fellow countrymen. There are dangerous third-order demons among them, but do not be afraid, gentlemen. Although it possesses a strong physique, it lacks the most valuable attribute in combat, intelligence. We only need to follow the agreed-upon battle plan and take the lead in focusing on killing the horned tiger, then divide and surround the remaining demons and break them down one by one. And we can easily complete this mission. We have 2 times as many warriors as the demons, and a spirit they don't possess. In this battle, the advantage is on our side. Qin Xiong raised his fist and lightly shouted, "Definitely win!" The mercenaries from the earth raised one hand to their chests in the darkness of the night. "Definitely win!" they bellowed in their hearts. Seeing that his morale was picking up, Qin Xiong waved his hand forward, and the 20 or so mercenaries were then led by their respective team leaders towards the pre-planned raid location. Qin Xiong threw his assault rifle to his second-in-command and unhooked the long knife wrapped in burlap on his back. "Let's go to the front." The long sword glittered with a bright silver-white light under the moonlight, and the deputy did not hesitate to follow Qin Xiong. This boss was a man of the third rank, and he hadn't lost a single battle in which he had used his long sword. Xin Yi, who was hiding not far away, smacked his lips as he had just spent another 3 treasure coins to purchase a bottle of Shun Feng Ear potion. There is no way. Close to the fear of being found by the scouts in Qin Xiong's team, far away and cannot probe the intelligence, can only spend money to buy hanging, a third-ranked demon. My sister and I should be able to fight it with our cooperation, but its squire is a bit difficult to deal with. Xin muttered in a low voice, weighing the difference in battle power between the 2 sides of him and the demonic creature. Yan Yueqing asked in a low voice, "Are we going to sit back and reap the benefits?" Xin shook his head after thinking for a while. For one thing, the scope of the mission's judgment was broad but limited. If Qin Xiong's group wiped out all the demons, he would be judged to have failed the mission. Secondly, he wasn't sure to what extent the strength of Qin Xiong's group had reached, and from the previous chase, it could be concluded that the group wasn't weak. Thus, it was possible that they were able to blitz through the fight at a very small cost. When the time comes to foolishly try to go up to K-head, I am afraid that I will be killed alive by Qin Xiong's group. Therefore, the best way to accomplish the mission without being pestered by Qin Xiong's gang is nothing better than being the oldest 6. Xin had an idea in his mind. "Sister, please look for an elevated position around the perimeter with a good view and a clear view of the battlefield where they are fighting the demons." Yan Yueqing nodded, but she was still curious as she inquired, "We don't have the means to attack from a distance, so what's the point of looking for a highland location?" Xin smiled gently, "Right away. Oh yeah, don't go too far from the battlefield, preferably within 1,000 meters. Chapter 48 Sniping Game. Seeing that Xin was full of confidence, Yan Yueqing also stopped getting to the bottom of the matter. She quietly followed Qin Xiong and the others, circling around to search for nearby spots that met Qin's requirements. Xin was not idle as he sank his consciousness into the treasure coin mall, searching for a suitable long-range attack weapon. He now also has a balance of 115 treasure coins, enough to purchase the vast majority of small modern weapons. Compound bow? Don't. The range power is more limited. A bazooka? Don't. It'll blow up the demon hunters down there too. A sniper rifle? It's a good one, but there are so many types. Which one should I get? Xin was picking and choosing in his head when little July popped out coldly. "Do you want me to give you a shopping suggestion?" Good. Xin was having a headache and couldn't wait for July to help him get out of his misery as a dyslexic chooser. "Well, the weapons that have a range of over 1,000 meters and can be easily handled by a rookie like you have been listed for you. But what I recommend most is that M200. You can make your own final choice." Xin cast his eyes on the 5 sniper rifles that little July had listed for him. The 5 guns were the M200, Barrett M82A1, L115A3, AWM, and TAC-50. These weapons are old friends from FPS games, sort of familiar heavy sniper rifles, and since little July picked this heavy and powerful weapon, it seems that the demonic creature is not simple. The 5 guns are priced at anywhere from 80 to 100 treasure coins, with an additional charge for bullets, which can be quite expensive. Xin clenched his teeth and exchanged the M200, which was priced at 90 Baoqian coins. He had heard of this gun and it was said to be the most accurate sniper rifle in the world. It's a bit of a pain in the ass, but it's time to save and spend, and it's better to be able to accomplish a task with precious coins than to take a life. Besides, you can never go wrong with a weapon that is highly recommended by little July. The firearm comes with 7 rounds of bullets, and to be on the safe side, Shinee spends another 10 precious coins to exchange 10 additional bullets. Taking out the M200 from the storage space, Shinee had only one feeling. Cool, so cool. The shape of this gun was quite domineering, causing Shinee, who was touching a real gun for the first time, to tremble his fingers in excitement. But as handsome as it is, heavy is also really heavy, and Shinee feels that walking while holding this thing is a bit of an effort. It was a good thing that he had storage space that he could take and put at will, so he could run with this gun without stress. The guns that July had picked out were high-end and came with an advanced foolproof aiming system that even a rookie like him could pick up quickly. Without this set of sights, this M200 could be cheaper by 10 treasure coins. But to get started quickly, Shinee must spend an additional 50 treasure coins to purchase the firearms specialization skill. Although I know that seeking fish is more important than seeking fish, but I can't help but be shy. The reduced M200 plus firearms specialization is enough to reach as high as 130 treasure coins, and Shinee's balance doesn't support him to engage in this way. However, after realizing that the targeting system was independent and could be subsequently disassembled and installed on other firearms, Shinee felt that it was not a loss. After studying the guns and figuring out how to use them, Yan Yueqing also returned. She was slightly surprised after seeing the oddly shaped weapon in Shinee's hand, but she wasn't too surprised. She had seen Shinee's ability to change into inexplicable objects many times, and was not surprised by it. I have found an excellent high position that will please you. Yan Yueqing pulled Shinee up with gusto and ran towards the destination she had bothered to explore. The location she sought was on a rocky platform at the break of a mountain cliff, from which she could easily see the encirclement designed by Qin Xiong and his party. Moreover, the stone platform is conveniently underneath the cliff that is close to 50 meters of vertical, which can effectively prevent the impact of magic creatures. The stone platform is ample in size and has a good shooting angle, making it an excellent sniping spot. Shinee satisfactorily high-fived Yan Yueqing. His sister's work was always very reassuring. With the actions of Qin Xiong's squad below the cliff in his sights, Shinee observed the demonic squad that was slumbering in the center of the encirclement in his periscope and quietly waited for the battle to begin. Although Qin Xiong's group appeared to be scattered soldiers, their tactical planning and coordination skills were surprisingly high. Shinee and Yan Yueqing observed down a few times and realized that they formed a pocket formation by relying on the cliffs and slowly retreated inward, gathering the demons in the middle. For the flat area directly in front of the weakest part of the formation, Qin Xiong and his second-in-command personally took to the battlefield to close in on the line of defense from which the demons were most likely to escape. The whole fit, it seems, is flawless. Shinee shifted his quasi-mirror to take a closer look at the orientation and formation of the demons. Where they were was located on a slope, with the horned tiger slumped at the bottom, and 2 iron-mouth hyenas on guard at the top and bottom of the slope, so it looked like there had been a bit of squad fighting going on. However, after all, it is a low-ranking magic creature, and there is still a large gap in this aspect of intelligence compared to humans. With a whistle from Qin Xiong, the demon hunters already surrounding the demonic creature's perimeter raised their firearms in their hands, aiming at the iron-mouth hyenas standing on guard and tilting the ammunition in their hands as much as they wanted. The 4 iron-mouth hyenas up and down the slope were already on the verge of sound sleep, and they perished instantly when Qin Xiong's squad was caught off guard by the surprise attack. The remaining demons, who were sleeping, quickly got up and hid at the bottom of the slope where they could block the bullets. At the same time as the gunshot, Qin Xiong and the others with short weapons took advantage of the perfect opportunity before the demonic creature could organize an effective counterattack to quickly compress the encirclement and close in on the horned tiger. As long as their party was able to take advantage of the chaos to get close smoothly, 1 person and 1 sword would be enough to send the horned tiger to the west. After wiping out this horned tiger, which was the strongest and the soul of the demon squad, the rest of the battle would be as easy as chopping a melon and cutting a vegetable. Shinee could see Qin Xiong's tactical arrangement, but there was no way for him to join them in focusing on attacking horned tiger. Although he was able to see a part of the demonic creature's body at the bottom of the slope, he was unable to effectively target strikes at the weak points of its body due to the presence of the backslope. Instead of wasting precious bullets, it was better to prioritize clearing the slope of the ferruginous hyenas. Shinee kept on pulling the trigger, and as the booming sound of gunshots came out, the head of an iron-mouth hyena exploded like a watermelon falling on the ground. Did Boss Qin even arrange snipers on the cliff in advance? The shots are so accurate. You kid, Boss Qin never fights battles without. Hurry up, there aren't many iron-mouth hyenas left alive. I still want to get more merit. Humph, the demons on the slope have all been blown apart. I'll go over to the bottom of the slope to support the boss. Hey, you can't leave your battle position without authorization. It's okay, you're enough for this side of the encirclement. You need to know how to improvise. I'm going. Shinee shook the muzzle of his gun somewhat uninterestedly, searching through the scope to see if there were any more magical creatures that weren't in the middle of the firing angle. Yan Yueqing covered her ears and plopped down beside him. her eyes full of astonishment. This burning stick-like weapon was so powerful. Chapter 49 Matching Tactics of Devils. Yen Yueching's small brain was shaken to a buzz. She thought back carefully. Having lived for nearly 1,000 years, she had never seen a weapon that could easily kill a second-order demon from 1,000 meters away. Her strength at her full strength was around the 9th rank, and with her abundant energy combined with the Inferno Lance, a supreme divine weapon, she was only able to attack remotely at a distance of around 500 meters. The weapon in Qin Yi's hands easily surpassed, in a way, the power she had gained from 1,000 years of cultivation. It made her marvel. Qin Yi, who was concentrating on the sniping game, did not notice Yen Yueching's surprised little eyes in the slightest. Otherwise, with Qin Yi's nature, high and low to introduce her to a wave of intercontinental missiles, nuclear bombs and other weapons, giving her a little bit of modern weapons shock. There was no longer a shadow of the iron-mouth hyena in the quasi-mirror. There were 10 dogs in total. 4 were killed by a wave of surprise attacks by Qin Xiong's team, and 3 were blown apart by themselves. If Qin Xiong's side hadn't followed up with a kill, there should only be 3 iron-mouth hyenas left at the bottom of the slope at this point. The 3 iron-mouth hyenas that he had killed had rewarded him with a total of 15 experience points as well as 30 points of precious money. In other words, a second-ranked demonic creature was able to bring a reward of 5 experience points plus 10 points of precious money, which was quite a strong reward. If there was no quest reward for this part of the income, 1,000 treasure money could be reached by killing only 100 second-order demons, together with the 520 treasure coins provided by the easy-to-complete Fish and Water quest. As long as you can find a location with a high concentration of magical creatures, it's not a dream to exchange the pure origin pill within the remaining 4 days. The mission to rescue Forgotten Words seems less necessary when you look at it this way. Jade of Time. What an epic enhancement for me. Qin Yi suppressed his excitement, removed the collimator on his sniper rifle, and stood up to watch at the bottom of the slope. From the clash of swords and guns and the shouts of murder, he could hear that the battle was not yet over. But the slopes that blocked his view made it impossible for him to see the progress of the battle. Qin Yi turned his head and saw that the demon hunters in other locations were rushing down the slope. It seems that the battle on Qin Xiong's side didn't go well. With 7 dogs dead, the remaining combat power left in the demon squad has at most 1 tiger and 1 wolf plus 3 dogs. There's no reason why Qin Xiong and the others can't beat them. Qin Yi muttered, pondering whether or not to go down now. According to July, he had already considered himself a successful participant in this mission at this point. Even if the remaining demonic creatures themselves no longer made a move and were killed by Qin Xiong and the others, they could still receive the reward for mission completion. In that case, it seemed completely unnecessary to go down and start an unnecessary conflict with the demon hunters. Although, Qin Yi was a bit greedy for the bounty offered by the remaining demons, Yen Yueching was still in amazement at this point, her hands caressing the sniper rifle on the ground, her eyes shining. That's right, she craved it, letting the Inferno gun, which had followed her for hundreds of years, lie alone on the ground. She just lovingly stroked the M200, which was glowing with a hard metallic luster. Sister, let's go down. Something's not right. Qin Yi had a bad feeling in his heart as he watched a brilliant laser flash out from the bottom of the slope, cutting down all the large trees in the 20-meter sector directly in front of the slope. The horned tiger opened wide, indicating that it did not die under Qin Xiong's targeted surprise attack. Demon hunters are likely on the downside. Ah, good. Yen Yueching reluctantly let go of the sniper rifle in her hand and bent down to pick up the Inferno rifle. What? Sister likes it? Qin Yi noticed her expression and asked curiously. Well, there are a billion things to like. Yen Yueching's large, bright Kazran eyes shone and moved in the night. Ha! First finish the matter at hand, and I'll teach you hand-to-hand in a few days. Qin Yi rubbed Yen Yueching's head with an anti-smile on his face. Aha! Including the sniper rifle in his storage space, Qin Yi takes out the Cloudming sword and runs towards the bottom of the cliff. Below the slope, Qin Xiong watched as more than 10 of his companions around him were cut off by the horned tiger's lasers, losing their life force in an instant. His entire body froze, an overwhelming grief and remorse filling his heart, making him almost forget that he was in a battlefield at the moment. After a brief moment of dismay, the roar of the demon in his ear turned his mind back quickly. He nimbly rose from the ground and slashed forward with his long sword while the horned tiger finished firing its extremely energy-draining laser attack. Dang! The long knife with excellent texture slashed at the steel plate-like mouth of the iron-mouth hyena, making a crisp collision sound. Qin Xiong also had an iron-mouth hyena, a half-crippled forest wolf, and a temporarily dislodged horned tiger in front of him. The 3 iron-mouth hyenas were a big loss for his surprise attack team targeting the horned tiger. He had never seen demons that worked so well together. The initial plan was for the gun-toting demon hunters, who were dispersed and surrounded, to kill the ferruginous hyenas, who were seen as minions, and he led the elite melee squad, first focusing on killing the strongest horned tiger in seconds. then decapitating the peak second-order forest wolf. The first step of the plan was accomplished smoothly. The 4 guarding iron-mouth hyenas were eliminated, as many as they could, and thanks to the assistance of the mysterious helper, 3 more iron-mouth hyenas were cut down, causing the pressure on their raiding party to plummet. However, what Qin Xiong did not expect was that the degree of combat power and tacit cooperation displayed by the remaining 5 demons made him, who was the leader of the demon hunting squad, feel inferior. The 3 ferruginous-mouthed hyenas, upon awakening, quickly relied on their position on the slope to vault the forest wolf and horned tiger behind them. All magical creatures of the second order and above had special means of combat, and the iron-mouth hyena was no exception. The 3 hyenas formed a semicircle and unfolded their dog's teeth war shield, easily blocking Qin Xiong and the others from a safe distance. The dogtooth battle shield lasts for 1 minute, and its surface can be damaged by unusual swordsmen. As a result, Qin Xiong's squad was trapped by the 3 large shields that had risen from the ground for as long as a minute. Although there was a gap between the 3 shields, the timber wolf with the ability of Shadowless Claw was watching from behind the shields. A member of the team tried to pass through the shield and was instantly torn to pieces by the forest wolf mercilessly. The crowd had to wait helplessly for the dogtooth battle shield duration to end, but what they didn't expect was that the horned tiger, which hadn't been making much of a move, immediately flashed a bright light on its pointed horn after the end of the battle shield. The experienced Qin Xiong immediately realized that the iron-mouth hyena had not raised its shield simply to ward off their attacks, but to buy the horned tiger time to build up its energy. He shouted out, "Lie down in time." But the first and second ranked demon hunters around him didn't have the same powerful reaction speed as he did. Qin Xiong only felt a burst of burning heat cut through the top of his body, and when he raised his eyes again, his teammates had already been cut off like straw that had been passed over by a scythe. Hellish scenes, nightmarish sudden quiet battles. Qin Xiong only felt his heart filled with a burning rage as he quickly raised his hand, instantly killing the 2 iron-mouth hyenas in a weakened state in front of him. The remaining hyena recovered its state and blocked Qin Xiong's sharp long knife with its iron beak. Chapter 50 I Like Doubles. Qin Xiong's robust arm pulled the blade in a twist, skillfully redirecting the force generated by the collision with the dog's teeth. Swish! The last of the ferocious-faced, iron-jawed hyenas was separated from its head. Beside the horned tiger, a forest wolf with drooping hind legs raised its sharp, hard claws and attacked Qin Xiong. This strike, aimed at the throat, if hit, Qin Xiong never survive. Whoosh! The sprinting inferno lance pierced through the darkness of the night, and a light red light winded its way into the forest wolf's skull. The shadow of death that pressed on his heart dispersed, and Qin Xiong gasped out loud as he looked in the direction where the inferno lance had flown from. "You're welcome." Yan Yueqing smiled and raised an eyebrow. "It's you guys?" Although Qin Xiong was puzzled, he still nodded gratefully to Yan Yueqing. It was at this time that the horned tiger had already gotten out of the weakened state of releasing the laser, and it violently raised its head, the sharp pointed horn in front of its forehead stabbing towards Qin Xiong's chest and abdomen. "Watch out!" Qin Yi let out a blistering cry. Although Qin Xiong was facing sideways towards the horned tiger and could not see the sudden change, his body's sharp reflexes allowed him to make an evasive maneuver the moment he saw the shape of Qin Yi's shocked mouth. Put! The horned tiger's sharp horn stabbed into Qin Xiong's thigh. The pain instantly traveled from his leg to his entire body, and Qin Xiong only felt the pain almost screaming out. Ka! Qin Yi struck a Fu Feng chop, cutting off the sharp horn of the horned tiger. The horned tiger whimpered in pain, its eyes bloodshot and roaring furiously. Although he had lost his horns, but after all, he was a third-order demonic creature, and the horned tiger's physical strength was still not to be underestimated. Yan Yueqing drew out the inferno lance pinned into the forest wolf's skull, taking advantage of the time when the horned tiger was blinded by the cloud state to draw an inferno lance strike on top of its head, igniting the breeze field left behind by the Fu Feng chop. The flurry of fire and wind blades danced haphazardly on the horned tiger's body, and just as it regained its vision, its eyes were a searing blur like a sea of fire. Qin Yi swung his cloud-ringing sword to slash at his spine, the blade piercing into the bone joints, causing the horned tiger to instantly go berserk. It ran off into the distance in a manic rage across the center. Yan Yueqing aimed in the direction it had left and threw the inferno gun out with all her might. The flame-wrapped inferno lance passed through the horned tiger's thigh, causing it to stagger on its feet. Qin Yi, who had taken off his Cloud Ming sword, quickly took out the sniper rifle from his storage space. A distance of a few dozen meters does not require collimator assistance. Qin Yi fired a shot. The bullet pierced through the back door of the horned tiger's intestine, and it swayed its body as if it was about to fall. The demon hunter in the direction of the horned tiger's escape pulled the trigger of the submachine gun in his hand, and the bullet shot into the horned tiger's body like popping beans, but did not inflict any more fatal damage on it. The high-raised tiger paw was about to fall on the head of the demon hunter who was changing the ammunition for his submachine gun. Qin Yi had already pulled the bolt and fired the second bullet at the tiger's head. Bang! The bullet entered the horned tiger's skull, failing to make its head explode like a steel-mouthed hyena's, but still instantly churning out its brain. The horned tiger's claws ran out of strength, and it planted itself on top of the demon hunter with its tiger eyes wide open. A third-order demonic creature couldn't withstand a fatal blow to the head from a large-caliber sniper rifle. Shin-Yi sighed in relief. Fortunately he was accurate enough. Otherwise another unlucky person would have to die here. Congratulations on killing the third-order horned tiger, gaining 10 experience points as well as 20 treasure coins. Congratulations on completing the quest Demon Invasion and receiving 30 points of experience as well as a quest reward of 100 treasure coins. Congratulations on your upgrade to LV5. Experience 101 of 125. Little July duly jumped in with a programmed broadcast. Hey, I can see for myself. Shin-Yi bristled, expressing disinterest in Little July's broadcast with little emotion. As pleasurable as it is to touch the fish, one must still remember to fulfill one's duty, don't you think? Little July is transformed into an anime beauty queen with arched eyebrows. Whatever. Shin-Yi rubbed his nose and walked towards Qin who was almost fainting from the pain. The latter was feeling laboriously for the flare gun at his waist. Are you okay? Shin-Yi looked at the grimacing Qin, who was gurgling blood from the huge tiger horn nailed to his thigh. Flare gun. Can call for help. Qin spoke with some effort. Shin-Yi spread his hands. There's no need. The demons have already been cleared. Horned tiger is dead? Sure. Phew. Awesome. Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it. Get your minions for you. See you're about to bleed to death. Shin-Yi drew the flare gun at his waist and shot it into the sky. Not long after, the demon hunters who were still at the far end of the encirclement rushed back one after another, and looking at their teammates who were scattered and cut in half, a layer of gloom clouded everyone's face. Doggy, you're dead. I told you not to go AWOL. You have to show off. Look, you're dead. Oh my doggy, where did the other half of your body go? Oh. Qin heard the whimpering of his men and suffered greatly. He was further tormented when he learned that the only companion on the team who knew anything about medicine was also dead. Shin slightly counts and realizes that there are 8 people left in this squad, plus the 2 who were tied up by themselves in the camp. There are 10 in total. In this battle, half of their team members died, so it could be said that it was a very grueling battle. So what? Your crew is here, so we'll go ahead. Shin put away his longsword and turned around with Yan Yueqing to leave. Thanks a lot. Qin endured the pain of his injury, sat up and clasped his fists in salute. If not for the help of Qin and Yan Yueqing, he would have already perished in the Yellow Springs. You're welcome. You have 2 other companions I've tied up in the camp. Don't forget to bring them with you. Shin turned back and walked a few steps before turning his head and walking over to Qin, both surnamed Shin. It's kind of fate. He handed Qin a blood-stopping elixir worth 5 treasure coins. This guy had such a big hole pushed up against his thigh by the horned tiger. If he didn't stop the bleeding, he was afraid that he would die before he even left this forest. Although there was some unhappiness between him and Qin due to a misunderstanding, but after all, this guy was also considered to help him fulfill his mission, so he could help. It is? Qin looked at the reddish Dan pill in his hand, and doubt appeared on his face. It stops the bleeding, so take it if you believe it, or it doesn't matter if you don't. After Qin finished speaking, he turned around and left. Thank you. I am Earthly Qin. If the benefactor ever needs help, just look for me. 10,000 deaths. Qin clasped his fists and shouted. Oh, just had something I wanted to ask. Qin doubled back for a second time. Do you know where there are more low-level demons? Preferably the kind with 100 or 80 in a pile. Qin sniffed, his eyes glaring like bronze bells. 180? Are you trying to start a farm? I have not heard of such a large number of demonic gatherings, but there are many information vendors on Earth, so if you need them, I can help you probe. Okay, thanks. Leave a contact. Qin smacked his lips. It seemed that such a thing as brushing levels and brushing treasure money was still a bit difficult. Well, brother Qin, do you have any thoughts of joining Earth? Qin threw in an olive branch. Qin scratches his head. A mercenary organization? Not much interest. I like to go solo. Oh no. Doubles. Chapter 51 404. After bidding farewell to Qin and his party, Qin and Yan Yueqing rushed back to their residence under the stars and moonlight. Qin dragged his tired body and threw himself on the bed. The last few days of back-to-back adventuring had left him a little tired, and not just physically. Not feeling well? Yan Yueqing brought a cup of tea and sat down by the bedside. It's fine, a little tired. Qin squeezed out a smile at Yan Yueqing. Ah, no tea for you then. After Yan Yueqing took a small sip, she placed the teacup flat on the bedside table. She took off her shoes and ducked down to sit beside Qin. Here, sister, help you relax. She stretched out her greenish-white jade hand and pressed it against Qin's forehead. Well, which kind of relaxation? Qin was instantly refreshed. Don't get any ideas, little rascal. Just go to bed. You have things to do tomorrow. Yan Yueching's slightly cool little hands roamed around Qin Yi's acupoints. Gradually, the feeling of peace and relaxation spread throughout his body. Qin Yi comfortably closed his eyes. A good rest for the tense body and mind. The next morning, Qin Yi opens his eyes and sees Yan Yueching, who is lying on his side and has a beautiful face. He gulped and quietly placed a kiss on Yan Yueching's delicate lips, so soft and sweet. Qin Yi lightly got out of bed and prepared to head to Factory 404. Hey, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night? Yan Yueching rubbed her sleepy eyes and straightened up with a yawn. Great. Thanks to my sister, I slept very well. Ah, that's good then. It looks like my massage skills are pretty good. Yan Yueching stretched her back, her face shining in the morning light, like a fairy out of the dust and into the world. Qin Yi stared at Yan Yueching's pretty face in a daze. Since he met her, the feeling of loneliness never seemed to appear again. Turning his head to help the girl smooth her messy hair, Qin Yi reluctantly said, Sister, I'm leaving, take a good rest. If you're bored, go watch TV. I'll be back tomorrow at the latest. Well, can we see the program you participated in on TV? Yan Yueching was a bit expectant. Qin Yi shook his head. I can't see it. The program is pre-recorded and not live online. Ah, well then, I'll be waiting for you when you get back. Cheers. Yan Yueching nuzzled her lips, living up to the cute girlfriend in the idol drama. So good. Qin Yi smiled and walked out of the room. It simply feels good to have someone waiting at home. Factory 404 is in the city of Ningzhou, which is adjacent to Wanhai, a small city that is closer to the edge of the land than Wanhai. However, although Habitat is not well known, their program called 24 Hours of Escape has become a huge hit with many viewers and has gained many fans. Qin Yi had also chased after a few episodes of the program in his spare time, but because the program was becoming less and less original, he quickly abandoned the pit. In this age of blossoming and impatience, the lack of the ability to innovate quickly means extinction. Qin Yi hadn't seen an advertisement for this program for over half a year and thought it had cooled off. It wasn't until last night when he signed up that he realized the show hadn't lost any heat at all, but instead was firmly at the top of the escape category. It doesn't seem to be that people can't do it, but that big data is no longer distributing it to itself. Qin Yi skimmed his mouth somewhat self-deprecatingly. It's really easy to make bad judgments when your life is guided by big data. If it hadn't been for little July coldly arranging this task for him, in a few more days, everything about the program would probably have sunk into the depths of his mind. Qin Yi had wanted to watch the latest installment of Escape 24 Hours, but it only took half an hour to travel directly from Wanhai to Ningzhou, and he didn't have the time to watch the entire installment. He just had to call it quits and sit in his high-speed rail seat with his eyes closed, recalling in his mind the few episodes he had watched earlier. There are only fragments of memories in the mind, and most of what survives are the highlights shown by guys who are good at the escape game. As well, the betrayal scene brings an extremely uncomfortable twist. However, having these was enough. The most exciting battle was only the collision of unbladed light weapons. In Qin Yi's eyes, this kind of battle was like playing house. Now that he's here, coming to a regular people's show is akin to a grown, strong man going into a kid's den. As long as the show doesn't get scripted and shady, his advantage is crushing. Moreover, one possessed the treasure money coin mall where one could purchase items, and there was still plenty of treasure money. Even if there were food and water restrictions during the escape, he didn't need to worry at all. Any way you look at this assignment, it's a breeze to send to the precinct. Qin Yi lay back at ease and quietly waited for the journey's end. Ningzhou City has arrived. Please disembark the passengers with their belongings and get off in an orderly manner. The voice announcement came, and Qin Yi stepped out of the carriage, took a cab and headed straight for the address where the contestants would assemble at the 404 plant. Young man, you're from out of town too, aren't you? The cab driver was chatty and kept asking for information about Qin Yi along the way. Qin Yi had little interest in the driver's master's climb, and returned with a hitch, as he was obsessing about his next mission in his mind. After participating in today's Battle Royale program, the Rescue Oblivion mission, which is known as the Impossible Rescue Operation, comes up. Qin Yi muttered a little in his heart. The Demon Invasion mission didn't result in any valuable items like the Jade of Time, but it was rewarding to make contact with this mercenary organization on Earth. However, the value of this harvest was mainly in the intelligence of the places where low-ranked magical creatures gathered, not in entangling the team to attack the town demon prison. Mercenaries weren't fools. They wouldn't do a death-defying mission like attacking the demon town prison. Moreover, even if there were warriors who did not fear death, he did not have enough funds to support a mercenary operation. Now it seemed that the key to rescuing forgotten words should be related to the task at hand. However, an escape game filmed by a group of ordinary people gathered together doesn't have anything to do with rescuing Oblivion by any stretch of the imagination. Can't it be that little July has the wrong assignment lined up? Yikes, sure enough you're here for the escape game as well. Factory 404 is simply the pride of Ningzhou. The driver master had a proud look on his face after hearing Chinese affirmative reply about participating in the escape game show. 404. Chinese chanted out, suddenly feeling that the name of the program organizer had an unsettling meaning in it. When browsing the web, the words 404 not found often appear, and there is a small person next to it explaining that the web page is lost or something like that. More often than not, the 404 is often accompanied by information about trafficked children. Trying to open a study web page cold and see such things as lost children, the heart will inevitably be clouded with a layer of compassion and uncertainty. It's quite a big heart for the operator of an escape game show to give his company that kind of name. However, the name fits the core of the game quite well. Chapter 52 Game or Reality? Shinee casually asked. Master, it looks like you are quite concerned about the program Escape 24 Hours? The driver master smiled brightly and glanced at Shinee from the rearview mirror. That's right. This program's content is excellent, not to mention that it can also help generate revenue for our line of work. So of course we have to support it properly. Excellent content. Shinee bristled and didn't say anything else. In his opinion, the content of the show was really average, except that the escape games brought up the heat, and there was no competition for the escape reality variety show, so that made it flat out soar. The driver saw Shinee's expression in the rearview mirror and he said irritably, young man, you need to look at things from a developmental perspective. The show was poorly reviewed a few months ago, but with the new company, it's been extremely good, and I don't think it should be despised anymore. And the fact that thousands of contestants come from all over the country to participate every day speaks volumes about how hot the show is. Shinee apologized. He didn't expect the driver master to pay attention to his expression in between chats. Hey, no, new company? Shinee suddenly realized the blind spot as he looked at the driver. Master, did you just mention that Escape 24 Hours has changed to a new company? Yeah, aren't you a contestant and don't know about this? The driver cocked his head suspiciously, but the traffic, which was looking more and more congested, made him turn his head back violently halfway through his cocking, and there was no time for him to look away. I'm sorry, I haven't watched this show in over 6 months, and I came here on a whim when I happened to swipe on the sign-up page yesterday when I was bored. That's right, no wonder you seemed to be scoffing at the program earlier, the driver said with a big smile. I've been paying attention to 24 Hours of Escape because it's a local program, and its performance half a year ago was really unsatisfactory. He turned the tables. However, the arrival of the new company called Factory 404 3 months ago has greatly added to the authenticity and fun of this show, and it looks very enjoyable. So it's like this. Shinee nodded his head. It seemed that during the period of time when he had abandoned the pit, the program team had overhauled all but the name. Of course, look at the densely packed vehicles on this street. The vast majority of them are participants who have come here in admiration. The driver master was used to traffic jams. Shinee looked out the window. The wide long street with 8 lanes in both directions. The vehicles in the opposite direction were scattered, while his direction would be congested. It was unbelievable. Master, how far is this from the assembly site? It was already 7:10. The rally point would be closed at 8 o'clock. Shinee was slightly worried in his heart. It's close, less than 2 kilometers to go. We should be able to make it. Shinee breathed a sigh of relief. Less than 2 kilometers away. Get off the car and walk only about 10 minutes. Will not be late. Taking out his cell phone, Shinee searched for the official website of the Escape 24 Hours program and took a closer look at the synopses of the last few issues. The program is really much more innovative than it used to be. Not only are there different large maps such as islands, rainforests, deserts, towns, wastelands, etc., but it also upgrades the 100-player escapes to thousands. As the contestant base goes up, the brutality of the escapades increases, and when condensed into one episode, the highlights increase and the show naturally looks good. All of this is still secondary to the fact that, most importantly, Factory 404 took over and made major upgrades to the authenticity and immersion of the show. Unscripted, undirected, and unrestricted, it is immersive for both the audience and the contestants. Of course, unrestricted is only for the general means of escape games, and vicious events such as rape and murder, which are not authorized by law, are still not allowed. As for how to achieve immersive realism without hurting the contestants, the show said it would use editing to add gory scenes within a reasonable range so that viewers could easily get into the scene. Of course, the introduction looked enticing, but Shinee didn't feel that they were able to fully deliver on the promises in the synopsis. First of all, managing and keeping up with 1,000 contestants is a godsend. More people meant more trouble, and it was inevitable that some of the 1,000 participants had some brain problems and didn't follow the rules. Without a script and without limits, these oddballs may do things that are laughable or outrageous. Running around naked with your pants down, maybe harassing other contestants, maybe coming over for a publicly funded trip, not for a reward, ignoring the core of the game, maybe The video of these guys could have been cut out in post and it wouldn't have been that big of an impact on the crew. But what if someone takes the opportunity of the competition to get an itchy hand and poach wildlife? Or to kill other participants? This kind of behavior violates the law. Once exposed, the entire program group will have to take the blame. The program eat date pills. So the only way to stop this from happening is to send out more managers. But it's a whole 1,000 person field. Can the program come up with enough supervisors and managers? Secondly, the point of adding gore scenes seems extremely contradictory. Generation does not depend on human blood creation, but on the participants' action, behavior, demeanor, language and other aspects of the performance. All viewers know that Escape 24 Hours is a reality show, so why bother with gory clips of contestants dying? It can't be too awkward to have contestants pretend to be injured and fall down to create a good editing environment for later. Sheeny felt that the program group was more or less a bit too big for their britches, and he opened the latest installment of the program with an inquisitive mood. This episode was filmed in a desert city. The map is huge and desolate. The desert city is a modern abandoned city with a kind of wasteland punk undertones, and I don't know where the crew went to find this kind of great filming location. The camera view initially uses a god's perspective, with 1,000 contestants spread out in different areas of the deserted city like tiny black dots. The program converts to follow-along footage as soon as it officially begins, and Sheeny is momentarily confused as to whether someone is following along or piecing together edits with hidden cameras in the deserted city. There's one thing to be said for the immaculately smooth camera work and transitions alone, and it's vicarious. Sheeny's interest was piqued as he continued to watch downwards with interest. As the progress bar lengthened, Sheeny's expression full of interest changed to one of doubt, and then to one of fear after another moment. This show, it's not right. Whether it's a contestant's facial gestures or post-death state, this show does a 99% job of recreating it. The only 1% that doesn't match the real thing is still due to the fact that the gore is weaker than the real battles. Sheeny's heart was clouded with a layer of gloom. He had seen dead people with his own eyes, so he was extremely knowledgeable about the state of people when they faced death. The contestants who died in this program acted as if they were really dead, and Sheeny didn't believe that they being ordinary people, they were all skilled actors. Add gore scenes with post? No. I think it's that you guys are weakening the gore scenes with post-editing. Chapter 53 City of Racing. There is definitely something wrong with this reality escape show. Little brother, we're at the place. The fare is 80. No meters, specializing in out-of-towners. The driver smiled and pointed to the collection code hanging on the side of the car seat. Sheeny didn't talk much and paid sharply. The same distance fare this side to be higher than Wanghai City 30%. According to the usual, Sheeny must be in driver master theory. Cut him a $10-20. But at this time he was carrying something much more important than change in his mind. Seeing that the deadline was coming soon, Sheeny quickly stepped off the car and walked into the assembly area. The assembly point is already overcrowded. Sheeny only feels that he has entered the slaughterhouse after stepping in, and those participants who are full of longing and laughing are like lambs to be slaughtered in his eyes. These guys, they don't realize the gravity of the situation at all. Sheeny looks around, searching for the administrators of the rally point to see if he can find an opportunity to expose the truth about the program. But to his surprise, the soccer field-sized venue was devoid of any staff in overalls, and as far as visual inspection is concerned, the density of the crowd in the assembly point exceeds the 1,000 mark. According to Cheney's previous experience when he participated in the school athletic meet, he felt that there were at least 2,000 either excited, confused, or puzzled participants standing on this wide field. What to do? Cheney looked around in confusion, not knowing what to do. He was certain that he was right, that those contestants in the show's video were definitely real deaths. But would anyone believe himself when he told this truth? In addition, there was another point that Cheney was very confused about. Factory 404 has taken over 24 hours to kill and has produced 9 episodes, totaling nearly 10,000 contestants. And only one lucky winner in each episode survives to stand on a high platform built by the show's team to receive the prize that belongs exclusively to the sole winner. So, if this is truly a real escape, what happens to the bodies of those who die? With nearly 10,000 bodies, there's no way to make them disappear without a drop, no matter what, right? Moreover, the 24 Hours of Escape program does not limit the identity of the contestants, and will not specifically pick the parents of the dead, no partner special people. So wouldn't the families of the people who died be suspicious of the program because of the disappearance of their loved ones? What was even more incredible was that Cheney had just realized that every episode of the program had more than 30 million broadcasts, and these 30 million people included viewers from all walks of life. Naturally, there is no shortage of viewers such as doctors, morticians, police officers, forensic pathologists, etc., who would not be skeptical of the content of an extremely authentic video. Or was one's judgment simply wrong? Cheney fell into self-doubt. As expected, I had been too arrogant earlier. A mission that could be ranked ahead of such a perverted difficulty mission as Rescue Forgotten Words would not be too easy. While the assembly point is bustling with people's voices, Shinee only feels that the summer air is as cold as the winter months, piercing the bones and chilling. In a trance of thought, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Shinee detached himself from his bitter thoughts and looked toward that figure. Gone. Rubbing his eyes, Shinee muttered, "Why is she here? Am I blind?" He was about to walk around and observe, when the rousing drums suddenly sounded inside the assembly point, and the gates slowly closed with them. Is the man behind the curtain finally going to show up? Shinee stopped and turned his body to look around. Things didn't go the way he thought they would, and no one from the 24 Hours of Escape program showed up. The sound of the drums turned from impassioned to mournful and desolate, and the sky above the rendezvous point darkened. The bright skies of 8 a.m. were gone. What happened? Is it going to rain hard? The weather has gotten so bad. Where are the organizers? Why is there no one in charge? Watching us get wet? Yeah, that said, I've been here since 6 o'clock and I haven't seen any staff until now. Is the race not today? I'll have to double check the information on the entry form. Shinee's ears resounded with the heated discussions of the contestants, and the unorthodox and alien environment caused a hint of bad premonition to surface in everyone's heart. Shinee looked at the dark night sky that seemed to be flashing with running thunder. His brows locked. He had read the weather forecast before leaving the house in the morning, and it was a sunny day with no wind or rain, and now that the sky above them had steeply darkened, and this strange change that could not be explained by common sense suddenly appeared, Shinee thought that there were only two possibilities. One is that the world is coming to an end and destruction is about to sweep the continent. The second was that someone was carrying a special treasure that changed the environment they were in. Whichever answer it is, it's not a good one, but at this point, one can only wait and see what happens. After about 10 minutes or so, the drumming stopped and the sky became out of reach. The rally point was filled with shouts of disbelief and disgruntled whining from the participants. Welcome everyone to the new map of Escape 24 Hours, Race City. I hope you all have a great day and night. A loud human voice with a hint of sinister undertone sounded, and the dark curtain slowly pulled back. The sudden brightness of the scene made all of them feel greatly uncomfortable, and it took a while to adjust before they were able to open their eyes. There are 375 participants in this escape tournament, and lucky for you, this tournament contains a teamwork escape setting, with up to 4 of you battling to the final chapter. The contestants looked at the yellow landscape in front of them in confusion, with incomprehension and horror written on their faces. Classic wasteland world undertones with a strong sense of post-apocalypticism abound. Everyone was in a trance-like state of mind, and they didn't know how they had gotten from the peaceful, quiet, sunny world to this desolate wasteland in just 10 minutes or so. Perhaps it's newfangled virtual reality technology? Many started slapping their faces and pinching their arms. Crying out in pain, they finally realized that the world they were in was real. Shinee sighed silently in his heart as he felt the wind and sand that rolled onto his face. He finally realized how the vast, unpopulated but extremely real-looking maps from the previous episodes had been found. It seems that Factory 404, or the people behind the escape game, have a way of teleporting contestants to other worlds, or other dimensions. Shinee had heard Yen Yuiqing mention cave treasures, so at this point, he was still unsure if the place he was in was a cave or an alien world in the universe. Wherever it is, though, it means the initiative is in the hands of the man behind the curtain. The voice continued from the rickety, worn iron metal speakers on the edge of the cracked and pitted asphalt road. However, the prize pool is set, and the tough lone wolf may be better able to enjoy this tournament. I'm looking forward to what you guys are going to do. Chapter 54 Lightning Storm. The sound stops, and the old tin horn falls from the wooden pole, emitting a zipping sound of electricity. Where is everyone? Why don't you talk? Is this a game or reality? I'm a little confused. I should have known better than to attend this program. Everything was filled with weirdness and it was horrible. Mom, I want to go home. Anxious whispers came from the crowd, but no one made a move. The 375 unlucky ones stood in the yellow sand like puppets on broken strings. Although Shinee was not as flustered and helpless as the other contestants, he was also unwilling to be the first to advance. Guns to the head. It's better not to flaunt it on someone else's manipulated turf. Perhaps it was because of fear. Perhaps it was because it was the same as what Shinee thought. More than 3,000 people unexpectedly maintained a marvelous tacit understanding and did not move at all. Shinee's eyes narrowed. If there was no one to fight this kind of calmness and the escapades could not go on, it was thought that the mastermind behind the scenes would use bad behavior to force the issue. Since it's an escape show, ratings are the most important metric for organizers. The audience won't buy it without good-looking conflict and kills. Shinee sighed and moved towards the edge of the crowd at an extremely slow speed. Although he was physically stronger than normal people, with 1,000 people surrounding him, he could not guarantee that he would be able to detach himself peacefully when the great battle began. so quietly disengaging from the crowded area while people are still hesitant and not showing any inclination to attack is the way to survive. Fresh from the world of peace, people like to stick together, but when they recall the exciting kill scenes from past episodes, they figure out the truth and kill their former companions for the sake of the scarce escape spots. Although Chini wanted to save these innocent contestants, at this moment, he himself was also a fish on the chopping board to be slaughtered, and when he couldn't take care of himself, he couldn't care about others. Half an hour later, Shin-e, who had managed to move to the edge of the crowd, looked at his cell phone. There's no signal, but the basic functions all work. It's 8:58. It's been nearly an hour since 24 Hours to Kill began taping. A scattering of bold contestants had accepted the setting of the crossing, and they sparsely followed the broken tarmac toward the end of the road. Since the name of the map is Race City, it means that there are both cars and cities in this battle royale. Finding the right vehicle to get into the city is their first reaction, but it doesn't take much thought to realize that vehicles must be extremely scarce in such a yellow sand-filled departure area, so it's important to get a head start. But no one is rushing forward, motivated more by fear of the unknown than by the idea that the supply of vehicles will outstrip the demand. So, the vast majority of people remain where they are, wanting to see what happens to the first ones to eat the crabs. Shin-e quietly broke away from the crowd. Nearly an hour of waiting made him feel more and more out of place inside. The figures of those initial departing guys had already disappeared into the roiling yellow sand, but there hadn't been any changes coming from them. Shin-e felt that it was time for him to leave. In short, to stay away from the most unstable people first. In an escape game, you have to both run and kill, and it's always good to stay away from the crowd. Moreover, according to the content of the previous program that Shin-e watched, the points to escape from life need to be summarized by oneself by constantly exploring the map or killing people. Staying put is not a good idea. The clues in the map are also limited. While the majority of people are still immersed in the rule of law, the program team will not do anything as long as we do not move. There will be staff to bring us back and other naive fantasy. Do not understand the situation. Do a good job of collecting work. Only by doing so can we have a better chance of winning the game. Walking through the yellow sand, Shin-e felt much more at ease. A feeling of loneliness yet groundedness. The time on my cell phone came to 9 a.m. Sharp when a thunderclap caught me off guard. Immediately after that there was a continuous fall of thunder, one after another, with a majestic sound. Shin-e was startled by the sudden loud sound. He instinctively turned around and looked towards the source of the sound. A dark cloud arose at the center of the crowd's gathering point at an unknown time, and countless lightning bolts fell from the cloud, splitting the contestants who stood in a daze in the yellow sand into charcoal. Even the position at the edge of the crowd where Shin-e stood 2 minutes ago, a few thunderbolts fell from time to time, randomly selecting a few unlucky people and causing them to twitch in place. The crowd was blown up by the shocking thunder, instantly scattering and desperately running towards the dark clouds beyond. For a while there were cries and shouts of panicked people in all directions, like a hell on earth. Shin-e was shocked as he looked at the thunderstorm not far away. This scene is extremely similar to the super weapon called Lightning Storm in the Red Alert game he played as a child, which is extremely destructive. Shin-e had guessed correctly. The organizers behind the scenes really did have a means to force the contestants to enter a fleeing state, but Shin-e was not happy about his resourcefulness. This tactic was so powerful that it was completely beyond the realm of the real world. The organizers behind Factory 404 were godlike existences in this area, and they could exterminate the participants at will. Go Doryu? Old 6? Luck of the draw? As long as the people behind the curtain didn't like it, a falling thunder could turn the contestants who were good at these tactics into charcoal. Shin-e immediately reversed his direction and headed towards the main road. There are 3 ways to end 24 hours of escape. One is to cut the competitors down to the rule number of people, and those who survive ignore the time and escape position and automatically win, and the program or game is instantly terminated. The second is to use the passes obtained during the game to enter the final location of the escape, the dreaded field known as the trial place after midnight for an escape trial. The game ends automatically when the number of trial passers that meet the rules for escape is reached. As for what happens to the other surviving contestants after the end, the program synopsis doesn't mention it in detail, but Shin-e believes that the odds are that they will be wiped out. The third way to end the game is to hold out until the end of the 24 hours, and if there is no winner after the time runs out, then all survivors will survive. But the $100 million jackpot will also be automatically nullified. However, a third way to win has not been seen in previous installments. After all, it's extremely difficult to win together by not competing in a controlled field, and the organizers behind the scenes can cut the survivors down to size by unleashing a random natural disaster. And not everyone is against reality TV turning into reality escape games. There is no shortage of viewers who watch such programs who admire violence, and being able to do what they couldn't do in the original world without fear is nothing less than a gift to them. Also, there were many among the contestants who coveted the ultimate prize. A huge amount of money to salivate over. Peace is worthless before desire and reward. Chapter 55 Toki no Tama rises up. Shinyi's original plan was to stay away from the crowd, search for available clues in a circle, and complete the escape game in the form of a lone wolf and go down. But now it seems that the strategy needs to change a bit. The chances of winning an escape game can be greatly increased when you are able to stay alive. But thinking about it from the show's perspective, if everyone was meeting out and not creating great kill shots, the show would be dull and uninteresting. So the showrunners must have had a way to prevent this scenario from happening. And the lightning storm was one of the plans for contestant inactivity. Go wouldn't be a good decision in a game like this where there is human intervention. The way to win is to please the managers behind the program. Contestants who are intellectually and physically strong and can contribute great footage and highlights to the show are the ones who will be loved by the audience. Ditto for the behind-the-scenes managers who favor the kind of guy who can make the game fun. But accordingly, if the sharpness is too much, it will attract too much attention, and the way forward will become tortuous under the deliberate arrangement. Therefore, the question of how to balance the attention received is an important one. In addition, Shin-Yi also discovered an unfavorable factor. His hang-ups must be used with caution. Whether it was a weapon like the Cloud Ming sword or the M200 in the storage space, or the treasure money mall that allowed one to purchase items at will, it was costly to use in an area that was under constant surveillance. From the show's perspective, if Shin-Yi randomly conjured up spiritual treasures or supplies out of thin air to use to reduce the difficulty of the game, such an act would surely make most of the viewers dissatisfied, believing that it was the show's crew helping him cheat. The reputation-conscious 24 hours to kill crew won't let that happen. For the sake of the fairness of the game, Shin-Yi's hanging ratio will probably be dealt with artificially. Moreover, the fact that the behind-the-scenes manager was able to teleport such a large number of contestants into a space that was detached from the original world and build a gaming world in this space meant that he had abilities that were far beyond the ordinary or that he was in possession of extremely valuable treasures. The piker is not guilty. The piker is not guilty. Shin-Yi, who was also carrying a spiritual treasure, was likely to be noticed by him and then seize the treasure. Large weapons such as the Cloudmine sword and sniper rifle are hard to use in this escape game. It's a pretty bad feeling to have a powerful hangover that you dare to look at and not use. Shin-Yi walks along the avenue with the flow of people. His heart is gradually not as confident as before. This mission, it's also hellishly difficult. Shin-Yi's consciousness sank into his mind and patted the falsely sleeping little July. The soulful and sweet anime girl opened her eyes with a confused face. Brother, what's the matter with calling me? Shin-Yi helplessly glanced at her. The little one was getting more and more adorable. July, this mission is not too brutal. Give me a hint as far as the rules allow. July shook her head and looked at Shin-Yi, gently biting her finger. Good baby, you don't want the two of us to die together in this laborious city of racing, do you? July laughed softly. You haven't even gotten to Race City yet. Hints do go a long way. Though, who let you call me baby? Shin-Yi's eyes lit up. Sugar-coated bombs are really the most cost-effective way to please the system, sister. It seems that in the future, we have to specialize in researching and studying scum talk, which can save our lives at critical moments. In fact, where you are is not a complete world, but a separate space created by others. Similar to the cave heaven blessed landkind? Shin-Yi asked after him. Yes, it can be interpreted that way. July stood up. Shin-Yi realized that this little ninny didn't know when she had made herself long pink hair that hung down to her waist, and she looked like a little lonely fan. Moreover, how did this nymphette's image feel higher and higher? Could it be that she was tired of being a little lowly and was ready to change her teenage tastes? So, since it's a man-made spatial area, the laws of heaven and earth, the laws of nature, and other rule forces don't apply here. Little July blinks at Shin-Yi, meaning I can't say it, but you should know it. Laws? Shin-Yi chanted, and his eyes lit up. In other words, in this space, an extreme spiritual treasure like the Jade of Time could be used at will without restriction. This object could be much more useful than weapons like the Cloudming sword and the sniper rifle, and it was still small enough to not be easily discovered by the managers behind the scenes. Shin-Yi also finally understands why the guy behind the curtain can control thunder and lightning at will. This place is not the real world at all. There is no law power constraints, and it is not surprising that he created a Godzilla out of thin air here. Alright, I can only give you so much information. I'm going to bed. July staggered toward the crib she had created. Baby, thanks. Shin-Yi was sincere. Well, don't talk so proper. You're so shy. July covered her reddened face and buried herself in the pillow. This little girl is getting more and more human. Is she an AI or some kind of sprite? Shin-Yi felt that the little guy that was residing in his mind was getting warmer and warmer, making him want to feel it. Humph, while she's still obedient. Next time, I'll make sure to fool her into becoming a black silk old big imperial lady, so I can have a good time. Shin-Yi heatedly smiled badly. Get lost, I'm still a child. Little July growled in his head. I was wrong. The participants traveling along the road had not yet recovered from the thunderstorm just now, and they gathered together in twos and threes, switching from hugging large groups to hugging small groups. The majority of the people had already made a judgment in their minds after seeing their companions who had been struck to death by lightning. There is no rule of law, no salvation in this map, and the only way to survive is to kill to the end. Each mind weighs and ponders, trying to find a glimmer of light in a dark future. Chini walked quietly, ignoring the few men and women who came over to climb into the conversation. According to his earlier observations, he had a rough idea in his mind of the participation ratio of male and female participants this time, which was roughly 3-1. Though, by common sense, the female audience for this type of escape game should be pretty sparse. But I don't know if it's because of the show's large female fanbase or the influence of a certain dress-up escape game, but the number of women who signed up for this show wasn't too small. In the thunderstorm just now, the number of deaths was around 300 to 500, which was considered to be cut down to a fraction, and the remaining contestants should still be 3,000. Survival is not normally stressful, especially for women with lower physical strength who are likely to be cannon fodder. The good thing is that this escape game allows teams to play in groups of up to 4. In terms of gender ratio, the normal configuration of a 4-man team should be 3 men and 1 woman, but apparently, for a game where lives are at stake, very few teams choose to take a girl with them. That's why Chin-E, a rich and powerful solo young male, naturally became the sought-after meat and potatoes. Unfilled teams, both men's and women's and mixed, habitually threw out olive branches when they passed him. Chapter 56 Tugging on the Bullseye. Chin-E had absolutely no interest in the current group invitation. In his opinion, the probability of subsequent backstabbing is very high when you rush to form a group when you don't yet know enough about the stranger. Aside from the brutal and exhilarating battles, the other big selling point of this show is the betrayal that catches you off guard. Don't forget that the final prize pool is certain, and a team pass will face the result of an equal share of the prize money. Teammates, not always trustworthy partners. After rejecting a few waves of participants who invited him into the team, Chin-E changed into a fierce and gloomy face. Too many people disturbing him. Just in time, to try the effect of the Jade of Time in this space, Chin-E took out the Jade of Time from his storage space, and after injecting his spirit, his body was plunged into a time-slow state. What surprised him, however, was that the time-slowing effect wasn't as pronounced as it was in the original world. When he was in the Apocalypse continent, the world was almost close to static after entering the time-slowing state of the Jade of Time, and he could easily stop in the middle of the slothbear-like, slow-moving stream of people. However, the situation was not the same at this time. In this world the time-slowing effect of the Jade of Time was probably only slowed down by a factor of 2, and Chin-E needed to keep himself moving in order to avoid colliding with the contestants who were making their movements visible to the naked eye. Trying the hourly state again, Chin-E realized that it was also weakened by the same amount, and the passage of time was nowhere near as fast as in the original world. It seems that the Jade of Time can show up differently in different worlds. Chin-E raised his eyebrows slightly, but he was not too disappointed. Slowing down the doppelganger can't be done to dodge some of the extremely fast weapons, but it can still be quite useful in close combat. Moreover, if the time delay effect is not obvious, it is safer to use it without having to worry about the administrators behind the scenes seeing what is going on. Little brother, want to team up? A clear female voice came from the ear. Chin-E casually waved his hand in rejection as he had done earlier, not even raising his head to look at the woman's appearance. I can tell by the sound of his voice that the odds are that this guy is a trophy. The looks bonus might appeal to some in a long escape, but at this point it's only 24 hours, and no one in their right mind is going to pay for looks. Now in this situation, the big, strong, powerful and sturdy woman is much more sought after than the beautiful, bird-like, gentle girl. Has the fighting spirit faded because you're facing death? The woman's slightly mocking voice rang out. Chin-E finally turned his head to look at the venomous guy. Tall, only a tiny bit shorter than himself, his features were atmospheric, and his godly appearance generous. A tight dress and pants outlined his slightly plump and perfect body. A guy with an excellent figure and a good face. Chin-E glanced at it before turning his head in disinterest. If he had met such a goddess-level figure a week ago, his eyes would have absolutely pulled away. But since he had spent a lot of time with the Divine Sister, the vast majority of beautiful women could not catch his eye. It's not that they are not beautiful, it's just that Yen Yueqing's beauty is heaven-defying, greatly pulling up Chin-Ye's aesthetic threshold. In addition, this woman is so self-righteous that she uses tugging to get his attention, which makes Chin-E even more uninterested in her. In a fleeing battlefield, those who like to flaunt their presence are often the ones who die the fastest. Bringing a pig teammate who likes to show off, isn't that asking for trouble? Hey, how come you people aren't even curious? Big long legs watched as Chin-E walked straight ahead, exasperatedly catching up. I thought that all dicks eat CPUs. Why isn't it working here? Hey, I say, can you give me a lift? This is making me lose face. Hey, wow, gasp. Can you slow down? I can't keep up. Shin-yi was indifferent and silently quickened his pace. After rejecting the guys who accosted him before, both men and women were very sensible and left. But now this woman, who wouldn't leave him alone like a cowhide, was bothering him a bit. Isn't it just contaminated by the remnants of the magic seed? Is there a need to be so self-absorbed? Big long legs stopped in exasperation and growled at Shin-yi's back. Shin-yi, who was about to use the jade of time to get rid of this piece of cowhide, was shocked as he turned back sharply. How did you know? He originally thought that the facing death and long legs words referred to the current game of escape, but now it seems that she should be referring to the fact that she had been contaminated with the residue of the demon seed. Phew, you finally hit on me. The big long legs take 2 steps in front of Shin-yi and extend his hand. My name is Chen Xianhe. What's your name? Shin-yi shook her symbolically. Let's not rush to introduce ourselves first. How did you see that I was tainted with the residue of the demonic seed? Are you a demon hunter? Chen Xianhe shook his head like a rattle drum. It's not like the guys from the Demon Hunting Bureau are the only ones who open the looking glass. You're stereotyping. And you are? Shin-yi's voice revealed impatience. He wasn't interested in waffling on these irrelevant subjects. I'm a team member of the Earth Alien Affairs Bureau. The other day I discovered something strange about the program Escape 24 Hours. I wanted to apply for an investigation by the Alien Affairs Bureau, but the higher-ups didn't approve it, so I came here on my own. Chen Xianhe had a big grin and didn't hide his identity in the slightest. Another dumb white guy? Shin-yi looked at the way this guy's head was not very bright and hesitated to travel with her. After the last mission, Shin-yi felt that the guys from the Earth are obviously more friendly than the Demon Hunting Bureau. Moreover, as a member of a special organization, this woman's ability was also stronger than ordinary people, so the chance of winning would be much greater if he joined forces with her. But is she telling the truth? Many women are good at packaging themselves as simple and ignorant, but in reality their hearts are shrewd and calculating. Hey, can you stop staring at me with suspicion? Chen Xianhe waited for a long time, and seeing that Shin-yi did not answer, she stretched her waist with some irritation. Why are you looking for me to team up? Shin-yi gazed into her eyes. It's simple. Since it's an escape game, you definitely need to find strong people to join forces with, and a guy like you who has fought demons should be a lot more powerful than a dry ordinary person. How do you know I'm not a normal person who was mistakenly injured by a demon? Because you exude a kingly aura that makes you unapproachable. This kind of aura, well, I've seen it in my master. Only a strong person like my master can be so calm in the face of life and death scenarios. The corner of Shin-yi's eye twitched. Wang Ba-chi, how come I didn't realize I still have this thing? Then why do you think I'll bring along a drag queen? Shin-yi asked rhetorically. Hey, I'm not the one dragging the oil bottle. I'm very strong alright. Chen Xianhe looked very dissatisfied with the evaluation Shin-yi gave her. Doesn't matter, but I don't like boobs. Shin-yi lightly threw down a sentence and turned his head away. Big boobs? Chen Xianhe's eyes almost spewed fire. It's okay to say I have big boobs, but call me brainless and I'll really get mad. Chapter 57 Human Dynasties and Imperial Capitals. It was not that Shin-yi did not want to team up with her, but from his words and demeanor in the conversation just now, he discovered that Chen Xianhe's purpose was not pure, although it was extremely well hidden. Shin-yi possessed the Jade of Time and could capture her flickering expression and eyes in their entirety. That woman definitely sought herself out for more than just teaming up to win. But what was her purpose? Do you crave your own body? If this is really the case, it can also be considered. After all, it is also considered a S-class beauty. Compared to the fairy sister is a little worse, but still able to casually kill a crowd of mediocre fans. Well, I'd rather not. It'd be a real shame if I was broadcasted live when I did it. Shin-yi's mind flashed through many mixed thoughts for a moment. If it was known, hey, I suggest you take the time to finish the fish and water quest in a hurry. A brain full of yellow material will affect your physical and mental health. Little July spat with precision. Shin-yi's face reddened. The feeling that what he was thinking was seen clearly by July, when it was really a bit embarrassing. Take me with you. I'm the strongest observer on Earth and a second-order warrior. Definitely not a drag. Chen Xianhe collapsed his face and followed Shin-yi. Although he still felt resentful towards him for calling him brainless, he had to ride on Shin-yi's ship first. What she had to do on her own, she needed the help of her companions to do, and she was powerless to do it on her own. Be frank, what is your purpose? And if there is any more concealment, you will not see me again. Shin-yi looked at Kraft, his voice dripping with seriousness. Which is the purpose? Just want to get the victory. Chen Xianhe still wanted to muddle through, but after she looked up and saw Shin-yi's insightful eyes, she spat out her tongue in embarrassment. Okay, I'll talk. Chen Xianhe came over to Shin-yi's side. Have you noticed that this escape game is very weird? Isn't that a bull ***** question? Shin-yi resisted the desire to turn his head away and looked at Chen Xianhe with an exaggerated expression with the eyes of a fool. Cough. You look too unapproachable. I'm not trying to draw in a relationship with you. Isn't it said that using questions to arouse the interest of the other party is conducive to starting a conversation, so that the relationship between the two people can quickly break the ice? Chen Qianhe rambled. Get to the point. Xin Yi impatiently interrupted her long-winded speech. Oh, this guy is so mean. Chen Qianhe rubbed his nose. I would like to ask you to join me in destroying the eye of this space. Xin Yi became interested. The eye of space? What does that mean? Chen Qianhe saw Xin Yi's eyes gleaming as she stared strangely. Doesn't the dating strategy say that making demands after meeting new people should be gradual, with hooks in suspense and emotion, and sufficient foreplay to pique the other person's interest? How is it that he didn't react at all to following the strategy, and even recoiled a bit, and then acted so interested after stating his request outright? Could it be that the strategy book I've studied for so long is wrong? God, I finally know why I can't find a boyfriend. Do they all think I'm too talkative? Chen Qianhe asked 4 consecutive questions in his mind, completely forgetting that there was an impatient Xin Yi next to him. Hey, why are your eyes so wide? Hurry up and answer my question. You're making people anxious with this reaction. Xin Yi pinched Chen Qianhe's face in displeasure. Well, a tantalizing soft hum unconsciously squeezed out from her mouth, frightening Xin Yi to hastily withdraw his hand. It's just a pinch on the face. There's no need to react like that, is there? Chen Qianhe looked at Xin Yi with a red face. This man even pinched my face. Oh, my first touch is gone, but it's unusually comfortable, and makes you want to be touched again. How? I'm going to leave if you don't talk. Xin Yi is a little afraid of. Between the expression of the is too pompous, the mental state does not look too normal. Messing with her is afraid to cowhide paste mouth. Wait. Chen Qianhe finally came back to her senses. She spoke faster than ever before. The place we are in is a piece of artificial space unfolding created by the Demon Hunting Bureau needs I as a medium. Stop. And there's no need to be in such a hurry. At least break it off. Xin Yi's head was so big from listening to him that he had to interrupt Chen Qianhe, who was firing Chinese characters in a series of beads like a cannon. Phew. Chen Qianhe smoothed his breath and continued. Space needs eyes as a medium to open and close. So as long as one can find the eyes hidden in this space, there is a way to close the space, and the escape game will naturally cease to exist. Xin Yi was a bit unable to digest this as a bunch of questions lingered in his mind. You just said that the Demon Hunters Bureau created this space. How do you know that? Xin Yi looked at Chen Qianhe suspiciously. This woman knew too much, making it hard not to suspect that she was making things up blindly. Gil. I'm from the Bureau of Alien Affairs. Ah, know that this information is puzzling? Chen Qianhe spread her hands, looking extremely dissatisfied with Xin Yi interrupting her speech. Isn't Earth a mercenary organization? And what is the Bureau of Foreign Affairs? Xin Yi had previously harbored doubts about the Bureau of Foreign Affairs, and at this time, it was just the right time to poke around in passing. Gee, I've noticed that you're too much of a hardened thinker. Chen Qianhe was very dissatisfied with Xin Yi's low quality. Earth is the largest superhuman organization other than the Demon Hunting Bureau. Since it is a large organization, it naturally has many agencies under it, and mercenaries are just the Demon Management Bureau under Earth in a category of demon hunters. There are also special demon hunting squads, the White Shadow Army, the Shadow Slayers, and many other teams of demon hunters in the Demon Management Bureau, and there's an abundance of types. Moreover, Earth has an intelligence bureau, an exchange, an outreach office, and many other organizations in addition to the Alien Affairs Bureau and the Demon Management Bureau, so you can't generalize it with mercenary organizations. Xin Yi was confused. He did think that Earth was just a simple civilian demon hunting mercenary organization. He didn't expect that in reality, this organization was so strong and had such a wide range of business. However, this could not be said that Xin Yi's thinking was cured. He had just come into contact with the circle of superhumans not long ago. Where could he clearly know the distribution of forces from all sides? Well, Xin Yi gulped. When the Demon Hunting Bureau sounds like this, it immediately feels less powerful, rather like a branch of your Earth. Hey, you're right. Chen Qianhe laughed. The Demon Hunting Bureau of the previous dynasty and the Demon Management Bureau of the current Earth were actually of the same rank and positioning, but the dynasty was overthrown. Most of the organizations then dissipated into the river of history. Thanks to the increasingly unstable situation of demonic invasions, the Demon Hunting Bureau gradually grew and became more and more secure in its position and power. Although Earth has only appeared in recent years, it has grown so fast that it has been able to separate itself from the Demon Hunting Bureau, though it has never been recognized by the imperial capital. Chapter 58. The Demon Hunters Bureau is raising compulsion. Xin Yi's head was 2 sizes too big. What this niece was saying was becoming more and more incomprehensible to him. What dynastic empire? Dreaming back to ancient times? No, our current system of government is completely unrelated to the vocabulary that comes out of your mouth. Right, you traveled over from ancient times? Xin Yi couldn't help but ask. Xin Yi would not find it rare if these words came out of Yen Yueching's mouth, but coming from Chen Qianhe, a classic modern man, With such a high vocabulary density, it gives a strong sense of cutting. Gee, you really don't know anything. Chen Xianhe crossed his arms. Every country on the Apocalypse continent is the same. It's the ancient families or forces that are in power behind the scenes, and those who stand in front of people are nothing more than puppets. Think about it. There are so many superhumans. How can ordinary people be allowed to become the masters of the country? Qin Yi was stunned. Although he knew that Chen Xianhe's logic was correct, he still couldn't stop being surprised. It turns out that the world operates on truths that he never really understood. Putting these things aside, since the Demon Hunting Bureau is a force recognized by the imperial capital, why would he make this kind of unconscionable real-life escape game? They shouldn't be short of money, right? Chen Xianhe blinked sadly. Perhaps it's also to the point where there's nothing else they can do that they would do such a thing. But then again, you shouldn't be sticking your fangs out at unarmed commoners. Qin Yi already knows the urbane nature of the Demon Hunting Bureau from his contact with Jiang Yan. This is an organization that can share wealth and riches with ordinary people but not in times of trouble, and also an organization that will relentlessly sacrifice the interests of a few to preserve the greater good. There's nothing to be done. What does that refer to? Qin Yi frowned. It should be that humans no longer have the power to deal with the crisis of the demonic invasion. Chen Xianhe raised his eyes. Of course, it's my guess, but the odds are that it's the root of why they're engaging in this escape game. Qin Yi pursued. What does engaging in an escape game have to do with responding to a demonic invasion? Shouldn't it be right to preserve as many human numbers as possible at a time like this and work together to defend against the demons? Chen Xianhe lightly hummed, said I have big breasts and no brain. Your IQ which is also not good. Your breasts are still small. The overall is even worse than Niet. Qin Yi was filled with black lines. Alright, don't make that defeated expression. Sister will clear up your doubts. Chen Xianhe felt a little strange standing in the center of the road and speaking. She pointed to the Lus Mountain not far away and took a step with Qin Yi. By the way, aren't we under surveillance right now? I watched the first couple of episodes and the vocals were pretty clear. Won't the witch hunt find out about all this by making such a big deal out of it? Qin Yi suddenly remembered the shadow-like camera angle and the clear and unmistakable radio in the video, and his heart felt a pang of fear. It's fine, as long as it's within 5 meters of me, the content of our conversation will be automatically turned into unnutritious chatter. Chen Xianhe pinched his bracelet without the slightest panic. The greenish-gray chain rope with pale white beads and jade looked unearthly. That's good. Qin Yi sighed in relief. Well, I'll keep talking. Chen Xianhe sat grandly on a flat stone at the bottom of Yellowstone Mountain and patted the empty seat by his buttocks. Qin Yi sat down on his butt. Man, just now you were indifferent to me, but now you are attentive. How realistic. Chen Xianhe despised. Qin Yi woofed twice, just pretending that he didn't hear Chen Xianhe's tirade. It's okay to be a lickspittle in the face of valuable information. Say, where were we? Chen Xianhe touched his head awkwardly. Speaking of the connection between real-life escape games and fending off demons, Qin Yi hurriedly replied. Oh, let me ask you, what does a live escape game do? Roll? For the Demon Hunting Bureau it can raise the ratings to increase revenue, and for the contestants to be able to obtain a huge bounty. Qin Yi answered honestly. Small boobs and no brains. Chen Xianhe poked Qin Yi's brain. Consider the problem to consider one more step. How can an organization like the Demon Hunting Bureau be short of money? Even if it is short of money, it won't be able to make money through this kind of killing thing. After thinking for a few seconds, Qin Yi said uncertainly, could they be raising parasites? Right. Chen Xianhe looked at Qin Yi approvingly. Most of the human beings are ordinary people, analogous to the strength level, that is, the weakest of the 0th order, completely unable to fight against the demons that are at the lowest of the first order. But the good thing is, humans have something that demons don't. Wisdom. Qin Yi snaps. Yes, Chen Xianhe touched Qin Yi's chin. It seems that the raiders were right. This kind of question and answer interaction is still able to greatly mobilize both parties when chatting. Qin Yi moved his face away without any trace. He always felt that Chen Xianhe was touching the dog. Intelligent human beings took the crystallization of wisdom in the military. That is, all kinds of advanced tactics and weaponry. And only then did they use their weak bodies to withstand thousands of invading and powerful demons. But, unfortunately, with the existing single weapon, it can only fight against demons below the 4th rank. Even with the addition of various types of rockets, tanks, and other heavy weapons, it can only fight against demons up to the 6th rank. Moreover, just being able to inflict damage on a 6th-order demon isn't being in an even position. Initially, the frontline positions against the demons were only 1 or 2 orders of demons, but in recent months, higher-ordered demons have continued to join in, and even 3 or 4 orders of demons are already the lowest rank, and the human defense line has repeatedly collapsed. Coupled with the occasional appearance of high-ranking demonic overlords, and the heavy weapons of the frontline troops being mostly destroyed, the counterattacking force is getting weaker and weaker. Under the declining trend, the Demon Hunting Bureau decided to use the Artificial Superhumans program, selecting ordinary people who meet the conditions in terms of physique, intelligence, and resistance to stress, and transforming them into high-level superhumans. As long as there are enough high-ranking superhumans, the balance of the war will be tilted, and humanity in the darkness will hopefully see the last glimmer of light. Chen Qianhe said this, a tangle hanging between his eyebrows. Qinyi suddenly realized that he did not think that the Bureau of Demon Hunting was behind the 24 hours of escape, because he did not think that the Bureau of Demon Hunting would need to make money through this kind of TV program. But now after Chen Qianhe's explanation, everything became clear. By choosing an escape game show, the Hunt Bureau was able to serve as an initial screening to ensure that the participants include good candidates who are in excellent physical condition, able to adapt to high-pressure environments and have some tactical acumen. It was a brilliant move, saving time and effort by eliminating the hassle involved in selecting candidates and being able to get the strongest remodeler Ryokan by doing nothing, compared to the traditional way of pre-surveying to find candidates, then centralizing the candidates to test and decide the first place. The escape game is simply too simple, but there's also too much evil. Chapter 59 Staying alive is priority number 1. You have a dislike for this kind of behavior, too, don't you? Chen Qianhe turned his head and looked fixedly at Qinyi. I've been watching you since I entered the rally point, and the look of pity on your face from time to time made me think we were on the same path, and getting closer and realizing you had remnants of the demonic seed inside your body made me even more convinced. So, you'll help me, right? Chen Qianhe suddenly turned into the assiduous tenderness mode, making Qinyi a bit uncomfortable. Ahem. Do you mean that you want to work with me to sabotage the Demon Hunting Bureau's plan to obtain superhuman candidates through raising parasites? Although Qinyi was a little bit interested, he did not show it. After all, it was Chen Qianhe's side of the story, and he needed more information to build trust in her. Yes, it's hard, but I want you to be my helper. Chen Qianhe calmly said these words. She somehow held great expectations and trust in the man in front of her. Although they had just met, it was as if there was already a long-lasting bond between the two, allowing her to make not-so-easy requests without fear. Sister, aren't you a little overly familiar with yourself? Qinyi scrutinized Chen Qianhe. The other party's face was expectant, and his righteousness was leaking out crazily. Qinyi helplessly turned his head. He really couldn't meet with such eyes that were burning with the fire of hope. What's in it for me to help you? Hesitating for a few seconds, Qinyi still asked the question. Chen Qianhe's request is actually considered a good solution to the current predicament. Qinyi has the urge to have a big fight with her, but everything is still about balancing give and take. The requirement for completion of the system mission is, become an escapee. So whether you follow the normal logic of the game to win, or break this space to escape, you can complete the mission. Therefore, it's the difficulty and rewards that are the biggest determining factors in choosing which way to go through the game. Qinyi felt that he was not considered an evil person, but he was by no means an abusive person either. Without endangering his own life, he will gladly help the weak, but when something needs to be done at the expense of himself, he will put away his compassion and prioritize his own safety. This time, the escape game was the same. When he was at the assembly point, he had also thought about saving the thousands of fooled contestants, but when the contestants entered the escape game, when the timber had been turned, those contestants were no longer lambs in his eyes that needed to be saved, but rather, they were hungry wolves that would kill him at any time. He would not hesitate to show his killers to those contestants who bared their fangs to him for the escape quota. Chen Qianhe was obviously different from him, obviously rich in information and with an extremely clear understanding of the ferocity of this trip. She was still willing to put her own life in danger for the sake of a few thousand innocent participants. This kind of motherly heart-overflowing behavior was foolish in Qinyi's opinion, but he also greatly admired her who was able to make such a choice. But tragedy is often the main theme in the endings of the great and good men of worry. Imagine, how could she, an ordinary girl, have the power to return to a mess that even the strong and powerful Earth was unwilling to intervene in? It's nothing more than a moth to a flame, going to destroy the space core in a space created by the enemy under the condition of being watched. Qinyi did not feel that this matter would be simpler than thinking of escaping after becoming the winner of the escape. Benefits? Chen Qianhe looked at Qinyi doubtfully. Not only can we get out of the predicament by doing this, we can also save many innocents. Isn't this the greatest benefit? Qinyi shook his head. It would be fine if destroying this space was as simple as drinking a mouthful of cold water. Although you didn't elaborate on the difficulty of the operation, I know that it won't be easy to make. When that happens, it will result in a blood loss ending in which the person is not saved but also puts himself on the line. Chen Qianhe's eyes dimmed slightly as she said somewhat unconvincingly, but how do you know we won't succeed when things haven't been done yet? There may be only a 1% chance of saving these people even if we try, but if we don't act, as ordinary people they will surely die. Isn't the current situation also like this? The soldiers on the front line resisting the demons know deep down that there's no return, but none of them have backed down. because of their perseverance, we have the chance to stand here and linger. If people like us who have the power to do so choose to be open-minded, then who will save the faltering world? One of your reaches may become the light of another person's life. Chen Xianhe became more and more agitated as she spoke, but when she saw Qin Yi's ancient well-lit eyes, a pale despair suddenly multiplied in her heart. Qin Yi patiently listened to her, and although his heart was touched, he did not change his mind. He has to survive, both from a selfish point of view and from the point of view of saving the world. Qin Yi has already had quite a few dealings with the Demon Hunting Bureau or with the Earth in the past few days, and he has a general understanding of their strength. Taking the Demon Hunting Bureau, a second-order warrior like Zhang Yan was already considered a mainstay. Qin Yi deduced that even if there were still high-ranking warriors in existence, the number would be very sparse, and the human physique determined that it was far inferior to demons in this aspect of ascending the ranks. Although the Demon Hunting Bureau had potions that could enhance their abilities, as well as methods of transforming super warriors, all of these means were just a drop in the bucket in Qin Yi's eyes. A super warrior could over a 6th-order demon, but how could you guarantee that the demon wouldn't attack with a 7th order, 8th order, 9th order, or even 10th order combatant? In the future battlefield, once an extremely high-level demonic creature appeared, humans would be at their wits' end. Hundreds of years in the past there were mountainous demons like trolls, so who can guarantee that the high-level demons of the current era have all but disappeared? When the real elite of the demonic creatures poured out, the human race was afraid that they could only pour out nuclear bombs that represented destruction and preserve their last dignity. But what everyone doesn't know is that in this world there is also an old witch like Yan Yueqing who has long since risen to the 10th rank, and there is also a lucky boy like Qin Yi who carries the system. Right now, however, the powerful witch made a pact with the still weak Lucky, gifting him all of her power. But unfortunately, Qin Yi, who had his luck buff pulled full, had yet to grow up. Qin Yi actually doesn't know if there are still people like himself or Yan Yueqing in some corner of the world, so he can only treat himself and her as the last hope for humanity. Whether it was for humans or for Qin Yi and Yan Yueqing, time was the most precious thing at this moment. Therefore, he needed to desperately live and desperately upgrade and grow. When he was strong enough to allow Yan Yueqing to use all of his power without restriction, the battle between humans and demons would be considered evenly matched. The lives of 3,000 contestants are nothing more than a pittance in front of all of humanity. Chapter 60 Mysteries of Space. I'm really getting more and more like a demon hunter. Qin Yi shook his head mockingly, turned his eyes to Chen Xianhe, and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, you're looking at the wrong person. I'm not the kind of glorious guy you expected. No, it must be you. My senses are never wrong. Chen Xianhe's expression becomes urgent as she rises violently, grabbing Qin Yi's shoulder with all her might like a falling man who is about to drown in the sea. As long as you help me, I can give you whatever favor you want, whether it's the heirloom beads I'm holding, or me as a person, or whatever it is I'm doing for you. What I can give you, I will give with both hands. What I cannot do, I will go through fire for you with a death wish. Qin Yi stared blankly at Chen Xianhe. A sense of familiarity that was like an instant hit his mind. Do I know her? Why does this look seem familiar? May I? Chen Xianhe collapsed in front of Qin Yi, a few drops of crystalline tears involuntarily slipping from the corners of his eyes. She didn't understand why she, who had always been praised for her strength, would break down emotionally so easily in front of Qin Yi. Was it just because he had some resemblance between his eyebrows and that person? Qin Yi sighed lightly. Why bother paying this kind of commitment for me? You don't even know my true strength. Chen Xianhe's eyes were firm. Because I have a feeling that I can't live without you. Qin Yi looked at her and didn't say anything. Chen Xianhe gave the benefits of the price can be said to be sincere, but these benefits in Qin Yi's view are just empty checks. When a person is dead, promises have no meaning. When a person is alive, it's easy to avoid promises. So Qin Yi doesn't care about that. If Chen Xianhe could be 100% certain that she could help him remove the remnants of the demonic seed from his body, he would have agreed to her request without hesitation. But with such an enticing price tag laid out, she didn't mention it, which meant that she didn't have the ability to do so. Benefits that weren't life for life were all losses in Qin Yi's opinion. I'm sorry, I was too out of it. Chen Xianhe wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and slowly got up. She had already seen the result from Qin Yi's attitude. It was meant to be a request for others to do dangerous things that endangered their lives, and after being rejected again and again, she didn't have the cheek to continue stalking her. Returning to his senses, Chen Xianhe recalled his behavior just now and had a kind of shame that was hard to suppress. Oh, just asked him for a favor and got rejected. Why are you acting so dramatic? After saying sorry to Qin Yi, Chen Xianhe turned away with a red face. Hey, your senses aren't exactly accurate here either. Qin Yi sat on the Yellowstone and smiled as he lightly shouted towards Chen Xianhe's back. Chen Xianhe turned around in confusion, not knowing what Qin Yi meant by this. Come sit. Qin Yi patted the flat stone by his buttocks and said with a broad smile, Tell me about the intelligence of the Eye of Space, so that we can formulate a proven battle plan and we can fight for a life to pass through. Ha, really? Chen Qianhe ran back in surprise and darted to embrace Qin Yi's neck. Thank you. Hey. Although the benefits you promised include the item of selling your body. But I didn't say that I wanted now. It's not too late to wait for things to end before testing the old cadre. Qin Yi smoothly patted Chen Qianhe's upturned buttocks. I'm about to give you my life, so it's not too much to ask to take a little advantage. Okay. Chen Qianhe left Qin Yi's neck with a red face and obediently sat next to him, not even showing any dissatisfaction towards Qin Yi's slightly out of character words and actions. Although Qin Yi had a smile on his face, his heart was bitter. Alas, having held off the first few waves of offense, he froze and lost to that last heartbreaking glimpse of disappointment from this guy. Gotta have fun working with her on the big plan to save all beings. Hopefully that's why little July took this mission for me in the first place. Qin Yi looked at Chen Qianhe. So, let's talk about the theme, shall we? After a short exchange, Qin Yi figured out how this space operated. This space is not a parallel world, nor is it an unnoticed location in the present world. It is an independent space created by the treasure called Shang Drum. This space is so free that the creator can make any modifications to it as he or she wishes, even those that do not conform to the laws of the present world. Fortunately, the vast majority of the climate, soil, environment, and other elements of this transformed space they were in had been transformed in accordance with the actual conditions of the blue planet, so they didn't feel uncomfortable staying in it. As for the lightning storm, this kind of transcendent means is the backdoor means reserved by the creator, which only he can control to produce. The space is supported by the Shang Drum, and the I mentioned by Chen Qianhe earlier is the Shang Drum, which is inside the space, and the drums that the contestants hear before they enter the space signal the opening of the space. Once the space is opened, the main part may not be remodeled, and only the actual controller of the space, the owner of the Shang Drum, is allowed to perform a limited number of pre-programmed actions. The master of the space actually had limited control over this space, and was not as arbitrary as Qin Yi had previously believed. This is also the reason why Chen Qianhe believes that the destruction of the eye is possible. But that doesn't mean the owner of the space doesn't have other means. When the space is open, there is no restriction on access. If Qin Yi and Chen Qianhe's actions were detected, and when relying on the space's preset means was not enough to impede their actions, the owner of the space would definitely send demon hunters in to stop them. Demon hunters whose strength has not been diminished. Chen Qianhe hadn't experienced a battle scenario after entering the space, so she didn't realize that her strength had a limit added to it in this space. The sound of the drums when the space opens can automatically recognize ability users and silently seal their abilities as they enter the space. This restriction was put in place to find seedlings that were truly suitable for killing. Secondly, it was for fear that a high-level ability would mix in and destroy this space. Chen Qianhe's strength in this space was no different from that of an ordinary person. However, those who subsequently enter through the back door are not subject to such limitations and are able to utilize their full strength. Even if the later entrants are low-ranking demon hunters, in this space, they can still carry out downward strikes against stowaways like Chen Qianhe. Of course, Qin Yi himself hadn't morphed into an ability user, so naturally he wouldn't be recognized by the sound of the drums. By virtue of his privilege as Yan Yueqing's contract master, he could still access the energy of a peak second-ranked ability user at will. Qin Yi also wanted to rely on his own efforts to become a qualified ability, but he could not understand the mysterious heaven and earth energy, so it didn't take long for him to call it quits. The feeling of being favored by the system and being adopted by a rich woman was much better than struggling on his own. Chapter 61 Chen Qianhe gives away treasure. After Qin Yi and Chen Qianhe walked along the avenue for an hour, the first rut mark finally appeared in front of their eyes. Qin Yi lowered his head to check. The imprint was very new and had not been blown away and smoothed by the wind and sand. The vehicles here should have been driven away by those participants who initially moved forward. There were also many messy footprints around the rut, so it looked like many people had stopped here. City of Racing. There's a trail of cars now. Where is the city? Qin Yi straightened his back and looked toward the worn asphalt avenue winding forward and the distant sky obscured by wind and sand. According to Chen Qianhe's intelligence, the Eye of Space, that is, the Shang Drum, was located in the very center of space. The Shang Drum is the energy source that maintains the stable operation of this space, and generally speaking, complex constructed objects have to be close to the Shang Drum in order to remain stable. The map is called City of Racing, which means that the program will be filmed around the words racing and city. Therefore, to keep the show running steadily without bugs, the constructors of the space must have placed complex buildings around the pith drums. Based on the information available, it is assumed that the most complex building in this map must be a city of some kind. Find that city, and you'll find the general location of the pith and drums, and the means of finding the city. Qin Yi's instinct was to follow the tarmac all the way. As for the accuracy of his intuition, he had been muttering in his mind. Escape games have a feature where the map keeps shrinking to direct players to concentrate and increase the density of the conflict. Most classic escape games use a shrinking circle to force players to move and converge on a target point. But 24 Hours to Kill is a TV show after all. And the same old stuff about drug rings is not new. And it's not easy to visualize for broadcast. So in this show, the external force that drives players to gather becomes exploration. Of course, Cheney reserved his predictions about the means of forced eviction. After all, that lightning storm at the place of origin had horrified him for a while. Cheney had already walked for more than an hour, roughly 5 kilometers or so, from the starting point, and there were no other sights along the way except for a few occasional bare stone mountains. The sky is filled with yellow sand, like walking into a yellow hell. Without any environment to explore, it is naturally impossible to piece together a map. Cheney and Chen Qianhe could only hope that the end of this road would be the end of their longing. Does the bracelet on your hand do anything other than change the conversation? Cheney and Chen Qianhe walked side by side in silence. He felt that the atmosphere was a bit dull and casually inquired. Chen Qianhe gently shook his arm and unclasped the bracelet. This is a family heirloom of the Chen family, and when my father gave it to me, he only said that it was marvelous and very wonderful, and that I should make sure to carry it with me. But he didn't tell me the exact function of this thing. Chen Qianhe let out a kind smile. That old man, just an ordinary person. I think it's because he doesn't know the role of the bracelet, so he's making a fuss about it. The function of it being able to mimic sound is still something I discovered by accident. As for whether there are any other functions, I don't know. After Chen Qianhe finished speaking, he handed the bracelet to Cheney. What for? Cheney looked at her suspiciously. Aren't you quite interested in it? Here, it's yours. Chen Qianhe catches Cheney's hand and is about to put it on him. Cheney hurriedly jumped back a step. He was not short of treasures, and also had little interest in this string of bracelets of Chen Qianhe. Asking about the function of this thing was just a matter of finding words without words. After all, ever since the chat about business, it was as if Chen Qianhe had turned into a self-absorbed girl, smothering her head and rushing along without saying a word. Cheney felt the need to say something so that the journey of life and death would not be so heavy. I don't want it. It's your heirloom. Cheney waved his hand and thanked Chen Qianhe for his goodwill. Hey, are you trying to ditch me? Chen Qianhe's mouth deflated, and he looked about to cry out. No, absolutely not. Cheney waved his hand repeatedly. He said in his heart that he had known not to talk too much. A woman's heart really is a needle in the bottom of the sea. Do you think that we can't even find the city? And it's even harder to find the Shang drum. So you want to get rid of me as a problem? Chen Qianhe pressed a step closer, his eyes already watery. Big sister, I really didn't think so. I just wanted to chat with you. Don't you feel bored walking around? Cheney's head was 2 sizes too big. When he encountered this kind of guy with over-limited brain-filling ability, it was really a bit difficult for him to cope with it. Is that so? Chen Qianhe looked at Cheney with confidence, and after a long time handed out the bracelet in her hand once again, and said playfully, "Humph, since you will help me, then accept the bracelet first. Anyway, this object's influence range has a diameter of 5 meters, so whoever of us is holding it can do so. Big sister, I'm really not coveting your stuff. Can you put it away for now? I'm not interested in your stuff." Cheney actually still have a little bit of interest. After all, do not want for nothing. But this is, after all, Chen Qianhe's heirloom, and now there is still nothing to do it to take away. It seems a little ungenerous, even if the demand for this thing has to be accomplished, which is in line with his style of dealing with things. Take it. I can tell that you are a man of your word. Chen Qianhe shook Cheney's hand. Cheney's face was filled with black lines. Your logic is not right. You can see that I am a trustworthy person. Why don't you believe me? Chen Qianhe lightly coughed. Keeping your word is keeping your word. If you don't get some benefits, I always feel like my heart is in a state of unrest. Besides, it's just asking you to collect an object. It's not like you're asking for your object. So what's the point of refusing? It's baffling. Cheney, I'm not good at wearing pussy bracelets. But, ha 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 ha. Chen Qianhe's silver bell-like laughter trembled with the sandy wind. Well, so it is. Chen Qianhe's fingers kept moving, and in a short while, he removed the pale white beads and jade from the bracelet, crystalline and translucent, giving birth to a dazzling luster in the faint daylight. Here, this bead is for you. She pinched the bejeweled jade and flicked it in front of Cheney's eyes a few times. Ugh, you guys, Cheney said helplessly. Even if you have to have me take a part of it to feel at ease, at least give me that string of chain rope. The greenish-gray color is obviously more compatible with me. Chen Qianhe shook his head. That won't do. You can either take it as a whole or take this moistened bead. Those are the only 2 options. But will this treasure's onomatopoeic effect still be effective after you remove it? Chen Qianhe crossed his arms. Of course, as long as the distance between these 2 parts does not exceed 5 meters it will be effective. Cheney felt like he was being counted again. this niece's calculations might not be useful to other people, but to a guy with moral integrity like Chin Yi, she was holding it just right. However, there was no intention of breaking the contract, so it was okay to give her more security. Chapter 62. Call me Chizuru, okay? Shinny reached out and took the moistened beads in Chen Xianha's hand. Great! I knew you were a good guy. Chen Xianha grabbed Shinny's arm and shook it, rather pretentiously awarding him a good guy card. Shinny didn't want to bother with her. However, it's not right for you to call me big sister. I'm only 18. I'm in the prime of my life. Don't you think it's a bit rude to call me that? Chen Xianha hugged Shinny's arm and rubbed against it. At this moment, her face was filled with a relaxed and cheerful smile. The pitiful, watering look from a moment before had disappeared without a trace. You're, ahem. Shinny's eyes slanted downward. Who believes in saying 18? Chen Xianha protested and screwed him lightly. I'm really 18. You can't treat me as an old woman just because I'm well developed. Okay, I'm defeated. Shinny shook off his hand, trying to detach himself from the soft touch brought by Chen Xianha. He could sort of see that this woman's personality was definitely not very normal. From flailing to stupid to autistic girl to pathetic little crybaby to coquettish fox girl in just an hour. This is the kind of emotional change a normal person can produce? Call me Chizuru, will you? I like that favorite sounding title, and when we're honest with each other, it would be nice if you could call me Crane. Chen Xianha's voice was soft and glutinous, like a kitten wagging its tail and meowing in front of its master. Her reaction at this moment was somewhat similar to Yan Yueqing in her normal state. Honestly? You're overthinking it. I have a girlfriend. Shinny responded coolly, trying to make the steeply changing personality able to calm down. Ha? Got a girlfriend? Chen Xianha beamed in exasperation. Is she as good looking as me? Slightly stronger than you. Then is she as cute as me? Chen Xianha reluctantly continued to ask. Shinny turned his head to look in wonder, thinking, don't you have any self-knowledge? You're not even close to being cute, are you? He cut back. Far better. Chen Xianha's eyes went black. Far superior? Damn. Even though I know I lack the cuteness attribute, at least don't use comparisons like far superior. It's so sad. Her eyes boned a few times. So does she have my big boobs and long legs and thin waist? Shinny was almost petrified. However, in the spirit of probing questions, he still turned his head and meticulously scanned Chen Xianha up and down a few times. As the girl's cheeks reddened to dripping blood, Shinny slowly said, as much as it's hard to admit it, she's really worse than you in this aspect. What's the matter? Why don't you want to admit what I'm good at? Do you hate me so much? Chen Xianha wiggled his arms in front of his chest a few more times in defiance. Well, while I don't know why you're trying to curry favor with me like this, rest assured that I'll keep my promise and at the same time not ask you to do anything out of the ordinary. So just do what we're going to do. Let go and leave me alone. Shinny was a bit distracted in the face of Chen Xianha's joyful questioning, and he gave her an ultimatum with a serious look. There were still 22 hours to go before the escape program ended, and they had yet to achieve anything tangible, making flirting at this point highly inappropriate. What's more, the two had just met an hour ago, and no matter how you look at it, you shouldn't be saying or acting like that. As soon as Qin Yi's words fell, Chen Xianha immediately loosened his hand in fear. The detachment in Qin Yi's expression left her a bit overwhelmed. The two of them went from walking side by side to one in front of the other, and Qin Yi always had to look back from time to time to be sure that the girl with her head down and self-consciousness hadn't fallen behind. After half an hour, Qin Yi finally went soft. He slowed down his pace and slowly waited for Chen Xianha to follow. Hey, not happy? Qin Yi tapped on her shoulder and the girl raised her head. No, just remembering something from my childhood. In that case, Qin Yi continued, it just so happens that the road is boring. Do you want to talk about it? Chen Xianha was silent for a few seconds before gently shaking his head. I'm sorry, can I keep it to myself? This memory I want to keep to myself. It's too important to me, but I'll listen to you if you feel strongly about it. Qin Yi hurriedly waved his hand. There's no need. Everyone has secrets that are uniquely their own, and this is not in the content of our deal. Aha! The atmosphere was once again awkward. Qin Yi felt that he might be in conflict with Chen Xianha, or else how come every time he wanted to have a good chat with her, the end result was to mess up. Thank you. Just as Qin Yi was scratching his head trying to start another topic, Chen Xianha coldly started to say thank you again. No, you already thanked me earlier. Chen Xianha stared at Qin Yi's angular face, hesitated for a long time, then gently She tries to make the hazy face in her memory coincide with Qin Yi so that she can fill in the regrets of 10 years ago. The self-deluding style of letting go of the past allows the missing piece of the puzzle in your memory, along with the entire puzzle table, to be temporarily hidden in the depths of your mind. Speaking of which, why are you doing this to me? Qin Yi scratched his cheeks. I mean, we just met, but words and actions are a bit beyond the realm of new friends. Chen Xianha lightly bit his lips, but however, It is like knowing you for 10 years at first sight. So I'm the one who reminds you of some old friend of yours? Well, very, very important old friend. Ah, so where is he now? It should be in heaven. Sorry, it's okay, I accepted that reality a long time ago. Chini didn't say anything else. He wasn't very good at dealing with this kind of scene. Instead of saying more than wrong, it would be better to give her a quiet environment and let her slowly digest her sadness. Although he was treated as someone's substitute by Chen Xianhe, Chini did not feel uncomfortable. Seeing people who resemble the deceased, it is always inevitable to give birth to some uncontrollable and eccentric emotions, and it is completely understandable to act in a way that makes people puzzled. But I just mentally said goodbye to him, and I'm going to chase you from now on. Chen Xianhe, who had been in melancholy the previous moment, used only a few short seconds to stretch his expression once again. She didn't dare to hug Chini's arm, so she pinched the corner of his coat. What? Chini was completely unable to keep up with Chen Xianhe's brain circuits. He was shocked and amazed as he looked at the longing-faced imperialist girl. After me? Because I look like your ex-boyfriend? Ex-boyfriend? What ex-boyfriend? This flower girl hasn't been in love yet. And you're deceased? I'm unrequited. I've never dared to confess, but this time, I'm not going to miss out on meeting the second guy in my life who can make my heart pound and stir up my emotions. Chen Xianhe licked his tongue. If I can get out alive, I will definitely chase you down. Chapter 63 I have a fiancé. Chini choked. Chen Xianhe's words caught him off guard. Big sister, let me go. I have a girlfriend. Chini was bitter. I've already said I'm going to be called Chizuru. Can you respect me a little bit? Chen Xianhe pouted in dissatisfaction. Also, I know you have a girlfriend, but it's possible to compete for a job. Yeah, you should at least give me a chance. Chini pondered a little. But I also have a fiancé. What? Chen Xianhe asked suspiciously. You two have already started talking about marriage? Chini shook his head. The fiancé is another person. And what happened there is complicated. Bah! Scum! Chen Xianhe slanted his eyes at Chini with contempt, but his expression quickly became happy. But it's better this way. They're all in the shura anyway. It's not so bad for me. Big deal. I'll just commit to being small. Stop. 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 Chini hurriedly waved his hand. Don't discuss this kind of topic. You'll be locked up in a small black room. Let's just work out how to deal with the predicament at hand. The contestants before us took their cars, and if we go by the 11 buses, I don't know how long we'll have to walk to get to the city. Chen Xianhe didn't panic when she heard this. She said with confidence, based on my knowledge of previous programs, the vast majority of people will be able to reach the theme location. It's just that the forerunners will use the first opportunity to gain some advantage. The two of us are kind of in the front half of the crowd, so we shouldn't have to worry about that point of reaching the city. Chini nodded. He also felt that the program group couldn't possibly let the vast majority of the participants all perish without carrying out any exploration, but he didn't dare to assert without having meticulously studied the previous installments of the program. At this moment, hearing Chen Xianhe's words, he was much relieved. Okay, let's pick up the pace. After Chini saw that Chen Xianhe was not dwelling on the topic of his girlfriend's fiancé and such, he hurriedly proposed to go forward. Okay, follow in my brother's footsteps. Chen Xianhe hugged Chini's arm as he advanced while sticking. No, Chizuru, can we keep a little distance? Although the touch is wonderful, Chini is afraid that if he doesn't say anything, it will release signals of misunderstanding to this little ninny, so he is still being a decent man for a bit. No, the moist pearl and the foam not require that the two of us not be separated, or the treasure will fail. But didn't you say it was fine as long as you stayed within a distance of 5 meters in diameter? No, I misremembered. It's to stay within a meter. You changed the rules now, didn't you? He. Anyway, the closer you are, the better the effect is. Chen Xianhe doesn't feel embarrassed in the slightest, her gleaming eyes gazing at Chini. Treasures are all like this. The closer they are to the shang drum, the more stable the space is, the closer the two of us are to each other, the closer the connection is. It's the same logic, though it sounds a bit reasonable. This treasure bracelet of yours could totally fit together. Why don't you give me that part of your hand again? I'll take it. Chen Xianhe quickly shook his head. No. Just now I gave it to you and you didn't take it. Now there's no chance. We must each take half. The meaning of moistening love is just that. Wait. Chini suddenly felt that something was not right. Moist pearl. Foam knot. Chain of moist. Why do I feel that this treasure of yours is a bit immodest? Chen Xianhe looked at Chini indignantly. Love for each other. What a good imagery. How can you say it's immodest? Asterisk. I knew something was wrong. Chini gritted his teeth and said, Who's in love with you? Who's in love with you? Don't force a CP group, okay? Chen Xianhe aggrievedly came a little closer again. Pops told me that when I meet someone I really like and is worth trusting, I will gift the moistening beads to him, and that it is extremely necessary to do so. It was so hard for me to meet you, a guy who can make me fall in love at first sight, so of course I have to fulfill this matter as my father instructed. Moreover, I have sent the whole of the moisture pearl, and you did not take it. If you had, then we would have been mere trading partners, but the fact that you only took the moisture pearl shows that you are the one for me. What's wrong with me pursuing the one true man in my life? Besides, I'm not forcing you to like me, so why are you being so mean to me? Chen Xianha's pitiful speech caused Qingyi's hand that was about to return the moistened beads to pause. Never mind, the little ninny isn't bad, so I'd better take it. Who made me the big soft-hearted guy? Qingyi retrieved the moistening bead and asked uneasily in passing. This treasure of yours sounds like a couple's model. It won't have any negative impact on me, right? Like subliminally controlling my mind to make me like you, or binding me to you. Unable to return to a free life, Chen Xianha waved his hands repeatedly. Of course not. The moisture bead will only bring about a positive effect. For example, when we are in negative distance, it can create a special feeling of connection between us, which I've heard is extremely wonderful. Well, I'd love to try it. Why don't we experience it while we still have the chance? Qingyi's face brushed red. Don't, Chizuru, let's focus on business. So what? Don't keep saying such tigerish things to me when you're a little girl. Testing veteran cadres is an extremely inhumane practice, especially in this life-or-death environment. Ha, great. You didn't refuse. Oh, Chen Xianha happily shrinks beside Qingyi. When we get out alive, I will definitely try to make my brother happy. / ///// omega // Well, as long as you're happy. Qingyi does not dwell on Chen Xianha's intimate actions, sighs lightly and continues along the road. I don't know why, but I've been getting peach blossom luck frequently in the last week. Could this be the charm value bonus brought by the system? By the way, Chen Xianha was right. The program's formula is really the same for all years. After another half hour of travel, the road ahead gradually widened and there were more rutted tracks on the side of the road. It appears that many vehicles were once parked here. Moreover, buildings gradually appeared on both sides of the road, and although they were all small, short dwellings, there were always spots where something might be hidden. Qingyi and Chen Xianha entered the roadside private house to check it out for a while, and found that there were numerous traces of entry and exit inside, and the furnishings were disorganized, so it was obvious that it had been explored many times by the contestants ahead of them. Even if there was originally information or tools hidden inside, they have been taken by the explorers who turned it inside out. Not much stay value. Qingyi and Chen Xianha slightly accelerated their pace. They no longer entered those low-rise residential houses that had been ravaged many times at a glance, but instead focused on finding the shadow of the vehicle. Chapter 64. I'm in her mind? A kilometer or so further on, the broken asphalt road comes to an end, and the succeeding road converts to a rocky surface. Qingyi felt a little strange as he looked at the pavement with degraded workmanship and upgraded intactness. However, no valid information could be extracted from this alone. Qingyi and Chen Xianha stepped onto the rocky pavement and looked around openly. The rocky road is no longer surrounded by an endless expanse of yellow sand, but by small switchback roads in all directions, as well as villages situated on both sides of the road. There are already houses here that are more than 10 meters high, and when you look at them, the view is no longer as wide as it was before. Qingyi and Chen Xianha glanced at each other, and the two agreed that they should go into the village to do some searching. More buildings such as houses means more locations to explore. In 24 hours to kill, the items that can be obtained through exploration are not only maps containing valuable information, but also various kinds of combat gear and supplies. The village stretches extremely far. The amount of content should be good, and it's much safer to look for a few pieces of equipment that you can get your hands on before heading into town. And, on top of that, they don't currently have a car, although they saw many vehicle imprints along the way. Up to now, the game had already started for more than 3 hours and Qingyi and Chen Xianha had yet to see any car, even if it was scrapped. The map is called Racing City, which shows that the car is a very important tool, and not finding it may affect the next steps of the game. For the sake of safety, Qingyi did not choose to act separately from Chen Xianha. 3 hours had passed, and most of the participants had realized the situation at hand, and that they would have to fight each other if they wanted to survive. Perhaps many murders have been committed in this village with its many buildings. Although Qingyi and Chen Xianha were second-ranked Abelites, the strength of their physical bodies was not much stronger than an ordinary person, and a single bullet was able to bring them to their deaths. Therefore, it is safer to move together in this environment where communication is not easy. I really like being close to my brother. The broad back makes you feel so safe. Chen Xianha's cold hug scared Qingyi and almost made him shiver. Getting down to business. Stop it. Qingyi carefully pushed open the door of a small 2-story residence and probed his head to look inside. Brother, there is no one in the room to enter. Chen Xianha came to his ear and said softly, how do you know? Sheenie watched for a while, did not see any abnormalities after taking out his cell phone, opened the flashlight. Chizuru's godly senses. Chen Qianhe puffed out his chest in a showy manner. What kind of middle-of-the-road ability is this? Sheenie waved his hand to disperse the dust and ash hanging in the room. I don't know. I've had very sharp sensory abilities since I was a kid anyway. For example, just now, you were probably thinking in your mind that the dust activity was orderly and not violent, and that no one seemed to be coming in. Sheenie's eyes widened in amazement as he looked back at the relaxed Chen Qianhe. Chen Qianhe arched his eyebrows. And now, for example, you're thinking crap. Mind reading. Really? Sheenie hurriedly turned his face. Damn, this knows everything. That is not the previous chat. Geez, you don't have to panic. I can only sense the general direction of your emotions and then make a guess according to that direction. I can't exactly perceive what you're thinking. Besides, even if you've ever thought of me in a bad way, I'm still happy. There's no need to avoid it at all. A mask of pain hung on Sheenie's face. Who's going to believe you when you're explaining what I just thought? This, surprisingly, is a weakened version of Little July. As soon as Sheenie's idea came out, the Little July who was huffing and puffing and sleeping in his mind did not do it. Hey, is there any mistake? I'm a god-level system. She is a human-level perception. All not on a level how can we compare? But she said it was called Chizuru's godly feelings, and it's all godly, just a self-appointed one. Little July continued with a disdainful scowl. She's right, it's true that this sensory ability can only feel one direction, and sometimes it's not even possible to tell if a strong feeling is behind a blessing or a curse. Hey, Sheenie asked in disbelief. Then why was the content I was thinking of just now? All of them were hit by her. It's already amazing. July explained. It was easy to be able to be spoken to mostly because of the tacit understanding that the two of you are of one mind. What? Sheenie asked in shock. I just met her not long ago. Heart to heart or something. Too much bull ******, right? July bristled. I don't know about that, but it's a fact that minds are connected. No, if it's connected, why can't I tell what she's thinking? Because you haven't accepted her yet. You haven't even tried to open her heart to see how you can know what she thinks. Sheenie froze. He really didn't have much interest in understanding Chen Qianhe. It was said that a girl with such a top-notch face and body, and who was young and capable, was very appealing to an old geek like him. The key thing was that Chen Qianhe was also quite frank and generous. After living for more than 20 years, she was the first girl to definitively express her love for Qin. Even Yan Yueqing, who was extremely fond of Qin, only did so silently, and appeared to be extremely subtle and shy in the aspect of expressing her love in words. In comparison, the boldness of Chen Qianhe's display of love is tantamount to a humongous bandit. Qin prided himself on not being a virtuous man, and it was logical that the appearance of a guy like Chen Qianhe should at least create a ripple in his heart. But the truth was that although Qin didn't really dislike her, he didn't have much worldly desires. If he had to describe it, it felt like a kind of helpless concession to a naughty sister. It doesn't even live up to the spoiled attitude. Something's not right. Is it because the easier you get something, the less you appreciate it? Qin unwillingly asked. Could it be that the bonding effect of the moisture pearl and the foam knot caused the mind to be connected? And it's not that the two of us were born with a tacit understanding? July compared to her chess times, the treasure of moist love is unique in that its abilities are not fixed. When used on its own, it can only be utilized for a tiny fraction of what it is capable of. But split it up and its upper limit is greatly increased. The prerequisite is that the two people who each hold half of the treasure must have true feelings for each other. If the relationship between two people is as scanty as a passerby, it is just a trinket and serves no purpose. Therefore, moisture love cannot change your relationship with Chen Qianhe. Instead, the concentration of the two of you will affect the ability that moisture love can exert. July looks at Qin as if she's having fun. Speaking of which, the ability of treasure mimicry is in effect. So it seems that it's not as if you don't have feelings for her. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qin righteously denied. I only have Sister Divine in my heart. Why? You humans have such complicated feelings. July lay backward. Can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. You take your time to study it. This divine system is going to proceed to sleep. July's attitude and actions, compared to earlier, were much older. She was no longer that soft and sticky. Brother long brother short called around the cute rookie system. Qin returned to his senses and looked at Chen Qianhe on his side with a complicated expression. Chapter 65 Pistols. Came to look for something. Why are you looking at me strangely? Chen Qianhe let go of pulling Qin's hand and looked at him suspiciously. It's fine. Let's find the supplies. Qin suppressed his confusion and stepped into the house. The room is small. Not many furnishings, only a table, a cabinet and a sofa in the living room. The whole house is covered with thick dust. It looks like more than 10 years of uninhabited appearance. Brother, follow me slowly. Oh, too much movement will get you dirty. Chen Qianhe crossed over to Qin and walked straight towards the dusty drawer. Oh good. Sheenie looked at Chun Xianha's confident face and agreed painfully. Finding something like this would still be efficient if she had god-level perception. Chun Xianha fished out a 10-centimeter long fruit knife from the drawer, then put it back in disgust. The blade wasn't sharp enough, and the blade wasn't long enough. So if the other person's clothes were thick, they probably wouldn't even be able to hurt anyone. Sheenie silently took out the fruit knife and held it in his hand. At least it's a weapon. It's better than bare hands. At worst you can throw it as a flying knife. Without hesitation, Chun Xianha crossed over to the long vertical cabinet with closed doors and headed upstairs. Not checking out the long cabinets anymore? Sheenie gulped. The tightly closed cabinet door held a great attraction for him. No need for that. There's nothing in there that we need. Of course, there should be if you say it hard, but it's not what we need right now. So open it if you're curious. Chun Xianha stopped and raised his eyebrows towards Sheenie. Okay, just give me a second. Sheenie pinned the fruit knife behind his waist and gently opened the cabinet door. Most of the compartments in the long cabinet were empty, and the few compartments that had objects in them held mostly worn-out clothing that really had no value to them. Sheenie straightened up and prepared to close the cabinet door. In the lower left-hand compartment, there's something we'll need in the future. Chun Xianha nudged at him. I just checked. It's all clothes. Sheenie was uneasy and checked again, and suddenly found a small square-bagged item at the edge of the grid. Curious, he wiped the dust off the surface of the pouch, and the word 003 appeared in large letters. Sheenie hurriedly threw it back and closed the cabinet door. What is it? Chun Xianha asked curiously. You don't know? Sheenie quickly pushed her forward. I don't know. Like I said, my perception is not specific. Nothing to be curious about. Let's hurry upstairs. Hey, I wasn't curious, but your reaction makes me even more curious. Later on. At this point, Sheenie had completely succumbed to Chun Xianha's perception ability. Alright, I have a hunch that there are excellent goodies upstairs. Let's go. Chun Xianha took the lead. The old wooden stairs were overflowing with dust from her trampling, and Sheenie collapsed his face and followed her ass to eat the dust. Anyway, the scene is designed. Do not make it so real. This ash accumulation can be in mud. Left. Chun Xianha turned into the small house on the left and reached for the drawer on the nightstand. Sheenie pretended to search the rest of the room's furnishings. If you hit useful supplies one at a time each time, you might attract the attention of those watching the space, and it's still a safe bet to load up. Brother, you do it. Chun Xianha's eyes shone brightly as she gazed at Sheenie. It wasn't hard to tell by the look on her face that she'd found something good. Sheenie curiously came closer and realized that Chun Xianha was holding a small iron box the size of an A4 paper in his hands. The iron box is solid black and glows with a heavy metallic texture in the light. What is it? Sheenie curiously came closer. Chun Xianha gently snapped the locking clasp of the iron box, then unfolded it. A brand new pistol was lying quietly inside the steel box. USP. Even someone like Sheenie, who had not studied much about firearms, could easily recognize its model. There's no way around it. This gun has a place in almost every shooting game out there, second only to the well-known Desert Eagle in terms of firepower. Brother can use a gun? No, it's just more game playing. Although Sheenie had used guns like the M200, which was much more difficult to get started with, he had been able to hit people almost entirely with the help of foolproof sights, and he didn't think he would be able to get a good handle on this pistol with unfitted sights. Looking at Chun Xianha's attitude, she naturally wanted to prioritize herself to take the good equipment, but the problem was that it would be better not to take it if you took it and couldn't play a role. Chun Xianha was at least a member of the earthly organization, and naturally had a knack for gun use. Leaving it to her was the wisest choice. Do you want me to teach, brother? Chun Xianha jumped at the chance. We'll talk about it later when we have more supplies. For now you'll take this gun and protect us both. Sheenie took the iron box and turned it towards Chun Xianha. Well, okay, I'll be sure to pamper my brother and not make him hurt. Chun Xianha took out his pistol and skillfully pinned it to his side. Sheenie smiled and gradually adapted to Chun Xianha's tiger and wolf words. There is also a military knife in the iron box. The specifications are similar to the fruit knife found just now. Sheenie silently throws the fruit knife down and pins the military knife behind his waist. With the legitimate guns and knives in this space, Sheenie felt much more solid in his heart. The bullets are limited, but you can go to the Pamani Mall and purchase supplemental ammunition yourself. The bullet thing is so small that the chances of it being detected after purchasing and pulling it out of your pocket shouldn't be high. Although this piece of space could automatically record the images of all the participants, real-time surveillance required a person to be physically present, as long as he did not use too exaggerated cheating methods. Sheenie felt that it should be harmless. The only pity is that the sniper rifle in the storage space can't be taken out and used. Sheenie hadn't gotten enough of it the last time he sniped the special demonic creature squad. However, on second thought, since Chun Xianha was promised to take the route of the Universal Mother of God, this kind of large-caliber killing weapon, without being restricted, must not have a chance to get on the field. But, promise after promise, there are some in the congregation who do not deserve to be hitched. Protecting oneself before rescuing others is always Qin Yi's first principle. Chizuru, with your great senses, can you find out where there's a car? Qin Yi walked out of the dusty house and frowned as he looked at the four-way fork in the road. He always felt that finding a car as soon as possible was a top priority. Well, although the perception ability is strong, it is greatly limited by the distance. With my current ability, a perception range of 5 meters in diameter is already the limit. So, Qin Yi took a deep breath. Let's go. Let's continue exploring, gathering intelligence and supplies while keeping an eye out for any vehicles. Most of the houses in this village have not been raided by the contestants, and the likelihood of finding the items needed is high. Chapter 66 Parking Lot. After a 2-hour-long search, Qin Yi and Chen Xianhe had barely considered themselves armed. The duo found a backpack, an open axe and a long saber, in addition to an improvised set of protective gear and a small amount of medical supplies. However, the most valuable map intelligence information in this escape, as well as the vehicles, has still not been gained. 18 hours until the end of the escape game. Qin Yi looked at the midday daylight and felt some urgency. The sun would set in another 5 hours or so, and they had to get to the inner city and find a relatively safe spot to explore before darkness set in. Brother, there's a parking lot up ahead. Chen Xianhe lets out a soft cry, pulling Qin Yi's thoughts back as he follows the girl's finger pointing to look. There's nothing special about it. Where's the parking lot? How come I don't see it? Qin Yi looked around but did not see the shadow of any vehicle. Look over there. There's a parking lot sign standing. Qin Yi squinted his eyes to check and finally found the notice board that Chen Xianhe was talking about. The font is so small that if you don't have excellent eyesight, you easily can't read the words on the notice board. Sure enough, it's a parking lot. Let's check it out. With any luck there might be a car in there. Qin Yi's face was delighted as he prepared to go forward in search. Something's not right. Even though it's far away, I still don't feel good. There could be something horrible hidden in there. Chen Xianhe's face was grave. Qin Yi takes a look at the notice board and then at Chen Xianhe. The distance between the two is close to 200 meters, which is supposedly far beyond the sensing range. A danger warning this far out either means that there is indeed a big danger hidden in the parking lot, or that Chen Xianhe's premonition is a stress reaction to being in a stressful situation for a long time. Although he completely trusted Chen Xianhe's feelings, Qin Yi felt the need to take a risk. Vehicles? Too important. Let's sneak over there and check it out, then back off if there's any danger. Qin Yi fumbled for the saber on his waist and walked towards the parking lot. Chen Xianhe paused, glanced at him with a desire to speak, and silently followed. Opportunity always goes hand in hand with danger, especially in this artificially designed escape show. The more dangerous it is, it also means the more generous the rewards hidden behind it. However, Chen Xianhe wasn't sure if they would be able to make it through this danger. After all, the last time there was such a strong warning of danger was when he encountered a third-order demon on a mission with the earthly White Shadow Army. It was a lucky escape in the end, but it still threw down a few lives. However, the feeling of reassurance that Qin Yi gave her was stronger than the danger warning, and Chen Xianhe did not have much resistance to his decision to choose to explore the parking lot. There really is a car in there, and more than one. Qin Yi climbed onto a roof near the parking lot and looked from afar, only to see 5 cars neatly parked in the parking lot. Vehicle styling is very different from modern cars, with 2 off-roaders and 3 muscle cars out of the 5, all of which have a lot of steel armor added to their bodies. The wheels of the vehicle were embedded with long, sharp, tapered spikes, and the vehicle was equipped with front and rear crash plates, and the windows were also nailed shut with iron bars, leaving only a few narrow viewing ports. When you look at them, several of the cars are as powerful as beasts, built for competition and killing. A modified race car? Chen Xianhe also noticed the difference in these vehicles. Her expression grew more and more grave, not because of the flailing vehicles, but the growing sense of crisis. No wonder the map is called Race City. It looks like this special race car will be a big hit in this episode. Qin Yi licked his lips, his heart fluttering. This kind of wasteland punk feeling pulled full of vehicles, but his favorite, and now have the opportunity to personally experience. But let him for no reason to give birth to a kind of this program did not participate in vain feeling. However, with 5 cars lying around in the parking lot, it looked like a trap anyhow. Qin Yi did not believe that the contestants before him and Chen Xianhe had not noticed the parking lot, which was still in an eye-catching location. Let's switch to a position with a better view. Qin Yi probed left and right and found that there was only one building over 30 meters near the parking lot, although it was a bit far away from the parking lot, but that was the only safe and good viewpoint left. Qin Yi pulled Chen Xianhe towards the water tower on the east side of the parking lot. Brother, why don't you go up yourself? I'm a little afraid of heights. Chen Xianhe looked up at the towering water tower, and after doing some mental construction still did not dare to climb up. Good, then hide around and be safe. After giving a few instructions, Sheenie held the iron ladder of the water tower with both hands and quickly climbed upwards. Ladders and water towers look like they are already some years old. Feet step on creaking, iron chips flying. Sheenie cannot help but think of the scenic area of the wire bridge. July. How many days of sleep do you need to save me if you fall 30 meters? Sheenie smacked his lips and glanced downward with some fear. Lethal height. About the same as last time. But I don't always save you. July baby. It's better not to make panic-inducing jokes at such a critical time. Well, for calling me baby, don't worry about climbing. I've got you covered. July opened her sleepy eyes in a rare moment and sat squarely in Sheenie's mind, watching his arduous journey up the ladder. Fortunately, although the iron ladder was rusted rather badly, the stability was quite good, and Sheenie reached the top of the water tower without any danger. Because the water tower from the parking lot of the straight line distance is also nearly 100 meters, although Sheenie can see the general scenery, but the surrounding details are still shadowed. It's a pity that Chen Qianhe, a guy with good eyes, doesn't dare to come up here, or else he'd be able to save some precious coins. Sheenie purchased a bottle of 1,000 Miles Eyes potion from the Treasure Money Mall and took it without a trace. Eyes became instantly clear of the parking lot. Not only that, but the situation inside the buildings surrounding the parking lot was also visible to Sheenie, almost ignoring the black body. Apparently, this potion should come with some night vision as well. After all, the Dark Night Potion, which specialized in night vision, only sold for 3 treasure coins, while this bottle of 1,000 Miles Eyes potion sold for 5 treasure coins, which was almost twice as much as the Dark Night Potion. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for, and the same type of potion is expensive 2 treasure coins, and it does have its reasons. At the same time, Sheenie deepened his determination to permanently enhance the strength of his 5 senses, the ability to have out-of-the-box powerful visual, auditory and olfactory abilities at every moment is mind-blowing to think about. Sheenie at the top of the water tower carefully looking down. There is no obvious discovery. The parking lot is quiet, as if no one has come to the general. Just when he thought he was being overly careful, a corner of the parking lot caught his attention. Chapter 67 Bait. Sheenie keenly captured that in a corner of the parking lot, a few sporadic drops of blood splattered on the ground. The blood droplets were slightly dark red, and looked like they should have just dripped not long ago. Just a short time ago, there may have been a battle here. The blood drops were scattered, curving and extending to a low-slung private house at the edge of the parking lot. Though Sheenie could not make out the scene inside the private house due to his vision being obscured, Sheenie memorized this suspicious spot, and after scanning a few more times without finding any other abnormalities, he slowly climbed down the water tower. When Chen Qianhe saw Sheenie coming down, he hurriedly approached and anxiously asked, "How is it? Did you find anything?" The growing sense of unease made her emotions all uncontrollably tense. There were some bloodstains in one corner of the parking lot, but the homes near the bloodstains were obscured to see exactly what happened. Seeing that Chen Qianhe's expression was not too natural, Sheenie slowed down his tone. "I'm going to go over to check it out. How about you? Do you want to join me?" Chen Qianhe quickly nodded her head. Although she was uneasy in her heart, as long as she was close to Sheenie, she would find a warm sense of security. As long as she had Sheenie along for the ride, she felt that she could move forward regardless of the road ahead, an esoteric and real feeling. Sheenie naturally could not know what was in Chen Qianhe's mind, and when he saw that the girl had responded, he took her hand and led her towards the route he had planned. For the first time, Chen Qianhe was physically touched by Sheenie in a protective manner. Slightly rough big hand wrapped around her delicate white hand for a moment. Chen Qianhe's heart shuddered like an electric shock. The touch was the same as the feeling in that indelible memory. It can't be, he's already dead. Chen Qianhe looked at Shenie's back and was dumbfounded as he led him forward. After a long time, she gathered her courage and mumbled something to ask, when she suddenly felt strength coming from her hand. Sheenie turned around with a grave expression and made a shoe gesture towards her. Chen Qianhe put down his doubts and shortened his body, quietly looking forward together with Sheenie. The two of them had reached the edge of the parking lot by now, and after turning another wall they could see where the blood stains had been obscured by the building just moments before. Even Sheenie, who had little sensing ability, felt that the atmosphere was getting weird. It was so quiet that even the sound of the wind that was always in my ears had disappeared. Although Sheenie and Chen Qianhe were apprehensive in their hearts, after looking around, they did not find anything dangerous. They moved forward slowly crossing the wall that stood in front of them. Sheenie's head had just poked out a small section of the wall before he quickly retracted. The enhanced vision from the clairvoyance potion was still going strong, and he could see what was at the end of the bloodstain the moment he probed. A dying man tied to a chair. Moreover, Sheenie found many strange devices around this person, shaped to look like traps, which should be equipment used to hunt some kind of large creatures. "What's over there?" Chen Qianhe was very curious, but Sheenie pressed down on her head and did not allow her to raise her head to look, so she could only inquire softly in a depressed voice. "A trap made of the living. Come on, Let's circle around and find a high spot. Behind this wall is the parking lot, and the man tied to the chair is directly across the parking lot. Shinee felt that crossing the wall and entering the parking lot from such an open area was definitely not a good choice. He ambled lower and pulled Chen Xianhe back the way he came. A trap made of living people? What does that mean? Chen Xianhe was confused. Obviously, not having seen the scene, she failed to quickly understand what Shinee meant. One of the contestants was stripped naked and tied to a chair with some small, deliberate cuts on his body, as if he was luring something, with 6 trap-like devices arranged around him and not hidden. It was clear that the target was not human. It seems that there are some bad guys hidden in this neighborhood. Shinee quickly explained to Chen Xianhe. What he didn't say was that the guy being used as bait was facing exactly in their direction. Danger, most likely, is all around. Shinee did not dare to delay, and Chen Xianhe quickly moved to the interior of a private house close to the parking lot. The room was messy and the floor was covered in footprints that had obviously been scoured by other contestants. Shinee looked at Chen Xianhe, who shook his head, indicating that there was no one in the room at this time. Shinee went up to the attic and looked down from the small round window in the attic facing the parking lot. This observation point is in a great location and has a great view of almost the entire parking lot. Chen Xianhe looked at Shinee doubtfully. Aren't we leaving? Shinee shook his head. He wondered what the guys hiding in the shadows were hunting. There were no obstructions near any of the cars in the parking lot, and it was clear that the person who had cast the decoy was not after the 5 steel cars. Or maybe they were going to drive away after they hunted what they needed. They must have information that they did not possess, and the information points to items that are much more important than vehicles. Anyone who could use a living person as bait was bound to be no good. Shinee stared and waited, ready to strike at the right time and reap the benefits. Chen Xianhe ambled in front of the window, looking worriedly at the dying decoy, seemingly having the urge to rescue him. That man is beyond saving. Shinee could see what was on her mind and opened his mouth. I know. Chen Xianhe withdrew his gaze and leaned near the stairway of the attic, seemingly unwilling to witness the brutal sight that might happen. She had good eyesight and was able to roughly make out the man's injuries. The external wounds weren't hideous, but the thin cuts, the slashes, were near vital organs, and there was even an iron spike stuck in the forehead. Obviously, this man was subjected to extremely cruel abuse before being made into bait. I'll go downstairs and guard the door. Chen Xianhe threw down a sentence before silently walking downstairs. Shinee sighed lightly and focused his eyes near the bait. With the range of vision from this point, the line of sight is able to cover almost all of the parking lot. However, even with the help of the clairvoyance potion, he was unable to find out where the person who was the bait was hiding. These guys, are they so skilled at hiding? Shinee was a bit puzzled. He was a serious second-ranked ability user, or he had knocked out vision pills, but he couldn't find the location where the ordinary contestants were hiding. It was a bit shameful to say that. Shinee resisted the urge to take out the M200's matching sights for observation and patiently continued to wait. After about half an hour, movement finally appeared around the parking lot, and Shinee concentrated, his fingers shaking slightly from excitement. A large centipede, which burrowed out of the window of the dwelling across from the decoy. Chapter 68. 3 different centipede. Holy, what the hell? Shinee was really taken aback when he saw the centipede that was as big as a python. He had never seen so clearly what the centipede's body parts looked like. The centipede was quick on its feet and soon crawled near the bait. Shinee couldn't see exactly how many feet it had, and only felt that it was densely packed, making his heart uncomfortable. The centipede seemed to have some spiritual intelligence, and when it reached the bait, it didn't immediately come forward to enjoy it, but cautiously stopped a meter in front of him and waited for a long time. According to experience, this centipede should be a demonic creature that has been demonized. However, this space they were in at the moment was an artificial space, and Shinee wasn't sure if the Demon Hunting Bureau's actual manipulator of the space would have any bad taste in it, magically altering some odd enemies according to the template of the demonic creatures. After a few minutes, the centipede decided that the food in front of it posed no danger, and impatiently moved forward to climb up the naked body of the bait. Not coming out yet? Shinee looked around and still didn't find any sign of the person who set the bait. Seeing that the centipede stepped on the circle-shaped animal trap, but did not receive any damage, Shinee instead confused. Could it be that these circular items were not used to hunt this centipede? The centipede had crawled up to the poor bait's body, and it opened its mouth parts and bit down heavily. Although it was not as big as a human, it was tough as nails with its tearing ability, and with a single mouthful, it directly ripped the bait's head off. Shinee turned his head with some toothache, but suddenly realized that one side of the manhole cover not far away from the centipede was slightly buckling. That's pretty calm, Shinee muttered in a low voice and locked his gaze on the manhole cover. The centipede was feasting, not noticing the slight rattling of the manhole cover behind him. One of the men looking out through the crack in the manhole cover saw the image in front of him and gestured behind his back toward the men behind him. Seeing this, the latter immediately pressed the red button on the compact remote control in his hand. After the button fell, the 6 circular devices around the centipede all emitted an upward laser, and then the 6 lasers from the 6 devices connected with each other to form a hexagonal 3-dimensional light curtain, completely covering the centipede and the bait in the light curtain. The light curtain was formed extremely fast. When the centipede realized the change, it was already too late. It swallowed the meat in its mouth and fiercely crashed towards the light curtain. It was extremely powerful, but the light curtain was more stable. No matter how hard the centipede tried, it was never able to cause substantial damage to the light curtain. The 4 people hiding in the manhole cover had returned to the surface by now, led by a shadowy young man who held a remote control and slowly approached the light screen. Behind him were 2 other men and a woman. Both men were rather stout. One was a youth in his 20s and the other was a middle-aged uncle. The youth was all standard muscle, the kind that looked like he lived in a gym. The older man looked less exaggerated, but with his wide, thick body, he was also powerful. The woman's makeup was too thick to tell her age, and she was dressed like a sultry. "Boss Chi, shouldn't we kill it? This thing will be in trouble if it gets smashed. Besides, it has a limited amount of power." The middle-aged man looked at the centipede that kept charging through the light screen, and a hint of worry appeared on his face. When one reaches middle age, caution and steadiness are the main themes, and he disliked the behavior of the young boss in front of him with a risk-taking mentality. But there was no way around it. Not only did this young man have the information they had worked so hard to find in his hands, but he had a gun in his hand. Even though his life experience was much higher than his, the middle-aged man still didn't dare to say anything too aggressive to him. He had seen with his own eyes, not so long ago, this weak-looking young man easily defeat his teammate who had rushed him with his bare hands, and he cruelly abused that man until he was half dead, and then used him as bait to trap the 3 different centipede. Although the program has been running for quite some time and most people have accepted the kill others to live scenario, it's still intimidating to see such a brutal way of killing people. In a desperate game show like this, becoming a leader who can be feared and respected by his men isn't all about battle prowess. Ruthlessness of heart is a big part of the equation as well. "You're questioning my judgment?" The young man's finger that was about to press the button lurched as he turned to look at the middle-aged man who had spoken. No, absolutely not." The middle-aged man met his deathly cold eyes and took a step back in fear, unable to stop waving his hands. "So you want to be the boss?" The shady young man sneered, and the uncle only felt the air around him chill a few degrees. When he said that, even the fitness man and the sultry woman almost shivered. Don't dare. I was wrong. Boss, I'm sorry. I won't talk too much anymore." The middle-aged uncle sensed that the situation had turned cold and hurriedly bent down to apologize. Face doesn't matter when it comes to staying alive and saving face. To be able to comfortably make it to middle age without being unemployed and still have the leisure to participate in an escape show shows that the uncle is not so bad in this aspect of people's lives. The young man grunted softly, in a way that forgave him for his rude behavior. At this moment, he was facing his back towards the 3 different centipede, while the middle-aged uncle, the fitness man, and the demonic woman were all facing the 3 different centipede. Under the 3 different centipedes' rounds of charging, the light curtain had gradually dimmed, with not many spots left, and soon the centipedes would be able to escape their confinement. The youth was still busy making a statement at this point, completely ignoring the sound of the crashing noise behind him that was getting lighter and lighter. The 3 facing the centipede had the intention of prompting, but having just been hammered, none of them wanted to be the one to open their mouths, and were waiting for the others' mental defenses to get taught first. After all, if he didn't speak out to warn them, the one who would die might just be the young boss with his back facing the 3 differences centipede. If it annoyed the psychopath by speaking out and reminding it, who knows if it would abuse itself afterwards. The 3 of them looked at the 3 different centipede that was about to break through the curtain of light with both fear and excitement in their hearts. It was a good choice to be able to get rid of this ruthless young boss through the mouth of centipede, and the middle-aged man was even ready to pull his legs out and leave. Boom! Finally, under the constant rush of the 3 different centipede, the light curtain shattered, leaving only the 6 lasers still shining. Just as the 3 different centipede was riveted and ready to rush out of the device's range and deliver a fatal blow to the human who had imprisoned him, the young man pressed the button in his hand without any panic. There, the position of the 6 lasers changed rapidly, and in just a split second's work, the 3 different centipede, which was about 1.5 meters long, was sliced into hundreds of pieces. Dark green blood and broken body parts fell from the sky, solidly smearing the dead bait all over. The middle-aged man, the fitness man and the sultry woman looked at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. Chapter 69 Scary Guy? They had thought that the young boss was about to be killed in the mouth of the 3 different centipede, but in the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed, which left them somewhat reeling. The middle-aged man had already taken half a step backward, and when he saw that the young boss was still well and standing in front of them with a grim smile on his face, he no longer had the courage to run away. This guy, he's so sick, it's very pretentious, but the timing is just right. and any way you look at it, you're confident enough to do it. The miscellaneous thoughts in the hearts of the three instantly disappeared. This young man was definitely a terrifying fellow. Shin-Yi took in the scene. This young man who seemed to be about his age was indeed ruthless enough, but that point was not what made Shin-Yi frown. The calmness that the young man displayed in the face of the dangerous three differences centipede, as well as the occasional mocking smile at the corners of his mouth, showed that he was not afraid of this half-human-length centipede. His mental qualities far surpassed the vast majority of the contestants. Moreover, he was able to precisely identify the moment when the light curtain collapsed by listening to the sound alone, and was obviously very familiar with that trap-like laser device. Shin-Yi is considered to have some understanding of cutting-edge technology. As far as he knows, the current world does not have the kind of equipment that can raise the light curtain wall and release the crushing laser. Even if there is, it is definitely a state secret, and ordinary people can never learn to use it. The first time Shin-Yi saw the light curtain, he felt that this weapon was a special creation of this space. That is, something created by utilizing the characteristics of space, and not a product of the present world. Including Chen Qianhe thinks so too. Although the Earth is slightly weaker than the Demon Hunters Bureau in terms of creation, it is also considered to be the first tier of organizations with the best human technology. Chen Qianhe, as a member of the Bureau of Foreign Affairs under the Earth Organization, has extremely high intelligence authority. Even she had never seen a similar laser weapon capable of attacking and defending, which meant that such a weapon had yet to be developed in the current world, or was still in the secretive research and development stage. This rules out the possibility that the young man learned how to use this laser weapon in reality, and it would be too far-fetched if he had only learned to use it after coming to this space. After all, it's only been 6 hours since the start of 24 hours of escape, and most people were still in a state of stasis for the first hour. Subtracting the time spent on the road, he wouldn't even necessarily have 4 hours of full exploration time. Within 4 hours, becoming proficient in the use of a new type of laser weapon and obtaining information on how to hunt centipedes was impossible by any stretch of the imagination. There are not many useful materials in this residential area. Shin-Yi and Chen Qianhe have only found some fragmented weapons and protective gears in more than 2 hours. Not even a large modern weapon, let alone a new laser weapon that I've never even seen before, has been found. Thus, Shin-Yi had an initial guess as to the young man's identity. He's supposed to be one of the staff members of the show, which means he's a demon hunter who was intentionally put into the space. The space constructors of the Bureau of Demon Hunting must have given him or them special training in advance to familiarize them with the use of some space-specific weapons and the location of some important intelligence resources. As for why the Demon Hunting Bureau put the humanoid plugin into the compulsion field, this is something Shin-Yi could not figure out. Since the purpose was to select good seedlings with the potential to become superhumans by means of escaping, they should be given a level playing field. If they sent in demon hunters who already had a full understanding of the map's construction, weren't they afraid that these demon hunters would rely on their prophetic advantage to decimate the good seeds and then become the ultimate escapees? In that case, won't this escapade show that the Demon Hunting Bureau has worked so hard to organize come to naught? Shin-Yi couldn't find the crux of the problem for a while, and he was prepared to tie up this young man and personally force him to question him. However, Shin-Yi hadn't counted on the strength of the shadowy young man, and there were 4 people on the other side, while the other 3 regular contestants were negligible. That was if they were unarmed. If any of the 3 had a pistol in their hands, relying on Shin-Yi and Chen Qianhe alone, there would still be a great deal of pressure on them to quickly subdue this squad of 4. Chizuru, we're getting ready to go close the net. Shin-Yi patted the girl on the shoulder, signaling her to organize her equipment. Chen Qianhe looked at him in a tangled manner, somewhat reluctantly. She had also watched the entirety of what the following people had done, and knew full well that none of these people were easy to deal with. Once a conflict broke out, there were bound to be deaths, a situation she did not want to see. After all, the reason for seeking Shin-Yi's help was originally to save these poor people. It was a little hard for her to accept that she now had to become one of the killers in order to achieve her goal of saving lives. Shin-Yi stared at the change in the young girl's expression and asked in a deep voice, "Can't get down?" Chen Qianhe did not reply. "Well, give me the gun and I'll go by myself." Shin-Yi extended his hand towards her. "Does it have to be? Can we wait for them to leave before we go for a drive?" Chen Qianhe's expression was both worried and sad. She didn't want to cause a killing. Shin-Yi sighed and ignored her, quickly rushing towards the door. The war machine was fleeting, and he didn't have time to lecture the little girl about life. She wanted to be a savior. She could be, and she herself had promised to help her with this difficult task. But one can only help her fulfill her desire for salvation by wicked means. Escape 24 hours. Each phase of the map is extremely large, relies solely on their own collection. Want to successfully escape within 24 hours is tantamount to a fool's errand. In 24 hours, it's estimated that you can't even put the map pieces together. There's only one way to reach your goal quickly, kill someone and get away with it. Taking shards from other contestants is the best way to do this. Moreover, these 4 people not far away had more than just map fragments and other collectibles. The young man's true identity, the reason for hunting centipedes, and the 5 vehicles loaded with steel armor in the parking lot were all supplies he desperately needed. There was no way Chini would watch the duck in his hand fly away. Taking from these men, even to the point of killing them, was not something that would be psychologically condemned. Chini drew a line in his mind after agreeing to Chen Xianhe's request. He will definitely kill people in his search for the fife and drum, but only the evil ones. These 4 people abused the living and killed them as bait to trap the demons. This behavior was already evil in Chini's opinion. Killing them would be a way to do justice to heaven and appease the soul of the man who died tragically. Xin, who possessed the strength of a peak second-order ability person, had only a little uneasiness in his heart at this moment. That is, what is the strength of this young man with a shady face? Could he also be a low-ranked ability user? Does he still have any strong unknown weapons in his hands? Chapter 70 Raid. Xin was not allowed to know, but he was able to roughly come to a conclusion after relying on his clever brain to make a slight guess. The youth, even if he was a demon hunter, shouldn't have reached the 2nd rank. There was no other way. A demon hunter of second-order strength was a descending blow to an ordinary person. Putting such a powerful ability into an escape game where ordinary people were piled up would be like a wolf in a flock of sheep. The 24 hours of escape, which selects good candidates who can become the pioneers of human beings to fight against demons, will turn into a one-sided slaughter feast of second-ranked demon hunters against ordinary people. And Chini thinks that the space constructor will not be so stupid as to let such an over-limit guy come in. Chini is more willing to believe that the space constructor let these guys who have information in advance enter in order to form a catfish effect. This allows participants who are in the game to quickly adapt to the escape environment and stimulate survival and killing instincts. At the same time, these humanoid hangers-on can quickly cut down on the number of contestants, allowing the game to go faster. After all, not only is the map super doubled for this episode, but even the number of contestants is a whopping 3,000. It can be considered an extremely radical upgrade from the previous 1,000 person minimap, but the total length of the program has not been extended and remains at 24 hours. In this kind of environment, if the contestants are all negative towards the escape game, or if they are all staying in a certain place, the speed of the program will be extremely slow. Within 24 hours, there might not be many people coming into the city. Once no one of the guys coming into town is able to complete the escape trial, then when the 24-hour countdown is over, this episode will be a bust, regardless of whether the remaining guys are dead or alive. Whether it's for the sake of the show's ratings and quality, or for the sake of selecting the best of the best, the Bureau of Demon Hunting won't allow this to happen. Even if the space constructor could drive a forced movement in space such as a lightning storm, the sheer number of people would be too much of an undertaking. Also, wiping out the vast majority of the contestants all with natural disasters would make the show boring. After all, compared to a natural disaster filled with a sense of powerlessness, a game between humans of similar strength is what makes the watcher's hearts pound. Chini felt that his judgment, even if it wasn't entirely correct, was not far off. In short, if the shadowy young man was from the Demon Hunting Bureau, then he must not be too strong. If he was an expert who had mixed in like himself as well as Chen Xianhe, then he could only rely on his strength. Chini quickly flashed to a corner and probed to observe a few people. The middle-aged uncle and the fitness man were groping the centipede's corpse, which had been chopped into pieces. With disgusted faces, the shady young man was sitting on a stone bench not far from them, and was smiling evilly as he was going up and down on the demonic woman. The sultry female seemed to be enjoying herself immensely and took the initiative to undress so that he could make it easier. The scene was not considered to be fragrant, but those 2 big white wobbly buns still made Chini froze slightly. Well, although this woman was average looking, her body was comparable to Chen Xianhe's. No wonder the young man had brought such a demonic who didn't look like she had much fighting ability. So it was for lust. It was also true that the unusual contestants were too busy looking for information on how to escape, and it was only emboldened outlier brothers like him who were able to relax and enjoy themselves so much in a game where tension and pressure were pulled all over the place. But enjoyment and relaxation can come at a high price. Chini snorted coldly and quickly rushed out, rushing to the side of the shady young man and the demonic with lightning speed. The speed was so fast and the footsteps were so light that the 2 men who were pulling out the corpse of the 3 different centipede did not fail to notice him at all. The young man who was hugging the demonic for enjoyment reacted a bit faster than these people, but his vision was blocked by the steamed buns, and by the time he realized that someone was approaching, Chini had already rushed in front of him. Bang! Chini collected his strength and slammed his fist on the young man's head, and he instantly fainted. The sultry woman sitting on the man's lap was still enjoying her eyes half open, and when she saw the fallen young elder brother and Chini who suddenly appeared in front of her, She was visibly stunned for a couple of seconds before she ran towards the two men next to the triple heterogeneous centipede with a loud yell. Shinee was too fast, and with the strength of a peak second-order ability powerhouse, he was the king of this place. After controlling the young boss, this yellow bird operation can already be declared a success. The remaining two men and one woman who were ordinary people were too late even if they wanted to draw their guns. At this distance, Shinee could easily kill them in seconds before they could take out their weapons. However, Shinee was not a person who was addicted to killing, and these three people were just following the wrong big brother in his opinion, and were not yet dead. Moreover, if it wasn't for the demonic woman luring the enemy with her body and distracting the shadowy young man's attention, Shinee felt that he wouldn't necessarily be able to get his hands on him so cleanly. In this exchange, although the opponent was KO'd by a single blow, Shinee could probably tell his strength from his reflexes. Supposed to be a first-order demon hunter, commoner plus, even in a proper confrontation, this man was no match for him. After the bewitching woman let out a cry of alarm, the two middle-aged men who were fumbling with the corpse of the three different centipede also came back to their senses. They turned around and looked at Shinee in shock and fear. The ease with which the spectral man defeated their boss was truly shocking. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. Shinee took 2 steps forward. The three of them took a step back in unison, not caring in the slightest that they stepped in the dirty bloodstains of the three different centipede. Shinee could only stop helplessly. I'm going to ask you a few questions, and after you answer me you can leave. Shinee waved at the three of them. Really? The sultry female bunny asked. That is, of course, if you can refrain from shaking and disturbing my mind when I ask questions. The sultry woman realized she was still half naked and hurriedly clasped her hands to her forehead. She looked at the handsome Shinee, and then at the ugly monster on the ground, and her mind suddenly came alive. They were going to recruit people to cling to them anyway, so instead of following the former boss with his unstable personality, they should switch to the young man in front of them who had better skin and strength. My name is Li Shui. If there's anything Big Brother wants to ask, please feel free to ask. She lowered her hands to her chest and clamped down her throat, her voice soft and charming like a she-cat in the middle of her courtship. Shinee looked at the snow-white and chaotic bunny in front of him, but he was surprised at the woman's resilience. A wise bird knows how to choose a good tree, but this woman changed too quickly. Just a moment ago, she was still practicing her humming in the arms of her ex-boss, and now in less than a minute, she could already show off her curves in front of her without any shame and was in seduction mode, which was really saddening. It's a few simple questions, and you can leave afterward. As for you, Shinee pointed to Li Shui. The latter's eyes lit up, taking this as a sign of her acceptance. Put your clothes back on or someone will feed you bullets later. Chapter 71. A good tree to fall back on. Seeing Shinee's icy cold eyes, Li Shui didn't dare to mess around anymore as she hurriedly straightened her clothes. First question. Why are you hunting this centipede? Shinee swept a glance at the three of them and inquired in a deep voice. The fitness man and the middle-aged uncle glanced at each other, and before they could push back on who to let answer this question, Li Shui spoke up. This is a triple isolate centipede, and the intelligence said that hunting it would be able to obtain 3 isolate pearls, so we came over here. Doubt surfaced on Shinee's face as he listened to the fresh term. The triple centipede? The beads? What's all this stuff? How come I've never heard of it? Li Shui is an eloquent and colorful fellow. Seeing Shinee's dumbfounded face, she didn't wait for him to follow up and automatically added. This is also the first time we've learned about this kind of thing. There was no setting for this kind of neutral creatures in the previous programs. This exotic beast was placed in advance by the program and will only move within a predetermined range, making it a great hunting target. She pointed to the young man lying behind Shinee and continued. The information about the 3 different centipede was discovered by him. The intelligence had standardized on the location where the 3 different centipede was infested, and there were rich rewards to be gained from killing it, so we teamed up and came here together. Shinee nodded, still satisfied with her performance. He walked over to the vicinity of the 3 different centipede, and after carefully examining the broken pieces for a while, he realized that this creature was extremely similar to a demonic creature. Moreover, from the powerful aggressiveness it had shown earlier in the light curtain, it could be seen that this thing's grade should not be low. Shinee thought back and did not remember the demonic creature casting a special skill. It seems that this so-called 3 different centipede should be a demonic creature that has had its ability organs removed. The number of different should correspond to the actual level of the demon. This centipede was called the 3 different centipede, which meant that it was most likely a third-order magical creature. The strength displayed by his physical body was also roughly in line with the standard of a third-order demonic creature. So it was the space constructor who intentionally dropped magical creatures that couldn't unleash special skills into the space to actually see how the contestants reacted to the magical creatures? According to the available information, Shinee felt that there was such a possibility. However, what is a foreign pearl that can be obtained by hunting demons? He is also considered a skilled demon hunter. and he has never seen them burst out beads after killing a demonic creature anytime. What is the alien bead and what does it do? Qingyi looked at Li Shui. We actually don't know. Li Shui waved her hand in a slightly awkward manner. The middle-aged uncle picked up. The boss only told us to feel the alien pearl out of the corpse, saying that it could be exchanged for so many resources, but didn't tell us what it was or where to use it. Oh, so, Qingyi looked at the scene of dirty blood all over the ground and silently took 2 steps back. This matter didn't matter. Since the Demon Hunting Bureau would put this kind of demonic creature capable of bursting rewards in large quantities in the space, it would definitely provide a place to redeem the rewards. The only trouble might be that it's not good to look for the information of the prize redemption place, but that's not a problem. When the guy who passed out on the ground wakes up in a while, a beating will clear up all the problems. Okay, next question. What was the weapon you just used and where did you acquire it? Qingyi pointed to the 6 circular laser emitters next to the chair, which were by now covered in green blood and drained of power. These weapons were also found by the boss. He only said that they were very powerful weapons and asked us to carry them carefully. As for the name of the weapon parameters and other details, they were not informed. The middle-aged uncle replied. Okay, Qingyi sighed helplessly. These 3 rookie contestants could be said to know nothing about anything. The young man's willingness to lead them into action was quite incomprehensible. Could it be that he already knows this map well enough to the point where he can take a tired pass? Qingyi shook his head. These things could only be asked slowly after he woke up. Okay, you guys can go. Qingyi waved his hand towards the 3. The middle-aged man took a step and was about to leave immediately. He had been committed to the shadowy young man for an hour and had nearly lost his life, and the chance to get out of the dangerous situation was a relief. The gym guy didn't speak or move. He looked at the middle-aged man who walked out 2 meters away, and then looked at Qingyi, as if he was judging whether Qingyi would backstab that guy. The demonic female's face was filled with chagrin after hearing Qingyi tell them to leave. She knows that it is good to lean on a big tree, and she desperately wants to be close to Qingyi's big tree, but her flirtatious face and perfect body, which she was so proud of, failed in front of this man, which filled her with frustration and at the same time filled her with worry about her future. By herself, it was absolutely impossible to win in such a brutal game of escape. Becoming Qingyi's teammate was the only way she could survive. Therefore, although she was afraid that Qingyi would reward him with a bullet, she still took 2 hard steps forward. Brother, can you let me follow you? I'm skilled in all 18 martial arts. I'll definitely be able to make your escapade comfortable. Qingyi snorted coldly. Proficient in all 18 martial arts? Making the escape journey comfortable? Fine. I'll be comfortable if you take out all the contestants. I'll let you follow me if you can do it. Li Shui choked. What she said and what Qingyi said were 2 completely different things. Just as she was trying to fight it a little more, footsteps came from across the parking lot. Chen Qianhe walked towards them with a guilty face. She didn't give Qingyi the pistol, nor did she follow him firmly, both of which made her feel very sad. But she had the feeling that her feet were becoming heavy at the thought of laying hands on her own kind. Luckily, Qingyi was strong and he easily controlled the situation without killing anyone. Although Chen Qianhe had no use to accept the moral devastation, she didn't know how to face Qingyi anymore. She had always harbored a familiar and loving feeling towards Qingyi, and it had taken her a great deal of effort to ask Qingyi to join in the great cause of saving the contestants. However, when Qingyi was ready to scramble for the items of the 4 people in the parking lot with an imperative face, Chen Qianhe felt very resistant. Even though she knew they couldn't save more people without doing so, she was reluctant to get human blood on her hands. She could only delay at the moment when Qingyi was preparing to go forward so that the battle would be delayed and Qingyi would let go of the idea of scrambling for others. However, she completely did not expect that Qingyi would choose to go alone and would leave her where she was. She was stunned for 2 seconds before she reacted. Worried that Qingyi was in danger, she fixed her mind and raised her gun ready to help him. What made her even more unexpected was that Qingyi had struck too quickly, and before she could even find the time to help, Qingyi had already brought the situation under control. Chapter 72 Shooting. Chen Qianhe could only stop helplessly. This made her a thoroughly bad companion for delaying the battle, abandoning her teammates and putting them in harm's way. Feeling ashamed, she did not go out first after seeing Qingyi take control of the situation. She hoped that Qingyi would not wave in the direction she was in and give her, a child who had done something wrong, a step down. But Qingyi didn't even glance in her direction. Is he mad at me? He must be mad at me for being such an obnoxious piggybacker. Turns out, I didn't have much of a place in his heart. That's right. How can I expect to be favored when I have to stalk him to stay by his side? I'm, at best, a dispensable guy, and maybe he'll be happier when he's rid of me. Chen Qianhe's thoughts were confused in her mind, which made her more and more apprehensive. She even wondered if she should just walk away. But Qingyi was more than just her hope of rescuing the other contestants. He was also the only person who could answer her inner questions, and she absolutely couldn't just get separated from him again in the sea of people. Thus, Chen Qianhe finally stepped out from behind the bunker after a long period of mental construction. The demonic woman saw Chen Qianhe, who had come closer, and finally realized why Qin was completely immune to her seduction techniques. With such a top-notch and beautiful companion, it would be strange to look at himself. The sultry woman leaned towards the gym guy a little depressed and threw a teasing wink at him. Since Qin can't be a big tree, it's not bad to find a small tree to transition to first. The fitness man, who had little interest in women, ignored the sultry woman's glare and turned away. The middle-aged man had already walked out 5 or 6 meters, and Qin had no intention of laying his hands on him, so he was ready to leave as well. The sultry woman caught up to the gym guy with her eyes and tried to use her axiom to sensitize him to take her drag along. Qin suddenly felt a bit of a headache when he saw the ground of broken centipede corpses and dirty blood in front of him. He was about to call out to the three and ask them to do the hard work for him when he saw the approaching Chen Qianhe raise his gun at him. "What's going on? I just didn't talk to you for a while. Why are you so bitter?" Qin looked at Chen Qianhe in shock and was still in a daze when he saw that Chen Qianhe's index finger on the trigger had already been pressed down. Bang! A popping sound explodes from Qin's ears, and the opposite side of Chen Qianhe's face that is hanging with an anxious expression rapidly enlarges. Put! Qin heard a loud crash from behind him as he turned around and realized that the young man he had knocked out had already collapsed on the ground. A small hole had been blown in his skull by a bullet and was gurgling blood. In his hand, he held a bright, short blade. The young man was already less than 2 meters away from him, and he didn't even know when he turned awake and when he crept up behind him. That's his weakness. Although he was able to use powers similar to those of a second-ranked ability user, he hadn't undergone an awakening, and his physical qualities as well as his 5 senses acuity were much worse than those of a true ability user. Therefore, caught off guard and facing the enemy's silent sneak attack, he did not have the ability to react quickly. Chen Qianhe had already run in front of Qin by now. She looked at the graze on Qin's ear with concern and heartache. "Well, does it hurt?" Chen Qianhe took out the alcohol cotton and bandages that he had scavenged earlier and carefully helped him bandage up a bit. Qin's entire body was confused. There was the residual shock of being held up at gunpoint by Chen Qianhe, the chagrin of wrongly blaming her, and the depression of having the shady young man killed. According to his reflexes, the moment Chen Qianhe raised her gun, he could have completely thrown out the flying dagger at his waist and killed her in seconds first. Qin had such thoughts, but he didn't do so. While the two men had a considerable disagreement in their approach to the matter of whether or not to cause a killing, this disagreement was by no means so great as to turn the two men against each other. If you don't see eye to eye, just go your own way. There's absolutely no need to kill him. Moreover, regarding Chen Qianhe's behavior earlier, Qin was unwilling to believe that she would harm herself. If that's true, it only means she's an extremely good actress. Qin's reaction time was short, and between the flashes of lightning, he chose to stay in place, betting that Chen Qianhe's target was not him. Good bet. I'm sorry, my hands were too shaky, otherwise I wouldn't have hurt you. Chen Qianhe's slightly crying voice rings in Qin's ears. It's okay, Chizuru. I'm not in pain. Thank you for saving me. Qin patted the girl's back with some warmth in his heart. Fortunately, he did not take the first step to kill Chen Qianhe in the moment of shock, or else he was afraid that it would cause a lifetime of regret. Also fortunately, he did not tilt his head randomly to avoid bullets, or else he might be the one who fell on the ground. Qin suddenly realized that although he had only known Chen Qianhe for half a day, he had already developed a trust in her that he could trust with his life. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been capricious. I thought you were coming to kill them, so I purposely hindered you. I'm sorry. I won't be like that again. Chen Qianhe had tears in his eyes, showing all the apprehension and shame in his heart before with sobbing in front of Qin. Qin embraced her into his arms and said softly, "It's okay, I'm not good either. I shouldn't have asked you to do things you don't like, and I shouldn't have gambled on ignoring you to make you panicky, and I wouldn't have done that. Brother, you're so nice. Thank you." Chen Qianhe cried in Qin's arms, her hot and wet tear drops imprinted on Qin's chest. Qin sighed in his heart. I didn't realize that she, who wanted to avoid killing the most, was able to get her hands on someone else for her own sake. How is this not a sacrifice? Qianhe, the world has light and darkness. Qin came close to her ear and said softly, "What's wrong?" Chen Qianhe wiped her tears and pressed her chin against Qin's chest, tilting her small face up in slight confusion. "In the future, I will melt in the darkness and clear the obstacles for you so that you can welcome the light that belongs to you," Qin said word for word. Chen Qianhe's mouth deflated and he cried again. "Ooh, so touching." Qin embraced Chen Qianhe into a side hut, and after instructing her to wait obediently, he stepped out once again. The fitness man, the middle-aged man, and the sultry woman were standing about 10 meters away from him, and these three were leaving when they were called back by the sound of the gunshot. The human trait of love of food made them endure the fear of stopping back to watch what was happening. At this point, the matter ended and they were about to leave again. but they were stopped by Qin. "You three, can you come do me a favor?" Qin hooked his hand towards them. The three were on their feet, none of them wanting to come back and help. "Don't worry, it's not a favor for nothing." Qin pointed to the 5 cars next to him. "Payment is vehicle O." Chapter 73. Help me find the foreign beads. The trio's footsteps stalled. They knew the importance of the vehicle, but they also knew that with their strength, they would not be able to snatch the vehicle from the hands of the powerful Qin. Therefore, several people regarded such things as obtaining a car as a distant fantasy, and did not ask Qin at all. Now that Qin automatically brought up this matter, it caused ripples to spread in their hearts. It's not a bad idea to help out if the favor is within acceptable limits. "Brother, just say it, as long as I can help. My little sister will definitely go through fire and water for you. What can we do for you?" Li Shui and the middle-aged man opened their mouths at the same time, and the former even once again made a show of throwing a wink at him. The fitness man didn't use to speak, but he also cooperated by turning his head to look at Qin. "Do the work you just did and find those 3 alien beads, 1 bead for a car." Qin pointed to the location of the 3 different centipedes' corpse. "Good." The middle-aged man agreed painfully and headed towards the pile of broken pieces of the 3 different centipede. The fitness man also followed closely behind, who didn't say anything but acted quite positively. Only Li Shui, who had just muttered "I'll go through fire and water," stood still and looked at the dirty pile of corpses with a disgusted expression. Beauty is what she relies on in the city of racing, and cleanliness is indispensable. If she got her clothes all bloody and smelly, then no one would think twice about her, and she wouldn't be able to survive this game by relying on others. So, she couldn't soil herself in any way. Besides, the situation was such that there was no need for her to look for it herself. There are 3 alien beads, and the best outcome is for each person to get one, and then each person to trade for a car. But for Li Shui, even if there is a car, so what? There is no strong partner around, no matter where she goes. It is just a lamb to be slaughtered all the time. The difference is that with a car she becomes a fat sheep and causes more people to round up. If you don't have a car, the initiative is in your hands instead. If the fitness guy and the middle-aged older man had both acquired the alien pearl, which was the case if they both had cars, it would be good to follow the fitness guy himself, seeing as how the man had an eye for himself. If the time was bad and all 3 foreign beads were gotten by the middle-aged uncle, then one could choose to cling to him. And if the uncle still disagreed, the big deal was to go back and unite with the fitness man and kill the uncle to snatch the vehicle. With 2 men of similar fighting strength and the power of 1 more woman, the side with fewer men was bound to lose. As for a trade? Not a chance. Important information and resources are with the dead boss, and the only bits and pieces left over on his body are necessary to maintain normal activities and cannot be easily discarded. In this world, there is no need to trade peacefully when you can loot. Qin saw that Li Shui's face was cloudy, and roughly guessed what she was thinking. He laughed coldly. Small life at any time in the environment still smack this smack that. Counting to count, this woman really think of themselves as a princess. Qin looked at the 3 of them and added, 3 foreign beads, each one corresponding to a car. If anyone is lucky enough to find 3 of them, then all 3 cars will be yours. What you do with it is up to you. If it's a deal with the other 2, I can keep you safe. After Qin finished speaking, the middle-aged man and the fitness man's faces were delighted and they accelerated the movements in their hands. Li Shui stood frozen in place for a moment before finally reacting. She couldn't care less about her still clean clothes, and reached into the pile of the 3 different centipedes' corpses, searching for the 3 unseen foreign beads. If Qin was willing to step in and act as a neutral guarantor, then the idea of looting could be completely abandoned. Li Shui can only correct her attitude and follow the normal rules of the game. After seeing a few people working seriously, Qin walked to the corpse of the shadowy young man on his own. After rummaging through his pockets, Qin found several broken puzzle pieces, 3 of which were able to fit together. Putting the 3 pieces of the map together, Qin realized that what was shown on it happened to be near his location. And in the middle of this area, drawn in red ink pen, is a demonic head with 3 small dots under it. The 3 different centipede was a 3rd-ranked demonic creature with its ability organs removed, although its strength was much worse compared to a true 3rd-ranked demonic creature. And the number of dots under this demonic creature's avatar is exactly 3. Qin feels that the dots should represent the demonic creature class. In other words, as long as he obtained the complete map, he could grasp the locations of all the demonic creatures in the map, and then choose whether or not to kill them in exchange for the foreign beads. Qin viewed the other few map fragments and realized that they could not be put together for the time being, and there was no strange labeling, so he put the map fragments away in his pocket and turned to rummage through his backpack. The young man did have quite a few weapons in his backpack. Grenades, pistols, and sabers were well stocked. Arming a man was a breeze. Qin simply carried it directly onto his body. It's not as powerful a laser weapon as the one we just saw, but a regular pistol is as lethal as it gets in this game. Just at this stage, of course. Predictably, as the game speeds up. By the time the program nears its end, the level of the demons encountered or the resource points available will have gradually increased. By then, maybe handguns will be a crappy thing that you see everywhere and laser weapons will be all the rage. However, what comes later will come later. After all, their purpose is to find the Shang drum and destroy the space. Chen Qianhe rested for a while, freeing himself from the initial uneasy feeling of killing. After all, he was also an official member of the human world. Although he didn't go out in the field personally, but the killings he had seen were by no means small. Chen Qianhe slowly also figured out, abusive good people cannot be. Some evil people, killed on the kill, nothing to regret. She walked out of the small room and into the center of the parking lot, monitoring the movements of the three men searching for the alien beads. Qini saw that she was emotionally stable and was quite relieved in his heart as he walked towards the 5 cars parked in the parking lot. The vehicles were all in good condition and the fuel was full, but the equipment in each vehicle was very different. The 3 muscular sedans are nicely styled, stiff with a hint of lightness, and should be extremely good at running fast. However, after Qini inspected them, he found that the steel armor of these 3 muscle cars was too thin, and there was no special construction inside the cars, so the combat performance could almost be said to be non-existent. But the other 2 SUVs are different. Not only is the body tall, the steel armor mounted on the front and rear of the car is also extremely thick, and there is no problem at all in resisting the bullets of large-caliber sniper rifles. What's more, the spikes welded to the center of its wheels are far longer than those of a muscle car, and it could easily puncture a muscle car's tires if the 2 cars were in close proximity. Not only that, but it has a much stronger interior than a muscle car. Chapter 74 Dare to be Smart? The interior of the buggy is reinforced with a steel keel, so that even if the vehicle is hit hard, the body structure will not change significantly. Also, there is a sunroof that opens on the roof and can be locked from the inside. Qini opened the latch and lifted the sunroof, realizing that it was as thick as a tank's hatch, and with a seal around it, there was no gap at all when it was covered. The only thing that makes Qini puzzled is that the sunroof is opened very huge, almost as wide as the body. This kind of sunroof that is even bigger than the car door is the first time he has seen it. Qini was more satisfied with the 2 off-road vehicles, but he also knew that since it had a strong defense, its speed must be much inferior to a muscle car. Other than that, the steel armor and the keel are a tremendous burden on the car's engine, but you can't have your fish and eat it. And the 2 SUVs gave him a much greater sense of security than the muscle car that almost crashed on impact. It's so good. Of course you should keep it for yourself. Qini glanced at the 3 people not far away who were still trying to find the foreign beads, and his eyes rolled. He went to a nearby cabin and hunted for 2 oil drums and a hose to pump gasoline out of an SUV. Needless to say, the SUV's mailbox does have a large capacity, and the 2 oil drums were almost filled to the brim. After pumping the oil, Qini unloaded part of the removable steel armor of its body and put it into another vehicle together with the oil drum for backup. Looking at the trunk not being filled, Qini removed the spare tire of that car and stuffed it in together. In this way, with 1 car, he had the resources of 2 cars, and although the load was increased, the sense of security was also greatly increased. After doing so, Qini destroyed the center control of the almost demolished SUV, and then walked towards the 3 people who were searching for the foreign beads. Although the 3 different centipedes weren't too big, after all, everyone had never seen a foreign pearl, so they could only grope inch by inch, rubbing all the broken pieces of meat apart. After 10 minutes or so, a large puddle of meat had been successfully eliminated and piled to the side, but not a single foreign pearl had yet been discovered. Qini narrowed his eyes and watched the trio's every move from afar. With the added effect of clairvoyance, no one's small movements could escape his eyes. After another 5 minutes, the middle-aged uncle let out a cry of surprise and pinched a small lavender orb towards Qini. The alien pearl, I found it! Although the uncle had never seen the foreign bead, he was able to sense that this bead with excellent texture was definitely not a mortal object and should be the foreign bead that Qini wanted them to look for. As for whether it was or not, he didn't care because he was sure that Qini didn't know either. Therefore, he took him to Qini the first time he obtained the foreign bead and did not continue searching for it. 1 car is enough. It's a pain in the ass to have too many to drive. Qini took the lavender bead in the middle-aged uncle's hand and twisted it with force. The bead was unharmed. The power of his party. If he were to rub and twist unusual ceramics, he would be able to easily rub and shatter them. Even if this bead wasn't an exotic bead, it was precious enough. Not only was it very hard, but its shape was also flowing and beautiful. Qini wanted to collect a few more, waiting to give Yan Yueqing a string of bracelets. The color is so great. Your sister will be so happy when she wears it. What do you think, Biggie? The middle-aged man bowed humbly, but out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't stop glancing at the cars in the parking lot. Okay, you can pick one of the 3 muscle cars over there to go. Qini pointed to the parking lot and said dryly, thanks a lot. The middle-aged man was busy close to the 3 cars. A brief examination found that the color is about the same, so picked a shape of the wear and tear of the muscle car, boom a foot of the gas pedal and drive away. Not bad for a middle-aged old man. Sheeny looked at the middle-aged man approvingly, then turned his head and gazed playfully at the back of the robust young man who was still trying to find the foreign pearl. A few minutes later, the fitness man also walked towards Sheeny with a bead. Found it. His voice was hoarse and low, like a broken bellows. The exotic bead found by the fitness man was light green in color, rounded, and shimmered with a light, beautiful light. Well, good. Sheeny was satisfied and accepted the foreign beads, but did not let him go forward to pick up the car. After the fitness man waited for a while, he realized that Sheeny just looked at him with a smile and did not speak, and he gradually panicked in his heart. Can I, go get the car? After a few more seconds, the fitness man could not accept this suffocating atmosphere and took the initiative to ask about Sheeny. When Sheeny heard his question, he didn't rush to answer as he threw out a question as well. Do you know why that middle-aged uncle was able to leave so painfully? The fitness guy shook his head. Sheeny sneered and said, because he won't be as self-righteous as you are, and he won't play smart in front of me. The young man's face changed drastically as he sniffed. He actually found a foreign pearl very quickly, and at that time, he wanted to hand it over to Sheeny. But when he turned his head, he realized that he was in the process of reversing the resources of the two buggies. This way, you pay the ISO beads first, and you don't get a head start on choosing a good car ahead of time, because except for those two crossovers, which looked a little more premium, the remaining three muscle sedans were pretty much the same. He was quite moved as he thought about what the former boss had said, that the foreign beads could be exchanged for a lot of high-quality resources. Thus, he used an angle that Chen Qianhe and Sheeny could not see, and without a trace, he hid the first foreign pearl in his chest pocket. He thought he could hide it from the world and net a car while leaving behind a precious alien pearl, but Sheeny had the 1,000 miles eyes potion, and his ability to see things was extremely terrifying. Although it was only an inadvertent glance, Sheeny realized that the fitness man was sneakily hiding something. Sight couldn't penetrate. He couldn't see what he was hiding, but he could make a good guess. As expected, under the mighty aura of Sheeny's Weya, the fitness man finally got scared. This man across the street was an existence that could kill him casually, and in this space where there was no law, ghosting and offending him would fear that there would be no good consequences. Realizing that he had intruded into a big trouble, he hurriedly apologized, and then quickly rummaged through his pockets and handed Sheeny the foreign bead that he had hidden. Sheeny took it wordlessly, still smiling playfully at the fitness man. Meanwhile, Li Shui, who was still searching for the foreign beads in the pile of corpses, finally listened to the conversation between Sheeny and the fitness man. She did a rough calculation with her brain that was only capable of completing addition and subtraction calculations within 100 digits, and there were a total of 3 foreign beads, 1 found by the middle-aged uncle, and 2 found by the fitness man. So, doesn't this mean that there are no more foreign beads in the pile of corpses? Li Shui looked at the fitness man with indignation, her heart extremely depressed. Sheeny looked at the two of them and got up. Both of you, one of you played smart and stole to stay, and one of you didn't find the foreign pearl. So, you guys don't have a car available. Chapter 75 Power Blocked? Hearing Sheeny's words, the stocky man instead breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that Sheeny would kill him, but now it seemed that he had still managed to pick up a life. Li Shui was a bit unwilling, but she herself had not found the foreign beads and did not dare to ask Sheeny for anything more. The two men had to leave in companionable boredom. Let's go. Sheeny waved at Chen Qianhe. Chen Qianhe obediently followed, and the two of them got into the SUV and took off with a kick of the gas. Since you don't want those 2 cars, why don't you take a favor and give it to the 2 of them? Chen Qianhe inquired suspiciously. Sheeny smiled and returned. You can't have a good face when treating people who have broken their trust, otherwise they will easily stomp on their noses and I won't be able to resist killing them. As the saying goes, people are bullied, horses are ridden. Chen Qianhe, such a good person. In the escape game is very easy to lose. Then why don't you destroy the cars? They didn't go far. Maybe when they hear us leave, they will come back and take those 2 cars away. Chen Qianhe continued to ask questions. Our goal is to find the location of the pith drums, and their goal is to stay alive. There is no conflict. Also, the more contestants that are active in the game, then the more work the guys monitoring the space have to do and the less likely they are to notice us. Keeping more everyone alive is a favorable thing for our mission to find the pith drums, so there's no need to kill everyone. Giving them the necessary transportation so they can participate in the conflict can help us attract attention. Sheeny drove the car onto the rocky road and drove forward along the main road. They were already relatively well stocked with food weapons and such, and had vehicles, so it was time to look for that city. Chen Qianhe a few times. She felt that Sheeny was really a reliable person, thinking about things much longer term than her. But I have found a serious problem. Chen Qianhe looked at Sheeny with worry. My physical quality has dropped in this space. What do you mean? Genie turned his head and glanced at her, seemingly not understanding. I'm a second order ability, and even though I'm a dangling member of the second order, I'm still a lot stronger than the average person. But the moment I lifted the gun just now, I realized that my accuracy and the stability of my hand had dropped a lot. At first I thought it was the physiological nervousness from turning the gun on someone for the first time, but after I calmed down, I realized that my strength, speed and other qualities had dropped tremendously. The current me, but looking at the strength of my body, is no different from an ordinary person. So I think there's something in this space that has weakened my physical abilities. Chen Qianhao pinched the palm of his hand. His expression permeated with incomprehension. But there's nothing wrong with my physical condition. Genie gave her a puzzled look and continued. I'm also of the second rank and still able to use my power completely. Why is that? Chen Qianhao shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, there must be something odd is all. By the way, my intuition is still accurate, and the treasures can be used. So it seems that these more hidden abilities will not be affected. More hidden? Genie pondered for a moment and figured out the joints. The Demon Hunter Bureau is a huge organization, so naturally, it is inevitable that it will be subject to the surveillance of the Earth of the same size, and may even have been planted inside the Earth's spies. In this way, they must also know that the operation of designing the 24 hours of escape program to select good candidates is known to the world. Though from the point of view of humanity's great cause against the demons, the Earth would not intervene in such matters, but for the sake of insurance, they would definitely also use a special method to lock the strength of the ability user when entering the space, to prevent people like Chen Qianhao from coming in to cause trouble, or to stop psychopathic ability users from coming in to go on a killing spree. When you come to this space, everyone is treated the same, except for the catfish that the Bureau of Demon Hunting has personally put in the water. Therefore, Chen Qianhao, who has become an ability person through awakening, is naturally limited in his strength by this lock. But why is one's strength not limited? Genie thought carefully and realized a cruel but real truth. Maybe it was because, while he was a hangman, he was the one with serious abilities. As a matter of common sense, it takes talent plus constant cultivation to become an ability. Of course, except for those like Yan Yueqing who had half of the demon's blood in their body. All she needed to do was to stay alive and then casually cultivate, and she would be able to reach a level that was beyond the reach of the unusually gifted. Genie sometimes felt that Yan Yueqing was much more heaven-defying than himself. For ordinary ability users, they were constantly improving their physical strength through cultivation, then gradually awakening to become capable as their strength increases. After becoming an ability, you continue to train hard day in and day out to be able to ascend. The path they have taken is a healthy, orderly and rational path of escalation. Xin Yi, on the other hand, was not, and as of now, the power displayed by his physical body was all derived from the energy that Yan Yueqing had stored in his body. Although there was another system in his mind and he had upgraded many times, Genie did not feel that his physical quality had gotten stronger after the upgrade. As of now, Genie hadn't figured out how the system upgrade had improved him. Therefore, despite trying very hard to improve his strength, he sadly realized that his strength seemed to have been nailed down to its current state. In Yan Yueqing's words, this is already the maximum amount of energy you can withstand in your physical state at this time. There was no way around it. Genie's logic for taking power was the complete opposite of an ability user. Ability person is a step-by-step steady and steady, and Genie is considered to be halfway out directly pull away from the starting line a big cut. But the trade-off is that the abilities get stronger and more physical as they continue to get stronger and more physical, in a virtuous cycle. Genie, on the other hand, was the equivalent of a staging area. He was only the user of the power, not the creator, and thus could not in turn use the power to strengthen his body. Therefore, as long as he couldn't find a way to be able to improve his physical quality, then he would forever be limited to the peak of the second rank. Empty looked at Yan Yueqing's power that remained within him that was just as powerful as that of a 10th-ranked powerhouse, but he couldn't use all of it. Genie thought that perhaps it was because of this way of using borrowed power that he had not been recognized and blocked. However, in hindsight, this approach backfired in his favor. After all, after this guy Chen Qianhao returned to normal, he would have to be the only one to carry the load. If he didn't have the ability on his side, he really didn't know how to win this escape race as an ordinary person. Chapter 76 Heavy Truck Rush. It's okay, I'll just protect you. After Genie figured it out, he did not give Chen Qianhao an explanation. It's not that he doesn't believe in this niece, the ins and outs. It's too much of a hassle. Genie is too lazy to tell it in full. Wow, really, my brother is so reliable. Chen Qianhao cupped his hands in front of his chest, and his eyes were madly giving dark glances. Genie pretended to drive without seeing and ignored her blazing eyes. This ninny, everything is good, just like crazy show love this point, also too scary. Brother, I have something I want to ask you. After being quiet for a while, Chen Qianhao asked this question with a slight hesitation. Just say it. Why do you look so formal? Chini glanced sideways at Chen Qianhe. Just wanted to ask my brother. Look out. Halfway through Chen Qianhe's words, Chini suddenly bellowed. Before he could figure out what happened, the collision sound of the distance came, and Chen Qianhe only felt that his body was heavily hit by a heavy hammer, and it seemed like it was going to fall apart like pain. Fortunately, the body of this SUV is retrofitted with a steel keel, and although it was vigorously rammed, the vehicle was not deformed, but only slid to the side for more than 10 meters, and the tires left 4 obvious marks on the ground. Chini did not suffer too much damage due to his defenses, and he quickly came to his senses from the impact. In that moment just now, when Chen Qianhe was talking to him, Chini tilted his head in her direction and happened to see the heavy truck that crashed from the side. Caught off guard, it was already unavoidable, sparing the buggy from being modified so that the two of them could pick up a life. Chini turns his head and sees that Chen Qianhe has already passed out and has multiple wounds on his body from being grazed by steel bars. Looking at the direction her arm is facing, the small of her right arm has been severed. There is also an abnormal bulge in the chest and abdomen, and there are likely several rib fractures. Chini, through the gap between the iron pieces on the window, saw that the heavy truck was stopping on the road and did not make a second charge. He hurriedly lowered Chen Qianhe's seat, connecting her broken bones, roughly, back into place. During this time, Chen Qianhe grunted a few times in pain, but remained in a state of wandering. Chini took out the healing treasure pearl and hung it around Chen Qianhe's neck before taking out his pistol and cautiously looking at the quiet heavy truck. As a result of being knocked off the road, Chini's car had now slid off the rocky road surface and got stuck in the narrow alley between two houses under the road surface. While heavy trucks don't crash in easily, he's not afraid to take his car out either. Looking at the situation across the street, there was a good chance that the moment he pulled onto the rock face, the heavy truck would come crashing through again without mercy. Although he has a healing pearl, Chini does not think that Chen Qianhe can withstand another huge power rush. He could only wait and see what happened. The heavy truck seemed to think the same way, and like a hunter hunting wildlife, it stopped quietly on the roadway without moving, as if the earlier collision had never happened. To Chini, this was a red flag. Neither getting out of the truck to check it out nor charging it at the risk of damaging the carrier shows that the owner of the heavy truck is a calm and collected person. Guys who can hold their composure in this kind of environment tend to be very thoughtful. More importantly, he's patient enough to have you. Thus, the possibility of running out of time waiting for him to leave on his own was almost non-existent. Moreover, the heavy truck was in a state where it could advance or retreat, while on Chini's side, he could only choose to go forward. As time passes, the disadvantage only grows. Chini does not even know the geometry of the damage to the vehicle. Perhaps the car has been unable to start again, but he didn't dare to move. He wanted to create the illusion that the occupants of the car had all been hit so hard by the rush that no one was capable of moving anymore. As long as he was able to lure the personnel on the heavy truck down, Chini was confident that he could quickly kill them. But if they were hiding inside a heavy truck hung with steel armor and spikes, there was nothing he could do. It went on like that for an hour, with both parties not moving at all, remaining in the same position they were in after the crash. Chini was beginning to wonder if it would be possible that the person in the heavy truck had fainted. Chen Qianhe woke up leisurely. She sucked in cold air painfully and struggled to straighten up. Chini pressed her down and gently shook his head. What happened? Chen Qianhe asked breathlessly. We've been hit and we're in a standoff right now, so lay back and take your time. Chen Qianhe glanced at the healing treasure pearl affixed to his chest and asked suspiciously, what is this? Chini returned. This is my heirloom. Wear it well to be able to keep you from dying. Chen Qianhe squeezed out a smile. Really? Then how about giving it to me? Let's exchange heirlooms and we'll be family from now on. Chini said with a black face. You're thinking about fart eating. My heirloom is much more precious than yours. Chen Qianhe whimpered as he listened. Hey, don't be like that. Crying if you don't give it to your baby. 18-year-old? Chini was rather speechless. Oh, brother, am I hurt badly? Chen Qianhe's oceanic tears flowed down her cheeks and into her mouth, causing her to almost choke. Well, it's quite serious, so I told you to lie down well and not move. Chini wasn't too interested in chatting with her. It was already close to 4 in the afternoon. The sun was going to set in another 2 hours. He had to find a way to get out of the trap before nightfall. If you can't find your way into town before nightfall, the plan will be difficult to accomplish. Brother, before I die, can you fulfill a wish of mine? Chen Qianhe's sorrowful voice carried a few hints of anticipation. Chini habitually asked back, what wish? Can you do it with me once? I haven't felt what that feels like yet. I read that it's marvelous, comforting, and satisfying, and well, if I can't feel it, I won't have lived this life in vain. Brother, while I'm still conscious in my body, can I come along for the experience? Chen Qianhe was like a sob, his expression extremely serious. Chini looked at her dumbfounded, and for a moment was a little confused as to whether she was joking or actually making a wish. But doing that in a life and death scenario? It's just too weird any way you look at it. Don't bark, you damn well can't die. Shinyi reacted by gently giving Chen Qianhe a punch. With Little Master's healing pearl, you can't die even if you want to. Ha, I won't die from my injuries? Chen Qianhe let out a cry of joy and surprise. Sure, it could have been fatal, but with my heirlooms helping you, you can rest easy. Shinyi returned without any good humor. This woman's brain circuits were so thunderous that he now had a fear of talking to her, afraid that she would accidentally say something thunderous again. Thank you, brother. Brother, you are so nice. Chen Qianhe pouted and tried to kiss Qin, but the latter shrunk back in disgust. Chen Qianhe had no choice but to use his uninjured left hand to fish out the healing jewel on his chest and give it an exaggerated kiss. Qin's inner OS, it's over. The healing pearl is unclean. I don't want it anymore. Chapter 77 Little Chizuru. Brother, say, should we take some means? It's been so long, and if the guy in that truck is already dead or gone, won't we be fooled by his empty city trick? What Chen Qianhe said was not impossible, but Qin, who had always been cautious, did not want to bet rashly. After thinking for a while, he returned, it's hard to say, but to be on the safe side, let's wait a little longer, and if he hasn't moved by the time the sun is about to set, then we'll find a way to leave. Chen Qianhe nodded her head as she fumbled for her cell phone and looked at the time before smiling wryly. Brother, that means we're all still in danger until the sun sets? Qin nodded. That's right, not to be taken lightly. Chen Qianhe beamed. Doesn't this mean that there is still a possibility that we will die? Qin glanced at her and comforted. I'm here, I won't let you die so easily. Well, but it's still possible, right? Qin looked at Chen Qianhe suspiciously. What are you trying to express? Chen Qianhe hemmed and hawed and said with some embarrassment. Ahem, I mean, there's still some time before the sun sets anyway, so it's kind of boring to just wait. And, even if we wait, we won't necessarily survive. So, instead, it's better to use that time to do something worthwhile and meaningful and interesting. Qin's face darkened. You don't still want to mention that incident just now, do you? Chen Qianhe shyly lowered her head and delicately hummed a little. Auntie, what do you want to write in your little head every day? I'm really going to be God by you. Qin was already powerless to spit. Is this girl a woman of desire? At the moment of life and death, how dare she still have the heart to consider those troublesome things that required her to take off her clothes? And she wasn't afraid that she wouldn't be able to effectively fend off the enemy's attack because of charging to the critical moment when people approached? I say, as much as I love the bittersweet human attitude, you should at least think about what you came here to do. Qin looked at Chen Qianhe in a serious tone. Aren't you trying to save these 3,000 innocent contestants? Won't you carve your name on the pillar of Our Lady's heavenly glory? How is it that when it comes down to it, your head is filled with worldly desires? Does this fit your quest? Is this in line with who you are? Is this what you want? Wouldn't you feel regret if you let these 3,000 participants suffer an undeserved disaster just like that? Qin took the life of several consecutive questions, asked Chen Qianhe heart messy. Yeah, I asked him to help me save these contestants who got into the escape game by mistake. So how come he's even more concerned about this than I am in the end? Oops, that's too embarrassing. Chen Qianhe lowered her head in shame and anger, ashamed of herself for saying such bold and abrupt words to Qin, angry at herself for gradually getting lost in the warmth of being with him and losing her original intention of saving people. However, after all was said and done, he didn't show any sign of heart. Could it be that he's Lu Xiaohui reincarnated? Or is he simply not interested in me? Damn it, this young lady is at least a superb beauty of 18 years of age, but to be subjected to this kind of coldness is really sad. Chen Qianhe lifted her cheeks in frustration, recalling Qin's stretched and intoxicated expression when he mentioned the word girlfriend. She huffed and turned her head away. Why can you be so tender with other women, but show impatience with me? Although there is occasionally a little tenderness, but obviously much better than the girlfriend check. Chen Qianhe said in his heart, if he was able to get out alive, he must find Qin's girlfriend to meet and see where he lost. Hey, but, even though it feels right, is he really the same guy? If not, wouldn't it be stupid to treat Qin as his replacement and lick the dog so much? Chen Qianhe sighed some sighs, his heart in turmoil. She had summoned up the courage to ask Qin twice about the answer to this question though, but every time, there will be special circumstances to interrupt her words. As the saying goes, things do not come in threes. If you want to ask for the third time, you must find a time-rich and safe occasions, and ask the questions in one go. Otherwise, Chen Qianhe was afraid that he wouldn't have the courage to ask a fourth time. Hey, what's wrong with you? Your expression is changing so fast. It's scary. Seeing Chen Qianhe twisting his face with a screwed-up expression, Qin couldn't help but try to ease the atmosphere. In his life, he couldn't afford to see a girl get angry. Of course, it had to be the kind of person who was beautiful and kind-hearted, and the kind of beauty of his fiancée, Jiang Yan, didn't count. None of your business. My lady is thinking about life. Chen Qianhe turned his head and made a face before quickly turning his head back. Put. Qin Yi was amused by her cute appearance. He looked at the girl who was sitting crookedly on the passenger side because of the pain and his eyes gradually became gentle. The guy may be an adult, but he's still a child by nature. So many times they look stupid in what they say and do, and often engage in wild and unrealistic fantasies on inappropriate occasions. Uncharacterized. Her personality changed 800 times a day, and compared to the ever-gentle Yan Yueqing, she was more like 100 changing which, again, because of the lack of maturity of character and calculation, he was able to do what he thought was right in complete accordance with his own psychology. For example, going against the orders of the earth and going down alone, trying to save the 300 unlucky people who entered the game of escape. Qin Yi admired her aura of putting her ideas into action and moving forward, but he also felt that her move of not planning everything thoroughly and not thinking about the pros and cons was a bit foolish. She doesn't have a sense of merit. She only does what's right regardless of the sacrifice. In fact, people like her, who are regarded as the Madonna, are the real good people, right? Qin Yi reached out and touched Chen Qianhe's hair. Maybe in another 4 or 5 years she'll become as calculating and aware of the big picture as she is. But the innocent and heartless her at this moment is what Qin Yi appreciates the most. Just as well, she's still just a child who needs to be led and guided. There's no point in asking too much of her. It wouldn't be a bad thing to give her a good taste of this cruel world. After all, she's kind of saved my life too. Although even if she didn't make a move, I was able to confidently counter-kill the guy who tried to sneak up on me myself. In a way, it's kind of a first life lesson. In this post-apocalyptic age, if you can't learn to kill, you're going to get killed. What for? Chen Qianhe felt Qin Yi rubbing her hair, and although it was very comfortable, she still feigned disgust and flared her nostrils towards Qin Yi. No why? Little Chizuru's hair is so nice and soft to the touch. Chapter 78 Mysterious Archer. Whoa, he was complimenting me. So happy. Chen Qianhe's heart was dripping inside. It was an extremely happy thing to be touched gently and complimented by the person he liked. But I'm going to lighten up, because just now I'm getting upset. If he showed too much joy at this point, he would be laughed at in his heart. Yes, it would be like that. So I'm going to play it cool. What's the matter? Is it making you uncomfortable? Qin Yi looked at Chen Qianhe's stoic look of constipation and hurriedly withdrew his hand. After all, it was to comfort the little girl, and he didn't want to make a fool of himself. Ha? Drawing back? No, it can't be. Chen Qianhe failed to maintain her high spirits for 2 seconds as she leaned her head towards Qin Yi and said in a slightly shameful manner, Brother, please continue. I like it so much. It's so comfortable. Even though we can't do anything else, this gentle caress is enough to make Chizuru's heart swell, so please be sure not to stop. Qin Yi, what would you say? Forget it, next time for sure. Two people are chatting. Has continued for more than an hour without any movement of the heavy truck. Finally issued a click tower metal mechanical structure sound. At the sound of Qin Yi and Chen Qianhe's voice, they immediately turned their heads and looked in the direction of the heavy truck. A guy covered in iron armor slowly leapt down from the open door of the car. Thud. A dull thud followed by a steady landing, bringing up a patch of floating soil on the ground. He glanced at the still quiet buggy and did not immediately move forward, but stood still, scrutinizing the tightly wrapped buggy. A moment later, he stretched out his right hand and compared a middle finger in Qin Yi's direction. With most of the area of the SUV's windows wrapped in sheet iron and the glass on the few viewing ports being one-sided, he couldn't see inside the vehicle very well, but the people in the car, he knew, would be able to see his gesture. Qin Yi muttered a little in his heart as he wondered what this person intended to do. Wasn't he afraid he'd kick the gas and get away? However, no matter what his purpose was, this moment was the best chance to escape. Qin Yi gently twisted the car key and stepped on the gas. Boom! The good news is that the engine is not damaged and still works. The bad news is that it's idling. Qin Yi cursed and figured out the reason why the driver of the heavy truck was no longer engaging in confrontation. He must have realized that his car's floor pan was stuck with rocks propped up and completely inescapable, and that's why he was so emboldened to get out of his car and pick a fight. But the confrontation had been so long, he couldn't have just realized this now, could he? And what was the reason he was just getting out of the car at this moment, watching the driver covered in iron armor slowly walk in? Qin Yi pondered a little before opening the door and stepping down from the SUV. Full of iron armor looks although bluffing, for ordinary people but also has a great oppressive force. But Qin Yi this kind of guy with extraordinary power, but completely do not think fear. More than a layer of iron sheet only, although by physical strength cannot be pierced, but vigorously infused. Light shock is also able to shatter his internal organs. However, in order not to attract the attention of the watchers, Qin Yi still took his pistol. If normal means couldn't solve this guy, it wasn't too late to use transcendent powers. seeing that the person in the SUV was still alive. The driver of the heavy truck covered in iron armor froze for a moment, but he also had certain expectations in his mind about this, so he didn't have too many ripples. He reached behind his back, took a chainsaw off the hook and pulled it heavily. The chainsaw spun rapidly, creating a loud, sonorous noise. When ordinary people saw this scene, they were afraid that they would tremble with fear and turn their heads to run. But in Chinese eyes, a chainsaw or something is not as oppressive as a pistol. "Hey friend, can I ask you a question before the fight?" Chini walked to the front of the SUV and looked at the iron-armored man with a relaxed expression. The latter did not say anything and provocatively raised the chainsaw before quickly running towards Chini. A full coverage heavy armor was at least 40 to 50 kilograms, and to have the stamina to run in such a situation, this guy was also an extremely strong person. Chini took out his pistol from the back of his waist and took a pitying look at the raging chainsaw iron armor man. "Since there's no room for conversation, you'll just have to be sent to the west." Chini lifted his pistol, aimed at the head of the chainsaw iron armored man, and quickly pulled the trigger. A .45 caliber USP pistol is considered mid to upper power among pistols, but the bullet did not create any blockage after hitting the iron armored man. It is not said that even if the armor can prevent the bullet, but the impact of the bullet's powerful kinetic energy will still make the opponent feel pain. Why is this guy like being tickled? No reaction at all? Chini muttered a few words in a depressed manner before aiming at the head of the iron-armored chainsaw man and pouring out the few remaining rounds in the magazine. As the distance was drawn in, Chini's accuracy got better and better, and despite several bullets hitting the steel chainsaw man's head, he was unharmed. Unusual pistol bullets, it seems, don't work for it. Chini saw him holding the chainsaw getting closer and closer, so he had to fill his hands with energy, ready to send him to his death with a palm the moment he got close. Immediately people are fighting in front of them. It would be a bit impolite to hide your strength. Seeing that the chainsaw-wielding iron-armored man was getting closer and closer, Chini pinched the jade of time just to be on the safe side, having ensured that he would be able to give him a fatal blow without being harmed. Chen Xianhe, who was locked in the car by Chini, looked a little anxious, although she knew that even if that person was covered in iron armor, he was not a match for the second-ranked Chini. She still could not help but worry. She was completely unable to calm down when it came to very important and caring people. Just as Chini and the iron-armored man were about to exchange blows, a sudden air-breaking whistling sound came from the air. Chini keenly sensed that someone had fired a shot, still at a distance. He raised his eyes to the source of the cracking sound, and the ambient twofold retardation brought by the jade of time, as well as his own clairvoyance effect that was still in effect, allowed him to easily see the source of the cracking sound. A 12.7mm large-caliber sniper bullet, and his own M200 should be a level of high-power weapon. Although the eyes could see the trajectory of the bullet, the body's reaction speed was far less sharp than the eyes. Chini fails to make a timely evasive maneuver. Bang! The bullet flew through, easily penetrating through the iron armor and nailing into the skull of the iron-armored man who had already run to less than 2 meters away from Chini. The iron-armored man's forward charging form instantly swooped in, and the still spinning chainsaw fell to Chini's feet. Chini took a step back suspiciously to prevent being accidentally injured by the seething chainsaw. He looked up into the distance and saw a back figure on a tall building 800 meters away. She had already put away her gun and quickly disappeared from Chini's field of vision. Chapter 79: The Four Isolated Cerberus. Is it really her? Chini looked at the silhouette and his heart was flooded with doubts. This person wasn't a stranger, but Kang Yun, who he had just met with yesterday. He'd seen her when he'd entered the grounds in the morning in an unguarded glance. However, in a flash, Chini only thought that it was a girl with a cool look like Jiang Yin. But at this moment, she reappeared and saved her life in a righteous manner, which meant that she must be Jiang Yin. She said she had something to do yesterday. Was she also on the Escape 24-hour show? What is her purpose? Having just rescued her from the Demon Hunters Bureau's pursuit, she turns around and enters the Demon Hunters' territory again, not afraid of being recognized and then grilled? Chini shook his head. This Jiang Yin fellow was so godlike that he was completely unable to guess the logic behind her behavior. Seeing the distant figure disappear, Chini withdrew his gaze and swept a glance at the person in front of him who was covered in iron armor. The man in iron armor was dead through and through, and blood was seeping out from between the cracks in his iron helmet. Chini squatted down and opened the latches of the 2 pages of armor on its chest and back, removing the heavy armor pieces. Sure enough, underneath the iron armor was a big, burly man with gnarled muscles that looked full of power. It's a tough guy. Too bad you met me. Chini muttered a sentence. Seems to feel inappropriate. And in his heart changed to, it is a pity that you met that cold-blooded female killer Jiang Yin. Well, after all, she had struck out to help herself. Calling her a cold-blooded murderess seemed a bit ungrateful. Never mind. It's a shame he met my cranky fiancé, I guess. Chini turned the man's body over and found the package he was carrying. Inside the greaseproof paper bag the burly man had tied around his waist was a map that had been partially pieced together. And other than that there was only a small empty bottle. Shin-Yi pinched the small empty bottle, and facing the sun that was about to set, he could vaguely see a few small words floating on it. 20% power potion. A 20% power potion? Is this a new product researched by the Bureau of Demon Hunting? Shin-Yi recalled the previous battle with the demon hunter who was chasing Jiang Yan. That guy suddenly had a surge in his combat strength, and it was likely that he had taken a similar potion to enhance his physique. No wonder this guy was still able to move freely while wearing 100 kilograms of armor. It seemed that it was not only because of his robust body, but the strength potion also played a role. The ability of the Bureau of Demon Hunting to invent and create seems to have been very powerful, and there are even products that rival the Treasure Money Mall. Shin-Yi threw the vial away, his previous doubts swept away. The Hunt Bureau is ambitious in this escape show. Shin-Yi had always pondered before and could not understand why a program used as an audition would put in a humanoid outlier like the Demon Hunting Bureau's low-ranked demon hunter. Now that he saw this pill bottle, he was enlightened. The demon hunters are a strong force and a weak force. Therefore, if you want the escape game to continue in a benign dynamic, you need to balance the two warring forces. And the difficulty and pressure of the overall environment swelled with the arrival of the demon hunters in order to cause some hindrance to them so that they could not rely on their own strength to end this game easily and happily. Shin-Yi had previously learned through exchanges with Chun Xianhe that in previous installments, there were no map-neutral forces of the strength of the three isolated centipede. A centipede-type demonic creature of the third rank, that had appeared. Before, at most, they had planted some magically altered beasts, far from the level of magical creatures. As for the magical creatures in this map, although their ability organs had been removed and their strength had been partially reduced, but third-order magical creatures were third-order magical creatures after all, and even if they didn't turn on their skills, they still had strong and unrivaled power. Ordinary contestants who ran into these demons would only die. Therefore, the Demon Hunting Bureau must have also used other methods to correspondingly enhance the strength of the ordinary contestants, in order to enable them to also have a fighting chance in the face of this high-intensity escape environment. Currently Shin-Yi has discovered two ways to enhance the strength of ordinary participants. One is the Space Special Advanced Weaponry. This kind of equipment, although there exists a certain learning cost, but when used well, it is not afraid of the third-order magical creatures. The second way is this bottled potion, which can enhance one's ability by instantly quoting it, and is called a lazy man's godsend. Moreover, the potion that the Demon Hunting Bureau had researched for the fight against demons that could turn ordinary people into superhumans should be similar to the one in the vial. It might just be that there was some difference in the concentration. The Bureau of Demon Hunting is putting potions into the escape game at this time, both to help ordinary contestants cope with the battle-inflated environment and to test the human body's acceptance of the potions in advance. After all, even if a certain good seedling was a one-in-a-million war god, but his body was incompatible with the potion, then the Demon Hunting Bureau wouldn't be able to accomplish its purpose. Eliminating those who are not resistant to the drug in a game of escape greatly increases the likelihood of developing them into superhumans. However, Shin-Yi did not know the potency and duration of this bottled potion, nor did he know if it had any side effects. This kind of question could only wait until later to ask Kongyun. If the Demon Hunting Bureau had been able to make the potion permanent, then this creative ability was too terrifying, and was already stronger than the cheaper potions in their own Treasure Money Mall. However, now is not the time to study this. Shin-Yi is most interested in figuring out why this guy confronted himself for so long before making a move. Anyway, his car was stuck, so he could save time by doing it early. And there must be some kind of conspiracy in it if he dawdled for so half a day before coming out. Shin-Yi spread out the map in the oil paper bag and examined it carefully. This guy's map was obviously much more informative than the one Shin-Yi had gotten just now. Not only was the location of the city clearly labeled, but there were also a lot of specially marked points. Shin-Yi squinted at the dark bloodstains on his steel armor and understood. This guy, he must not have killed many people, or else a map with such a rich amount of content, he definitely couldn't have gotten it so quickly. Shin-Yi sighed and continued to check the map. In the area in the lower left corner of the map, a portion of the labeling caught his attention. A demonic avatar that looks like it should be a demon of the canine family. Next to the marker of the demon on the map is a small line that reads, "For alien hellhound, bloodthirsty, infested at sunset." Shin-Yi's mind trembled like electricity as he took out his own map and pieced together the parts of it that overlapped with this one. The area in the lower left corner of the map was replenished, and Shin-Yi, following his earlier memories along the road, determined that the 4 isolated hellhounds labeled point was located exactly where he was currently. My son exempt. No wonder the son of a waited so long. He's trying to use our blood as bait to hunt the 4 different hellhounds. Chapter 80 Weird. Weirdly funny. Shin-Yi spat and cursed a few times, feeling that he was not relieved. He lifted his foot and kicked the guy's corpse a few more times. It was amazing that this guy and he had suffered for an hour just to have enough blood to trap the hellhound. Feeding human blood to demons is truly evil. Sheenie looked up and saw that the sun had sunk in the west, and his heart thumped. This time, it was a real fourth-ranked hellhound, not a small pet that forgotten words had made up. Fighting against a fourth-order demonic creature was not a simple matter and required ample preparation. Sheenie thought for a moment and returned to the car after removing the rocks from underneath it. Chen Xianhe had already witnessed what had just happened in the car. She looked at Sheenie suspiciously. Who helped to help us in the dark just now? Sheenie originally wanted to use an old friend from the Demon Hunting Bureau as an excuse, but seeing Chen Xianhe's curious gaze, some mischief suddenly arose within his heart. My fiancé, he returned with a smile on his face. What? Chen Xianhe exclaimed. Fiancé? A moment later she noticed the corner of Qingyi's smiling eyes, then asked in a calm manner, how could your fiancé come here? You're joking, right? Qingyi held back his laughter and didn't say anything. As expected, the three words fiancé were not less lethal to Chen Xianhe. Well, we'll talk about this later. I have something very important to discuss with you. Qingyi put away his jokes and looked at Chen Xianhe with a solemn face. Later? You weren't just kidding, were you? Chen Xianhe ignores the important thing in Qingyi's words and still tries to find out if Qingyi's fiancé exists. At sundown, the four isolated Cerberus, or fourth-order Cerberus demon, will be infesting the location where we are currently staying. Qingyi paused and looked at Chen Xianhe. Chen Xianhe's thoughts were instantly pulled back by his powerful news. She murmured, 4 different. Although she had Qingyi's healing treasure pearl to assist in healing her injuries, she had not yet regained her mobility at this point due to her transformation into an ordinary human and her injuries being too severe. Even if her abilities weren't shielded, the second-ranked one was no match for the Four-Islander fiend. So Chen Xianhe felt very overwhelmed when she heard the name of the Four-Islander hellhound. She looked at Qingyi tentatively. Well, you're not going to hunt this hellhound, are you? She was looking forward to Qingyi saying no, because she could not help much at this moment, and it was very difficult for Qingyi to fight against Cerberus by himself, as she understood it. Qingyi paused for a few seconds before nodding. A fourth-ranked demonic creature. Although it sounded like a bluff in terms of rank, its physical strength wasn't very perverse. Moreover, the four-isolated hellhound was a castrated version of a fourth-order demonic creature, and without its ability organs it was at most about the same level as a peak third-order demonic creature. Qingyi, who was at the peak of the second rank and had a lot of treasures, completely had the capital to fight with it, and as long as the design was good enough, it wasn't impossible to even exterminate it without any injuries. It was now nearly half an hour before sunset, and it was entirely too late to get ready at once. Most importantly, the rewards of the 4 different magical beasts were just too generous. Qingyi had just found the details of what could be obtained from hunting magical beasts and what could be exchanged in the map section behind the remarks. Since the 4 isms are at the top of the power scale in this map, the rewards for the 4 isms are also considered top-notch. After killing a demonic creature of 3 different levels and below, you can only obtain the number of foreign beads of the corresponding level, while killing a 4 different demonic beast can not only obtain 4 foreign beads, but also a foreign bone. This foreign bone was a good thing. It could be used as a pass for the trial land and directly cross over to the 3rd level. In the laws of this space, after passing the place of trial, the space then collapses and the game ends. In the meantime, players who do not pass the trial place will be wiped out. It can be said that the land of trials is the equivalent of a switch that can turn space off. Leaving aside the fact that the internal structure of the trial place was complex and the trials were rich in content, just by looking at the fact that it was able to determine the survival of the space, it was also definitely considered to be the centerpiece of this space. This brings up the point that the more important the location, the higher the load must be. It's a well-known fact that in the PC games you normally play, the rougher the modeling and the less constructed the place, the higher the FPS and the smoother the gameplay. And in the core areas of the game, where massive computing is required and contains a lot of models, it's easy to drop frames. This space is no different. As the absolute core of the space, it carries the task of maintaining the stable operation of the entire space, and it has a property that its hold on space is progressively weaker. That is, the closer to it the more stable the part of space is, and the further away from it the more likely it is to collapse. So it's definitely in the heart of the space. Although Qingyi did not have much understanding of this map yet, he could completely deduce the location of the core area with the available information. The name is Racing City, so the core of the map must be in a city with lots of buildings and people merging together. And the core of the city? It must be loaded with the ultimate escape trial. In all likelihood, the pith drum was at the very center of the escape trial. Therefore, even though he decided to save these unlucky bastards together with Chen Xianhe, in the end of the rescue, the probability was that the 2 of them would still have to enter the escape trial before they could do so. In this way, the foreign bone that could save the step of searching for the pass and could allow them to cross 3 levels in a row to face the final challenge directly was definitely a divine prop that had to be obtained despite the possibility of being exposed. Qingyi knows that Chen Xianhe's fear stems from the fear of getting hurt himself, and he would love to respond to this concern, but it would never be at the cost of giving up his foreign bones. Chizuru, it's going to be hard to do this on my own. I need your help. Chini reached out and pinched Chen Qianhe's face, his eyes containing pleas, although he didn't expect to have Chen Qianhe help him with anything, but after all, it was a small team, and it wasn't really appropriate for him to always be the lone wolf to solve his dilemmas. Ah, this is what it feels like to be needed. Feeling Chini's slightly rough hand rubbing on his face, pleading eyes gazing at his own moment, Chen Qianhe's heart's fear or worry instantly dissipated. Only one thought remained in her mind. I'm going to help him. I'm going to help him. I'm going to help him hard. No problem. Chen Qianhe sat up straight violently. The pain at her broken bones made her grimace a bit. Then she cried out with an oath. My dear, what do you need me to do? I will definitely fulfill your instructions properly and never drag my feet. Xinyi couldn't help but press her little head. You look weird when you speak properly. Chen Qianhe tilted his face up. Isn't it weirdly cute? Xinyi snorted. Weirdly funny. Chen Qianhe, oh. Chapter 81 Satisfying collection of. Darn it. Do you have any emotional intelligence at all? To call me funny, is it bad to describe it as cute? Can't you describe it as cute? Can't you describe it as to die for? Chen Qianhe beamed, extremely dissatisfied with Qinyi. Okay, missy, you're the cutest okay, can't get enough of you. The sun will be setting soon, so we need to get down to business. Qinyi dotingly touched Chen Qianhe's head. After removing the filter of this little niece is very bratty, Qinyi felt that she was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. It has a sort of, well, naughty neighborhood sister feel to it. Aha, so tell me quickly, what do you need me to do? Chen Qianhe probed towards Qinyi. Chizuru, you know how to use various firearms, right? Qinyi drove his car to the back of the heavy truck. Of course I do. Not only are I very proficient in all kinds of firearms, but I'm also very familiar with all kinds of cold weapons. She proudly puffed out her chest. You know, it takes tireless effort to become a full member of the Earth, and I've been learning to use these things since I was a child. Don't be fooled by the appearance of my beauty, although I'm not too top-notch among the ability users, but in terms of theoretical knowledge reserves and practical maneuvers with all kinds of tools, I'm a one-rider existence. Qinyi laughed. Alright little genius, I'm relieved when you say that. So your mission is? Qinyi took out his shiny M200 from his storage space. Whoa, how did you do it? Chen Qianhe rubbed his eyes and looked at Qinyi with disbelief. Well, I have storage space, but I've never accessed the items in it for fear of being discovered by the Watchers. However, the rewards of hunting the 4-identity hellhound to get the alien bone that acts as a pass are too rich, so I felt the need to take the risk. Chen Qianhe looks at Qinyi enviously. Storage space? Ooh, so envious. Brother is so powerful. This kind of practicality Max Treasure even have. Really crave me. Overdoing it a little Chizuru. Storage spirit treasure is not a rare thing. The Demon Hunting Bureau's little captain has this thing. You Earth still lack? Well, there's certainly no shortage of this on Earth, but it's also not an item that a member of my rank can have. Chen Qianhe pouted. Mainly want to praise brother? Don't tear down the stage okay, and say I'm being pretentious. It's really sad. Qinyi looked at Chen Qianhe who was trying to be cute and did not know what to say. Chizuru, I actually like Oju-sama. Well, actually your appearance perfectly matches the Oju-sama temperament. It's just that, acting cute and all, I think it's a bit of a waste of your natural talent. Chen Qianhe covered her small mouth in surprise. Ah, you actually like Imperial Sisters? But why were you so cold to me in the beginning? Until I started to take the cute route, and then your eyes grew gentle. Doesn't that mean you like sweet sisters? Qinyi returned. Well, I actually like all of them, but I'm more inclined to the Imperial Sister. As for the change in attitude towards you, it's natural to have a clear sense of boundaries when you first make friends, and only when you're familiar with them will your attitude become more and more intimate. Isn't that always the case? Chen Qianhe let out a soft cry. Ah, that's right, but in that case, wouldn't I have botched it? Oh brother, don't hate me, I want to get closer to you. After a moment, Chen Qianhe realized that she was still taking the cute soft girl route, and she cleared her throat in slight embarrassment before replacing it with a picture of a cold and arrogant Imperial Sister's eyes. Pup seed, look straight at me. Does this make you horny? Qinyi was petrified. Okay Chizuru, it's a nice touch, but just because you're an Imperial doesn't mean you have to be horizontal. The topic is off topic. Let's not discuss it. You just have to follow your own emotional behavior from now on. Don't put on airs just to please others. Believe in yourself. The real you is the most valuable and likable. Chen Qianhe looked at Qinyi with bright eyes. Thank you, brother, I love you. I want to give you a litter of children. Ah this. Qinyi somewhat regretted giving her chicken soup, pretending to be a soft girl and pretending to be a royal sister although it seemed a bit pretentious, but at least it could pass the scrutiny. Now the real Xiao Chen appears, with a bold and spirited personality that he doesn't know how to deal with. Okay, let's talk about later. Let's get down to business. Qin pressed Chun Qianhe's arm and abdomen and asked softly, does it hurt? It doesn't hurt, and I can still be spirited and cooperative if my brother wants. Hold this. Qin handed the sniper rifle to Chen Qianhe as he said seriously, Qianhe, I'm counting on you for my life. Chen Qianhe solemnly took the gun and set it on the iron grill of the car window. As long as Chizuru lives, he will protect his brother's safety with the gun in his hand, and if his brother fails in any way, Chizuru will thank him with his death. Qin hurriedly waved his hand. Not so much. Don't say such words. No matter what happens to me, you have to live well. Besides, it's just a 4-alien hellhound. It's no match for me. Chen Qianhe nodded heavily. Aha! After explaining the details of Chun Qianhe's combat, Qin turns around and walks out of the car door. He wants to take advantage of the last bit of time before the sun sets to set up the traps. He wanted to directly use the treasure coins to exchange for some high-power mines to bury them, but after getting out of the car, Qin happened to see that the door of the heavy truck was open. Since that guy made a good plan to hunt the 4-identity hellhound, would he have a matching hunting tool? Can't take that chainsaw and cut off a dog's head. That's a little too unrealistic. Qin jumped upwards and climbed into the cab of the heavy truck. As he thought, the guy had indeed collected a lot of weapons, most of them bloodied and a small number of them damaged. It seems that this guy was also a bloodthirsty butcher-like character in his life, killing not a few contestants. Qin rummages around a bit. Small caliber pistols and submachine guns and whatnot seem to be a bit overstretched when dealing with fourth-order magical creatures. Qin puts these charging weapons aside and finally finds something good at the bottom of the weapon bag. A long iron box. This, shouldn't it be? Qin opened the box and an RPG rocket launcher appeared. There were another 3 rockets in the box, which greatly compensated for Qin's concern about the lack of firepower. That guy, how did he find so much good stuff? Qin was a bit puzzled. He had obviously been moving and exploring as well, but he had not found too many goodies. The only map in his hand was still the one he had snatched from the previous group. Chapter 82: The Great Battle of the 4 Different Hellhounds. By the way, he who had brought Chen Qianhe, who had a powerful sensing ability, should have his pot full of money at this time. At this moment, when compared to these rich and wealthy participants, Qin realized that he was really bad at exploring activities. Qin took out a rocket and mounted it on the bazooka. After slinging the bazooka on his back, Qin stepped out of the cab, not carrying any spare ammunition or other weapons. The bazooka thing is powerful, but it's not without its drawbacks. It's so forgiving that it takes dozens of seconds to reload after shooting a rocket. This time interval is too long. When dealing with ordinary contestants, there is still room for maneuver, but when dealing with magical creatures, a few seconds may determine life and death. So Qin is not prepared to put all his trust in this bazooka. Besides, with the physical strength of a 4th-ranked demonic creature, a single rocket would not really be able to incapacitate it. Rockets or sniper rifles are only auxiliary means. Really want to kill this thing, or need a real gun? The reason why Pa was a treasure was because it had an innate suppressive effect on demons. Using a weapon like the Cloud Ming sword or the Inferno lance against a human might feel like nothing more than that. However, when fighting against a demonic creature, the killing properties of the weapon would be displayed without any stint, delivering a fatal blow to it. Seeking stability, it would still have to be a Cloud Ming sword decapitation to be reassuring. After carrying the rocket on his back, Qin circled backward to the rear of the heavy truck compartment. The door of the carriage was locked, but it was hard to defeat Qin. Taking out the pistol at his waist, the lock was broken with a single shot. Qin opened the compartment door and drilled in with his cell phone flashlight on. The wagon was large, with a slight echo as your feet stepped in, so it didn't look like it was packed with too much stuff. The light from the cell phone scatters too badly, and the range of light is limited, so Qin walks straight to the other end of the carriage before finding a useful object. The object is flared, about the size of an unusual household wash basin, and looks a bit like a pot lid that used to be used to watch satellite TV. There are only 3 words written on the object: collector. Although he doesn't know what it is for, Qin still takes it off the truck. It wasn't heavy, so Qin casually threw it into the SUV. Looking at the day already dark red, the last light of the distant sky about to fade away, Qin quickly walked a few steps to the side of the heavy truck driver's body. After dragging the body off the road and placing it in a location with open terrain and soft land, Qin exchanged his precious coins for 4 high-powered infantry mines. He planted the mines near the bodies, while later using his saber to make many cuts on the bodies. Fresh blood flowed out along the cut. Qin glanced at the night that was descending and swallowed a bottle of darkness potion in advance. He quickly climbed up a small 2-story building nearby, grabbed his RPG rocket launcher, and gathered his breath as he waited for his prey to appear. The location of the body was right within the range of the 4 Isles Hellhound's activities, and as soon as that dog came out, it would be attracted to the still fresh blood. When the time comes, just tilt ammo at it like crazy. 3 landmines, 1 rocket, plus Chen Qianhe, who is always ready to fire a cold shot at its head. Qin Yi does not believe that the 4 isolated hellhound will still be able to stand firm as before after these attacks. As the night quickly went down, Qin Yi held his breath and quietly waited for the 4 different hellhounds to appear. Chen Qianhe, who was in the car not far away, also felt a hint of tension as she wiped the drops of sweat from her forehead and searched for the 4 isolated hellhounds in the night vision capable scopes. As the sun quietly disappears into the horizon, the 4 isolated Cerberus finally emerges from the darkness. It was born with 3 heads and looked extremely fierce and horrible. After stepping out from the hideout, the 4 different hellhound was in cautious tension. Its 3 doggy noses had been covered by the smell of blood coming from a short distance away, and the smell of fresh blood made it want to go over and get a full meal right away. But being cautious by nature, he did not rush to nibble at the food that was within his reach, but his 3 doggy heads kept looking around to see if there was any danger from the imperceptible shadows. Qin Yi shrunk his head back. After the 4 different hellhounds looked around and found no danger, it gradually relaxed and its nose kept sniffing towards the heavy truck driver's body. Qin Yi turned on the RPG's safety, his finger tightly resting on the trigger. Not far away, Chen Qianhe also once again set up his gun and aimed at the repulsive-looking hellhound. The Cerberus quickly made its way over to the body. It swept down a few times and stopped when it noticed the scent of fresh earth underneath. It raised its 3 heads once more and surveyed the neighborhood. What's going on? Did it detect it? Qin Yi's finger was tight on the trigger, ready to fire a rocket at it. It was a good thing that the smell of blood close at hand was extremely fascinating to it, and it only observed it for a moment before lowering its head once again and sucking the blood from the corpse. I can't believe you're not moving forward anymore? Qin Yi looked at the 4 isolated hellhound with some fury. Originally his plan was to use the mines to weaken its health first, so that its sensory organs would be temporarily shielded, and then launch the rockets afterward, so as to ensure the hit rate. However, at this time, the 4 isolated Cerberus was in a state of alertness, in which the probability of hitting him might be smaller, because this model of rocket was older. It had a noticeable ignition process after pulling the trigger, a process that wasn't too noticeable but was enough to allow the 4 identity hellhound to escape. If he couldn't get a successful hit with this bazooka and set off a nearby mine, he would be under a lot more pressure to follow up with a physical fight. Fortunately, Chen Qianhe was a smart and clever fellow, and when she saw that the script did not follow the direction that Qin Yi had designed, she did not hesitate to pull the trigger. The bullet passed through one of the 4 different hellhounds with such precision that the other 2 were instantly alerted. However, due to the fact that one of its heads had been pierced, it still had some problems exchanging information in its body as a whole, causing it to not dodge in time. When Qin Yi heard the gunshot, he immediately understood what Chen Qianhe was thinking, and he silently shot out rockets. When the 4 isolated Cerberus finally reacted from the days of losing one of its heads, the whistling rockets had also struck in front of it. Boom! A loud popping sound came from the rear body of the 4 isolated hellhound as it was hit by a rocket, erupting into a fierce explosion. At the same time, the explosions triggered the mines that had been pre-planted near the corpses, and as successive explosions came, the 4 isolated Cerberus was thrown into midair like a kite with broken strings, before crashing heavily to the ground. Chen Qianhe pulled the gun and loaded it, continuing to aim at the body of the 4 isolated hellhound, shooting 12 7mm caliber bullets, opening a bloody hole in its body. At the same time, Qin Yi had already jumped down from the house. He threaded his way through the smoke and dust, and when he ran to the side of the 4 isolated hellhound, he quickly drew out the cloud-ringing sword in his hand, and cut off its 2 remaining mangled heads that had been blown up with a single stroke of the sword. Chapter 83 Collector Wonder. Phew, done and wrapped up. Qin Yi let out a soft cry and took the cloud-ming sword back into his storage space. Things didn't go too well, but the good news is that it turned out perfectly. In this battle, this little ninny Chen Qianhe took great credit. If it wasn't for the fact that she knew how to improvise, this battle really wouldn't have been able to end so painfully. Qin Yi covered his mouth and nose, waving his hand to disperse the surrounding smoke and dust, but because it was too thick, it could not be dissipated for a while, and he could only cough lightly as he stepped out of the range swept by the smoke. Qin Yi looked at the 4 isolated hellhound on the ground that was the size of a cow and made a mistake in his heart. The foreign beads were very small objects, half a man tall 3 foreign centipedes, and all 3 people searched for more than 10 minutes before finding them. With such a huge 4 alien hellhound now, it would be late into the night, I'm afraid, when the skin was dug up inch by inch to find the alien beads. Also, with so many bones in this thing, and many more shattered by landmines and rockets, the difficulty of finding this alien bone is hellish. Is there any way to get the foreign beads and bones out with less hassle? 3 words suddenly crossed Qin Yi's mind. Collector. Yeah, the heavy armor pilot was also a lone wolf, and since he dared to single-handedly take on the 4 isolated Cerberus, He must have prepared all kinds of tools needed in advance. It wasn't a good idea for a lone wolf to stay somewhere for too long, and the smart and cautious man naturally knew this. Therefore, he would definitely not be foolish enough to take a small dagger and slice open the body of a 4 isolated hellhound inch by inch to retrieve the beads. So what are his methods for dealing with this scenario? Shinny remembered the horn-shaped collector in the compartment. Since it was a collector, it made sense to use it to collect foreign beads and foreign bones, right? Shinny was delighted and walked towards the SUV. You're back. After opening the car door, Chen Qianhe's smiling face greeted him, and Shinny let out a hum as he prepared to pick up the collector that he had thrown into the back seat. However, he suddenly realized that Chen Qianhe's face was unexpectedly out of place. His lips were white and his face was bloodless. Shinny hurriedly put away the sniper rifle on the young girl. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? Chen Qianhe's mouth issued a slight hissing sound. I'm fine. Just fired too many shots. Shocked the wound open a little. Rest a little on the good. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Shinny looked at Chen Qianhe with heartache and put the seat down, holding her head and slowly letting her lie down. I don't blame you, brother. I'm also a member of the squad. Your comrade in arms. That's why I need to take responsibility as well and not rely on you for everything. I'm really glad I was able to help you just now. Chen Qianhe looked pained, but his words were sincere and earnest. Thanks. Shinny's eyes were red as he helped the girl straighten her collar. No need to thank you. I'm your close companion, aren't I? Chen Qianhe raised an eyebrow at him. Yes, you are my close companion. Shinny gently stroked Chen Qianhe's cheek and his tone was filled with emotion. It is a blessing and satisfying to be treated as a trusted partner by others. No, where are the healing pearls? After Shinny reached back his hand, he realized that the healing pearl he had previously hung around Chen Qianhe's neck was gone. Chen Qianhe spat out his tongue. I saw that you were going to meet the battle head-on and thought it was so dangerous. So, Shinny sniffs and touches his pocket, only to find that the healing treasure pearl has been secretly placed into his pocket by Chen Qianhe at an unknown time. Silly boy. Shinny hurriedly took it out and placed it on Chen Qianhe once again. Looking at the blood oozing out from her chest and abdomen, Shinny's heart aches. He really doesn't know how she was able to endure the pain of the broken bones and fire so many shots in a row without the healing treasure pearl. The recoil of a large caliber sniper rifle is so great that without a gun mount, an unusual person would be afraid to break a bone by firing a shot. Not to mention the fact that Chen Qianhe's bones had already been broken in the first place. Don't be angry, brother. You smile more. Smile so handsome. I like to see. Chen Qianhe compared a kissing mouth shape towards Shinny. The cuteness was bursting. The original non-didactic cuteness. Shinny had wanted to educate this self-interested little one just now, but when he was teased by this adorable expression of hers, he immediately lost the desire to educate her. Shinny couldn't help but lower his head and lightly kiss the girl's forehead. Be a good boy and wait here for me. I'll be right back. Amidst Chen Qianhe's mixed emotions of petulance, surprise, and consternation, Shinny picks up the collector and walks towards the corpse of the 4 different hellhounds not far away. There was a button in the center of the collector, and Shinny walked over to the 4 different hellhounds and pressed the button. When the button is pressed, the flared head of the collector is raised and the entire collector rapidly expands. Shinny only felt that the collector was trembling madly, and just as he was wondering if the thing would explode and wanted to turn it off, the corpse of the 4 isolated hellhound changed. Shinny keenly noticed that the 4 isolated hellhound, which had been tattered by the shrapnel shots and whose shattered flesh was bleeding, seemed to have entered a state of stasis. The blood ceased to flow, and the chunks of flesh that still had nerves undead ceased to quiver. 3 seconds later, with a buzz from the collector, the corpse of the large 4 isolated hellhound instantly disappeared in front of Shinny's eyes. The ground beneath the collector was covered in broken shrapnel. Shinny brushed the broken pieces away and groped amongst them, easily finding 4 differently colored foreign beads and a small silver-white skeleton. It was thought that this silver-white bone was the foreign bone that could enable the participants to easily pass the first 3 levels of the trial. Shinny picks up the fey beads and fey bones. Now he has 7 families of fey beads. First of all, regardless of the purchasing power of this thing, according to the rarity, these fey beads are enough to boast all the contestants. Lifting the collector, Shinny happily walked back to the SUV. This collector is really good. 3 minutes for 3 hours of work. It's an efficient treasure. Opening the car door, Shinny put the collector away, then turned his head to carry the RPG bazooka as well as the weapons in the heavy truck again. After doing this, Shinny destroyed the tires of the heavy truck and drove away from the place. Chen Qianhe's face gradually grew angry under the nourishment of the healing treasure pearl, and she chattered something in Shinny's ear. At first the topic is still full of positive energy. The further the scale is bigger and bigger. Shinny saw that he could not catch this niece's flower head, and hurriedly pretended to drive seriously, which made the little chatterbox quiet down. Through the map he had seized from the driver of the heavy truck, Shinny could tell that his current location was just less than 2 kilometers away from the city. That meant it would only take a few minutes for him to drive into the city. Although it was 10 minutes later than the plan to enter the city before nightfall, it didn't hurt. After all, after obtaining 4 alien beads, a piece of alien bone, as well as so many practical equipment, it could be said to be a good deal. Chapter 84. Arriving at the city gates. The name of the city is sketchy, like the name of the map. It's also called Racing City. Shinny saw a blackened challenge mark on the map located at the entrance of the city. Although he did not understand what the mark meant for the time being, he reminded Chen Qianhe to arm himself and concentrate. Soon Shinny drove his car to the edge of the city, and after coming to the edge, he realized why he couldn't find the outline of the city no matter how far he looked before. Because of this city, completely wrapped in yellow sand, resulting in a faraway look in this direction, can only see a vast expanse of dusky and misty, pressurized to see the outline of the buildings in it. The yellow sand kept swirling, forming a hemispherical barricade at the edge of the city. Shinny attempted to drive a few meters forward, but found that the wind and sand were too strong to continue at all. If he forcibly enters, it is okay to get lost, but Shinny is more afraid that the strong wind and sand will directly tear the SUV to pieces. Having no choice but to do so, Shinny once again flipped out the map and found the main gate of the city labeled with the challenge mark. After finding the right direction, Shinny soon arrived near the main gate. There was a gap in the yellow sand barricade in front of the main entrance, which was about 10 meters long and 5 meters high, making it seem very spacious. In front of the gap there was an area delineated by fluorescent markers, in which many cars were being parked and under which many other participants were waiting. Shinny looked at this sight with some bewilderment, not understanding why they were so peaceful. It's logical that the gates are the high point of conflict for this kind of escape game. At this point, a few hundred people were waiting honestly in this fluorescent area, like good kids following the rules to line up for admission. More or less out of style for this game. Shinny slowed down his car and gently drove it to the edge of the fluorescent area. At that moment, a line of small letters flashed up at the edge of the area. Safe zone. Any form of confrontation is prohibited. Violators are punished by death. Please wait patiently and enter the city in an orderly manner. So that's how it is. This territory is an officially designated safe zone. After Shinny saw that he understood, he drove his car into the fluorescent area and found an empty space to park. He parked nearly 100 meters from the straight line distance from the city gate, in front of all the magnificent vehicles, like walking into the open parking lot of a second-hand car trading center. What are they doing? Chen Qianhe sat on the co-pilot and looked forward blearily, but unfortunately, there were too many obstacles for her to see anything. Shinny shook his head. He was also confused right now. Looking at this now, they'll have to wait a while. Chen Qianhe curiously shakes her left and right, and Shinny is also tickled within his heart by her movements. 10 minutes later, Shinny finally couldn't resist his curiosity and opened the sunroof of the SUV. While the effects of the darkness potion and the clairvoyance potion hadn't yet passed, he felt that as long as he could find a supreme place, it was still possible to see the scene in front of him. Shinny climbed out of the sunroof and stepped on the roof of the SUV. After standing on his tiptoes, he could barely see the scene ahead. At the gap in the yellow sand barricade, there was a scanning machine to the left and right, and they were entering information about the people and vehicles entering the city. Next to the machine, there was a notice board written in small fluorescent letters. Welcome to the city of racing. First of all, congratulations to all the participants for successfully finding the city of racing, and it's no exaggeration to say that you are the best of all the participants. However, entering the city is not free, and as you have the ability to come to the city gates, I believe that you naturally have the courage to face the ensuing entrance examination. Only individuals or teams who own a vehicle and pass the entry test can have legal permission to move around the city. If you arrive at the gates without a vehicle, I hope you can find a group willing to take you in, otherwise you won't be able to enter the city. Next, it's the content of the test that you are all most concerned about. The city entry test is divided into two main categories, a single-person test and a group test. The solo test is much simpler than the group test. It only requires a single race against another lone wolf. The winner gets to enter the city and the loser will be wiped out. There are no restrictions on racing. You can use your weaponry and ingenuity with abandon, and as long as you can get to the finish line, you'll survive and make it to the city of racing. But please note that no matter how good both sides are, there will only be one ultimate winner, so pick your opponent carefully. The team test, as the name suggests, allows participants to compete in small teams. Of course, to be fair, squad racing can only match teams with the same number of players against each other. In the squad race, again there is no limit to being the first squad to cross the line in the race, or taking out all the other squads, to be able to win. But please note that the number of opponents varies in squad racing. Two-person teams need to be matched with an additional two-person team to reach two teams on the same field to open the tournament. Three-person teams need to be matched with two additional three-person teams to reach three teams on the same field to open the tournament, and four-person teams are the same. Therefore, Participants who choose to race in teams, please note that the difficulty of your challenge is increasing with the number of teams. You only live once, so please choose the number of people who sign up for the squad carefully. Also, in team racing, the maximum number of vehicles each team can use depends on the number of team members. For example, if you sign up for a team of 3 to race, then you are allowed to use up to 3 of at least one number of vehicles. As long as one car within the team crosses the finish line, then this race ends instantly and the entire team can enter the city, while the other team's participants will be wiped out. Additionally, team racing allows for friendly kills. Well, that's it for the rules, and Racing City wishes all the contestants a great time. Sheenie closed the sunroof and entered the car after reading the entry rules of the City of Racing. Obviously, places marked with challenge signs are not so easily accessible. Chen Xianhe curiously came over. What's going on up ahead? Did you see it? Tell me about it, tell me about it. Sheenie gave Chen Xianhe a brief lecture on the rules of entering the city that he had just seen, and the little girl listened in confusion, seemingly a bit dazed. Well, by that rule, wouldn't it be simpler for us to get another car and go into town separately? After breaking it up in his head, Chen Xianhe glared at his big, wise eyes and asked, "That's true, but really, the difficulty of our two-person team shouldn't be too far off from that of a solo team. At least in terms of survival rate, it's all 1 in 2, and at best, the racing scenarios are set up to be a little more difficult." Chen Xianhe nodded with a complicated expression. Chapter 85 Sister's posture is very charming, but two-man teams can use up to 2 vehicles, and we only have 1 vehicle, Chen Xianhe said with some hesitation. There are still a lot of people lined up in front of us to enter the city. Should we go and look for another car so that the probability of winning should be higher? Seeing Sheenie guilty of pondering, Chen Xianhe hurriedly added, "Don't worry, I'm a good driver. I can drive a tank. Don't worry about me at all." No, Sheenie was decisive. But, there's no buts. 2 cars don't always win more than 1. Sheenie pointed to the sunroof at the back of the vehicle. See, with such a large sunroof, it can completely turn our vehicle into a 2-man chariot. There are 3 more rockets, so what's there to be afraid of if you hit them right? 1 for each gun. Chen Xianhe pinched his fingers and whispered, "But what if the other side also has an RPG? We can only take 1 shot. They can take 2. Sheenie patted her brain. "Then we'll just die together." Chen Xianhe was excited when he heard this. "So romantic. Brother, I'm going to die with you. But shouldn't we do something before we die so that life can be lived without regrets?" Sheenie had already gotten used to this niece's tiger and wolf words, and he hummed lightly, "Fine, since it's a revelry before the end of life, let's just do it on the roof of the car and have a live broadcast of 10,000 people." No, that's not good." Chen Xianhe's face was so red that it was about to drip blood as she waved her hands back and forth. "This is an intimate time that belongs to the 2 of us. It absolutely cannot be seen by anyone else. So you still know it's intimate time. So why don't you think about the fact that in someone else's space, they're able to record your every move even in the car? It's not like we're bound to die. In case we survive, we can have to meet social death together." Oh. Sheenie finished and looked at Chen Xianhe derisively. Chen Xianhe's small face stiffened. Right on the money. She coughed lightly and her face instantly became clear. "Ahem. I was joking, haha. When you're serious you're a stinking hooligan." Sheenie smiled evilly and hooked Chen Xianhe's chin with his hand, slowly bringing his face closer. "Today, I'm just going to be a hooligan. What can you do?" Chen Xianhe shrank back like a frightened bunny, her face red, her heart beating faster, so shy that she couldn't speak. Sheenie laughed out loud. This niece, but also on the mouth, really on the actual operation, immediately goat like a little chicken. The contrast, however, is quite lovely. When he was joking with Chen Xianhe, the window of the car was pounded by someone, and Sheenie wondered who the person knocking on the window was, and owed his body downward, ready to see. This safe zone explicitly stipulates that no confrontation can arise, but there are still people who dare to come to the door to smash the scene. Is really not to put the space builder in the eyes. Upon seeing the visitor, Sheenie was taken aback. "Kanyan?" When Chen Xianhe saw Sheenie's expression drastically change, she curiously asked, "Who is it?" "My fiancé." "What?" Chen Xianhe was instantly unsettled, although she just realized that Sheenie's fiancé might not be a fiancé. But this scene right now still gives her the illusion that the main man has come to the door to catch a mistress. Then Chen Xianhe was in a rare panic. His fiancé was the guy who killed the driver of a heavy truck with a single shot from 800 meters away. Would she whack herself if she got angry? "Don't be afraid. We don't have much of a friendship." Sheenie hears the sound of Jiang Yan pounding on the door getting more and more urgent. Already sensing her irritability, he hurriedly opens the car door. "What's with all the ink?" Kang Yan didn't have the slightest bit of a polite opening, and questioned with a straight face. I haven't seen her for a day. She's got a temper again. Thanks to me, she's still alive. Why are you here?" Sheenie didn't see eye to eye with her and asked curiously. "Aha, To get revenge. Of course. Jiang Yan climbed onto the backseat and looked at Qini with dissatisfaction. Who is this little girl? She's my sister. Sister? I didn't see you have a sister when I went to your house yesterday. Not pro. Humph. Keep one in the house and hide one outside. No. Jiang Yan skimmed her lips and stuck her head out to look at Chen Xianhe. Well, good eye. It's a superb little beauty, but it looks like they've just reached adulthood. So you're good enough to go down on them? Qini's face was filled with black lines. I've already said it's a sister. Chen Xianhe in the co-pilot as if sitting on pins and needles. The two people's conversation. She as a word did not dare to interject, for fear that he was cleaned up. Humph. Sister's posture is charming? Jiang Yan did not believe it in the slightest. Come on, let's not get into this with you. What did you mean by revenge just now? Kang Yun's eyes moved. I think that we came here for the same purpose. What do you mean by that? You're here for the pith drums too, aren't you? Kang Yun snapped. Yes, but what does this thing have to do with revenge? Qini was very puzzled. Jiang Yan shook her head. The key to it can't be told to you. In short, I want to get the Shine Drum. Since we have the same purpose, it's only natural that we can travel together. Don't you think so? Kang Yun winked wryly. Qini shook his head. Sorry, it's full. I bought Jiang Yan 2 hands of forked waste. This is not inside the two of you. People full of a ghost? Qini asked irritably. You didn't read the rules for entering the city? Of course I watched it. I could have been here long before you. See how you still want to be on our team and force the game? It's a strong team. Why? Are you afraid? Jiang Yan was slightly mocking. This woman. She always manages to pull up the blood pressure instantly. Hey, I say, can you watch what you say? I'm at least your savior. Aha, I'm your savior too. Oh, and don't forget who just helped you snipe that big guy. We're both even. I poo. Qini looked at Jiang Yan indignantly. You're shameless. Killing that big guy. I need your help? Kang Yun shrugged. Don't be a hard ass. You don't know how funny it was when I saw you in the periscope with a serious face and 2 strands of war. You have to be glad I saw your side when I was searching for the enemy, or you'd be dead already. I'm afraid. Qini snorted coldly. Do you think that everyone is like you? That they have no power when they reach this space? What do you mean? Jiang Yan looked at Qini suspiciously. Could it be? Just as well. Little Master will show you his hand and let you know what it means to be beyond heaven and earth and not among the 5 elements. Qini casually picks up a piece of iron armor 2 centimeters thick and breaks it with both hands with force. Chapter 86 Front? Crap! Jiang Yan let out a cry of surprise. How did you do that? Qini threw the iron piece down and returned. If you tell me the purpose of capturing the Shine Drum, I'll tell you how I did it, and we'll also consider the request about you joining the team. After pondering for a while, Kang Yun nodded. Although she and Qini were not teammates who could entrust their backs to each other, they were at least friends who had saved each other's lives. Moreover, since she had shed the trappings of a demon hunter, her stance was slowly becoming the same as Qini's. It doesn't matter if you tell him something. Trading some information that didn't need to be kept secret for a way to regain power was a surefire business any way you looked at it. Hey, have you thought about it? Qini reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Fine, I'll tell you, but you have to promise that you'll keep your word as well. Kang Yun stretched out her pinky. Pulling a hook? What an ancient way of contracting. Qini reached out his hand and pulled with Jiang Yan. Chen Xianhe, who was cowering in the co-pilot and shivering, saw the two of them intimately pulling the hook, and his eyes were about to spit fire. I left the hunt not only because they were inhumane, but also because of my father's willingness. Your father? I found the real reason for his death in his little vault. But your father was killed by a demonic creature. I witnessed his death with my own eyes. There were no demon hunters inflicting harm on him. Qini looked at Jiang Yan with some skepticism. You're right, it does look that way on the surface, but in reality, my father's troops were used as cannon fodder by the Demon Hunter Bureau during this battle, and pointless cannon fodder. Anger surfaced on Kang Yun's face. The fundamental purpose of that battle was to get rid of my father. Qini was a bit puzzled as to why the Demon Hunting Bureau would want to get rid of a military commander who was struggling on the front line of the demonic battlefield. As for why, it can't be explained clearly in a few words. If you are interested, I will tell you the ins and outs in detail when this matter is settled. Gathering her emotions, Jiang Yan continued. As for the Shang Drum, it's an extremely high-quality space-type weapon that not only creates space out of thin air, but also possesses the ability to transport large quantities of living things. Without it, the Bureau of Demon Hunting's superhuman program cannot function. Qini frowned and asked, is it that simple? After pausing for a few seconds, Kang Yun said quietly, I'm going to uproot the Demon Hunting Bureau and cast it into the back of the demons. Hiss. Qini was taken aback by her ambition. The Demon Hunting Bureau researched superhumans, partly to resist the invasion of demons, but more so to solidify its virtual hold on the Great Summer Kingdom. So the cruel superhuman program, on the bright side, looks like a desperate attempt to preserve the survival of the human race, but in reality, it was a product of laying the groundwork for an era in which the Demon Hunters Bureau would control Daxia. Although I am very much in favor of your plan to throw the Demon Hunting Bureau into the pile of demons, will this have a positive effect on the matter of resisting the invasion of demons into the homeland? Qin snapped in a deep voice. Do you remember the first time we met? Jiang Yan looked at Qin. First encounter, Qingyun Mountain? Qin thought back. Although it had only been a few days since the incident, the information density had been so high in the past few days that he was already feeling a bit overwhelmed by the recollection. Yes, it's the Green Cloud Mountain. Jiang Yan nodded and continued. At that time, when we were chasing you and Yan Yueqing, we also measured a very powerful demonic energy, but that energy originated from dead demons. Qin thought back and felt that this demonic energy that Jiang Yan had measured should have originated from the troll that imprisoned Yan Yueqing. Do you know how many ranks that demonic creature is? Jiang Yan looked at Qin. Well, that I really don't know. Maybe 5 or 6 orders? Qin played dumb. That's an ancient and powerful demonic creature. I found out about it in the scattered records in the Demon Hunting Bureau's archive room. A 10th order troll. Jiang Yan brought shock to her eyes. Ah, so high level? Qin continues to play dumb and wonders if she will roll on the ground in shock after telling her that the demonic creature was KO'd by Yan Yueqing. Yes, that's why I think that Daxia is blessed by a great power. In the times when technology was still undeveloped, the 10th order trolls failed to exterminate the human race, and at this time, when the devils are in decline and are attacking in desperation, even devils of more than the 6th order are extremely rare in the array, so I don't believe that they will be able to exterminate us this time. That's why I think the Demon Hunting Bureau's Superhumans program is completely using the guise of a demonic invasion to train super warriors for themselves, with the gold standard of resisting demons and defending the human race. Even organizations like Earth, whose cornerstone is the common people, have chosen to turn a blind eye, not to mention the imperial capital, whose existence is unknown. When Chen Qianhe heard Earth, he shivered slightly, but after hearing Jiang Yan's comment about Earth, he still breathed a small sigh of relief. This sister, not too bad for Earth. So you think that throwing the entire Demon Hunting Bureau behind the demonic hordes would be of no loss to Daxia? Kong Yun nodded. Right, that's what I think. If the Demon Hunting Bureau has the ability to fight against the demons, then after putting them to death, they might be able to pull out their skills without reservation and beat back the demons. Even without that ability, the demons can't be defeated with just a few superhumans. So in the end, it's going to be up to the guardian human race's great powers to step in. In that case, what does it matter if those guys at the Bureau of Demon Hunting, whose brains are filled with violence and captivity, die? Qin agrees with Jiang Yan's speculation, but he is also well aware that the great power that guards mankind is now lying on the couch at home watching soap operas. Moreover, this mighty one, or the youthful version, hell, I don't know how long it'll take to get the full power back. Therefore, if the thought of a great power descending into the world to save mankind is on your mind, the Demon Hunting Bureau, the most active organization in the fight against demons, can't disappear from the stage just yet. Both he and Yan Yueqing needed plenty of time to become stronger. I'll help you get the Shine Drum, but this plan, it's a bit crazy and I don't think the probability of success is high. Qin stretched out his hand. Even if there's only a 1% chance you have to try, isn't that the kind of tightrope walking we're doing right now? Jiang Yan reached out and shook Qin's hand without the slightest fear. Fine, you can join the team, but I think it's better to wait until you've passed the city entry test. Then it's safer to form a team together. Qin looked at Jiang Yan inquiringly. Race car racing is not like single-person melee. He has a lot of treasures but he is also flesh and blood. He will hang like a normal person if he takes a shot. So the more secure you can be in this part of the process, the better. Chapter 87 The Hidden Story of the Contract. No, Jiang Yan waved her hand and refused. The venues for each match are different. We can only be assigned to the same venue in the city if we are in a team. The city of racing is too big and our information and communication is inconvenient. If we spread out and enter, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until the year of the monkey if we want to find each other. Qin let out an "oh." So there was such a layer of setting. But if you think it's hard for 3 people to pass, then you can kick her out. Jiang Yan pointed at Chen Qianhe who had shrunk into a small ball. No, absolutely not. Qin frantically shook his head. Gee whiz, so uptight and a sister. Kong Yun teased. Let her stay in the safe zone all the time. And when we find the sultry drums, she'll be saved. If we can't find the sultry drums, then she won't survive. And it won't matter much if we kick her out. Chen Qianhe OS, this sister. So scary. Ooh-hoo. Bah. Qin spat. You think pretty well. So why don't you get kicked out? Kong Yun said defiantly. I'm the core staff. Kick me out you won't be able to find the shine drums and we'll all die. Qin sneered. Core personnel? She's from the Bureau of Human Anomalies. You think she'd have less information than you? Put. Chen Qianhe and Jiang Yan sprayed out at the same time. Chen Qianhe complained that Qin had shaken out her identity, so that this fierce ex-demon hunter sister would not be allowed to fight with herself if she knew that she was a member of the Earth. Kang Yan was surprised that this harmless, soft-looking little girl was an official member of the Earth, or of a very important organization on Earth, the Bureau of Anecdotes? That's too big a contrast. Are all kids so young and talented nowadays? What Jiang Yan does not know is that Chen Qianhe is not a weak and honest child. She is only by Jiang Yan fiancé named Shocked. A moment and Jiang Yan do not want to have any encounter. Okay, you're a weird guy. What makes such a great girl follow you here to be born and die? Jiang Yan couldn't figure it out. He didn't think Qin had much charm either. Chen Qianhe whispered, "He's the one who followed me." But Kang Yan didn't hear it. Chen Qianhe looked at Qin with some sorrow in his heart. I should have known that I would have asked the questions in my mind earlier. But now that there's a fiancé, I can't ask them at all. In that case, we can only race in teams of 3. Jiang Yan bristled. Although the group race for a team of 3 is going to be a bit more difficult, but you have a way to restore your strength, so it's still within an acceptable range of difficulty for us. Qin asked suspiciously. When did I say that I have a method to restore my strength? Ha? Kang Yan's brows crossed up. Are you playing me? Qin innocently looked at her eyes. Heaven can judge. I definitely did not say anything like I have a way to help you regain your strength. Didn't you promise to tell me why your strength wasn't affected when I told you the reason for searching for the shine drum? Now why are you denying it? Jiang Yan's anger level was rising. But Chen Qianhe didn't hold back and burst out laughing. Jiang Yan glared back at her in annoyance, and Chen Qianhe instantly blanched her small face. I say, she's still a little sister. Don't be so mean to her. Qin fought back. Don't worry about that for now. Hurry up and tell me how exactly to regain your strength. Jiang Yan gradually lost control of her emotions and wanted to give Qin a heavy hammer. I don't know. It's not that I'm not telling you. I really don't know. Qin said with earnest words. I can indeed tell you why my powers are unaffected. But, at the same time, there is nothing I can do to restore yours. After Qin finished, he added, when making a promise with others, be sure to pay good attention to the text, and don't wrongly accuse a good person after misunderstanding. Jiang Yan gritted her teeth and looked at him as she coldly asked, fine, then tell me, how were you able to use your abilities without restriction? And is it still not okay for me to summarize the method myself? Qin nodded, okay, but you can't summarize anything. Kang Yan raised her hand. She wanted to hit someone at this point. Actually, the reason I can use the power is simple, because this power is not mine, but Yan Yueqing's. Jiang Yan looked at Qin suspiciously and then looked up at the trunk. After realizing that no one was there, she asked in confusion, where is Yan Yueqing? Why didn't I see her? My guess is that she should be at home right now eating freshly made dark cuisine, crossing her feet on the tabletop, and watching soap operas in a huff. Qin replied unhurriedly, hey, why is it puffy? Chen Qianhe interjected. Because. Qin heatedly smiled. In Wanghai City, inside Qin Yi's rented room, Yan Yueqing was anxiously shaking her little feet, gazing furiously at the leading lady on the TV who was feeding her boyfriend. Why the hell does she make such good tasting dim sum? With these complicated appliances are really driving me crazy. Yan Yueqing looked at the black and dirty snacks on the coffee table. Her heart was extremely agitated. Qin will be back tomorrow. And looking like this, there's no way I can make him a good breakfast. Ugh, I'm really not cut out to be a cooking lady yet. Don't interrupt. Jiang Yan turned her head towards Chen Qianhe and lightly yelled. She didn't know why her heart had been so full of irritation since she had seen the pretty little girl that she hadn't had half the patience she had at first acquaintance with her. Chen Qianhe covered his mouth in fear and quickly turned his head. The fiancé adult is so grumpy and scary. No wonder brother Qin didn't have half a bit of emotional fluctuation when he mentioned her. It's strange that someone would like such a fierce woman. However, although Chen Qianhe was yelled at frequently, she was happy again. In this way, it seems that Qin did not lie to her, although he has a fiancé, but the fiancé is not a fiancé at all. It should be some kind of forced matchmaking by the elders, a relationship that is set up. Can that be called love? That can't be. Therefore, I, Chen Qianhe, still have a not-so-small chance in pursuing this sea-thing of Qin. As long as I can hold on, the advantage is mine. Chen Qianhe silently fueled himself with a fighting spirit. Yan Yueqing isn't here. How did you use her power? Are you fooling the ghost? Jiang Yan's slap was only 10 centimeters away from Qin Yi's cheap and handsome face. The two of us signed a contract. Well, she signed it as a servant, so I can use her power without restriction. What? Jiang Yan and Chen Qianhe exclaimed in unison. They were both people who had access to secret stories. So naturally, they were no strangers to things like contracts. Chapter 88 Scattering Money. You said you made a contract with a witch? Kang Yan asked incredulously. Yeah, what's wrong? Qin was puzzled by her yelling. Or is it a servant relationship? Why are you so excited? Shin-yi looked at her in puzzlement. Kang Yun sighed and sat down in her seat. I can't understand. Jiang Yan looked at Shin-yi. Do you know the price of the contract? Cost? Shin-yi thought back and only remembered Yan Yueqing mentioning to her that what contract was the law of heaven and earth and could not be violated blah blah blah. He was at that time the first glimpse of the ability person and did not understand much of these arcane things. Thus his memory was not really deep. However, after Shin-yi thought back carefully, he really didn't remember Yan Yueqing mentioning the issue of the cost of the contract. Kang Yun murmured, that woman, she's so good to you. So what is the cost of the contract? Shin-yi became curious. Life. Jiang Yan looked at Shin-yi. The contract, soul contract, is protected by the rules of heaven and earth. Thus, it is not free. When two parties sign a contract at the same time, their own lifespan will be reduced, and the amount of reduction will be determined by the content of the contract. Humans have no way of knowing how many years of life behind each contract, so making a contract is an extremely dangerous thing to do. History is full of examples of one party dying violently after making a contract, so this behavior is extremely dangerous for people. Shin-yi stared blankly at Jiang Yan. He had never heard that there was a price of life for entering into a contract. 10 years of life had been consumed just to receive the newbie gift pack, and a number of years would have to be consumed to enter into a contract, so wouldn't he or she not be able to live for a few years? Jiang Yan continued. However, the master-servant contract is an exception. In this kind of contract, only the party who is the servant's lifespan decreases, and the master's party, that is, you, the lifespan will not change. Moreover, as the master's side, you can rely on the contractual relationship between the two of you to seize the servant's longevity to add to your own. Every year of increased longevity requires the consumption of 10 years of a servant's lifespan, which is extremely costly. In addition, there is a bond between master and servant. The master can use everything the servant has, but the servant cannot share any of the master's abilities. That's why I said that she must be extremely trusting of you if she dares to sign a soul contract with you. Although I haven't had any experience with contracts, but reading the ancient books, it is recorded that the servant side of a contract has to endure extremely grievous pain during the contract conclusion process. TSK, 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 it's scary to think about. Shin-yi was paralyzed with disorientation at the back. Although the circumstances of the matter were somewhat unique, the fact that Yan Yueqing had suffered a great loss in the contract was plainly laid out. Perhaps in the beginning, it was just a helpless move to preserve her power, but later on, she told Shin-yi not to be afraid. Even if the remnants of the demonic seed could not be removed, she still had a way to help him survive. This solution must be at the cost of one's own life. Shin-yi's heart was filled with emotion. Although Yan Yueqing's desire to express herself was not very strong, she had silently paved all the back roads, and, without knowing it, if he hadn't had this conversation with Jiang Yan, after a few days when he was poisoned by the remnants of the demonic seed and woke up again, I'm sure Yan Yueqing wouldn't have told him that it was she who saved him with her own lifespan. She would only smile softly with a surplus and look towards herself, saying gently and joyfully, Yay, you're awake. I knew you'd make it through. Well, it's too touching. Shin-yi's thoughts of Yan Yueqing at this moment overflowed at once. Hurry up and finish this bull ******* 24 hours to kill. I want to go home to my dear sister Yueqing. Shin-yi looked up at Jiang Yan. Although I have no way to help you regain your strength, I am able to provide you with a lot of help. Say what you need. I have everything here. Whether it's guns or knives, medicines or enhancers. I have everything here. The quantity can't be guaranteed, but the quality is heaped on. So at least you can experience what it means to be Superman for 10 hours. Didn't get it. Jiang Yan tilted her head to gaze at the serious-looking Shin-yi, thinking that he was talking nonsense. I have a storage space which holds some weapon potions and spiritual treasures. Shin-yi had to explain. Here, look at this. This is called the darkness potion. After taking it, it can greatly enhance your night vision within 10 hours. Shin-yi didn't look at Jiang Yan's reaction and shoved the darkness potion into her hands. He continued to himself. Here, this is the Shun Fengir potion, which can greatly increase the sensitivity of hearing within 10 hours after taking it. Shin-yi puts the Shun Fengir potion into Jiang Yan's hand and continues to pull out the bottles and jars he just exchanged from the treasure coin mall. Here, this is Chikusamaru. Here, this is the Great Restorative Dan. This one is a high jump activator. This is an anti-tank gun. Jiang Yan's expression is getting more and more shocked. Good guy. This kid's storage space is a laboratory and armory. This is also too exaggerated. Although Jiang Yan also had a storage space and had prepared some guns in it in advance, what Shin-yi had gotten up to was still too outrageous. She really couldn't figure out where Shin-yi, who had a civilian status and hadn't joined any organization, had gotten so many cutting-edge potions and powerful armaments from. You're shameless, but I have to admit, you shocked me. Jiang Yan collected these potions and equipment into her storage space as if they were a treasure. freeing her hands to give Qin a compliment, although last moment she wanted to whack Qin. Qin skimmed his lips, although spending nearly 100 treasure coins made him feel a bit of pain, but in order to be able to go home to see Yan Yuqing earlier, all of this was worth it. As for whether or not it will be noticed by the monitors, it didn't matter. Anyway, we had already reached the near core of the map, and even the Watchers couldn't use powerful destructive means like lightning storms with impunity. With a quick find of the fife and drum, you can treat the Watchers like air. If it wasn't for the fact that there weren't enough treasure coins, Qin would have long wanted to just change a tank out and step over the clamor ahead. Chen Qianhe watched Qin as a money-scattering boy on the co-pilot, envious and heartbroken. She looked at Qin blearily. Brother, is there a share for me? Yes, of course. What does Chizuru want? Qin moved closer to her. Well, Chizuru wants to make a contract with her brother. Is that okay? Chen Qianhe's head throbbed as he spoke his heart out. What did you say? A contract? Qin looked at the young girl in disbelief. Didn't you hear what your sister Jiangyan said just now? Signing a contract will kill you if you mess up. Chen Qianhe nodded. I heard that, but if the master-servant contract is in place, brother will not be harmed. She tilted her face up and exclaimed. I want to make a master-servant contract with you. Chapter 89 Modifying Vehicles. No, aren't you fooling around? Qin waved his hand back and forth. But, there's no need to say anymore. This matter is absolutely not okay. Signing this kind of contract is tantamount to killing. I won't let you take this kind of risk. Qin interrupted Chen Qianhe's words. But why did you sign a contract with Yan Yuqing? Chen Qianhe asked. Qin sighed. Because I didn't realize that signing a contract would bring about such serious consequences. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have signed this kind of unequal contract with Yan Yuqing. That's right. Chen Qianhe uttered a muffled cry. She was a little depressed. If she had mentioned something like signing a contract earlier before Jiang Yan arrived, would Qin have agreed? By then, she was also the one who had paid for him. Would she not be qualified to compete with that Yan Yuqing, whom she had never met, and have the capital to do so? It's just a shame that it didn't think of that ahead of time and made a big mistake. Chen Qianhe was sullen in her heart. She always felt that according to this level of payment, she was afraid that she would not have the power to fight in front of Yan Yuqing. However, it was not in keeping with her character to give up her hard-to-find brother just like that. What can be done to turn things around? Qin could see the young girl's thoughts. Although she was physically mature, her mentality was still a long way from maturity. Comparing everything was a favorite thing for a youngster of her age to do. But feelings, as such, are not quantifiable. Pay as much or as little as you want. When it feels right, nothing is a problem. If two people are not on the right frequency, then no matter how much one party licks and pays, the future is hardly fruitful. Qin was also a licking dog for a while before he realized this truth. He saw Chen Qianhe, who was full of himself at this time, inexplicably remembered his own self when he was young, full of fervent hope, full of energy, full of youthfulness. Use your little head before you speak, not to mention the cost behind the contract. Even if you were allowed to make a contract with me, what would the contract be? Qin rubbed Chen Qianhe's hair and asked with a smile. Content? Chen Qianhe hadn't really considered signing anything specific. She had said such words purely out of a comparative mentality, so she was visibly confused after Qin asked this. Jiang Yan shook her head and looked at Qin with a face of indignation. You lay your hands on such a green and ignorant girl. Are you still a human being? Qin gas in the carriage straight stomping feet. Obviously this is not worry about the little girl with a piece of cowhide like sticking to me. How the whole half also became I do it to her. Is there any justice in heaven? Is there any law of the land? Is there any trust between people? Besides, they're all adults, so what if they went down on her? Is this some kind of hurtful thing? Qin wanted to break up a fight with Jiang Yan, but the more he looked at her, the more he wanted to beat her up, so for the sake of the subsequent team action, he held back his depression and did not say anything. Grandma Li's Kongyun, after receiving the license, I must ruthlessly kick you to the southern hemisphere, to see if you are still here to force the force. Is it okay to talk about love content? Chen Qianhe thought for half a day before returning with some embarrassment. Kongyun sniffed and rolled her eyes. This ninny is hopeless. Although Qin was used to Chen Qianhe's shocking speech, this brainchild of a love contract still caught him off guard. I lost. Well, that topic is terminated. Let's talk about the race plan in a bit. With a wave of his hand, Qin took out the map and spread it out on the tabletop. Chen Qianhe didn't expect the topic to change so quickly. She looked at Jiang Yan and winked at Qin. We are all on our own. No need to feel embarrassed. Just say what you want to say. Qin notices Chen Qianhe's small expression as he gently guides. Well, that is, the potion you gave to Sister Jiang Yan just now. Can you give me a copy as well? Chen Qianhe whispered. Her reason for requesting the potion wasn't greed, though, but rather fear that she would fall off the chain and drag her feet in the group competition later on. Of course, she also had the fear of not being able to compare to Kongyun in it. A small token, take it is. Shinee exchanged one copy of each of the potions that he could use and handed them over to Chen Xianhe. He never skimped when it came to such life-threatening matters. Their squad was now a grasshopper on a rope, and a squad member strengthening was the whole team strengthening, so as long as he could, Shinee would do his best to arm the two. Not to mention the two are more than teammates with him. Chen Xianhe held a bunch of bottles and jars in her hands, a little dumbfounded. She didn't have storage space and didn't know where to put these things. Shinee said helplessly, "The potion is good to take directly. It can last for 10 hours. Without waiting for the potion's statute of limitations to end, our mission should be completed. As for the pills, keep the important ones in your carry-on organizer, and put the infrequent ones in your backpack." After Shinee finished speaking, Chen Xianhe immediately did as he was told and quickly organized his hands. "Why does it feel like bringing up a child?" Shinee muttered twice in a low voice. Chen Xianhe was not a fool, but since Jiang Yan came, he felt that this niece was slow to speak and do things. Really weird. After solving Chen Xianhe's problem, Shinee looked at Jiang Yan and inquired, "Do you have a car?" Jiang Yan nodded. "Yes, but the body is very thin and the floor is too low. It shouldn't be suitable for racing activities in this environment. I'm going to be in a car with you guys." Shinee thought about it briefly and thought that it would be fine. His buggy had plenty of horsepower and wasn't much slower than a lightweight compact vehicle. And, as emphasized in the rules, the difficulty of squad racing is not racing, it's confrontation. In a squad race, the terrain must be extremely complex, and an ordinary low-chassis sports car will have to get stuck when it encounters a raised road with high steps. I'm afraid, off-road vehicles have a much greater advantage in dealing with complex road conditions. Moreover, the buggy has a lot of space, which can fully meet the needs of two people fighting in multiple directions at the same time, and there is no one person in trouble. Many people watching scenario. Fine, then you fight with us, but in that case the car will have to be remodeled. Shinee greeted the two men and stepped out of the car, removing the spare iron armor from the car and reinforcing the weak points of the bodywork for a second time. Seeing this, Kongyun drove her pulling muscle car around, removing what armor she could. Shinee exchanged a set of welding equipment from the treasure coin mall and installed the armor. The three of them were so busy that the whole buggy was transformed like a king's shell. However, this adds so much weight to the car that speed becomes a big issue. Chapter 90 Entering the race. Although Kongyun had removed the nitrogen acceleration unit from her car, it only worked for a couple dozen seconds, and the boost wasn't too great. Shinee thought about it. Since Seeking Stability had modified the vehicle to be so heavy and slow, if he wanted to win, he would only be able to start with the advantages of this vehicle. Obviously, the biggest advantage of this car is that it is resistant to beatings. Even if it receives 2 rockets, Shinee feels that it will not fall apart. Secondly, this vehicle has the advantage of having a lot of roof space to plant many weapons. There was no shortage of high lethal weapons for them. Shinee had exchanged some, and Jiang Yan still had quite a few in her storage space, so this was not a problem. The only difficulty is how to get these weapons to explode in a concentrated manner. If there is a difference between the real race site and the rule introduction, the whole course is a flat avenue. Then Shinee modified this car. Steady loss. So, to be able to win even in this situation, they would need to have the ability to take out all the other participating vehicles within 10 seconds of the start of the race. By taking them all out before they can pick up speed, there is naturally no such thing as losing the race. Ideas have, how targeted modification of the vehicle roof. Shinee but cannot get the idea. Although he was usually interested in mechanics and military aspects, and often watched the transformation videos of DIY gods, but when it came to getting his hands on it himself, it was a completely different feeling. While he was fretting, Jiang Yan and Chen Xianhe were hotly discussing. One of these two was a former demon hunter squad leader of the Demon Hunting Bureau, proficient in the use of all types of firearms and with a wealth of combat experience. One of them is a member of the Earthly Bureau of Anecdotes, with a solid theoretical foundation and a good knowledge of astronomy and geography. So it is not too much to praise her as a contemporary Xiaozhuge. The two men finally settled on a modification for the roof weapon after a 10-minute long discussion. And then, like a marginalized person, Shinee leisurely but not quite at ease watched as the two men spliced and diced a bunch of long guns. Shinee was afraid that these two nieces would accidentally inspire which cannonball and blow the three of them into the sky. Fortunately, both of them were extremely good guys, and what Shinee was worried about did not occur. After another hour or so of waiting, the two men finally mounted the new modified weapon on the roof of the vehicle. Shinee couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes after seeing this mighty fellow. This thing, it's too big. Jiang Yan and Chen Xianhe assembled two multi-barrel 4 unlike combined machine guns that could rotate 180 degrees, and there were also many adjustable and simple gun ports placed on the side of the machine guns, each of which contained a rocket. There are a total of 7 gun ports, able to cover 360 degrees of the direction of the vehicle without dead angle. Truly no blind spot. Chen Xianhe had installed a remote firing device on the 7 gun ports, and as long as she pressed the button of the remote control in her hand, she was able to make the 7 gun ports fire at the same time. With this feature, they can roughly gauge the relative positions to their opponents after crossing the starting line during the waiting moments before the race starts. Then prepare the direction of the gun muzzle in advance and wait until the race is officially started and press the button the moment you cross the starting line. If the prediction was accurate, these 7 rockets alone would be able to wipe out the opponent's regiment. Because of the 3-person squad competition, each team had a maximum of 3 cars that could compete at the same time. So Qin Yi and his team only had a maximum of 6 enemy cars. But given the inaccurate measurements, the two didn't cut corners on the combined machine gun portion. These 2 combined machine guns could empty Qin Yi and Zhang Yan's reserves of various types of bullets within 10 seconds. The muzzle will overheat, of course, but it's only a 10-second battle, and the follow-through won't matter. If any of the vehicles managed to escape the rocket attack, the 2 combined machine guns that could accurately cover a distance of 300 meters from the front and back of the vehicle would be a nightmare for those vehicles, directly letting them know what it meant to be a hornet's nest. Of course, it does not exclude enemies who drive heavy trucks or modified vehicles covered with steel armor like Qin Yi. For this kind of opponent, Qin Yi was not afraid in the slightest. The speed of this kind of vehicle is bound to be not too much different from them. If the unusual rockets cannot destroy it, then the anti-tank artillery that Qin Yi gave to Zhang Yan earlier will come in handy. With a depth of penetration of over 100 millimeters, you can easily pierce through a light tank and destroy your little armored buggy. It's like a descending blow. With everything taken care of, the trio drove confidently in the battle-pulled buggy and followed the group forward. Due to the time spent on remodeling the vehicles and upgrading the equipment, the vehicles that were originally before Qin Yi had already entered the field. Qin Yi had thought that he would have to wait for a while, but he didn't realize that there were very few multiplayer race teams, and each group had to be matched for more than 10 minutes. He took a chance and submitted his vehicle information, but didn't expect to be immediately paired with a 3-person race team. After viewing the display, Qin Yi realized that his 2 groups of opponents, one had been waiting for 2 hours and the other for 40 minutes. It seems that no one is stupid enough to realize the low probability of survival in a multiplayer race. But this also leads to the problem that the guys who dare to compete without splitting up and forming a multiplayer team are opponents with a couple of tricks up their sleeves, and the probability of running into a point-giving little chicken is very low. However, Qin Yi's side was going to be even tougher. After a successful match, a robot led Qin Yi and the other 2 groups of participants to the gate. After observing the other 2 teams, Qin Yi realized that they weren't as exaggerated as his whole thing. One team opted for a 3-vehicle tactic with a performance sports car, a heavy-duty truck, and a motorcycle. All 3 vehicles are unarmored and unarmed and look very plain. Apparently, this team is using racing tactics, using heavy trucks to set up obstacles and ensure that the motorcycles and sports cars can move forward without distractions. The other team opted for a 2-vehicle tactic. Both vehicles were off-road vehicles similar to Qin Yi's, but without the added firearms. After all, guys as wealthy as Qin Yi were ultimately in the minority. These ordinary contestants, even if they were able to find sufficient weapons, they did not have the tools to put them together and remodel them. So naturally, they were not as powerful as Qin Yi's magical modifications. Qin Yi was relieved when he saw the situation of the elders of the other 2 teams. The 6 people from the other 2 teams did not have such a relaxed expression as Qin Yi's when they saw his magically modified car. The 6 of them were surprisingly consistent, having gone so green that their mothers didn't recognize them. It's too much. Did this kid move an arsenal to compete? However, after they had already signed up they couldn't change it, and although the 6 people from the other 2 teams were scared in their hearts, they could only drive forward with their heads held high. The 6 of them exchanged glances and seemed to have reached some sort of tacit understanding. Chapter 91. The race begins. 3 teams, 6 cars in all, quickly drove up into the white box of the competition area. After the system reviewed the information of the 3 cars as well as the information of the participants, the race was automatically confirmed. And then, a dazzling bright light shone from the white box, wrapping the 6 vehicles. When the white light faded, Qin Yi and the others were astonished to find that they had been teleported before the competition venue. 3 meters in front of their bodies stood a riser on which the 60-second countdown to the start of the race was counting down. Surrounding it was an earthen fortress, in which stretched a number of blackened lances aimed squarely at the pavement. Qin Yi frowned. The difficulty of this race was even greater than he had imagined. The first half of the track, before the cars get up to speed, is when the competition between the cars is at its most intense, when not only do you have to face a strong attack from the contenders, but you also have to deal with the long guns in the fortress, which is simply a difficult 1,000 meters for the contenders to cross. Moreover, Qin Yi did not believe that only the beginning section had a fortress. The further back he went, the more difficult this section was expected to be. After pondering over the matter, Sheenie exchanged all of his remaining Bao Qian coins for rockets to prevent the battle from getting intense later on and not having time to perform the purchase operation. As the seconds reading on the screen in front of him gets closer and closer, Sheenie's fingers gripping the steering wheel gradually ooze out wet sweat. Even when he was previously fighting against the demonic creature squad, he had never been so nervous. It's quite a bad feeling to be pointed at by a dozen heavy machine guns in the opening game. As the readout ended, the engines of the 6 cars instantly roared to life. At the same time, Jiang Yan pressed the remote control in her hand. 5 rockets were quickly fired from the barrels, striking the 5 surrounding race vehicles. The initial velocity of the rocket was not fast, and although Kong Yun had already meticulously predicted the relative positions to the other 5 cars, her debugging wasn't really accurate because the reading time was too short. The 5 rockets hit only 2 vehicles, one being that heavily targeted truck, and the other hit was an equally reinforced SUV. The remaining 3 rockets, all of which missed their targets, struck the rear of the target vehicle. It wasn't that Kong Yun's predicted gap was too large, but because those 3 cars had turned on their nitrous acceleration the first moment they started the race. This gave them too much speed and instantly opened up a gap with the 3 cars behind them. Moreover, that heavy truck also turned on the acceleration at the first time, but because the vehicle is too heavy, the effect is not too obvious after turning on the acceleration. It is only in the position of Qin Yi's off-road vehicle slightly in front of him, and failed to open the gap with him. After being hit by the rocket, the local SUV quickly counterattacked. Its front windshield had been completely removed. The driver followed behind Qin Yi's car, driving with one hand and designing towards Qin Yi with a submachine gun in the other. Crackling like popping beans like gunshots rang out behind him. Qin Yi completely ignored his attack. A gun like a submachine gun, while extremely terrifyingly lethal to humans at close range, was still too much of a brother against double reinforced steel armor. And, because of the erratic accuracy of the drive, not too many bullets were dumped into the back of the car. What made Qin Yi feel nervous was the heavy truck that overtook him by 1 car length. That car's compartment took a rocket, but it didn't seem to have any effect on it. It was always accelerating. Qin Yi felt that this guy was getting faster and faster. Although no one on the heavy truck attacked him, Qin Yi had a bad feeling in his heart. He watched the exchange of glances between the other 2 teams of contestants during the opening round. He was far more armed than the other 2 teams, so they would definitely team up to finish him off before jockeying for position. The 3-man team now had 2 men and 2 cars at the front, and the 2-man team had 1 man and 2 cars at the front, and they maintained a delicate balance and did not engage in attacking each other. Instead, for his own team, Qin Yi felt the murderous aura of the other 2 teams through the several layers of iron skin of the vehicles. Being the strongest, it was normal for one to beat 3. But what made Qin Yi panic was that he couldn't see through their tactics. The heavy truck, which looked like it belonged to Ben Heavy, kept accelerating and was going faster than even his own SUV at full speed. Although he was still sort of neck and neck with it right now, Qin Yi knew that if a few more minutes went by like this, that heavy truck would definitely overtake him. When the time comes, on such a narrow road with 2 lanes in each direction, if it deliberately slows down and presses itself, then it can do nothing about it, unless it can be completely scrapped with rockets. But looking at the solidity of its vehicles, it's not worth wasting a lot of ammo that way. And, what if, after it crossed itself, it didn't just want to control its speed and crush itself, but wanted to brake sharply and use the truck bed to flatten itself? Qin Yi felt that no matter what, he couldn't let this truck overtake him. If he let him get to the front of his vehicle, it would have countless ways to disgust him by then. Even if it just scatters an iron nail on the ground, it is able to make Qin Yi depressed for a while. Thinking of this, Qin Yi decisively pressed the switch on the only bottle of nitrogen. Are we going to go out and shoot it down? Chen Xianhe in the carriage was a little anxious. The bullets shot from the rear car were not painful to the vehicle, but the feeling of being under constant attack made her very insecure. She couldn't help but ask Jiang Yan, but the latter just pressed the sunroof cover of the SUV and didn't let Chen Xianhe probe. The machine gun in the fortress was spitting fire snakes from the start of the race, and although it was slow to steer and hit, a few bullets hit the car. Moreover, this kind of bullet can make a dent in the body, and the bullet power is already on the level of a machine gun. Probe under this rain of bullets, and if you get caught in the lottery, your head will instantly disappear from your body. The risk was too great, and Kong Yun didn't want to take any chances. Relying on her strong computational skills, she was calculating the frequency and angle of the bullets from the fortress machine guns that were sporadically hitting the car, quietly waiting for a moment of safety. Chen Xianhe didn't have this in mind. She only wanted to open the top cover, copy the bazooka on top, and blast that car in the back to pieces with a single shot. The car had already taken 1 shot. The armor was pretty much falling apart. 1 more and it would have disintegrated absolutely instantly. Chen Xianhe felt great even thinking about that scene, but the cautious Kong Yun didn't let her go out and risk her life. Even though her strong intuition told her that there was no danger of the probe going out to fight at this point, but Jiang Yan is too imposing. Chen Xianhe did not dare to convince her with his own feelings, so he could only obediently sit on the car seat, waiting with bated breath for the moment when the top cover lifted. The two were listening intently and waiting impatiently when they realized that the speed of the car had steeply accelerated, and Kong Yun, who stood bowed in the carriage, almost fell. Chapter 92 Defeating the Heels. The two of them turned their heads to look and realized that Qin Yi had actually used their only bottle of nitrogen. This prop was not exactly rare, but unfortunately, there was only one bottle in the seemingly rich team of three. Moreover, Qin Yi, this guy, felt that the cost-effectiveness of exchanging precious coins for nitrogen bottles for this kind of thing was too low. Far better to get a few rockets, so he didn't replenish his nitrogen bottles at all. This is the only bottle available. Use it up or it's gone. Hey, why are you putting the kibosh on the kibosh now? Kong Yun's definition of a nitrogen bottle is that it can instantly increase the speed and catch the enemy off guard. And it is the kind of thing that can be used to win at critical moments. I'm afraid I won't get a chance to use it again. Qin Yi felt the ample pushback and watched the car soar to the end of the speedometer, feeling very refreshed. But the nitrogen bottle only lasted a brief 10 seconds or so, and the SUV, for all its toughness, didn't get to see the taillights of the first three cars to leave in those 10 seconds or so, nor did they see the wreckage of their vehicles destroyed on the road. So it seems that the 1,000 meter fortress machine gun formation that started this race didn't actually do much. It's more like a nasty little setup that the space constructors purposely made to scare the contestants. If this thing is so strong that it opens up in seconds all of the contestants like they're mowing down wheat, then the show won't be pretty. Although he did not catch up with the first three cars, Qin Yi did not feel dejected. That modified motorcycle itself was fast, and Qin Yi saw that it had been made weightless. So on this track where every car was loaded with steel armor, it was a deserved speed champion. But it's also extremely forgiving, and taking even one shot will remove it from this game. Qin Yi didn't think that the setup in front would be as flowery and impressive as the fortress machine gun array at the very front of the track. If that were the case, there would be no need to emphasize the difficulty of the course for a three-person race in the race rules. As for the other muscle racer, while it's quite a bit more forgiving than a motorcycle, with small caliber bullets unable to penetrate body armor, the weakness of the low chassis can be fatal. The track at this time is the kind of broken asphalt road, not flat, and Qin Yi looked at a distance once found a lot of obstacles ahead. Want to maintain the speed in this kind of road surface? Extremely difficult. What really made Qin Yi feel like a formidable enemy was the SUV that disappeared from his view along with the two speedsters. The buggy was similar to his own vehicle and had a lot of steel armor mounted on it, so if the rockets didn't hit it in a weak spot, it could tough it out for two shots. Its teammate, the very same SUV that was still in hot pursuit behind Qin Yi, which had received a rocket, had only a driver in it. That means there was a driver and a passenger in the SUV that had gotten away in front of them. This king-sized shell of a buggy, with a passenger who can flexibly counterattack, would be invincible if it were engaged with two vehicles from another team. Even if you were to go up against it yourself, it would be dangerous. His own vehicle, at the moment, seemed to be traveling at a speed that was far inferior to that SUV, so even if the two vehicles were close, Qin Yi's vehicle was at the back of the pack. In this way, Qin Yi's side was only able to shoot from the back to the front, and the rockets were able to hit the back of the buggy in front of them, and it took at least two shots to make it lie down. And if the vehicle in front happened to have a bazooka as well, it would only need to hit a single shot to be able to blow Qin Yi's SUV with a weak front face to pieces. Fighting like this has an extremely high risk factor. However, these are all issues that need to be considered only later. Qin Yi now only wants to dry smash these two vehicles that have teamed up to attack him. It'll be over in a minute. Qin Yi looked at the nitrogen that had bottomed out and reminded Jiang Yan and Chen Xianhe at the back. Jiang Yan observed the situation next to her from the window slit. Under Qin Yi's steep acceleration, the vehicle had already overtaken the heavy truck by about half a meter. Kong Yun quickly lifted the roof of the SUV and adjusted the muzzle of the cannon to the angle she had predicted, and then she quickly pressed the launch button and closed the top to retract into the car. Boom! The moment Qin Yi's acceleration time ended and the car's speed dropped, rockets shot out of the bazooka. At this time, the heavy truck accelerated. Qin Yi lowered his speed, and the buggy's compartment position was exactly flush with the cab of the heavy truck. The rocket hit the cockpit of the heavy truck with unerring accuracy. After a pop, the simply reinforced door of the heavy truck was instantly blown apart, and the driver in it was killed by the broken pieces. Without the driver's control, the vehicle dropped steeply and instantly went sideways. Qin Yi kicked the gas and hurriedly drove to a safe position in front of him, but the SUV in the back wasn't so lucky. The driver, who was struggling to catch up with Qin Yi with his submachine gun, was still staring at Qin Yi's vehicle with his eyes spitting fire, but he did not expect an instant explosion in front of his eyes that caught him off guard. Before he could react, the heavy truck had lost its balance and rolled onto its side. The oddly long carriage stuck the entire roadway at an instantaneous diagonal. the driver of the SUV struggled to apply the brakes, but the two vehicles were simply too close for him to control. The SUV slammed hard into the heavy truck, twisting the vehicle horribly out of shape and crushing the driver inside. Shinee whistled and continued to try to catch up forward. He didn't know what the overall track length was, so he had to give full chase to be sure, but the situation at hand was decidedly unfavorable. Shinee throttled down to the bottom and couldn't see the taillights of the first two cars. Moreover, the further we drove, the flatter the terrain ahead became, and there were no obstructions like fortress machine guns around the road. Have I made a mistake in my judgment? Is this just a simple one-way racing track? Doubts flooded Shinee's heart. As much as it was hard to believe that this race would go down as such an easy one, the realistic scenario of not seeing the front taillights and not knowing the length of the track was too much of a concern. Shinee Hart decided to use his own strange trick. Kanyun's strange moves were not worth mentioning in front of his strange moves. Chizuru, come to my side and be ready to help me drive. Shinee waved his head back and called for Chen Xianhe. What do you mean? Are we switching places? Chen Xianhe did not understand Shinee's words. I'm going to have to figure out how to use the Jade of Time with this vehicle, and it has the potential to drain me. So I need you to be ready to take over at all times or the vehicle may tip over. Good, but what is the Jade of Time you mentioned? Chen Xianhe inquired curiously. A treasure that can change the flow of time. Whether we can turn the tide or not depends on it. Wow, there's this kind of magical treasure? Brother, you wouldn't be the young master of some hidden great family, would you? Chen Xianhe exclaimed in tiny shock. Chapter 93, A Strange Trick. I'll tell you when I finish the competition. For now, you have to get energized and try to do the things I explained. Shinee had no interest in joking with Chen Xianhe as he said in a serious manner. The Jade of Time he hadn't actually studied to understand, and based on his experience when using it before, Shinee could arbitrarily utilize the stagnation and acceleration of time to change his position. Moreover, the amount of mental energy consumed in response to the changes made to one's body was not too much. However, Shinee was able to clearly feel the mental exertion when he used objects such as the Cloud Ming sword during the time change. This indicated two things. The first being that using the Jade of Time would result in varying degrees of mental energy consumption, so try not to use this treasure when you were extremely tired. The second was that Shinee could not only change his own speed relative to other objects in a state of temporal speed or temporal slowdown, he could also similarly change the speed of certain objects relative to other objects. But he currently did not know if the objects being accelerated or decelerated relatively could only be touched by him in order to do so. Shinee felt that there were two possibilities. The first possibility was that the Jade of Time was able to affect items within his range of contact, such as the Cloud Ming sword held in his hand and the clothes he wore on his body. The second possibility was that the influence of the Jade of Time was not a single object, but a piece of spatial range. As long as the items within the range it could cover would follow Shinee's temporal regulation and speed up or slow down accordingly. However, the only thought for both possibilities is about to be verified. Shinee gripped the steering wheel with both hands, surprisingly feeling a little nervous. If the logic of Toki no Tama's use is in line with the first guess, then by the time he slows down the time, the steering wheel in his hands will be detached from the vehicle, and his entire body will hit the front windshield of the car hard. If the logic of using the Jade of Time is consistent with the second conjecture, then by the time he slows down time, the entire vehicle, as well as the items in it, will remain in its current relative state, but the vehicle is twice as fast as the rest of the reference. Regardless of which conjecture it is, spiritual energy is bound to be consumed. In order to prevent consuming too much spiritual energy and fainting instantly himself, Shinee once again explains the seriousness of the matter to Chen Xianhe. The girl, Za, blinked and nodded. Move one hand out of the way. I'm going to sit over there. Just as Shinee was about to use the Jade of Time, Chen Xianhe gently poked his shoulder. Where are you going to sit? Shinee looked at her in confusion. Of course it is to sit on your lap. Chen Xianhe bad smile. If you instantly fainted. I climbed over from the passenger side of the work. The car early overturned. Anyway, sooner or later you have to sit over there. It's better to sit late than early. Do it early and enjoy it. Even though Shinee was used to Chen Xianhe's amazing quotes, he was once again stunned speechless at this moment. Jiang Yan's face turned red when she heard Chen Xianhe's words. While what she said made extreme sense, there was something about mulling over the words that felt very wrong. After Shinee paused for 2 seconds, he still left the steering wheel with one hand and swept Chen Xianhe over. Woohoo! Sitting on brother's lap is much more comfortable than this broken seat. Chen Xianhe wiggled his butt happily. Shinee silently recited the Bible in his heart, fearing that he would not be able to press himself and cause the car to be destroyed. Shani's body is soft and exudes a fresh fragrance. Shinee takes a few deep breaths before finally pulling out the Jade of Time smoothly. I'm going to start, Shinee reminded somewhat nervously. Aha, don't worry, I've got it. Chen Xianhe made a rare serious gesture of okay towards Shinee. Then she seemed to feel that the sitting position was not too comfortable and twisted again. Sheenie did not care to feel her small movements anymore as he quickly sank his spirit into the jade of time. With the arrival of the time-slowing state, Sheenie feels that the time around him is rapidly slowing down, and at the same time, the entire vehicle winds up on the road at 2 times the speed of just now. Sure enough, it can be like this. Fantastic. Sheenie felt the extreme comfort in his heart as he flushed 10 bottles of nitrogen like speed. Brother, it's awesome. Chen Xianhe was filled with incredulity as she looked at the scenery that was quickly skimming in front of her, her little mouth unable to close in surprise. Don't move. Sheenie rested his chin against her shoulder, straining to keep his eyes on the road ahead in case an obstacle suddenly appeared to catch him off guard. Humph, so it's such a treasure. Then why don't you just let Chen Xianhe drive? Jiang Yan looks at the two people with ambiguous postures with a look of contempt, and her voice leisurely reaches Qingyi's ears. Qingyi's old face blushed. This, ahem, after all, it's my first time too. It's normal to be unfamiliar. Shay, whatever. Hurry up and catch up with those 3 cars. I can't wait. Jiang Yan skimmed her mouth. Brother, it's my first time too, and I can't wait. Chen Xianhe rubbed the back of his head against Qingyi's face. Get lost, Qingyi scolded. Oh, so fierce, Chen Xianhe cried. A minute later, Qingyi had already seen 2 vehicles directly in front of him that were driving side by side. Dirt bikes and muscle racers. No motorcycles in sight for now. If it didn't fall off the road, then it should be further ahead. Get ready to meet the enemy. Qingyi stepped on the gas and drove towards the middle of the 2 cars. Kanyan opened the top cover and turned the bazooka above the vehicle, aiming it at the center of the 2 cars in front of her. Shoo! After measuring the angle, she pressed her jade finger lightly, aimed at the center of the 2 cars, and pulled the trigger. After a loud bang, the 2 vehicles were flung to the sides by the airwaves generated by the rocket explosion. The muscle racer was lifted straight off the road because it was so light and rolled several times before coming to a stop. The buggy was sturdy, but the tires weren't bulletproof, and with one shot, both of its rear wheels were flat. The wheel blew out, but the car didn't lose its balance and the buggy was still moving forward quickly. However, no matter how fast it was, it couldn't be faster than the 2 times faster Qingyi. In an instant, Qingyi's vehicle passed through the smoke and arrived in front of it. Kangyan turned the gun around and pulled the trigger of the combined firearm. In an instant, 12 7mm caliber anti-material bullets, 9mm submachine gun bullets, 7 62mm rifle rounds, and shotgun shells containing dozens of steel balls all flew out of the 4 unimaginable combined firearms. Bullets of varying sizes and speeds and power wove a web that wrapped the rear SUV. The occupants of the rear SUV opened the top and tried to counterattack with a bazooka, but were instantly killed by the impenetrable bullets and the bazooka exploded. Boom! This formidable foe dissipated into the yellow sandy arena. There's one last one left. Qingyi glanced at Chen Xianhe, and after seeing that there was no abnormality on her face, he slammed on the gas, and quickly rushed forward along the road. She seems to have adapted to this cruel law of the game. Chapter 94: The Dagger in the Sky. As for Kangyun, this kind of escape game was worthless in front of the brainwashing she had endured from the Demon Hunting Bureau. Qingyi wasn't worried about her mental state at all. On the contrary, Qingyi frowned as he seemed to be getting colder and colder. After continuing to move forward for more than 10 seconds, Qingyi finally saw the guy riding a motorcycle in the wind, and he gave a hard kick on the gas and slammed straight towards him. So fierce, Chen Xianhe couldn't help but call softly. In the next moment, Qingyi ran out of energy and fainted straight downward. After Chen Xianhe froze for half a second, she hurriedly pressed her back against Qingyi's body to prevent him from continuing to fall. Then she took over the steering wheel and drove instead. It's really fainting. Is it going to be okay? Chen Xianhe's heart is very anxious. She wanted to turn her head to see the state of Qingyi, but helpless against his sliding body is already strained, but also have to concentrate on driving. She also has no time to care. The car has slowed down. No, it's the time slowdown that's gone away. Kangyun felt the scenery around her return to normal as she hurriedly opened the roof cover of her car and picked up her sniper rifle to aim at the motorcycle rider in front of her. In this normal state, the motorcycle was going quite a bit faster than their buggy full of steel armor, so if they couldn't kill him quickly, then the road conditions would be the same as they were now, and there was no chance of them ever catching up to the motorcycle rider again. The motorcycle rider in front of him, Feng, had felt the threat of death, and could not understand how an off-road vehicle loaded with steel armor and equipment could manage to almost catch up with his racing motorcycle racer built for speed. The man who was all alone, could do was wince and keep driving forward, expecting the SUV behind him to disappear in his rearview mirror the next moment. The next moment, however, the buggy was really getting away from him. The motorcycle rider thought that the heavens had listened to his prayers and exercised grace on him, but in the next moment, a bullet wrapped in the power of death easily passed through the carbon fiber motorcycle helmet and shattered his skull. The last competitor, Pawn, Kang Yun sighed in relief and slowly lowered the sniper rifle in her hand. It was a simple matter for her to predict trajectories, but that shot just now seemed to have drained all of her stamina. Because she only had one shot to spare, and if the first shot failed to hit, then by the time the motorcyclists turned into the continuous lane that snaked ahead over the short hill, they would have no chance of catching up, whether they survived the race or not. The initiative is in the hands of the motorcycle riders. Fortunately, the Demon Hunter Bureau's cultivation of Kang Yun over the past decade or so was still useful, and this shot, at least, didn't embarrass the Demon Hunter squad leader. Sister, look outside. Jiang Yan had just breathed a sigh of relief and was about to check Qin Yi's condition when Chen Qianhe suddenly exclaimed. She didn't have time to think about it and pressed her face into the gap in the iron sheet to see what was happening. Outside the window, on both sides of the road, an extremely large number of gun emplacements appeared, the whole slowly turning their guns and aiming at their SUV. Chen Qianhe's foot on the gas pedal trembled slightly. With such a number of batteries, even without accuracy, a round of flanking fire would be able to give them enough of a headache. When did they appear? Kang Yun rubbed her eyes and asked incredulously. Right after you killed that motorcycle rider. They just appeared on both sides of the road out of nowhere as if they had come out of the ground. Chen Qianhe's forehead seethed with sweat as he quickly replied. After killing a motorcycle rider? Kang Yun chanted a few words. Does it mean that these turrets will only appear if we wrestle to the last team? Sister, look, something new has appeared up ahead. Chen Qianhe saw the change appear in front of him and hurriedly reminded Jiang Yan. Kang Yun crouched forward, half of her body leaning against the passenger side of the car, looking out at the road in front of the car. In the distant sky, a page of extremely vast void screen appeared, on which the details of the map ahead were clearly engraved. There was a prominent countdown on the void screen, which was supposed to be the time for the screen to disappear, and the countdown was only 60 seconds long. Jiang Yan took out the heart-centering pill that Qin Yi had given her earlier and swallowed it, then took out the memory-collecting potion and drank it all in one go. When she killed the motorcycle rider just now, Jiang Yan did not choose to use the rare medicines that Qin Yi had given her. She trusted herself more than these external gains, and thought that with her great predictive powers she could solve the trouble, which in fact she did. But now, memorizing a huge whole map in 60 seconds is completely impossible. Not to mention the fact that the map was also labeled in detail with the data of various weapons and their response times. So if you wanted to memorize such a complicated data in your head, you would have to be a Superman. Moreover, the data of the weapon on the map contained its attack interval as well as its range, and Kang Yun surmised that she would need to integrate this data before she could find a reasonable way to pass the level. However, at extremely fast speeds, this data can be said to be almost real-time, and Kang Yun must have extremely formidable data processing skills to be able to escape from a regulated but difficult racecourse. In order to ensure that his head will not be overclocked to blow up, Jiang Yan swallowed another brain pill. By now, she had piled on all the medicines she thought would be useful, and success or failure was only a minute away. 60 seconds passed quickly, and Kang Yun licked her lips as she looked at the disappearing screen with intent. Her spirit was in a state of extreme exuberance at the moment, and her thoughts were jumping around in her mind like a carp leaping through a dragon gate. Reduce speed to 130, maintain stability, and pass the straightaway ahead. Brake before the S-turn, wait for the end of the shelling ahead, and go through the S-turn as fast as you can. Slow down immediately after exiting the corner, stabilize the car at 80, drive evenly up the ramp, and accelerate as hard as you can on the descent. Jiang Yan methodically gave Chen Qianhe instructions, and the little ninny sitting in the driver's seat followed her command to drive with a cold sweat on her face. She is also an elite talent trained by the earth, and knows that Jiang Yan's judgment is reasonable, so despite the shells flying in front of and behind the body, she also completely trusts Jiang Yan's command. Moreover, Chen Qianhe had excellent car skills and could execute Jiang Yan's commands perfectly, so although the different-sized turrets on both sides of the road looked bluff, none of the shells hit them. And then what? Driving before a tall building like a soccer field, Chen Qianhe was blinded by two eyes. There seems to be a dead end in front of us. Jiang Yan did not issue a command, so Chen Qianhe lowered the speed of his car and stopped before the circular open field. The towering hemispherical building in front of her gave her a creepy feeling. Chapter 95 from Baby. Her senses, which were never wrong, must have something remarkable inside the venue. The edges of the circular field are all high walls, and only the side that extends from the road has a break in it that allows you to drive in. The most apprehensive part was that it was so dark behind the break that it was impossible to see the road ahead. Chen Qianhe turned his head and saw that Jiang Yan was gazing at her thoughts, the corners of her eyes slightly throbbing. She didn't bother her and quietly parked the car about 10 meters from the break. No turrets have been seen in this area and it should be safe for the time being. Chen Qianhe waited for about a minute before Jiang Yan finally broke away from her nervous state of thinking. She looked at Chen Qianhe and shook her head helplessly. What does it mean when sister shakes her head? Is it that she can't take this path? Chen Qianhe asked. No. Jiang Yan shook her head again bitterly and said wearily, this path, there is no solution. At least for me, it is not possible to count the way to live. What? Chen Xianhe asked incredulously. There is no solution? Her eyes were full of doubts. But if even you can't figure out the way to live, then who can complete such a difficult trial? Kang Yun sat down and said quietly, the end of the race is directly across from us, so as long as we drive forward in a straight line, we will be able to finish this race. Chen Xianhe sniffed and put down the handbrake to charge forward. Take it easy. Kang Yun continued. The inner wall of the hemisphere is loaded with 1,000 lances that can rotate freely, and they can rotate freely, and each of them can attack anywhere on the ground. These 1,000 machine guns create an impenetrable zone of death. Chen Xianhe asked unconvincingly, as long as the vehicle is fast enough, then it's perfectly possible to quickly rush past them before they've adjusted their angle like they did earlier to avoid the turret, right? Kang Yun shook her head. Just take a look. She took out a bazooka, opened the hood of the car, aimed at the dark space in front of her, and shot at it. The rocket quickly shot into the spherical area, and the bright yellow tail flame was extremely dazzling. But in just a moment, the bullets in the spherical area, which were as dense as raindrops, shattered the rocket that was still in midair. Do you think, with the speed of our vehicles, we can outrun the speed of the rockets? Chen Xianhe was astonished at the desperate scene happening in front of her, but she was unwilling to give up. She still had words she hadn't asked Qin Yi behind her, and mustn't die in such an unexplained manner. There's still some unused steel armor in the car. Let's reinforce it and maybe we'll be able to rush through. Chen Xianhe muttered to himself. It's no use. Its bullets are all armor-piercing. Our car can't withstand it no matter how reinforced it is. Not to mention that it's 1,000 guns. Even normal bullets can tear through the steel armor of this car. Kang Yun had run out of ideas about finding a way out, and she reclined back in her seat, rubbing her throbbing temples. Isn't there another way? No, and there's no way to back up. Chen Xianhe's voice trembled slightly. I don't understand why this obstacle exists. In that case, will anyone else be able to pass the competition? Kang Yun snorted. Through the competition? You're so naive. The guy behind the curtain, he's not even trying to get us through the competition. Our identity and purpose must have been spied by the builder of the space. And this sudden sphere is probably a countermeasure he has preset in the space to specifically target those of us who are skilled in the art. A hint of despair appeared in Chen Xianhe's eyes. If it was the guy who controlled space that was dealing with them, then it did seem like things would be difficult to see a turnaround. Is there really no other way? Chen Xianhe muttered as he looked at the blackened entrance in front of him. Survival and death were separated by less than 100 meters, but this unknown 100 meters was as difficult to cross as a moat at the moment. What happened? Why did you guys stop? Qin Yi woke up quietly. He felt the desperate atmosphere in the car, nerdily patting Chen Xianhe on his body. You're awake. Chen Xianhe looked at Qin Yi with great surprise. Of course, the energy consumption was too severe just now and I fainted, but there is no backlash from the laws of heaven and earth in this space, so there are no major problems. On the contrary, you guys, did you have a fight? Why is the atmosphere so gloomy? Qin Yi looked at Jiang Yan, who had an expression of hopelessness on her face, and asked suspiciously. Let her tell you about it. Jiang Yan didn't seem to have gotten out of her exhaustion yet. She pointed at Chen Xianhe and stopped talking. Qin Yi gently lifted and turned Chen Xianhe around so that she sat down facing her. Little Qianhe, what happened? Chen Xianhe recapitulated what had just happened to Qin Yi, who was momentarily at a loss after hearing it. Chen Xianhe sat on Qin Yi's lap, watching in fascination as Qin Yi pondered, wanting to ask the questions that were weighing on his heart, but afraid of disturbing him. Actually, Qin Yi was not thinking at this moment. He had understood the current situation after hearing what happened. A little genius like Jiang Yan with strong analytical skills paired with her own strong potions and pills couldn't even calculate the possibility of a successful escape, so it would be futile to think about it on her own. The only hope, as it stood now, was the little July in his head. Oh July, Sister July, Aunt July. Qin Yi ghostly wailed at July, who was nestled on the bed in a false sleep, trying to get the big man's attention. Little July was turned over to cover her ears. She kicked away the quilt and said with a puff of air, Hey, don't be afraid of encountering difficulties. Use your brain and think seriously, and work hard to overcome it. Come to me every time you're in trouble and ask me, can you get growth? Do you think I'm right? Qin Yi is very like to give July a violent chestnut. It is not you this guy to pick the task. Do not ask you to ask who. Moreover, what do you mean by every time you encounter difficulties? It is clearly every time you encounter life and death difficulties. This kind of life and death scene and no slow trial and error opportunity. Just a life. Death is nothing. There can be called a plug-in system does not ask for help. That is not stupid. However, Qin Yi didn't show it, although, July was able to gain insight into his thoughts. Good July. Good baby. You show your brother a clear path, and I'll treat you to a delicious meal in a hurry. Qin Yi's voice was tantalizing. Shay, I can't eat the delicious ones. So what's the point of bringing this up? Little July skimmed her mouth. But for the love of your name, baby, here's a little hint. Shin-ee was relieved. Since July said so, it meant that the situation in front of him was not a dead end. However, this system niece really likes others to call her baby. Every time to beg her half a day is not good. Called the baby, things will be solved. It seems that in the future to ask her to give tips can be directly from the baby to start. Chapter 96. Is it really you? Wash your ears. Shin-ee looked at little July with a fawning smile on his face. The key to breaking the deadlock is Chun-Shin-ha. July sat up from the bed, her expression much more formal. Chizuru? Shin-ee asked in a somewhat puzzled manner. She is only a small girl of the second rank, and her abilities can't be utilized in this space. How can we rely on her to break the game? July bristled. Don't underestimate her. The power of a wish is very strong. And, when the moist bead and the foam knot are truly combined to be effective, what they can do is quite terrifying. It's much more powerful than the highest grade treasure you have now. The Jade of Time. The knot of moisture is so powerful? Shin-ee exclaimed softly in disbelief. July waved her hand in disinterest. As I told you before, she and you share the same mind, and the best bond to communicate your minds is the knot of moisture. However, the knot of moisture is a spiritual treasure, and it can only work after you and she have developed a true bond of mutual love and sharing life and death. As of right now, it doesn't seem like you've developed those kinds of feelings for her, so I think it's better for you to cultivate your relationship first. Little July gloated. Otherwise, you'll just have to wait here until the show is over. Of course, I trust you, don't let me down. Oh, you wouldn't want a system as lovely as mine to perish after you, would you? July finished and disappeared. Shin-ee felt a great headache. Relationships are something that need to be nurtured. Where can they just arise? Especially if it's a mutual affection, which can't be cultivated by living together for decades. Right now the situation is critical and you, a scummy system, want to force me into a relationship. Is this not a joke? Shin-ee returned to his senses lifelessly and looked towards Chun-Shin-ha, who was gazing at him with a demented look on his face. Although this ninny was a bit nervous, but upon closer inspection, she was indeed a rare beauty, especially when gazed upon by such adoring to demented eyes as hers. It would somehow put one in an extra position of fulfillment. What are you looking at? Do I have flowers on my face? Shin-ee touches Chun-Shin-ha's head, pulling her back to reality. Well, I think, I'd like to ask you something, is that okay? Chun-Shin-ha stammered and twisted his body, seemingly a little embarrassed. With a twist of her small waist, Shin-ee almost spiraled into the sky. Wait, before we talk about things, I think you should go sit down next to me. Shin-ee supported Chun-Shin-ha's waist with both hands and moved her to the passenger side. Being sat on by this little ninny all the way up her thighs, she was about to go numb. Seeing the state you're in, you should have been holding it in for a long time. Go ahead, ask what you want to ask and I'll be sure to answer you properly. Shin-ee cupped the moistened bead in his hand and shook it toward Chun-Shin-ha. Chun-Shin-ha's eyes instantly brightened as she eagerly looked at Shin-ee and asked, I want to know, is your hometown in Linjiang City? The corners of Chun-Shin-ha's eyes trembled uncontrollably after he asked. She was afraid that Shin-ee would say yes, and even more afraid that Shin-ee would say no. Emotions buried in the heart for 10 years seemed to be raging at all times, ready to break through the door. Shin-ee was slightly stunned after hearing Chun-Shin-ha's question. He did not expect that the question Chun-Shin-ha held back for half a day to ask would be so simple. A moment later, a vague shadow suddenly flashed across his mind. Shin-ee finally realized where the sense of familiarity, if any, on Chun-Shin-ha came from. After a pause, Shin-ee shook his head. No, my hometown is not in Linjiang. The hot fire in Chun-Shin-ha's heart was instantly doused, and in this instant, she nearly cried out. Although she did not hold any preparations to find that figure shrouded in sunlight a long time ago, but now that she had managed to encounter Shin-ee, the guy who brought her a familiar feeling, she would still unconsciously overlap Shin-ee and that figure. It was sort of the expected answer, but after the release, she felt nothing but sadness. I didn't realize that I hadn't found the guy I'd had a crush on for half my life until I was on my deathbed. Moreover, Chun-Shin-ha was rationally clear that meeting him was not such a simple matter, but in her sensibility, she was certain that Shin-ee was the one. So the emotions she shows, the words and gestures she uses to show her love are all in accordance with her feelings, without fear and with passion. At this moment, thinking about what he had done earlier, Chun-Shin-ha only felt his face burning. She suddenly didn't know how to face Shin-ee. It must be annoying for him to be treated as a substitute for the emotional harassment he's been enduring. The more Chun-Shin-ha thought about it, the more ashamed she felt. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Shin-ee's eyes. Chizuru, my hometown isn't in Heiate, but I lived there for a while as a child. Shin-ee rubbed the girl's face and already roughly remembered who she was. Ha! Chun-Shin-ha violently tilted his face up. his surprised expression mixed with some hesitation. She wanted to immediately ask Chini about his address and experiences to try to see if she could match him with her memories, but was afraid that it was just a coincidence. If the comparison doesn't work, you'll be sad again, right? Chen Qianhe hesitated. Lin Jiang survived a major earthquake 10 years ago when it was on vacation and our family happened to go back to our hometown. Qini's fingers gently slid on Chen Qianhe's cheeks, and the windows on the girl's eyes poured out tears as if they had been opened. Really? You? Chen Qianhe howled and jumped into Qini's arms. She whimpered and couldn't say a complete sentence. I remember you. The guy who secretly followed me and threw snacks at my house. That was you, wasn't it? Qini hugged Chen Qianhe tightly and gently asked in her ear. After hearing these words, Chen Qianhe's hesitant heart finally settled down, and she cried out in excitement. Oh, it's you. You really didn't die. I knew that you're such a good person. You definitely won't die just like that. Chen Qianhe lived in Linjiang City when he was a child, and so did Qini, and the two families were only 1 kilometer apart. When Qini was in middle school, Chen Qianhe was still in elementary school, and the two should have never crossed paths. But on a drizzly afternoon, Qini finds Chen Qianhe, who was being bullied, in a narrow alley on his way home. At that time, although the little Chizuru was the tallest among his peers, he was introverted and soft, and only dared to hide in the corner and hold his head when he was bullied. She'd heard that getting hit on the head made you less smart, and she was also afraid of her mom and dad finding out about the color on her face. It wasn't until a normal afternoon, and one that was unbearable for Chen Qianhe, that things changed. On that day, Chen Qianhe had thought that the repulsive-looking girls who had pushed and shoved her would let her go home after whacking her a few times and spitting on her, as they always did. After all, the routine of the girls who bullied her, like clocking in to work, Chen Qianhe was already used to it. She could even manage to crouch down in a corner immediately upon seeing these people in a standard head-holding position. But that afternoon, things didn't go according to plan. Chapter 97 Past Events. The bullies were as excited as if they were on drugs, and they beat and cursed at Chen Qianhe, using as many of the dirtiest words as they could learn in their less than 10 years of life. Chen Qianhe didn't care about being scolded because it didn't hurt. She just buried her head and counted silently, taking in the physical pain she was suffering. She thought that if one day she possessed the abilities of those protagonists in novels, she would definitely break these bullies who bullied her into pieces, perhaps feeling that it wasn't exciting enough to be bullied so lightly every time. Several female voices surrounding Chen Qianhe chattered and discussed how they could make her suffer more. A few moments later, one of the girls suggested, "Why don't we take a nude picture of her, print it out and pass it out to her classmates?" Several of the girls screamed in unison. After Chen Qianhe heard their conversation, despair filled his body up and down in an instant. She could take the spit and the wax from these same-age varmints, but nude photos, something that made her dignity fall to the ground, she could never accept. Tiny Chen Qianhe couldn't defuse the bullying of 5 girls her age by force, so she begged. She prostrated herself on the ground and cried, asking them to let herself go. The 5 bullies were rather more excited to see her reaction. They chattered and shoved Chen Qianhe into the deserted narrow alley, and the girl who made the proposal of taking nude pictures was still saying smugly, "Hey, I really had a good idea." Chen Qianhe's heart was like ashes. She thought that if she was really bullied like this, she might as well die. The sounds of crying, talking, laughing, and cursing drifted out from the depths of the alley and happened to fall into the ears of Qini, who had come around to buy something. He could have gotten home quickly by taking the other road, but it happened to be his father's adult birthday, so on this day, he chose this after-school road with the cake store, the same road that Chen Qianhe passed through every day when he came home. Qini heard the cries and walked into the alley without hesitation. The 5 smaller girls were jolted by the sight of a senior boy 3 or 4 years older than them, and all of them felt an inevitable surge of fear, especially in such a narrow alley with no back roads. There was a timid girl who tried to run away. Qini blackened his face, grabbed the braid and threw her back. Then the girls, clutching their heads and shivering, became 6. Chen Qianhe sensed that Qini was saving her, but she was also afraid that he was an even more terrifying adult, so her tightened spirit was not eased. "This is my sister. If you dare to bully her again, next time I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Qini uttered these words to the 5 girls expressionlessly, and they instantly turned pale and silent. Although Chen Qianhe was also afraid, she knew deep down that if Qini's lie of scaring them was seen through, the bullying she would receive in the future would become more and more powerful. So she endured her fear and climbed up from the ground, standing beside Qini and pulling on the corner of his coat. The 5 girls shivered, not even daring to say anything to apologize. Qini cornered them and lectured them for 10 minutes before letting them go. Chen Qianhe looked at his back that was reassuring like a brother's, and listened to the unintelligible but high-class words that came out of his mouth. His heart was extremely comforted. "Little sister, it's okay, I'll take you home." While Chen Qianhe was still dumbfounded and pondering over Qini's difficult lecturing words, this ideological lesson had already ended unconsciously. looking at Chin Yi, who was enveloped by the last light of the slanting sun, and the bullies who were scattered and running away. Chen Xianhe felt at that moment that he was his god. She was too young to understand love, but the seeds were planted from then on. Chin Yi walked slowly in front, and she followed behind with great effort. Although she could only see this big brother's back, she felt relieved. After arriving at the cake store, Chin Yi bought his father's birthday cake and happened to have a little change left over. He glanced at the last cupcake lying alone in the counter and passed a questioning glance to the owner. "Want this cake?" the owner inquired. Chin Yi nodded. "This isn't enough money, but it's closing soon, so I'll sell it to you. And remember to come and take care of business more often in the future." The boss takes back his hand that was giving Chin Yi the change, smilingly looking at this mute and nervous little kid. Yes, Chin Yi, who had just entered middle school, was still not comfortable enough in dealing with the matter of strange adults, like those little girls he had just taught. But the difference was that those girls knew what they were doing was wrong, and they were scared to death, while Chin Yi was just nervous when dealing with strangers, and he was instantly in a soothing mood after his boss smiled. Chin Yi was holding the large cake. Half of his upper body was blocked. He laboriously tried to lift the small cake, but there was no more room to spare. After thinking about it, Chin Yi put the large cake down and lifted the small cake towards the door. "Here, it's for you. Don't cry. I'll cover you from now on." Chin Yi hands the cupcake to Chen Xianhe, who still has a tear-stained face, and then walks back into the store to re-hug the big cake that belongs to him. The cake covered his face, and the short Chen Xianhe tried to pat his feet to look at him several times, but couldn't see. Introverted, she carried the cake and walked behind Chin Yi. She kept counting in her mind, wanting to say thank you to Chin Yi in the next second and ask for his name, but walking straight to Chin Yi's door, she was unable to ask. "Goodbye." Chin Yi said goodbye to Chen Xianhe and hugged the cake back home. After stopping for a long time, Chen Xianhe paced home, chagrined and disoriented. She hated herself for being such a coward that she couldn't even say thank you. In the days that followed, she really wasn't bullied again, but instead some potential bullies stayed away from Chen Xianhe because of the bullies' additive descriptions of other people. Although the identity of Chin Yi's older brother was subsequently rumored to be the senior's boyfriend, she didn't care at all, and was even a bit pleased. The identity of brother is fake, but boyfriend can become real. Chen Xianhe became an island in her class, but her spirit, because of the sun-filled memories about Chin Yi, became strong and solid. Originally bent on pain and hatred, she was healed by that afternoon of kindness, and her heart gradually filled with love. She dreamed of becoming a gentle and kind person like Chin Yi, punishing evil and helping those poor people who were oppressed. This was also the opportunity for her to enter the earth soon after. However, in the matter of turning Chin Yi into his boyfriend, the tiny Chen Xianhe was somewhat powerless. She didn't know how to fall in love at all. After being enlightened by romance novels, she feels that if she likes someone, she has to give them something. So little Chen Xianhe, using his pitiful pocket money to accumulate more, finally bought a few very good snacks. She wanted to give it to Chin Yi. Chapter 98. Jiang Yin fainted, so she always crouched on the same street corner where they met after school or stumbled near the cake store, but squatting for many days, did not see Chin Yi, the sunny big brother. Chen Xianhe was both happy and worried about this, although she had rehearsed in her mind many times how to speak and act when she saw Chin Yi again, but thinking about that scene still gave her a heart-stopping feeling of wanting to run away. However, after not being able to wait for Chin Yi on a daily basis, she finally understood the taste of sorrow, but she did not dare to openly go to the door of Chin Yi's house to wait. Her face can at most withstand chance encounters. Purposeful waiting let her feel terrified. Due to the different release times, Chen Xianhe gave up this stupid method after a period of waiting. One afternoon, when she was sure that Chin Yi was not yet out of school, she quickly placed the snacks that she carried in her book bag every day, rubbing the packaging that was nearly broken, in front of Chin Yi's house. Then the wind left. When Chin Yi came home, he saw the snacks at the door and thought that his parents had bought them in advance. He ate them happily and didn't think about Chen Xianhe's side at all. At that time, Chin Yi had long forgotten Chen Xianhe to the ninth cloud. He was able to help a little kid like Chen Xianhe who was being bullied every now and then. Because he was the same kind of kid who was often bullied. He didn't realize the snacks weren't bought by his parents until they came home. How could Chin Yi's old man and mother not believe Chin Yi's words? They just thought it was their son's gluttony, stealing money to buy snacks. He almost got a beating for it. Chin Yi's old aggravation was so great that the snacks in his mouth didn't even smell good anymore. The next morning, Chen Xianhe went to school and realized that the snacks in front of Chin Yi's house were no longer there. She was happy for a while and was ready to continue saving up and feeding her prospective boyfriend. Then later on, apart from the standard once-a-month receipt of a snack drop, Chin Yi and Chen Xianhe no longer had any direct or indirect contact with each other. Things are strange. The follow-up. Chin Yi's parents summarized the law, specifically leave squatting. After realizing that it was a little girl who secretly put the snacks, they asked Chin Yi to figure out what happened. Xin Yi's parents are ready to invite Chen Qianhe for a meal one day. This kind of child with a grateful heart. They like it a lot. But before the program could be set up, Xin Yi's grandparents in his hometown got sick, and the family had to go back home to visit the old man. And that's exactly how they escaped the big earthquake. It was precisely for this reason that the meal where Chen Qianhe might have become Xin Yi's quasi-girlfriend was not arranged. After the earthquake, Chen Qianhe's family survived. After the situation stabilized, Chen Qianhe shuttled back and forth among the relief tents without finding Xin Yi. Later, she entered the earth and returned to Linjiang a few times in the middle of the journey, but the old site of Xin Yi's house there had completely changed. She asked people in the neighborhood if the family that lived there before the earthquake was still alive. Most of the answers I got were shakes of the head. There were so many deaths and injuries from the earthquake that the neighborhood is actually not the same as it was originally. They can only shake their heads, and it is up to the listener to savor whether the shake implies disappearance or death. Gradually, Chen Qianhe's memories of Xin Yi became more and more blurred. She only remembered that big brotherly boy with a light on his body, but that feeling of her heart thumping was growing deeper and deeper for her. So much so, that for the past 10 years she had struggled to find this feeling, but couldn't. She thought that Xin Yi died in that earthquake. For Xin Yi, on the other hand, it was not so complicated. After the earthquake, his parents, in order not to delay his studies, simply take him to stay in his hometown. The follow-up, although returned to Linjiang a few times, but also the attitude of revisiting the same place, so it was not known. As for Chen Qianhe, who delivered snacks, Xin Yi's parents did mention it from time to time, but as Xin Yi grows older, he recognizes more and more people and things, and gradually forgets her under the constant change of memory. At this time, after Chen Qianhe said the word Linjiang, the box of his memory was opened, and the memory of Chen Qianhe instantly returned to his mind. To Xin Yi, saving Chen Qianhe was just a random act of chivalry, and he never thought that such an act would bring her such a long time of grievances. Looking at Chen Qianhe, who was sobbing in his arms, Xin Yi has mixed feelings. He gently pats the girl's back. Little Qianhe, don't cry. When you go out, brother will buy you a cake to eat. Thank you. Chen Qianhe raised her tearful eyes and gazed deeply at Xin Yi. She finally said these two words that she had held in her heart for 10 years. Xin Yi was a bit touched, not expecting that the little girl who had casually helped him at that time would remember him for 10 years. What's more, I didn't expect that the little girl with a gray head and tear-stained face back then had now grown into a superb imperial-type beauty queen. Although he didn't raise it himself, Xin Yi still felt a hint of the joy of the foster system. Well, let's work out how to get out. And don't worry, I won't disappear this time. Xin Yi threaded the moistened beads onto his wrist and held Chen Qianhe's hand that was tied with a foam knot. A trembling sensation transmitted from the palms of their hands that were in contact, and both Xin Yi and Chen Qianhe felt a tremendous force. It is? Chen Qianhe looked at the foam knot on her wrist with disbelief. She had just felt an unspeakably great energy, and although this energy disappeared in just a moment, the feeling was extremely obvious. Xin Yi likewise felt this energy. He was puzzled and stunned. Could it be that in his own heart, his sister was really not a sister anymore? He turned his head to look at Kongyun with a bit of trepidation, only to find that the latter had somehow slumped down on the seat without a sound. Crap! What happened to Kongyun? Xin Yi hurriedly climbed from the driver's side to the back, and Chen Qianhe also reacted from his dismay. Carefully recalling Zhang Yan's earlier actions, Xin Yi came closer and realized that Zhang Yan's body was twitching slightly, and a very noticeable heat was coming from her. Xin Yi touches Zhang Yan's forehead and realizes that she already has a fever, conservatively estimating that it has to be more than 40 degrees, and if it continues like this, she's afraid that she'll burn to death alive. Chen Qianhe came over and said worriedly, when you were unconscious, a large screen with a lot of information appeared, and Sister Zhang Yan memorized everything on it. Also, he takes a lot of drugs, the kind that are supposed to boost brain power. Xin Yi pondered for a while and probably figured out the cause of Zhang Yan's pathogenicity. Zhang Yan was no different from an ordinary person in this space, and although her strengths in being good at calculations could be brought into play, without the help of heaven and earth energies, it was only to the extent of being the best of the ordinary people. Therefore, she could only use the medicines provided by Xin Yi to enhance her speed calculations. Although these medicines had no side effects, the overdraft of mental energy when telling the calculations was extremely terrifying, and without energy to protect her body, she would faint after her mental energy was exhausted. Chapter 99 Awakening Power. Zhang Yan's body temperature was getting higher and higher, and Xin Yi's frown was getting deeper and deeper. He no longer had the treasure coins to pick a potion that would lower his body temperature. Xin Yi retrieved the healing treasure pearl and placed it on Zhang Yan's forehead. The healing pearl had miraculous effects on wounds caused by external causes, but it could not do anything about this kind of disease caused by the inside of one's own body. Xin Yi looked at Chen Qianhe with a grave expression. Her body can't withstand such a rapid rise in temperature. We need to find a way to help her cool down sooner or shatter the space and get her out. and she's so physically and mentally drained that if this continues, she'll burn alive. If we can shatter space and return to the original world, then even if we don't find a way to save her for a while, she might be able to tough it out by relying on her second-ranked ability power's physical qualities. So, we're going to have to pick up the pace. But, Chen Qianhe sadly looked at Qin Yi and said in despair, Sister Jian Yan said that we have been discovered by the administrators of the space, and with our current strength, we will definitely not be able to pass through the road in front of us alive. Qin Yi returned to his seat and gazed earnestly at Chen Qianhe. If I say yes, are you willing to believe me? Chen Qianhe nodded heavily. Of course I'm willing. I believe everything you say, and I'm willing to do anything for you. From the moment you came into my life with light, I have made up my mind to live this life for you. I'll make any sacrifice as long as we can escape this place. No, as long as I can get you or escape this place. So if you already have a solution in mind, please let me know, whatever the cost. Chen Qianhe's words are sincere, and his eyes are full of determination to die. She was very good at reading people's words, and since that powerful force just now, she noticed that Qin Yi's eyes carried a few points of entanglement and doubt from time to time. Chen Qianhe vaguely felt that in order to break this situation, perhaps his own sacrifice was needed. Therefore, in order to not make it difficult for Qin Yi to open his mouth, Chen Qianhe simply told all that was on his mind by himself. Finding Qin Yi and personally saying thank you 10 years late, Chen Qianhe felt that this was already a very lucky thing for her, and that the regrets in her heart had already been filled. Of course she hoped that she could have more interactions with Qin Yi in the future, but at this point, she had already reached a real life and death crisis, and she didn't dare to wish for a better future. As long as he could keep Qin Yi alive, it was enough. Chen Qianhe looked at Qin Yi reluctantly, unknowingly leaving tears in his eyes. She laughed softly while shedding tears as if the moment of farewell had already arrived. Silly girl. Qin Yi was touched by Chen Qianhe and reached out to cup her delicate cheeks, gently wiping away the teardrops from the corners of Chen Qianhe's eyes. Time quickly rewinds, and he sees his tiny self from 10 years ago, as well as the even smaller Chen Qianhe following behind him, one after the other. With peaceful smiles on their faces, they head into the sinking sun in the west towards a brand new tomorrow. Qin Yi gently leaned down and his lips printed on the girl's soft lips. Chen Qianhe's body gently shook. She turned around and hugged Qin Yi with satisfaction and joy, treating this as the last warmth between her and her beloved man in this life. Qin Yi gently held Chen Qianhe's hand, interlacing his 10 fingers. Chen Qianhe gradually lost herself in Qin Yi's gentleness, not noticing that the foam knot on her wrist and the moistened beads on Qin Yi's wrist were already emitting a glittering glow. The two masses of dazzling white light alternated between bright and dark as their state of mind changed, and in the end, the two masses of radiance that maintained their brightness merged together. The moistened beads and foamy knots, annihilation generally disappeared into the white light, which was splitting into two, slowly surging into Qin Yi and Chen Qianhe's bodies. A few moments later, the two, who were kissing deeply, suddenly realized that a huge energy was surging within their bodies, which was 100 times more powerful than the instantaneous energy that the two had felt before. Qin Yi and Chen Qianhe opened their eyes in shock. Brother, do you feel it? Chen Qianhe inquired in a shocked voice. It was mind-boggling that such a vast amount of energy suddenly appeared in the body. Qin Yi nodded and rubbed Chen Qianhe's hair, flirting. Silly girl, it's true that you have to be sacrificed, but it's a sacrifice of color. Well, I do think that you're enjoying this sacrifice. Chen Qianhe instantly understood when he saw the disappearing foam knot on his wrist. Her face turned red with shame, and she gently whacked Qin Yi. Darn it, who enjoys it? I'm just cooperating with you for the sake of escaping from life. Humph. Looking at Chen Qianhe, who turned her head arrogantly, Qin Yi's eyes turned around and said with a bad smile, That's good. I also do this kind of thing to survive. It's better not to have a next time. No. Chen Qianhe exasperatedly turned her head, grabbed Qin Yi's neck and viciously kissed him. After a long deep kiss, Chen Qianhe leaned against Qin Yi and asked suspiciously, How did brother know the correct usage of the moisture knot? No one in my family's ancestry has been able to successfully use it for hundreds of years, and now that you were able to find the correct way to open it, it's really surprising. Qin Yi shook his head. Actually, I don't know. I only know that the knot of moisture is an object that can save us from going out, but the way to activate it has never been known. He squeezed the girl's small hand. It wasn't so much that I found a way to use it as it was that we both explored it together. Chen Qianhe tilted his head with a hefty smile. Brother is handsome and speaks well. I love it so much. Still curious as to why it suddenly took effect, but it doesn't matter. It's good to be able to use it. Qin Yi nodded. The principle can't be figured out, but the reason can still be summarized. The knot of moisture. From the name, it is a couple's treasure. It definitely requires two people to work together in order to bring out its true strength. The two of us, as it happens, are kindred spirits, especially you. The power of that belief that penetrates time is powerful when you're thought of and pursued across a decade. It's not surprising that the knot of moisture is nourished by you and possesses such power. It's just that the previous me didn't have any deep feelings with you, and naturally didn't create a connection, and the moisture pearl wouldn't recognize me as a mate, so we couldn't get the power. I woke up just now, and it touched my heart to see you get so messed up trying to protect me. Perhaps it was that moment when the knot of moisture felt a fleeting moment of connection, and so a fleeting moment of great power arose. It wasn't until just now, after I truly accepted you, that Muju accepted me. That's why the knots of moistening can merge together, releasing a powerful force that has been building up for a long time. Chapter 100 Punching Out. Shinee said and looked at Chun Xianhe tenderly. So, in fact, I didn't do anything, whether it's feelings or power. It's all obtained by you through your efforts, and I'm just a lucky one who was liked by you. Chun Xianhe shook his head vigorously. No, without my brother, perhaps I would have become a pitiful person full of hatred who couldn't find happiness or peace, or I might even have died. Without my brother, there would be none of this now, so don't say that. It's only because we worked together. Shinee holds Chun Xianhe tightly in his arms. Thank you. Chun Xianhe wiped his tears of happiness. You are welcome, brother. After all, we are people of the same mind. She tilted her head and softly asked, so, does brother like me now? Shinee nodded. Of course, the moist pearl foam knot represents the two of us. We have been recognized, and they have merged into one. So I think that the connection between the two of us is already very strong. I am now feeling so happy. Chun Xianhe was in a bright sunny mood. Brother is also very happy. But let's calm down a little first. After all, the unlucky Jiang Yan sister is about to die. Shinee would look at Jiang Yan, who was still lying down in the back seat with her eyes closed tightly. If she had been awake, she would have looked at them with contempt and uttered two words lightly, disgusting. But now that this venomous tongue was still passed out, there was no need to fight her. Let me try to see if the power of the knot of moisture can protect her. Chun Xianhe snapped out of his party's moment of love and realized that the three of them were not out of danger for the time being. She hurried to Jiang Yan's side, reaching out to draw out some of the abundant merging energy in her body and ferrying it to Jiang Yan. Although it was the first time she used this energy, Chun Xianhe didn't feel rusty. She controlled the amount of merging energy and carefully let it travel through Jiang Yan's body. The cool energy continued to flow, and Jiang Yan's body temperature gradually dropped to a normal temperature. She hadn't woken up yet, but her life shouldn't be in danger for a while. Shinee exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Next he just had to find a way to pass through the domed machine gun formation in front of him. The merging energy of the knot of moisture was very powerful, although it was much worse than the one hosted by Yanyi in his body, but it was better than being able to take it at will. Shinee felt it. If he was able to skillfully utilize these merging energies completely, he would probably be able to exert the strength of a 5th-ranked ability user. It could be said that this portion of energy brought him and Chun Xianhe a step across the sky in terms of strength. Although 5th-ranked Abelites seemed to be only a medium level in the classification of Abelites, it was important to realize that the number of Abelites got smaller the higher up the hierarchy of Abelites. The entire Apocalypse continent, the 5th order and above the ability person still do not know if there are 10,000 people, and most of the high-level ability person is a reclusive cultivation, do not love the people of the world of the old man. At this time to be able to fight with them can be described as a phoenix feather to describe the ability person. Even though the Demon Hunting Bureau and the Earthly Army were strong, most of their ability users were of the 2nd or 3rd rank. The 4th rank was already a mainstay existence, and those of the 5th rank and above could be said to be the absolute elites of such large organizations. In this way, if they wanted to deal with themselves, they would have to weigh whether they wanted to pay the price of inviting a 5th-ranked elite expert to come out. Although the merging energy was the same as the energy given by Yanyi, it was a feeder energy and did not strengthen the physical qualities. However, for Qin and Chun Xianhe who were now in this situation, this was already an extremely welcome reinforcement. As long as the power was so strong that the enemy couldn't get close, then physical fitness was an attribute that was dispensable. She'll be fine for a while. How do we get in there? Chun Xianhe looked at the blackened hemispherical space in front of him, and was still a little frightened in his heart. Don't be afraid, just follow me. Qin already knew the architecture of the machine gun within the orb space, and he was very confident in destroying it. July's previous prompt was to gain the power of the moist bead and the foam knot, and at this point, having completed the process, it was only natural that she would successfully pass the difficult hurdles in front of her. Chun Xianhe made it to the co-pilot and looked at Qin and said seriously, I believe in my brother. With her trust, Qin also no longer ink. He started the car, a foot of gas straight toward the opposite exit. The darkness inside the hemisphere lit up with countless starbursts of fire the moment the SUV pulled in, while thousands of bullets quickly flew in front of the SUV. Qin held Chun Xianhe's hand, turned his head to look at her and asked with a smile, scared? Chun Xianhe shook his head. With you by my side, I have no fear. the dense rain of bullets arrived in an instant, and Qin and Chen Xianhe's bodies also instantly exploded with bright white light. The merging energies spilled out of the interlocking hands, bracing themselves into a bright orb shroud that wrapped around the buggy. After the bullets hit the orb shield, they were instantly swallowed and dissipated by the light, and the kinetic energy contained in the bullets was also absorbed by the light, and the orb shield grew larger and larger, and the defense capability grew stronger and stronger as the bullets increased. Despite thousands of machine guns, they were unable to break through the two men's defenses. Chen Xianhe looked at the circular shield above her head in disbelief. She did not know how it unfolded, nor did she know how it possessed this defensive ability that surpassed the original energy. But things just happened as they should, strangely, yet naturally, until he broke through that gate and came to the end of the race. Chen Xianhe had not yet regained his senses from the strange and magnificent sight just now. How did we do it? She had a questioning look in her eyes. Love can give people in desperate situations power beyond their own strength, and I suppose the power that was just there is one of those. After pondering for a while, Qin gave his answer. Although he had received tips from July, he didn't know the exact operation, so making a choice was only based on his own feelings. Since it didn't know how to use the merging energy to get through the unsurvivable organ, it was simply left to make its own choice, within the range that this energy could influence. It would not let itself or Chen Xianhe die. Well, when we have time, we'll study how to master the energy feed from the knot of moisture. For now, let's just rush out of this space. Qin looked at the young girl who was thinking hard and said softly, "Okay, let's get this thing over with." Chen Xianhe raised his head, and an overriding battle intent surfaced in his gaze. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and since he had this power that could rival that of the space controller, he had to make good use of it and do something worthwhile. Chapter 101 Scanning. Okay, let's crush this space together and get the Shang drum. Qin drove the car into the parking spot at the end position. The surroundings instantly changed. An intense white light wrapped around them, and moments later they were already in the city. Yo, another lucky winner passed the race. Only one car? It seems that his other two teammates have died. It's sad, but it's not easy to come out alive. Don't even get me started. I'm one short on my team. I'll take this one. Hey, kid, everything is about first come, first served, but our team came out earlier than you guys. There are newcomers coming in. It's only right to prioritize our selection. Humph, that's true, but only if people are willing to enter your team. Look at you. You look fierce. Why do you need to go and ask for trouble? What did you say? Brat, you want to die, right? If you want to die, I'll fulfill you now. Yo, you're here. What? You're in the safe zone and you still want to make a move? Don't forget, the safe zone is momentary. We'll see you again when we get into the city. And when we do, you'd better be able to clean your neck ahead of time. I'm afraid of getting my knife dirty. What a blowhard. How fast can your knife be as fast as my gun? Wash up before it's too late, you. This is the era of hot weapons. Don't scare people with a broken knife. Qin slowly drove forward, listening to the coke of the crowd around him, his head as big as a bucket. It seems that these guys who yacked incessantly like Amazons in the middle of a food market were the winners of the three-person race team. Apparently they'd all lost something to one degree or another, though, and so were wandering through the safe zone to resupply their ranks. Qin did not bother with them. The trustworthiness of teaming up with these outsiders was too low. Moreover, they were about to look for the Shang drum to shatter the space, and the group competition or whatever had lost its meaning. Driving in front of the inspection desk, Qin parked the car and got down from it. The robot on the inspection platform scanned Qin's identity information and issued him an entry pass, with which he could truly enter the city of racing. Wow, this young man is still very young and handsome. I'll take him. No one is allowed to steal him from me. A burly middle-aged woman with two glowing eyes pushed through the crowd and ran towards Qin. Roll on, this is a match, not a blind date. I'll take this lad. It's not often you get a strong and young teammate. No, don't all of you grab it. It's my turn to pick first as a rule. I'll take two. Qin ignored the crowd surrounding him and took the pass. At the same time, small, densely packed letters surfaced on the pass. Congratulations on passing the race to the top and becoming one of the honorable entrants into the city. There are many dangers in the city. You can choose to enter the city immediately, or you can recruit a suitable teammate in the safe zone before entering the city together. Once you enter the city, you may not leave the city unless the game is over, so please consider the pros and cons before making your decision. Good luck. Qin finished reading and put the pass into his pocket as he waved his hand towards the co-pilot, signaling Chen Xianhe to come down. Obtaining a pass requires scanning of identification information, so you must be physically present at the checkpoint. The onlookers rubbed their fists and clapped their hands, just wanting to use their own 3-inch tongue to pull Qin together, when they suddenly saw a tall and beautiful beauty walking down from the SUV. Ha, why is there a woman? TCH, this girl is really pretty and has a great body. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm in an escape game, I'd have to get her contact information. Indeed, it's kind of a one-in-a-million beauty, but this kind of girl is mostly a vase, and it's not a wise choice to bring her along. You're overthinking it. People are obviously following this little brother. Even if you're willing to take it, they may not be willing to go with you. That said, this little brother is amazing. It's unbelievable that a team of 3 managed to win with only 1 person and 1 car lost. Or with a vase. Don't even try to rob me. I'll make sure he joins my team. The crowd grew noisier and noisier. Their goal was clear, and that was to take Chin-ee into their ranks. Each of them was an escapee in a 3-person race, so they understood how brutal the party's race was. Those who were able to escape from such a cruel and treacherous competition were very powerful beings, and a guy like Chin-ee, who was able to lead people to escape from danger, was naturally the best of the strong. So it's far more cost-effective to be teammates with him than to be competitors. There's no shortage of masters who have escaped with all 3 of their full complement of 3 in the safety of this 3-man race, and they're looking to fill out a new team member while maintaining their original team. After all, this tournament supports up to 4 people working together as a team. Moreover, this was their last chance to form a team, and once they entered the middle of the city, the team could not be changed again, so all of them had to be careful during this session. Many teams threw olive branches at Chin-ee, but Chin-ee disdained them. Gao Lang's approach, on the contrary, makes these people more eager. After all, the masters are a few points of arrogance. Liu Bei invited Zhu Guliang also 3 times. This relationship between life and death in the game of escape. More pull down the face to beg this little brother once is not impossible. As for Chen Qianhe, although many people were surprised by her beauty, no one threw an olive branch at her. Women, especially pretty women, are not as popular in this kind of escape game as they are in real life. Chen Qianhe was able to scan through the information with a clean slate and receive his pass. Chin-ee pushed aside the tumultuous crowd surrounding him and carried Jiang Yan out of the backseat of the car. With the protection of the merging energies, she had failed to wake up, but her temperature had come down and she did not have to worry about her life. The onlookers all widened their eyes in shock when they saw Chin-ee bring out another beautiful girl from the car. How did he do that? One guy, with 2 girls, one of whom is still unconscious, relying on a beat-up SUV, is able to win a 3-way race from a 3-way race? It's a complete impossibility. This little brother, he's open, isn't he? That's right, I thought they sacrificed one of their teammates on this team to win before, but now it looks like they just have 1 car. The bottom line is that he's got a pretty clunky looking car, and I'm afraid I can't even eat the exhaust fumes of a performance car in this one. Does that mean that all of his opponents are rookies? I think it's possible. It's hard for a heavily modified buggy to win. Chapter 102 Entering the City. That's not necessarily true. Look at the weapons table on top of his car. It looks bulky, but the fire must not be small. Maybe he took out all of his opponents in the very beginning? That's still too far-fetched. I'd rather he got the win by luck. Otherwise it should be a nightmare fight with him as a competitor behind him. Harm. Then why don't you hurry up and find a way to take him into the team? With this kind of powerful teammate, why worry about not being able to win? Chin-ee laboriously carried Jiang Yan to the front of the scanner. Not that Jiang Yan was heavy, but simply because he was surrounded by too many people who were eating. The crowded aisle and the densely packed crumbs make Chin-ee almost suffocate. Not only does he have to hold Jiang Yan well, he also has to prevent the salty pig's hands that sneak in from the dark, as well as some burly woman's extremely vomit-killing winks. Compared to this noisy and chaotic environment, Chin-ee still preferred a pure battlefield. It was easy to enter Jiang Yan's information. Chin-ee hoofed it and reboarded the car, quickly moving away from this place of wrongdoing. The vehicle swept up a cloud of dust, taking away the regretful sighs of the crowd. After Chin-ee left, the expressions of the contestants waiting within the safety zone became fierce. Tough competitors are to be eradicated at the first opportunity. By the time they entered the city, under the siege of multiple teams, they did not believe that Chin-ee would still be able to bring 2 beautiful young females with him and successfully escape again. Everyone understands the principle that if the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Of course, Chin-ee also knew what these people would do after he left, but he didn't feel threatened by it. At the beginning of the 3-person racing arena, their opponents hadn't even joined together and attacked them from the start, and in the end, they hadn't even hurt a single hair on their heads, but instead had buried their own team altogether. At this moment, with a powerful merging energy, Chin-ee cared even less about these ordinary contestants. The only thing that gave him a hint of trouble were the guys who mingled among the regular contestants and had the high-tech weapons from the map, but it's a bit of a hassle at best, and overall harmless. Chin-ee swiped his pass and walked into the city gates. The city of racing was much more desolate and dilapidated than he had imagined, even more depressed than the villages and towns outside of it. There were no skyscrapers in the city, just countless low, square blocks of stone in staggered, sinuous rows. The stone block was 10 meters in length, width, and height, and possessed many cracks on its surface that looked as if it could be opened from the inside. Due to the rocks blocking his vision, Chini was unable to view the entirety of the city. He looked up at the sky, only to see that the distant boundaries were still filled with barriers of yellow sand. Extrapolating from the curvature of the hemispherical yellow sand barrier shield before entering the city did not cover a small area. At the place where they had just entered the city, there stood a sales rack, and Chini and Chen Qianhe padded up to it. The vending rack is self-service and has a touchable electronic screen embedded in it. Chini woke up the screen and the cargo breakdown appeared. Labyrinth map east, priced at 2 ISO pearls. Labyrinth map west, priced at 2 ISO pearls. Labyrinth map south, priced at 2 ISO pearls. Labyrinth map north, priced at 2 ISO pearls. Labyrinth map medium, priced at 3 ISO pearls. The goods on the first page are maze maps, and they are split into 5 directions. Chini gazed at the item in wonder, unsure. In previous explorations, the maps obtained were all of the city's periphery, never of the city's interior. Chini thought that he would have to enter the city and research before he could get a map of the city's interior, but now it seems that things might not be the same as he thought. Could it be that the labyrinth map on the vending machine is actually a map of the city of racing, made up of regular stone blocks stacked on top of each other? Looking at the elements of these stones cutting neatly, Chini felt that this setting was very possible. If anything, the makers of the map made the inner city, the city of racing, a maze. Then a map is an essential tool to survive in it and find the right path to the center. And this tool, which is so beneficial to exploration, is not a loss at any price in exchange. But the problem was that the maps of the labyrinth were split up too much, and to redeem all of them and piece them together into a complete map would require a whole 11 foreign beads, while at this moment, Qin only had 7 of them, and could only exchange a maximum of 3 pieces of the map. An incomplete map for such a winding and coiled labyrinth would be much less useful. A single route in the labyrinth has the potential to circle around through all 4 directions, so no matter which direction of east, west, south, north or south the map is changed, it will have very little effect. However, according to the previous series of inferences, the location of the sheng drum was most likely in the exact center of the labyrinth. So, by switching to the center piece of the map, and then backtracking according to the route that leads straight to the center point, you'll be able to get an approximate idea of which direction it's going in. After judging the direction, then redeem the map corresponding to the direction to continue to push back. With luck, only need to redeem 2 pieces of map to be able to find the correct exit. If the route is too complex to be judged complete by backcasting from a limited map, then one can only hope for luck. However, even with the help of luck, the map was able to eliminate some locations for them, greatly simplifying the pathfinding. Qin felt that exchanging the map was a good choice, but he did not exchange it in too much of a hurry. Instead he continued down the list, looking through the other redeemable items. The second page is the racing page, which offers a wide variety of racing cars, each of which needs to be redeemed with an isojewel. These vehicles are not the same as those found externally, they have extremely powerful light armor along with sturdy speed performance. This armor provides the same protection against less than lethal attacks as normal light armor. However, when subjected to a weapon such as a rocket launcher, which is capable of destroying a vehicle, this lightweight armor quickly escapes its energy and withstands this deadly attack. It can be said that having this kind of racing car gives you the ability to live one more time. For survival, this one exotic beat A, sturdy defense and speed racing car, is an absolute god prop. When Qin saw this kind of racing car, he almost immediately redeemed one. The map is called Racing City, and the city is again a maze of squares, and there are new vehicles to pick up from the vending machines right after you enter the city. This suggests that there may still be a racing aspect to this maze of paths from the city gates to the core of the city. Changing to a good car that can be worth a life also has a multiplier effect. Chapter 103 Ripples. Qin still did not act too hastily to spend out his precious isojumbo to exchange for a vehicle. For him, the probability of engaging the other participants in this current scenario was not high, so exchanging for a vehicle that came with a famous sword was just an increase in the margin of error, which he most likely would not be able to use. Of course, if there are no attractive goodies in the back, it's not out of the question to get a different car for safety. Qin slid the page to the last side and checked out the redeemable items inside. Ascension in place, activated remotely after burial, destroys all buildings or creatures within a 10-meter radius centered on the point of burial, priced at 1 isojewel. Infinite tracking, fires a missile that can be tracked. The missile never stops tracking until it hits the enemy, priced at 1 isoju. Bird feather, an eclectic and sharp bird of prey feather that allows one to fly up to 5 meters in mid-air, priced at 1 isoju. The items in the third page were all weaponry, and just like the previous ones, they were all weaponry with extremely strong performance. However, for Qin, these things were somewhat tasteless to eat and discard. The only one that was more useful was the bird feather that allowed one to fly, but since the flight height was only 5 meters, while the stones of the labyrinth were 10 meters high, it should work fine for combat, but it's a stretch for exploration. Shinee reverted back to the first page and decisively used 3 foreign beads to purchase the map in the center. The piece of map in the center isn't that big and it's circular, and it's not labeled in any way. Shinee looked at this map with some dumbfounded eyes, and in his heart, he greeted the map designer's 8 ancestors. It does not matter if the map is round. You can at least give a whole east-west, south-north direction instructions. There are no hints on it other than the curved route, and the King of Heaven can't judge the direction even if he comes. Unable to determine the direction of the map, then this map of the center, which was priced at 3 different beads, became a useless scrap of paper. Luckily, Shinee still had the remaining surplus of foreign beads. If you can't tell the direction of the center, then you can't reverse the route from the center in all directions, so you can only redeem another map that determines the direction to be able to get a good bearing on this map in the center. Although Shinee was depressed, there was nothing he could do. He randomly chose a piece of the east-facing map and exchanged it. This time, the designers didn't try to pull any punches, and the gap in the east-facing map was just enough to line up partially with the circular map in the center. Shinee held the 2 maps and kept rotating them, finally finding a location where he was able to piece them together. In this way, although he had paid 2 more foreign beads, he had finally determined the orientation of the middle map, so that the 3 foreign beads would not go to waste. Shinee started to take a closer look at the middle map, searching for a path that could lead to the center. To his amazement, the center point was clearly marked that was the place of trial. Moreover, there are 4 roads leading to the center point, one in the east, west, south and north. However, the road winds through various areas, so it's not easy to get to the center point without any problems. Shinee thought about it and did not continue to exchange the map. He still had 2 more foreign beads and was able to redeem one if he did so, but even then, there are 2 other directions that are not certain enough, and at this point there is little difference between having 2 maps and 3. Since it's something to bet on luck, it's better to just watch pure luck. Most people in the gambler's session might like to stack the probability above 50, but in Shinee's opinion, a probability of 30 is perfectly acceptable if the cost is too high. Turning to the second page, Shinee exchanged 2 cars with the foreign beads and one was put into the storage space. Leaving the vending machine, Shinee and Chen Xianhe helped Jiang Yan into the new car, then transfer all the things that can be used in the wrecked SUV, and then after preparing the fuel, drive towards the center. At the same time, somewhere in the space, inside a reserved passageway connected to the outside world, a team of demon hunters are running forward fully armed, and their target is none other than Shinee's trio. Half an hour later, Shinee once again drove his car to a dead-end street, but the good thing is that the road is wide enough that backing up isn't too much of a hassle. Shinee depressedly drove back to catch up, just as he thought. Such a complicated and disorganized maze, it was indeed very difficult to find the right exit. However, looking closer to the center, Shinee was in no hurry. They hadn't encountered any of the teams of contestants along the way, which meant that at least in their direction, there was no one ahead of them. As long as you keep your mind steady and take your time to eliminate the wrong routes, it's entirely possible to reach the center without crossing paths with the other contestants. When Shinee was backing up, the sharp-eyed Chen Xianhe suddenly eeked and looked puzzled. Shinee turned his head to look at her. What's wrong? It feels like there's something strange about the patterns on the stone. What's strange? Shinee asked suspiciously. Before entering the labyrinth, he had meticulously examined the cracks and lines on the stone blocks with Chen Xianhe. At first, Shinee thought that there were weapons hidden in the cracks on the surface of the stone blocks, capable of catching the contestants off guard and delivering a fatal blow. But all the way down the road, the rift did not make any attacking movements, so Shinee did not suspect anymore. As for the patterns on the stone, Shinee had studied them for a while before, but did not see any clues. The grain is normal, the same as that created by the machine cutting process, and it doesn't feel suspicious. They move. Chen Xianhe gazed at the stone wall and said half-heartedly, "There is such a thing?" Shinee's interest was piqued as he parked his vehicle next to the stone and pressed his face up to it for a closer look. The grain of the stone remained static and did not move in any way. Didn't notice it moving. Are you blind? Shinee looked left and right to see that he couldn't get out, so he had to turn back and look at Chen Xianhe suspiciously. When we're still, it's still, but once we're in motion, its patterns flow with us. Chen Xianhe walked back and forth quickly and slowly in front of the stone wall, trying to find the pattern of the change in the pattern. Are you sure this isn't a visual illusion given to you by a change in relative position? No, I'm able to tell the difference between the two. Chen Xianhe spoke in a serious tone. Moreover, my intuition tells me that these lines, there must be something wrong with them, and they could very well be the key for us to find the center of the maze. Shinee saw that Chen Xianhe was so serious, and at that moment, he also carefully observed the lines on the stone once again. he still had considerable confidence in Chun Qianhe's senses. Just as the two men were carefully observing the stone, a boulder behind them suddenly exploded with a boom. Qin Yi and Chen Qianhe turned to look back, but the scene in front of them was unexpected. Chapter 104 Escape. A team of demon hunters burst out of the shattered passageway and surrounded them with guns. This team of demon hunters were loaded with guns. The man at the head was dressed in black, holding a long knife. Looking at the posture and aura, it should be an existence not weaker than the status of Jiang Yan before. Qin Yi frowned as he finally realized why ripples capable of moving suddenly appeared on the wall. It must have been the movement of the demon hunters in the space inside the wall that caused the stone pattern of the wall to change. What are you doing? Qin Yi looked at the several people alertly and inquired in a deep voice. They must be the guys sent by the Demon Hunting Bureau. But the fact that these people had the opportunity to sneak attack but chose to come out in the open and surround them shows that there are two possibilities. First, they were extremely strong and didn't care to do sneak attacks. Second, they want to make a deal with themselves, so it doesn't hurt. Qin Yi observed the leader's expression and speculated on his purpose. Qin Yi, no wonder your men are spreading rumors about you. It looks like you do have two skills. My name is Lin Guang, squadron leader of the Demon Hunting Bureau Sichuan Province Bureau. I have been ordered to come and capture Jiang Yan, as well as finish off the two of you who are in the way. After reporting himself, Lin Guang swung the long sword in his hand and came straight at Qin Yi. Qin Yi quickly took out the Cloud Ming sword and battled him. Seeing the steep turn in the situation, Chen Qianhe instantly rolled over and ducked behind the car, then landed a heavy elbow strike, killing the demon hunter behind the car with one blow. Chen Qianhe picked up the demon hunter's rifle and shot across the vehicle at the remaining 6 low-ranked demon hunters. Qin Yi's side of the battle was very scorching. Although Qin Yi's strength was already similar to that of a 4th-ranked ability user after he had the merged energy, but this guy called Lin Guang, his strength is actually not weak. After some sparring, Qin Yi feels that he should have the strength of the peak of the 3rd order, and is only 1 foot away from the 4th order. This level of strength, when looking at the entire Apocalypse continent, was also an extremely rare existence. However, in terms of rank alone, there was still a huge gap between him and the 4th-ranked Qin Yi, and he deserved to be at a disadvantage. However, Lin Guang did not know what kind of demonic techniques he had, and with each slash, Qin Yi could feel a shocking sensation of his eardrums being torn apart. This disturbance made Qin Yi's mind uneasy, and along with it, his fighting strength weakened by a few points. What's the trick? The more Qin Yi fought, the weaker his qi became, and his head began to ache, and as the frequency of Lin Guang's long sword swung out increased, Qin Yi's discomfort became more and more pronounced, to the point that he gradually became unable to think. No, we can't continue this stalemate. Qin Yi glanced at Chen Qianhe, who was in a gun battle with the demon hunters not far away, and realized that she was also behind bars. Such a situation can be said to have reached an extremely alarming point. If you can't find a way to break the situation, he and Chen Qianhe are afraid that they will have to be accounted for here today. Qin Yi no longer fought with Lin Guang as he sprinted back and rushed towards Chen Qianhe's side. Lin Guang was awesome in that he had the effect of confusing people when his long swords clashed against each other, so it's easy to not be affected by this effect. Just don't fight him. Seeing Qin Yi run away, Lin Guang's atmosphere was incomparable. He was on the peak of a drum, seeing that he had gained the upper hand and was about to defeat Qin Yi. I didn't expect my opponent to run straight away at this time. It gave him a depressing feeling of the track collapsing as he was about to hit the line in a 100-meter sprint. Lin Guang was filled with anger as he chased towards Qin Yi. He sensed after the sparring match that Qin Yi's strength was very strong and was definitely above himself in terms of power alone. It was only because he did not know how to restrain the spirit sword as well as his weak technical combat skills that he fell in this sparring match. Lin Guang had originally thought that Qin Yi was nothing more than a small expert of the 2nd rank, and was quite vocal about the fact that the demon hunting branch of Wanghai City had asked him to help. Now, it seems that Qin Yi is not some 2nd order ability user. He is at least 4th order. Lin Guang ran with all his might. He wanted to hurry up and snuff out this terrifying enemy while there was still a possibility of defeating Qin Yi. Otherwise, when his mastery of power became pure in some days, then there wouldn't be another chance. Lin Guang had done well with his plan, but he had overlooked one problem. Qin Yi was the strength of a 4th-ranked ability user. He was ultimately the peak of the 3rd-ranked, and in a run that was purely a contest of strength, he had no advantage at all. As he watched Qin Yi's figure get farther and farther away, Lin Guang stopped in annoyance. Couldn't catch up at all. A 4th order is a 4th order and runs as fast as the wind. Lin Guang turned back, ready to fold back to where his team members were, and take care of Chen Qianhe before sending his men to send Jiang Yan out. Then he slowly made his way through the city of racing himself, looking for Qin Yi. Lin Guang wasn't worried about this. Although the maze in the center of Racing City was intricate, he had already gotten a map in advance. Moreover, He came with a follow call headset, and his colleagues outside of space would find out Qingyi's location as best as they could and notify him. He could even set up traps in advance if he wanted to. However, Lin Guang's bullying wasn't as bullying as it could have been. Qingyi had already returned to the vicinity of Chen Xianhe from the other path of the maze by now, while Lin Guang's colleagues outside of space were still staring intently at the countless and complicated video surveillance slices, searching for Qingyi's silhouette. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qingyi quickly threw out 3 flying daggers, sealing the throat of several demon hunters in the rearmost part who were fiddling with the rocket launcher with a single blow. There are still 2 demon hunters in front of him. Qingyi holds the Cloudming sword and comes to the side of the 2 like a ghostly shadow. 2 heads landed on the ground after the powerful strike of the Fufeng chop. Chen Xianhe poked her head out from the back of the car, and after seeing that Qingyi had already swiftly and incomparably disposed of several demon hunters, her eyes were filled with shock. How can you be so strong? Chen Xianhe's face burned a little when he thought about how he couldn't lift his head when he was pressurized by this team of demon hunters' bullet nets. The strength is about the same. The performance can be so much worse. Chen Xianhe said in his heart that he must study the killing technique when it is followed up. Maybe he will use it one day. Get in the car. Let's go. Qingyi opened the car door and greeted the dumbfounded Chen Xianhe to hurry up. As the little ninny nimbly got into the car, Qingyi quickly started and drove towards another road. Where's that guy? The one chasing you? Chen Xianhe blinked his eyes and inquired curiously. Should be chasing after it. Qingyi drifted and beautifully past the straight bend in front of him. Ha, you can't beat him? Chen Xianhe asked incredulously. Well, he's a bit evil, but with the 2 of us together, he's nothing to fear. Then why are we running? Wouldn't it be better to ambush him for a while and just finish him off? Chen Xianhe's eyes showed excitement as he fought side by side with his beloved, defeating a boss that could not be solved by one person alone. She thought it would be great if she and Qingyi could have this experience. Chapter 105 Finding the Center. You're stupid. Qingyi glanced at Chen Xianhe and said, what is the purpose of our entering the maze? Of course it's to find the path to the center of the labyrinth. Then enter the place of trial. Find the pith drum, and break the space. Chen Xianhe quickly replied. Her wise eyes were filled with doubt, wondering why Qingyi would suddenly ask the main question. So why should we wait where we are and strike that fellow down? Qingyi inquired. Chen Xianhe touched his head in incomprehension. He's going to hunt us down. Wouldn't it be more reassuring to kill him? Qingyi shook his head. If the Demon Hunting Bureau is determined to hunt us down, even if we kill that Lin Guang, there will still be Li Guang who will keep coming in. We won't be able to clear our heads. Besides, waiting there to engage him would waste a lot of time. And for us now, time is the most precious thing of all, and it must not be consumed outside of deviating from the subject. Moreover, Lin Guang's strength isn't bad. We can't guarantee that we won't be injured when we join forces against him. So, just try to find the exit from the center of the labyrinth. As for him or the other demon hunters, it's not our goal. Chen Xianhe nodded her head repeatedly. Qingyi's words had enlightened her. On Lin Guang's side, after chasing and losing Qingyi, he circled left and right on the map and finally returned to the location where the squad was just now. But when he returned there he was surprised to find that the members of the squad had been killed or wounded. There was still the lingering smell of smoke in the air, but the fatal wounds of the men were not bullets. Lin Guang's face was grim as he leaned down to check, realizing that apart from the sporadic stab wounds, the squad members had all been killed by flying daggers in a single blow. It was important to know that the team members he had brought with him were all second-ranked experts, and their weapons and equipment were very advanced, so it would be impossible for an unusual person to take out so many team members in such a short period of time. The logisticians outside hadn't yet burned into what had just happened here, so Lin Guang had to lean against the wall and think carefully. In the information he had gotten earlier, there were 3 people on Qingyi's side. One of them, Kong Yun, is a former member of the Demon Hunting Bureau and is a second-order ability. Chen Xianhe is an earthly member, also a second-order ability. Qingyi didn't have an organizational identity, so he didn't have a clear registration of his strength, but through the analysis of the previous sparring match, he should also be a second-ranked ability user, but of the peak second-ranked variety. Originally, according to this intelligence, he, a third-order peak ability user, was more than capable of handling these few low-ranked guys, and this mission should have been cozy and soothing. However, what was certain now was that Qingyi's strength was completely more than the third rank. In other words, either Qingyi had deliberately concealed his strength in the previous battle, or there was a problem with their intelligence system. If it was the former, then things were still manageable. As long as Qingyi was taken out, the remaining 2 girls could easily be taken care of. If it's the latter, then things get tricky. Lin Guang lit a cigarette and walked along the trail of the battle, observing and thinking. After observing, he realized that several members of the team had been killed by a sneak attack, so the person who had killed them must not have been Chen Xianhe, who had engaged in a head-on battle. Of course, it couldn't have been Kong Yun in the car. She didn't have that kind of strength at the second rank. Well, there are only two possibilities. One was that Chini had rushed back here before him after escaping. The other was that they had other helpers hidden in the shadows. Lin Guang flipped out the map. The intricate roads looked distracting to him, and he stuffed it back into his pocket. Since he couldn't tell if the person sneaking up on the members of the squad was Chini or not, it was better to assume that it wasn't. It's safer to call for backup, then wait for the sifted video slices and figure it out before moving on. After Lin Guang made up his mind, he contacted the logistics personnel and requested that another squad be sent into space. Then he waited where he was. He was a man who valued his life and wouldn't risk his own little life for something he wasn't sure of. Chini is now stepping on the gas pedal to run wildly in the maze. He has ruled out several routes before, so now there is only one road left to the center. As long as he succeeds in going to the center circle range, with the help of the map, it will be much easier to find the way again. This time, they came to the location near the center of the maze without any problems, and with a straight line distance of another 1,000 meters, they would be able to enter the maze, and if they found the right path, they would soon be able to reach the target point. Chini and Chen Qianhe studied the circular center map carefully, full of energy. There were 4 pathways leading to the center, but Chini was not able to be sure that they could come to the correct 4 pathways from their current position. Things were at a standstill for a while. Brother, we are now south of the center. Is it possible for this road to pass through to get there? Chen Qianhe pointed to a route on the map that led straight from the center southbound road to the vicinity of their location. Since there was no map of the southern direction, Chen Qianhe was only able to rely on his brain to guess the extended direction. But mazes are not something that can be solved by brainstorming. Your senses tell you it's this way? Chini inquired excitedly. Chen Qianhe's senses were quite accurate. If her senses told her it was this road, then 80% was correct. The road was close enough to their location that there was still hope of reaching it. Not really, Chen Qianhe pouted. My perception ability doesn't not really work in this kind of thing. The above opinion is based purely on guesswork. Chen Qianhe didn't feel embarrassed at all. After thinking for 3 seconds, Chini nodded his head and said, Let's go find this road. Ha? Chen Qianhe asked incredulously. I really guessed. Are you serious? Chini nodded. Of course, instead of pondering over the broken map here, it would be better to move and look for it. Maybe the road you pointed out is the correct route. Well, you make a good point. Chen Qianhe had a feeling of being affirmed, and she said confidently, if I guess the correct answer, then you have to reward me properly. Hey, of course. Chini looked at Chen Qianhe with a bad smile. But what do you need me to reward? It's okay to go a little overboard with your requests. Chen Qianhe sniffed as if recalling certain shameful things. She blushed and shook her head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. We'll talk about the reward later. Let's get down to business first. Chini smiled and silently accelerated. Half an hour later, after constantly sifting through the forks, the two successfully reached the side of the road that Chen Qianhe was referring to. Looking at the little girl's face full of indignation as she lightly pounded the front car platform, Chini couldn't help but smile. Damn it, it's just a little bit close. It's really just a little bit close this time. Chen Qianhe looked at the damned wall in front of him, his face full of resignation. Without this wall in the way, they would already be on the path to the center of the circle. Chapter 106 Blow up a road. But heaven forbid, a cold wall wiped out her one guess at sealing her godhood. Oh, so angry brother. If the final road was far away from here, Chen Qianhe would still be able to accept it. After all, it would have been a guess. But now that a shot was separating her from success, the feeling of falling short just didn't make her happy. It's okay, it's been great. Chini looked at the blear-eyed Chen Qianhe and said with a light cough, the rewards can be given as they are. Chen Qianhe's face swished red again. No, that's not what I meant, she murmured softly as she lowered her head. Chini stepped out of the car and looked close to the wall, realizing that there were also cracks present in several locations of this wall. After thinking for a while, Chini opened the trunk of the car. What are you doing? Chen Qianhe looked at him in disbelief. It's only a wall. Just blow it up, Chini said with full of concern. Chen Qianhe froze, feeling that it was not impossible to do so. This stigma of being a contestant and having to abide by the rules of the competition was deeply imprinted in her heart, so she felt nothing but chagrin after seeing this wall blocking the way forward, and then prepared to look for the next correct pathway. But when she thought about it, even though she was a contestant, she wasn't doing the same thing or ultimately serving the same purpose as a contestant. So why are there rules to be followed before the dying breath of success when it was meant to be a game of sabotage that doesn't make sense? Chen Qianhe got out of the car with gusto, and together with Chini, they picked up the special grenades they had just captured and placed them near the cracks in the wall. She didn't want to be a good girl today. After placing the grenades, Chini drove back to a safe distance, took out a rocket launcher from the storage space, aimed at the grenade pile and fired it out. Boom! Beautiful flames exploded, splashing debris and dust and ash. Sheenie put the racing car into his storage space and walked with Chun Shinha along the blasted wall to the right path. Little Chizuru, you're awesome. Sheenie gave her a kiss on the cheek in celebration. Chun Shinha blushed and said, it's all because brother is smart. Sheenie naturally took her hand and walked along the cracks of the blasted wall to the interior of the wall. As he expected, this wall of cubic stone blocks was hollow in the center. Earlier, when Lin Guang and the others blew up the wall and drilled out of it, Sheenie had such a guess. At the moment he was even more sure of it. The hollow wall was perhaps a backdoor left in place to make it easier for demon hunters from the outside world to enter the space, though they couldn't use it to travel between the two dimensions, but they can blow up the walls and choose the right pathway. What the map designers thought was a clever move was actually a botched one. Sheenie and Chen Shinha did as they were told and blew up the other side of the cubic stone wall as well, and the path to the center was presented. Let's go. After we meet the next battle, we can go home. Sheenie took out his racing car and sped towards the center of the map with Chen Shinha. Yeah, go home. Chen Shinha shouted softly in excitement as he organized his equipment. Lin Guang, what's going on? You couldn't handle 3 second-rank stragglers. Laozi was supposed to be on vacation today. A burly man stepped out of the wall and arrived in front of Lin Guang. Didn't logistics tell you? That fellow named Qin Yi's true strength is definitely more than the 3rd rank. Lin Guang looked at the visitor and was rather depressed. This burly man's name was Luo Qifeng. He was strong and had a fiery temper. Most of the people from the Demon Hunting Bureau of Sichuan Province had heard of him, as he had alive and well torn a 3rd-ranked demonic creature, with his hands, into 2 halves. In last year's strength evaluation, he had already become the strongest existence among the Demon Hunter Bureau's 3rd-order demon hunters, and could be said to be the top of the 3rd order, and it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that he had the strength of the 4th order, but for some reason, he was slow to ascend to the 4th rank. Lin Guang's heart was both happy and hard when he saw that the support was his. Happily this guy is unmatched in strength and valor, and with him as a teammate, the security is pulled straight through. The hard part was that although he was a strapping man, he had a pussy-whipped, mean, broken mouth. As his teammate, be on the receiving end of his shredding at all times. This mental torture has caused a lot of demon hunters who have been partnered with him to suffer. I was told, but I didn't believe it. Luo Qifeng snorted and looked provocatively at Lin Guang and said, you eggless goods, you've always been cautious and like to exaggerate. The 4th rank you're talking about, I'm afraid it's only the peak of the 2nd rank. Was it because he was afraid of losing face that he deliberately lied about his strength? Lin Guang was not moved in the least. This guy's favorite thing to do is to annoy his companions, and then win the other side of the face, and then pat his shoulder and say good brother do not be angry. I'm just kidding and so on. It can be said that the trash to the extreme. You can't move him with your hands, and when you get angry he says you're too small for jokes, so it's tricky to mess with him in any way. Gradually all learned a trick, the pendulum trick. No matter what you say, I go yes, yes, yes and you can't do anything about it. Lin Guang was also like this at the moment. After he said yes yes yes, he told Luo Qifeng what had just happened. The stout Luo Qifeng's heart also felt a little more nervous after hearing Lin Guang's description. He was brave, but not reckless. Luo Qifeng was self-conscious that he couldn't kill a nameless 2nd-ranked demon hunter in a split second. Whether it was Qin Yi or not, there must be an expert who exceeded his strength here, so he had to be cautious. Of course, it's just caution, not anything to do with fear. TCH, interesting. Looks like this trip wasn't wasted on the vacation I wasted. Luo Qifeng greeted Qin Yi and drilled within the flying vehicle that subsequently appeared from space. With this tool, it would be much easier to find Qin Yi, who was scurrying around like a mouse. Lin Guang silently gave Luo Qifeng a thumbs up, worthy of being the red man in the eyes of the provincial bureau chief. The flying machine was able to get in. The two of them circled around a few times along the outside of the labyrinth and did not find the ing air of Qin Yi's vehicle. They glanced at each other in wonder. Lin Guang said incredulously, this kid, in such a short period of time, has already found the path to the maze entrance? God damn, that's too smart. Luo Qifeng stroked his beard non-committally. It could also be that a blind cat ran into a dead rat, searching fruitlessly on the outer perimeter. They piloted their craft closer to the inner side of the labyrinth. Qin Yi in the labyrinth had long heard the roar of the flying machine. He and Chen Xianhe were already not far from the center point. In order to make it easier to dodge, the two of them decided to put the vehicle away and walk over. Chapter 107 Entering the Land of Trials. After circling around in the sky and not finding any semblance of Qin Yi, Luo Qifeng and Lin Guang were not confident. This kid, how did he suddenly disappear? Could it be that they've already entered the center's trial site? It shouldn't be. Even if a person enters the trial field in the center of the labyrinth, the car should remain outside. How come there isn't even a car? Maybe he has some kind of storage space or some kind of treasure. Didn't the intelligence service say that he was an outsider? Would a loose person have this kind of secret storage treasure? Who knows? The intelligence service still says he's second order. Can you believe it? Hey, look there. Luo Qifeng was the first to spot the rubble blowhole close to the center, and Lin Guang hurriedly drove the craft right above the blowhole. Luo Qifeng leapt down from a 5-meter high midair and took the lead into the blast hole. Lin Guang hovered the craft in place and followed suit, descending to the ground. He looked around the blast hole to make sure there was nothing unusual around him before getting into the hole. This son of a couldn't walk out of the maze and made a direct opening in the wall. His personality is a bit like mine. Luo Qifeng had already penetrated to the other side of the hole, and he looked at the path leading to the center with a playful glint in his eyes. It's rare to find such a powerful and interesting foe. Where's the map? Let's see if this road leads straight to the center of the trial site. Luo Qifeng beckoned to Lin Guang behind him, who hurriedly opened the map. It does go straight through the center, and they can't be found. Perhaps because they've already gone into the trial place. Lin Guang replied after checking. Where's our logistical support? People are immediately stabbing into the core. They watch the surveillance slices. So far not even a fart. What's the use of the Demon Hunting Bureau to keep these idlers? Luo Qifeng was quite upset. Lin Guang squinted at him, thinking, what are you yelling at me for? I'm not in the ING logistics department. Lao Zi was also disgusted by those imbeciles in logistics who were thievingly inefficient. But what can be done about it? Those who can sit in those seats are all backed up. Strength? What's the use of being strong? As long as the strength is not unprecedented, then it's still just a hitter. Alright, stop complaining. Logistics is just now getting over the information from my previous engagements. Count on them. The yellow flowers are getting cold. The information from when you were engaged. So did they see that expert who sneaked up on your team members? Luo Qifeng inquired. It's just been transmitted over. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, Lin Guang said, opening the projection bracelet on his wrist. Let's see as we go. Let's rush to the center trial place first. Luo Qifeng grabbed the map in a windy manner and ran ahead to lead the way. Hey holy, wait for me. Lin Guang watched the video on the projection while keeping an eye on Luo Qifeng's direction. This kind of complex maze, give him a map he may not be able to understand. If he can't keep up with Luo Qifeng's pace, the backlight pathfinding can be something to suffer. Holy, it's really this kid. He really relied on himself to quickly turn back by himself and kill our team members in a sneak attack. Lin Guang informed Luo Qifeng aloud after watching the projection. He couldn't stop the surprise on his face. One should know that after his engagement with Qin Yi ended, it had taken him quite a long time to turn back and go back on his own with a map. And this guy, Qin Yi, without a map, went in a direction that seemed even more deviant, but was able to make it back to the squad's battle site one step ahead of him and wind up sneaking off all of his members. If he hadn't seen the video with his own eyes, Lin Guang would never have believed that such a thing could happen. Lin Guang and Luo Qifeng flew towards the place of trial. Qin Yi and Shen Xianhe had already reached the intersection of the trial land by now. Qin Yi took out the foreign bone and the two of them went straight through to the last layer of the trial land, the ultimate trial field. As for Jiang Yan, she was still in a coma. So Qin Yi had no choice but to chisel a piece of wall and hide her inside one of the walls near the place of trial. He wasn't worried about Jiang Yan's safety. The demon hunters who were chasing them would definitely go straight into the trial land for the sake of efficiency, and they wouldn't notice the nearby Jiang Yan who was well hidden by him. Moreover, these demon hunters had not participated in the game in the space beforehand, and they must not have such items as foreign bones on them that could cross the trial. According to the rules of the space, they needed to cross the first 3 levels of the trial step by step before they could find Qin Yi. The trials here could only be described as overkill for a third-ranked ability, and while the first 3 floors didn't stop the demon hunters, they could more or less stall them for a little while. At moments like now, every second counts for Qin Yi. The final layer of the central trial ground was not complicated. After all, it was designed for ordinary participants. If the difficulty was too great, then the ordinary participants would not have any chance of passing, and setting up the final trial would lose its meaning. Of course, it's not exactly simple. The challenge content of the final trial was set according to the limits of ordinary people, on the balance of completable but extremely difficult. This challenge content was incomparably simple for Qin Yi and Shen Xianhe. They stood in the center of the gladiatorial arena, quietly waiting for the Demon King Lizard that was about to enter. This Demon King Lizard was a weakened third-order demonic creature, and was called the 3 different Demon King Lizard in this map. Although its level was the same as the 3 Identity Centipede outside the map, it was much stronger than the 3 Identity Centipede, and even the 4 Identity Hellhound was slightly inferior to him. However, its strength is reflected in its aggressiveness, and its body is much weaker. Ordinary contestants had to be cautious against this demonic creature, as this guy didn't give even the slightest bit of margin for error. If you want to pass the trial successfully, you must make careful calculations from the first step. Of course, in order to help the participants quickly understand the weaknesses and attack characteristics of the tri-different Demon King Lizard, a large screen thoughtfully stood at the entrance as they entered the final level of the trial arena. The upper half of the screen looped a VCR about the introduction of the triple heterodyne Demon King Lizard's battle, while the lower half of the screen described in detail, in words, the characteristics of the triple heterodyne Demon King Lizard, the means of attacking, the interval between attacks, and other information. As long as one was able to utilize this knowledge to form a set of sparring drills in their mind against the tri-different Demon King Lizard, defeating it would not be a difficult task. But to Qin Yi and Chen Qianhe, the amount of information was still too much. At this point, Qin Yi was out of precious coins, and Jiang Yan, who was good at memorizing and reasoning, was not by their side, so Qin Yi and Chen Qianhe simply skimmed through the contents and ignored them. It was just a weakened third-ranked demonic creature anyway, and with two fourth-ranked ability users, defeating it shouldn't be difficult. It would be a bit too much of a disgrace to the Fourth Order if you had to memorize the strategy for a fish fry. Chapter 108 The Final Trial. And, most of all, this VCR is 10 minutes long, so I'm afraid the pursuers behind us will arrive before we've finished watching this thing. So for the sake of the overall strategy, it's better to just go mango. Qin Yi and Chen Qianhe stood in the center of the gladiatorial arena with great strides, ringing the rattles in the central area. A loud and resounding shaking bell resounded through the gladiatorial arena, and the three different Demon King Lizard, who was hiding in the dark corner of the arena and slumbering, instantly turned around and woke up. It roared and came towards the center of the field to see who dared to disturb it. Hua! Not very high ranking, not very loud. Qin Yi waved his hand towards Chen Qianhe, signaling her to go and look for the Shang Drum. Chen Qianhe looked at the ferocious demonic creature and was tempted to get his hands on it himself and compare two blows with it to try out his current level. But the matter of finding the Shang Drums had to be her job, so she had no choice but to snappily go and walk towards the place where the three different Demon King Lizard was hiding. Her intuition told her that the hiding place of the pith drum was behind the Demon King Lizard cave. Seeing Chen Qianhe walking away smoothly, Qin Yi hooked his hand towards the Demon King Lizard. Little lizard, come on, let my little master see what you're capable of. The three different Demon King Lizard was quickly enraged upon seeing this provocative gesture that was common throughout the world. With a roar of rage, it came barreling towards Qin Yi, and as it neared Qin Yi's body, its huge tail swept with force, attempting to kill this tiny human with a single blow. Qin Yi lightly leapt up and easily dodged the sweeping tail of the three different Demon King Lizard. He took 2 steps forward and lightly slapped the lizard on its pimple-fleshed head, sending it reeling and tumbling backwards twice. TSK, so weak. Third-order magical creatures are really bad after having their magical organs removed. Qin Yi kindly laughed and looked towards the annoyed three different Demon King Lizard that missed a blow, once again hooking his hand towards it provocatively. In front of him, this kind of final trial prepared for ordinary participants was simply unbearable. If he wasn't afraid that the spatial laws would terminate after the end of the trial, resulting in a spatial collapse and the death of all the participants, Qin Yi would have slapped it to death a long time ago. There was no way. Chen Qianhe wanted to save people, and Jiang Yan needed Shang Drums, so now he could only patiently accompany this long unrivaled triple different Demon King Lizard to play slowly. Qin Yi sighed, just wishing that the people chasing him would come a little later. Otherwise, the lizard, I'm afraid, would be caught in the crossfire of their battle. If you don't accidentally let this guy die, you can say that you've lost all your work. Although Qin Yi wanted to quickly get rid of this matter, Chen Qianhe's side was not going too well. The cave of the three different Demon King Lizard was like a labyrinth, winding and intertwining, and it was impossible to find a pathway. Moreover, the cave was not only dark and humid, but also had no light, which caused great trouble for Chen Qianhe's search. Although Chen Qianhe's intuition could give her a rough guide, the intricate paths always caused her to be blocked by a wall that appeared out of nowhere when she was about to approach the answer. This familiar fallout made Chen Qianhe quite irritated. After thinking for a second, she silently removed the special high-explosive grenade at her waist. Since I can't find the way, it's better to blow it up. Anyway, I learned it from Qin Yi's brother. Chen Qianhe arranged the grenades close to the vicinity of the Shang Drum sensing point, and then slowly retreated outward. Outside, Qin Yi saw Chen Qianhe come out and inquired suspiciously, "Found it?" Chen Qianhe shook his head. "What's the point of coming out if you don't find it?" Chen Qianhe raised the remote control in his hand. "Crap! Are you sure this won't destroy the Shang Drum?" Qin Yi looks at her incredulously. Chen Qianhe shook his head. "I don't know. Anyway, I learned it from you, and if we destroy it, the space will also shatter, and there is no deviation for our original purpose." Qin Yi helplessly glanced at her. This niece, she can't understand the good ones, but she learns the bad ones as soon as she learns them. I don't know who she learns from. If you can preserve the Shang Drum, try to do it in a more peaceful way. Qin Yi slapped the three different Demon King Lizard away and turned his head to Chen Qianhe. He wanted to preserve the Shang drum not only for Jiang Yan, but the Shang drum, a treasure that could create a piece of foreign space and could hold living things inside, was a rare existence. If one could obtain it, it would have a good effect, whether it was to deal with a mission in the future, or to eliminate demons, or to deal with demon hunters. Qin Yi was still very interested in this treasure. Chen Qianhe shook his head. I tried my best, but it's just too complicated inside. So if I continue to search for the correct pathway, I will waste a lot of time. If the demon hunters come in the meantime, then it's a lost cause, so to speak. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yi nodded. Fry, think the demon hunters are about to arrive. Just as they were in between speaking, the door to the trial arena was violently opened, and Qin Yi and Chen Qianhe fixed their eyes on it. Lin Guang and Luo Qifeng stride inside the arena, each of them drawing their own weapons. Lin Guang used a long sword and Luo Qifeng used a battle axe as the two of them slowly approached towards Qin Yi. Good boy. I didn't expect you to have alarmed two experts of the third rank to come and hunt you down. You've died an honorable death. Luo Qifeng raised the battle axe in his hand towards Qin Yi. In his opinion, 2 against 1. No pressure. It was already a foregone conclusion that Qin Yi and the handsome chick in front of him would be killed. Don't underestimate them, Lin Guang reminded darkly. Aha, I didn't expect you guys to come so fast. Qin Yi casually slapped the third-order Demon King lizard unconscious and threw it in a safe position at the back. He drew out his Cloud Ming sword and pointed at the two of them and said, just as well. I have fought with many demon hunters many times, and I really haven't encountered even a single expert. So today it's just right to take you guys for a test drive, to see if the demon hunting Bureau's strength is really as strong and unmatched as the legends in the streets. Well, try and pass away. You're giving us a good chase. After Luo Qifeng finished speaking, he stopped putting out harsh words and swung his battle axe towards Qin Yi to slash. Qin Yi swung his sword to meet him and blocked Luo Qifeng's powerful axe strike. A loud chirping sound rang out, and Qin Yi only felt a numbness in his tiger's mouth. This rough-looking Luo Qifeng was actually a few points stronger than that Lin Guang who was already at the peak of the third rank. Qin Yi felt that just by looking at the strength, Luo Qifeng was already on par with himself. But when it came to technical combat skills and physical quality, he himself was far inferior to him. It's a battle that won't be easy to win. Qin Yi resisted Luo Qifeng's attack while his eyes turned bone-deep to think of countermeasures. On the other side, Chen Qianhe also engaged Lin Guang in battle. Although she had also just gained power, she was at least a full member of the earth. Her fighting skills were not too proficient, but they were above the passing line. Lin Guang's offense was something she could handle for a while. However, as the swords continued to clash together, Chen Qianhe gradually felt dizzy. Chapter 109 Isolation. As expected, this Lin Guang, although his strength had not reached the point of being unbeatable, there was definitely something wrong with his sword. Chen Qianhe glanced at Qin Yi and realized that he was hardly distinguishable from Luo Qifeng either. Kong Yun, who had fainted outside the trial arena, hadn't woken up yet. But even if she did, it wouldn't be of much use. A second-ranked ability user whose abilities had been cut down by space couldn't take part in this kind of high-ranking battle. As time passed, the battle between her and Qin Yi would become more and more difficult, and it absolutely could not be stalemated like this. Chen Qianhe realized that they were isolated and had to think of another way to stay alive in this battle. But what can be done in this fully enclosed trial center? Chen Qianhe looked at the dark passageway and made up his mind. She spaced out Lin Guang's attack and ran as fast as she could into the cave of the 3 different Demon King lizard. The cave passages were very complicated, and she had already studied the cave's structure in advance, so she was more familiar with the path inside. As for Lin Guang, who had entered the passageway right after Chen Qianhe, he appeared to be at a slight loss for words, and he quickly lost his way in this dark cave after entering it. Lin Guang took a few steps forward, and after realizing that he had lost Chen Qianhe's position, he decisively exited the cave. His intuition told him that he would probably be ambushed if he rashly pursued into the middle of an unfamiliar road. Lin Guang decided to finish off Qin Yi with Luo Qifeng before going after Chen Qianhe in the passageway together. He quickly exited the cave and turned to run towards Qin Yi and Luo Qifeng who were fighting. Chen Qianhe, who had entered the cave, noticed that Lin Guang did not follow, and she immediately realized what Lin Guang was thinking. Chen Qianhe keenly realized that Qin Yi was in trouble, but the way things were now, she couldn't turn the tide of the battle even if she rushed back. Chen Qianhe crossed his heart and pressed the remote control in his hand. The remote control detonated the high-explosive grenade she had pre-planted near the Shang drum passageway, blowing a huge hole near the passageway. Fortunately, the whole passage was still solid and did not collapse with the explosion. Chen Qianhe hurriedly crawled forward. The 3 people who were fighting outside the trial field also heard the explosion. Luo Qifeng and Lin Guang's faces changed as they finally reacted to the fact that Chen Qianhe had already moved against Shang drum. Lin Guang, I'll hold him off. So hurry up and kill the tri-different Demon King lizard to end the operation of this space. Luo Qifeng shouted explosively and attacked Qin Yi with all his strength. Qin was fighting 1 against 2, his left and right were very reluctant, and now that Lin Guang was running towards the 3 different Demon King Lizard, his pressure plummeted. Qin took advantage of Luo Qifeng's distraction and Lin Guang's departure to quickly swing out a Fu Feng chop, slashing Luo Qifeng's right arm. Taking advantage of Luo Qifeng being hit by the sword and stalling his movements, he ran a few steps close to catch up with Lin Guang, stopping him before the 3 different Demon King Lizard. Trying to kill the poor little lizard? Qin pointed his sword at Lin Guang and said nonchalantly, "Get past me first." Lin Guang's anger filled his chest as he swung his long sword to battle Qin once again. His long knife was not an anti-soldier. 3 years ago when he was exploring the relics of the demonic creature, he found this long knife that had been born with special abilities nourished by the remnants of the demonic creature's soul. And after that, the sword has accompanied him on his battle to this day, killing countless demons and eliminating countless enemies who fought against the Demon Hunting Bureau. He was a man with a sword and a great war record. At this moment, on this mission, being obstructed by Qin in 100 ways, he was very angry and was determined to break Qin into pieces. Qin continued to engage him with full concern. In these 2 battles, he already knew the characteristics of Lin Guang's long sword. As long as he was able to use his energy to dislodge the vibrations from the collision the moment the 2 blades came into contact, then the long blade's ability to confuse people's minds wouldn't be able to be utilized. At this point, Lin Guang was already no match for Qin. However, with the addition of a Luo Qifeng, it would be a different story. After Luo Qifeng simply tied up the wound on his arm, he once again bullied his way in, and with his help, Lin Guang's pressure plummeted. Although Luo Qifeng was injured, his battle spirit was getting stronger and stronger. Qin could not even resist for a while. Seeing that he was about to retreat next to the 3 different Demon King Lizard, Qin's mind turned sharply. Taking another step back, he would not be able to ensure the safety of the tri-different Demon King Lizard, and if the poor lizard was killed by the 2, the space would instantly collapse. Also, the program will be terminated immediately, and due to the laws of this space, all participants would be instantly obliterated, including Qin. He could never let that happen. When it really came down to it, he had to take 1 step ahead of Luo Qifeng and Lin Guang and kill the 3 different Demon King Lizard. This way, although he could not get the Shang Drum, he could at least save his own life and that of Chen Xinhe and Zhang Yan. It wasn't too late to save the Green Mountains and wait to get revenge on the Demon Hunting Bureau after they had saved up their strength. However, he still decided to buy Chen Xinhe some more time. From his storage space, Qin took out a racing car that could withstand 1 fatal wound. The racing car fell with a bang, almost hitting Luo Qifeng's head who was probing forward, scaring him so much that he hurriedly jumped back a few steps. Crap! No wonder we couldn't find the car, so it was put away by this kid. Luo Qifeng looked at Qin with 2 glowing eyes. He knew what this meant. Humph! Kill him and the storage space will be ours. Lin Guang's eyes flashed with a lingering greed as he sped up his swinging speed, striving to quickly cut down Qin. In the moment when the 2 of them were stupefied, Qin quickly threw the 3 different Demon King Lizard into the vehicle, turned on the constant speed and autopilot, and allowed the vehicle to follow the main road in front of him, driving out of the land of trials. After Luo Qifeng and Lin Guang saw this scene, both of them were dumbfounded. Can we still use this trick? Good lord, just send the Demon Lizard away? The speed of the car is extremely fast. A sliver of smoke has already disappeared. Qin derisively looked at the 2 people who were dumbfounded. Luo Qifeng and Lin Guang glanced at each other, seeing in each other's eyes that they were caught off guard. At this time they chased after the car that left with the Demon King Lizard is not. Turned back and hit Qin seems to be not very reliable. For a moment frozen in place. What's the matter? Out of ideas? Qin laughed and once again hooked his hand towards the 2. The 2 of them were furious and copied up their guys to slash at Qin again. Anyway, at this point, the 3 different Demon King Lizard had already driven away in the free cart, so they could only take Qin. Looking at Qin who was filled with anger, the 2 of them gritted their teeth. However, to their surprise, Qin unexpectedly took out another vehicle from his storage space, and the vehicle landing point was again above their heads. Although the 2 men were holding back, they could only take 2 quick steps back to avoid the attack of the vehicle that nearly smashed their heads off. Bitch, what the? You only play dirty tricks? Luo Qifeng roared at Qin in displeasure. Qin smiled. Isn't it just right to use underhanded tricks against A?